In those primordial times, the cosmos was engulfed in chaos, and humanity struggled on the arduous path of cultivation, devoid of the guidance of predecessors, relying solely on their own explorations. Through the passage of countless years, a system of cultivation was eventually conceived. However, no one had yet achieved immortality. The longer one lived, the more one cherished life. Immortality, an eternal subject that lingers in the hearts of all sentient beings, was thwarted by death, which obstructed the path of every individual. What constitutes the Great Way? How does one attain longevity? Mortals toil for decades, while cultivators can reduce their existence to mere ash with a flick of their fingers. The path of the immortals appears elusive, while the human realm seems to have a bleak endpoint, witnessing the beauty of youth decay into dust. The quest for immortality becomes a daunting challenge, fraught with difficulty. The wheel of history continues to turn, and the vast river of time has obscured countless truths. The reality of the past is largely forgotten, as a century has swiftly passed since the Third World War. 100 years ago, the Third World War raged with cataclysmic force, nearly obliterating the Earth itself. Fortunately, nations came to their senses in time, actively curbing the escalation of conflict, thus allowing the planet to survive the inferno of war. War, indeed, serves as the primal force propelling the advancement of civilization. Perhaps this was the sentiment of a deranged warmonger from a century ago. Yet the evidence supports his claim. Only in times of war can humanity discern its most pressing needs. War heralds the dawn of a new era. In the century following the conclusion of the Third World War, nations abandoned their pursuits of atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, and intelligent robots, redirecting their focus towards genetic engineering and the enhancement of the human body itself. The war had unleashed a plethora of biochemical weapons, resulting in untold casualties, prompting a collective realization of humanity's fragility and the erroneous trajectory of its development that, and no matter how formidable external forces may be, they are ultimately external. What of atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, biochemical weapons, and robots? Humanity ought to rely not on external devices, but on its own capabilities. If a person could topple a mountain with a single blow, soar through the skies, or traverse the void solely through their physical prowess, what need would there be for such external contrivances? Thus, humanity embarked upon a journey of self-enhancement, with ancient Chinese martial arts, Indian yoga, and Western exercise systems gaining popularity. Nations began to develop genetic elixirs, fortifying the human form, leading to the emergence of powerful warriors, bioengineered humans, mutants, ancient martial artists, cultivators, and sorcerers, ushering in a new epoch for earthen era of human potential. Today, a momentous event has transpired on Earth. On September 9th, 2299, at 9:09 a.m., the world was astonished. A celestial spectacle unfolded. The sun and moon shone together, 9 stars aligned, and the sky was bathed in crimson, enveloping all humanity in an inexplicable sense of heaviness and despair. Most astonishing of all, a segment of Kunlun Mountain in China astonishingly levitated into the skies above the Pacific Ocean. Kunlun Mountain, also known as Yuhuang Mountain, is revered as the foremost sacred mountain of Huaxia and is often referred to as the Dragon Vein of Huaxia, a place of divine beauty that nurtures endless legends. According to ancient mythology, the Queen Mother of the West resided in the Kunlun Yao Pool. The classic of mountains and seas recounts that Kunlun served as the earthly capital of the celestial emperor, spanning 800 miles, a mountain replete with rare treasures, exotic flora, mythical beasts, and immortal trees, among other wonders. Yet today, a segment of Kunlun Mountain, specifically the western part, has inexplicably ascended to the skies above the Pacific Ocean, a phenomenon so extraordinary that it has left nations in a state of alarm. In the United States, an astonished blonde FBI agent exclaimed, "Oh my God, what is this? How is it possible? This feat is surely beyond the capabilities of contemporary technology. The power to move mountains is something current humanity cannot achieve." Simultaneously, the Chinese government closely monitored the movements of this mountain segment, finding the event to be exceedingly bizarre, especially given the absence of any prior signs. This is akin to a myth come to life. murmured a young inspector from China. Countries worldwide gradually became aware of this event, which sparked widespread uproar. The western segment of Kunlun Mountain had indeed ascended to the skies above the Pacific, an occurrence too strange to ignore. Negotiations soon followed. Human curiosity about the unknown knows no bounds. Should any nation harness this supernatural power, the fragile balance of the world would undoubtedly be shattered, and bloodshed would ensue, plunging the globe into chaos once more. However, such negotiations could not be left to the foreign ministries of the nations. This summit would involve the pinnacle of power from over a dozen countries, including China, the United States, Japan, Russia, the United Kingdom, Germany, the West, India, and the Vatican. In this newly transformed world order, the number of nations has significantly dwindled. Most countries exist in alliances, prioritizing self-preservation over ambition. Thus, many opted to steer clear of this turbulent affair. Even if they wished to intervene, the major powers would likely disapprove. At the conference, the Chinese delegation was led by a youthful figure who appeared to be in his 30s, accompanied by a boy in his 20s and an elderly man with shoulder-length, white hair. This young leader was none other than the head of the ability group, the god of space, Long Konglin. The boy was a cultivator named Lin Tian, whose master, the Soul Emperor, was renowned as the foremost figure in the realm. The elder was a pinnacle figure in ancient Chinese martial arts, boasting unparalleled cultivation. China's supernatural forces can be categorized into three types: cultivators of exalted status, ancient martial artists, and universally existing ability users. In addition, the West is home to bioengineered humans, mutants, werewolves, vampires, dark priests, and clerics. Throughout history, supernatural powers have served as strategic weapons, compelling every nation to regard them with utmost seriousness. For instance, despite being a minor territory for many years, has commanded respect due to the presence of its supreme ability user, the Pope. Hence, participation from was indispensable in this endeavor. From Russia, the representatives included the Wolf King and the Bear King, a Wolf King-level werewolf and an SS-level bioengineered human. In the United States, notable figures included SS-level superheroes, SS-level Spider-Man, SS-level Thor, and SS-level bioengineered humans. The presence of these four formidable individuals served both as a show of strength and a warning. Was represented by the Pope, accompanied by 5 prominent figures. Germany sent its vampire monarch alongside 13 princes. The United Kingdom was represented by King Arthur and 12 Knights of the Round Table, while France brought forth the president of the Dark Priest Association and 3 vice presidents. Spain, a small nation, found itself participating in this high-stakes conference due to the involvement of the Greek gods. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades gathered as leaders. Japan's representation included the Yamata no Orochi, the yokai child, and the divine shinobi. This gathering of elites could be described as a convergence of the world's most formidable forces, capable of obliterating the planet several times over should they unite. Is there truly no one else from China? Just an old man, a child, and a pretty boy? How utterly pathetic, scoffed a peak-level shinobi from the Japanese team in broken Chinese. Such jesters exist everywhere, and the Chinese side felt a sense of helplessness. However, this is not several centuries ago. In today's world, China does not regard Japan with the same trepidation. The long-standing conflict between China and Japan deepened during the Third World War, when Japan seized the opportunity to strike. In response, China amassed 30 million troops to besiege Japan for 3 years, ultimately forcing its submission. The Sino-Japanese War thus positioned China advantageously in the Third World War, with relatively light losses compared to other nations. Those lacking capability should refrain from embarrassing themselves here, snarled the Yamata no Orochi. This cursed entity, its origins unknown, seemingly emerged from the depths of Japan. Neither human nor specter. It is rumored that the Yamata no Orochi materialized in the second decade. Following the conclusion of the Third World War, its true lineage shrouded in mystery, and is said to be a totemic divine beast of Japan. This is a realm where strength speaks, declared the American Iron Man of SS rank. Perhaps the United States stands as the sole nation persistently advancing its technological prowess, with Iron Man being one of its most distinguished figures. Yet, 50 years ago, this fool developed a pinnacle artificial intelligence known as Ultron, which spiraled into malevolence, launching assaults against the American populace with the intent of annihilation, nearly obliterating the state of Florida. And now, Iron Man dares to belittle others in this very moment. A murmur rippled through the representatives of various nations, some mocking, others scoffing. The Chinese representative, a youth named Lin Tian, smirked coldly. In an instant, he moved, conjuring a blade of light that severed the head of a Tengu, then swiftly dispatched an ancient martial arts master from India with a kick before, effortlessly sending Iron Man flying with a sweep of his sword. Yamada no Orochi stirred, recognizing Lin Tian's intent to assert dominance, compelling it to intervene. The slaying of a Tengu before its eyes incited its fury, for among Japan's elite, the Tengu represented peak combat prowess and a strategic asset to the nation. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Tian engaged in a fierce exchange with Yamada no Orochi, deftly leaping aside from the beast's ferocious onslaught. As the creature sought to pursue, it was thwarted by the enigmatic Jiao Hua. The current atmosphere was ill-suited for conflict. Acting recklessly would be a folly. Do you now deem us worthy? Lin Tian stated calmly, in a world where might reigns supreme, one cannot expect submission without demonstrating power. As Lin Tian revealed his strength, the derisive voices towards China vanished without a trace, leaving the representatives of India, Japan, and the United States with particularly grim expressions. With your complete mastery of energy, I once heard your master speak of your unparalleled talent in cultivation. It is remarkable to see your proficiency in ancient martial arts as well, remarked the old sage with a genial smile. The origins of this venerable elder are quite remarkable. His name is Jian Shun, born in the second year of the Chongzhen era. He witnessed the fall of the Ming dynasty and the rise of the Qing, bravely resisted the Qing troops, fought against the Eight-Nation Alliance, and in the war against Japan. He single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies. In the early days of the new nation, this revered figure was summoned from his humble abode by the founders of the new China, and his presence significantly diminished the obstacles posed by malevolent forces, allowing the nation-building endeavor to continue unimpeded. The younger generation, like Lin Tian, can only claim a fraction of the knowledge and prowess possessed by such predecessors. Lin Tian spoke with utmost respect. Even his master, the Soul Emperor, regarded this nearly 1,000-year-old being with deference. Ancient martial arts and cultivation each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Since ancient times, the presence of cultivators has graced this land, but as time progressed, the environment became increasingly inhospitable for their practice, leading to the emergence of ancient martial arts. Jian Shun was among the first to explore this path and has become its consummate master. Ancient martial artists enjoy prolonged lifespans, yet their combat prowess is often limited. Cultivators possess formidable power but are limited by shorter lifespans. Lin Tian's master, the Soul Emperor, is already nearing his limits at just over 300 years of age, while Jian Shun, nearing a millennium, has yet to feel the approach of his own end. However, Lin Tian, barely in his teens, possesses strength comparable to Jian Shun, and his master, the Soul Emperor, wields unfathomable power. Perhaps it is true that one must sacrifice to gain, yet Jian Shun stands apart. Lin Tian recalls his master speaking of him, revealing that Jian Shun's longevity is not solely due to his mastery of ancient martial arts, but is also attributable to his extraordinarily unique physique. Once, Lin Tian naively thought that Jian Shun might offer the secret to eternal life, akin to the character Tang Xing from Journey to the West, and he foolishly requested some of Jian Shun and Appo's blood for research. However, he found the taste unpalatable and the promised effects non-existent. As for Lin Tian and he is a genuinely formidable cultivator, having reached a transcendent state. Lin Tian senses that his master could triumph even against the world's most powerful supernatural being, which is not mere boasting but a testament to his understanding of the terrifying capabilities of cultivators. This operation does not necessitate a large number of participants. Indeed, too many would be futile. Satellite imagery has revealed a group of mutated beasts in the western Kunlun region, some with combat capabilities reaching SSS rank. Therefore, I propose that each nation send a total of 200 individuals. What do the esteemed representatives present think? Suggested the American superhero, Superman. I concur, declared the serpent deity, Yaki, casting a cold glance at Lin Tian and the others. I second that. No one raised objections. After all, No one wished to see their nation's vital forces suffer losses. The fewer who went, the more indirect protection there would be for the majority of weaker supernatural beings. However, a heated debate ensued regarding how many individuals each country should send. The allocation of participants became a contentious issue. Kunlun Mountain falls under Chinese territory. Therefore, I propose that China receive half of the quota. What do you think? The United States, as the world's sole superpower, rightfully deserves half the quota. I, representing my modest nation, require merely a quarter of the quota. My great Japanese empire demands half of the quota as well. Lin Tian sneered at the conditions set forth by the arrogant Japanese envoy, reflecting on how Japan had failed to learn humility after so many years. This attitude reminded him of the past, both during the anti-Japanese war centuries ago and the skirmishes of a century past, igniting his ire. You, the Japanese representatives, their tempers flaring, suppressed their anger upon recalling Lin Tian's formidable strength. The ensuing squabble only served to heighten tensions. Ultimately, after much negotiation, a resolution was reached. The United States would send 25, China 23, Russia 20, France and Germany 18 each, Japan 15, and the United Kingdom 15. With the remaining nations managing to secure a few spots based on their capabilities, culminating in a total of 200 participants. It was universally acknowledged that in the Western Kunlun, participants could engage in combat amongst themselves. However, once they departed from Kunlun, all disputes for supremacy must cease, with dire consequences for transgressors. Once the quotas were established, each nation finalized its selections. For China, Lin Tian would join 2 others, accompanied by 10 from the supernatural group and 10 from the ancient martial arts sect. The absence of cultivators was a point of embarrassment for Lin Tian, as he knew of no others besides himself and his master, the sole emperor. The United States fielded 4 formidable experts, 11 supernatural beings, and 10 bioengineered individuals. Russia sent 10 equipped individuals and 8 werewolf leaders. Japan contributed 8 beastmen and 4 nearly godlike ninjas. The United Kingdom dispatched King Arthur and the 12 Knights of the Round Table, along with 2 royal superhumans. France provided a full contingent of dark priests. And Germany sent the Blood Emperor and 13 princes alongside 4 dukes. Each nation spared no effort in deploying their most elite forces. This would be a battle of unparalleled intensity, where numbers would not dictate victory, but rather the quality of combatants. Lin Tian had heard his master speak of some aspects concerning Kunlun, particularly the Kunlun Divine Tomb. The recent upheaval likely signified a disturbance, though the origins of the mutated beasts visible from the satellites remained a mystery to him. This expedition was fraught with peril, not only due to the threat posed by the beasts, but also the need to remain vigilant against the scheming of other nations. Even with confidence in his abilities, Lin Tian dared not be complacent. Any lapse could lead to irretrievable disaster. Regrettably, the sole emperor was in seclusion. Otherwise, who could rival the strength of the Chinese forces? The god of space, Long Konglin, sighed, a legendary figure who had achieved SSS peak abilities by his 30s. Among supernatural beings, only Superman could stand against him in terms of combat prowess. Yet, even such a figure could not suppress his excitement and admiration when speaking of the sole emperor. He had witnessed firsthand the sole emperor shatter a 1,000-pound stone with a single palm, crush an SSS-level zombie king, and unleash a roar that felled 3 SSS-level out-of-control beings. The list of the sole emperor's feats was endless, leaving Long Konglin astonished at what the master could not accomplish. I shall visit the old man once more, Lin Tian declared before piloting his fighter jet away. Long Konglin could only smile wryly. Who could truly reign in the disciple of the sole emperor? Even if the relationship were set aside, Long Konglin was not confident in his ability to contend with Lin Tian. While he could guarantee that Lin Tian could not kill him, he could not ensure he could defeat Lin Tian. Long Konglin excelled in the ways of space and evasion, skills that were on par with the sole emperor's, yet his combat capabilities lacked the myriad techniques available to cultivators. The newly designed national-grade fighter jet reached speeds of 50 times the speed of sound. Coupled with Lin Tian's extraordinary cultivation, he soon arrived at the secluded residence of the sole emperor, Tianshan Retreat. Brat, you've arrived. The moment the jet had yet to land, Lin Tian heard the sole emperor's voice resonating in his mind, a skill he had long grown accustomed to, having learned it himself since entering the qi condensation stage. Old man, if you were to join this operation, the Chinese side would undoubtedly achieve unexpected results, Lin Tian stated directly. He could not fathom why the old man chose not to participate or what reasons might deter him. If that supernatural power were placed in the old man's hands, it could potentially extend his life. As the disciple of the Soul Emperor, Lin Tian increasingly understood that his master had only a few years left, and he could distinctly sense the gradual depletion of the old man's essence. Aging has rendered me ineffective. The Soul Emperor shook his head and continued fishing by the lake. Old man Lin Tian bellowed, "You know better than I how formidable that power is. If you could harness it, perhaps you could extend your life for a few more years. I have no one else left." Lin Tian's emotions swelled. His father was a notorious thief and also a tomb raider. Unfortunately, he fell victim to the poison of a 1,000-year-old zombie king while plundering an unnamed tomb and met an untimely demise. Before his death, he encountered the old man in Long Kong Lin, entrusting his life to the old man, who subsequently vanquished the SSS-class 1,000-year-old zombie king. Having studied under the old man since the age of 8, Lin Tian had spent a decade learning from him, making the old man as dear to him as a grandfather. He could not bear the thought of losing him. The Soul Emperor replied, "Child, everything has its destined course. This is meant for you." He produced a palm-sized mirror, marred by cracks and entirely black, its material indiscernible. Ancient script adorned its back, inscribing the words Kunlun. "Is this the Kunlun mirror?" Lin Tian exclaimed, filled with excitement yet perplexity. The 10 great artifacts of Huaxia may be mythologized in the eyes of ordinary people or dismissed as mere fantasy, but as a cultivator, he understood the unparalleled significance of the Kunlun mirror. While it lacked the ostentation of legends, its capabilities surpassed those of myths. However, only those of profound cultivation could wield it, rendering it useless to others. Given Lin Tian's current level of cultivation, he too could not utilize it. And even the Soul Emperor might find it challenging. "This rightfully belongs to you. It has returned to its rightful owner. Even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have come to you on the day of your endeavor to present the Kunlun mirror," the Soul Emperor said cheerfully, a sense of relief washing over him, as though he had completed a significant task. After sharing a meal with the Soul Emperor, Lin Tian departed in his fighter jet. He felt a peculiar sense of strangeness about the Soul Emperor but could not pinpoint its source. Now, he awaited the revelation of the extraordinary power that could induce high-level mutations in the beings of Western Kunlun in 3 days. Life is the greatest miracle of existence. Each inexplicable force can give rise to boundless possibilities. Even now, science struggles to explain genetic mutations. Perhaps so-called superhumans are simply anomalies within the cosmos. And perhaps the future direction of human evolution lies in these superhumans. Humanity has traversed the realms of genetic warriors, bioengineered beings, and hybrid beings, achieving a semblance of success, though also facing failures. Genetic warriors endure the perilous injection of gene serum to enhance physical capabilities, yet the survival rate is dismally low. Bioengineered beings utilize viruses to disrupt human genes, leading to natural recombination, with survival rates no better than those of genetic warriors. The technology of hybrid beings, merging human genes with those of ferocious creatures, boast a higher success rate, yet the resultant beings often exhibit drastic personality changes and animalistic traits, becoming half-beasts. Thus, these methods of evolution appear undesirable to Lin Tian, as their flaws are too significant. In contrast, superhumans possess innate or awakened supernatural abilities without any side effects, which greatly intrigues Lin Tian. He believes that the cultivation of practitioners is also a form of alternative evolution. In ancient times, the path of cultivation was humanity's ultimate evolution. Though the present world no longer accommodates such practices, a thought that fills Lin Tian with regret. His journey to Western Kunlun has ignited a spark of hope within him. The spiritual energy surging through Western Kunlun invigorates him, and he is astonished to witness the mutated flora and fauna, exhibiting enhancements without altering their appearance. This marvel convinces Lin Tian that the supernatural force of Western Kunlun may hold the key to humanity's evolutionary future, igniting a fervor within him. A tremendous roar echoed as the fighter jet began its descent, signaling their arrival at their destination, the floating Western Kunlun in the Pacific Ocean. The beauty of this place is awe-inspiring. The group marveled. Western Kunlun had been completely transformed, with fresh air, the cheerful chirping of birds, and lush greenery. Too many delightful adjectives could be ascribed to it. Historically, Western Kunlun has been renowned for its breathtaking landscapes, though it suffered significant environmental degradation during the Industrial Revolution and the ravages of the Third World War. Yet now, an enigmatic energy has restored its ancient splendor, and with its current position floating above the Pacific, it resembles a mystical island amidst the clouds. The band could not march forward in unison, as each nation harbored its own agendas. However, They had no fear of unwelcome intrusions, with a total of 200 individuals present. Any outsiders would have to contend with the armed forces surrounding Western Kunlun. Any ill-intentioned parties would be swiftly obliterated by the might of the state apparatus, alleviating Lin Tian and his companions' concerns. A contingent of 23, including Lin Tian, chose a path and plunged forward into the transformed terrain of Western Kunlun, which was still undergoing changes. The area was now influenced by an inexplicable energy field, rendering all navigational devices ineffective. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. An ancient willow tree erupted violently, its branches soaring like lethal swords toward Lin Tian and his companions. Caught off guard, one person perished and 3 sustained injuries. Damn it. Die! Roared Jin Shun, conjuring 2 high-energy flame swords, slicing through the air. Simultaneously, the second-ranked member of the abilities team, the Fire God, and the Phoenix from the Foam team unleashed their powers, preparing to incinerate the willow. As a pinnacle practitioner of ancient martial arts, Jianshan had mastered his skills to the point of condensing energy into flames. Ancient martial artists could only achieve this at the innate level, while Lin Tian, having trained in ancient martial arts to a 12-fold level of energy concentration, possessed SS-level combat strength. Jianshan, having perfected the art of energy condensation into flames, wielded SSS-level peak strength. Boom. Whoosh. Along with the Fire God and the Phoenix, 2 peak SS-level fire manipulators, their combined efforts swiftly reduced the ancient willow to charred remains. Reluctantly, Lin Tian and his group decided to return with the bodies of the deceased and the unburnable root of the ancient willow. Lin Tian and his remaining 19 companions pressed onward, urging caution in this perilous environment. I and Elder Jian will lead the way, while Brother Long will cover our rear, Lin Tian stated solemnly. Although others were unaware of the nature of this energy, as a cultivator, he was acutely aware that it was spiritual energy capable of enhancing practitioners' powers. The anomalies in Western Kunlun were likely the work of ancient cultivators, whose methods were shrouded in mystery, particularly those near-divine figures from antiquity whose capabilities were beyond ordinary comprehension. No one dared to refute Lin Tian's words. When it came to military strategy and on-the-spot command, Lin Tian was indeed a master of warfare, a feat that even the nearly 1,000-year-old Jianshan could not aspire to. After all, Jianshan was a martial arts enthusiast, indifferent to all else, unlike Lin Tian. A relentless learner eager to absorb knowledge in every field. Boom. Lin Tian unleashed his power, wielding his sword from afar, clearing the path for the others, leaving no flower or tree unscathed, reducing them all to dust. Strangely enough, since the old willow's attack on the group, none of these plants had retaliated against Lin Tian and his companions. One could say that the flora he had vanquished had not attained sentience. The plants here were abundant in nutrients, far from ordinary. Their medicinal properties surpassed even those of a 1,000-year-old ginseng or a 10,000-year-old reishi mushroom. News arrived from the rear that the flora of Zikenlun had been tested and found to possess remarkable efficacy. As the group gazed at the plants destroyed by Lin Tian, their hearts ached. Upon hearing this news, Lin Tian awkwardly scratched his head. From now on, everyone should be cautious in collecting every blade of grass and every tree from Kunlun Mountain and transport them back to our homeland, Long Konglin instructed the group, also requesting China to dispatch helicopters, fighter jets, or even passenger planes for transport. While there were regulations limiting the number of foreign personnel permitted into the mountains to 200, there were no stipulations against sending reinforcements. Not only China, but other nations also gradually uncovered this secret and began calling for support. Soon, 100 Chinese fighter jets and 30 aircraft carriers arrived, followed closely by reinforcements from the United States, Japan, the United Kingdom, and other countries. Continue onward, but remain vigilant, Lin Tian urged. Despite his youth, the others held great faith in his words, for they had all witnessed his prowess and decisiveness along the way. Be careful, Long Konglin warned, being a space-type supernatural being. He was acutely sensitive to fluctuations in time and space, and he sensed the abnormality in the area immediately. Roar! A massive tiger appeared, sweeping through the ranks like an unstoppable force, its long tail lashed out toward Lin Tian. This creature was at least 3 times the size of a normal tiger, its power far exceeding that of an ordinary beast. Not even an S-class master could hope to survive its sudden assault. Lin Tian stood firm, bracing himself against the full force of the SS-class tiger's strike. His comrades lacked the strength to confront this mutated beast. If he were to evade, they would surely suffer. Struck by this mindless creature, facing either death or severe injury. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Retreat. Lin Tian shouted as he charged forward to engage the mutated tiger. This beast was no different from a regular tiger, but its speed, strength, and defense were all significantly enhanced. He swiftly conjured a spear in his hand and aimed it at the creature, the weapon radiating an unstoppable momentum. Among all martial arts, he had a particular fondness for the spear, the king of weapons, a lethal instrument on the battlefield. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Roar. The mutated tiger was wounded by Lin Tian's strike, becoming even more frenzied. Dragon emerges from the sea. Lin Tian bellowed, causing the others to exchange glances. This technique sounded formidable, yet anyone with a basic understanding of spear techniques recognized it as the simplest piercing thrust. Lin Tian concentrated all his energy into a single point and unleashed it, striking the mutated tiger's head with devastating force. Overwhelmed the enemy, Lin Tian altered his stance, delivering a powerful downward thrust. The mutated tiger let out a mournful cry, its eyes dimming before collapsing into a pool of blood. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Two basic spear techniques had brought down an SS-class mutated tiger. Was this truly a human feat? If such a thing had been accomplished by the Soul Emperor, the crowd would have been less surprised. Yet, this was Lin Tian, a mere 18-year-old. This revelation left the onlookers feeling as though they had wasted their lives. Jianxin felt it particularly keenly, having lived nearly 1,000 years, yet his combat prowess now paled in comparison to that of a young man in his 20s. Nevertheless, amidst their astonishment, there was a prevailing sense of joy. The Soul Emperor had a worthy successor, a guardian for China had emerged. Many present understood that the time of the Soul Emperor was drawing near, and it appeared that before his passing, Lin Tian could fully assume the mantle of China's foremost figure. Lin Tian, however, did not share in their elation. They had only traversed a short distance before encountering an SS-class mutated tiger, indicating that their journey ahead would be fraught with peril. Subsequently, after discussions with Jianxun and Long Konglen, they decided to have the remaining members return along the same path with the spoils they had collected. Despite their vigilance, 3 had perished and 5 were injured along the way. Thus, it was decided that Lin Tian, Jianxun, and Long Konglen would form the strongest trio for the challenges ahead. The group nodded in agreement, acutely aware of their own strengths in such a treacherous environment as Zaikanlan. Recklessness equated to certain doom. Following their decision, other nations also made similar arrangements, realizing that numbers were no longer a decisive factor. Bringing more people would only lead to further casualties. As time passed, the situation grew dire. A pack of wolves, led by a mutated, snow-white wolf devoid of any blemish, began to besiege their position. The Pope intervened, empowered by the sacred light of 5 red-clad cardinals, appearing as a deity reborn, his entire being enveloped in a soft, white glow. Purifying light, obliterate them, he roared, and waves of holy light descended, an immense energy radiating from his presence. The wolves disintegrated at a visible pace under the onslaught of the divine light, instilling on the assembled nations. The Pope was indeed the strongest being in the world. While his own power outclassed Lin Tian and his companions significantly, when compared to the Soul Emperor, he ultimately fell short. However, he could harness the collective strength of all the clergy, elevating his own abilities to an unparalleled realm. In an instant, the nations resumed their ruthless quest for resources. Time continued to pass, and one could not help but admire the extraordinary looting capabilities of these superhumans. In less than 3 days, all the flora and fauna of Zaikanlan, including those soaring above, scurrying below, and swimming within, had been completely stripped away. The once lush Zaikanlan now lay barren and desolate. On that day, Zaikanlan underwent yet another transformation. A massive cave appeared halfway up the mountain, emanating a golden light, and even from the entrance, one could sense the ethereal. A true opportunity had finally emerged, igniting fervor in the hearts of all nations. Without hesitation or regard for protocol, the guardians of each country determined to secure the treasures within the cave. Lin Tian surveyed the scene, feeling increasingly convinced that this cave resembled a cultivator's tomb. As a cultivator himself, he understood that entering this cave would not be an easy feat with a signal. He instructed the Chinese contingent to refrain from acting recklessly, opting instead to observe quietly. As he had anticipated, the cave was not easily accessible. Before the forces from the United States, the United Kingdom, and Japan could approach the entrance, they were met with a barrage of rocks, resulting in gruesome fatalities. At that moment, Zaikanlan transformed once more. The scattered rocks around the cave appeared to gain sentience, coalescing into 4 gigantic stone golems that guarded the entrance. In addition, a multicolored energy barrier manifested at the cave's mouth. The 4 symbols array, a barrier, Lin Tian exclaimed, horrified by the changes unfolding in Xikanlan. It seemed he had not been mistaken. This was undoubtedly a cultivator's tomb or a sanctum for practice. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. In an era where cultivators were increasingly rare and the path to cultivation growing ever more arduous, the opportunity to explore the tombs or caves of venerable practitioners, to acquire some cultivation techniques or energy, was akin to a dream. However, Lin Tian remained contemplating whether their group could indeed defeat the stone man and breach the barrier. After all, this world was no longer one of cultivators. The path of cultivation had been obstructed, and the forces capable of obliterating the earth had become a distant memory. Lin Tian, do you recognize this? Jianchen inquired, while Long Konglin and the others turned their gazes towards him. The mystique and power of cultivators were something everyone present could deeply appreciate. We must work together to enter the cave, otherwise none shall pass. Lin Tian chose not to elaborate, and the others refrained from pressing further. The strength of the stone man was evident, having already obliterated several S-class fighters before they even had a chance to react. Clearly, collaboration was the most prudent course of action. Once inside the cave, the benefits would be determined by individual merit. The Americans are always keen on protecting their interests, remarked one, noting the frugality of their compatriots. This is only natural, the demon child grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. The assignment of tasks was then deliberated. China and Russia formed one group, while England, France, and Germany comprised another, with the United States and Japan in yet another, and the remaining nations grouped together. This arrangement seemed relatively rational, as the countries within each subgroup shared closer ties, unlike nations with historical animosities, such as China and Japan. Let us commence. The group comprising the U.S. and Japan moved first, selecting a stone man as their target, while the other groups were eager to choose their opponents as well. Let us pick the largest one, Lin Tian suggested, with no objections from the Chinese faction, and Russia refraining from internal discord at that moment. As a cultivator, he was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the four guardians in the four symbols array. In a world where spiritual energy was scarce, the four symbols array could barely be activated. The Americans, believing themselves clever, chose the smallest guardian. Unaware that each guardian's strength was relatively comparable, the more solid the form, the greater the power. Ironically, the one they selected happened to be the weakest, though weak. Each of these stone guardians possessed abilities nearing half-step SSSS level, and among those present, only the Pope had the capacity to contend. For anyone else to challenge them alone would be a fool's errand. Mutants will engage in ranged attacks to draw the stone man's attention. The ancient warriors and the three of US will engage in close combat. Do not be reckless. If injured, retreat immediately, Lin Tian commanded, charging forward to confront the stone man. He possessed both the attack power of a mutant and the defensive capabilities of an ancient warrior, achieving a commendable balance of offense and defense. 10,000 swords fall. Jianchen, a master of the sword, wielded his technique with unparalleled finesse, sending forth countless sword lights towards the stone man, each capable of obliterating an S-class mutant. Sky Split Slash. Long Konglin, the foremost mutant from China, unleashed a force that fractured the air, leaving the stone man and Oppo's body riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Dragon emerges from the sea. This time, Lin Tian wielded not a spear formed of condensed spiritual energy, but rather a genuine cold weapon, the Overlord Spear, once held by Xiang Yu, the Overlord of Western Chu, weighing over 1,000 pounds and capable of shattering mountains. With one strike, Lin Tian pierced a gaping hole through the stone man's abdomen. Suddenly, a torrent of energy entities surged towards the stone man, wind blades, fireballs, and ice orbs all converging, inflicting damage comparable to Lin Tian's full-force strike. Just as the group reveled in their achievements, an unforeseen twist occurred. The stone man's injuries healed instantaneously. The stone man retaliated, swatting Jianchen's sword aside and sending him sprawling, before lunging at Long Konglin. Quick to react, Long Konglin evaded, showcasing the remarkable escape abilities of a spatial mutant. The stone man, having missed its target, charged at Lin Tian, who met it head-on with a sweeping attack. Boom! Lin Tian was sent flying, his visage marred by bruises, blood surging within him, clearly having sustained a grievous blow. The stone man's might was formidable, and it felt no pain. This was indeed a... Are you all right? Long Konglin, the god of space, swiftly grasped Lin Tian, inquiring after his well-being. As the heir to the protector of China and the sole disciple of the Soul Emperor, Lin Tian's survival was imperative, should he perish. The Soul Emperor's wrath would engulf the entire earth, comparable to the devastation of a Fourth World War. I'm fine. Let us proceed. Lin Tian coughed twice to stabilize his blood flow, regaining his composure. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the Overlord's spear and pressed forward, striking and severing one of the Stone Man's arms. The Stone Man countered with a powerful strike. It is conceivable that ascetics existed in the ancient West. Much like Lin Tian surmised, though regrettably, such practices are now irrecoverable. Turning to another matter, since Lin Tian identified the stone golem's vulnerability, the collective attacks of the group focused on its eyes. Hark! The pontiff proclaimed, "Divine judgment shall befall all darkness in this world. Receive now the sword of judgment." The pontiff, in his might, caused the sword of judgment to radiate with intense brilliance, akin to a resplendent sun. With a flourish, he unleashed a formidable beam of light, aimed directly at the golem's eyes. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, the stone golem succumbed, collapsing into a heap of rubble. The pontiff, visibly strained, wore beads of sweat on his brow, his face pallid, and his breath labored, indicative of the toll exacted by his exertion. Observing the pontiff's triumph, the other three factions intensified their efforts, recklessly targeting the eyes of their respective golems. Lin Tian's adversary, having lost an eye, was significantly weakened and ultimately vanquished by the combined efforts of Long Kong Lin and Jian Shun, among others. In short order, the assembled forces overcame their adversaries, though at a considerable cost, with casualties exceeding half their number and few remaining unscathed. Reinforcements were deemed essential by all parties, although several factions declared their withdrawal, unwilling to sustain further losses that had already crippled their nations. Ultimately, only the powers of the United States, Japan, China, Russia, Germany, France, the United Kingdom, and the clandestine forces remained. Deeming themselves too depleted for immediate advancement, they resolved to rest and recuperate, planning to breach the cavern come morning. The night passed uneventfully, and at the break of dawn, the assembled warriors eagerly pressed forward, none willing to be outdone. A vibrant, multicolored energy barrier obstructed the entrance to the cavern. "Allow me," the pontiff declared, stepping forward. Acknowledging his preeminence in power, the others acquiesced. The pontiff, brandishing the sword of judgment, struck the barrier with force, causing the very fabric of space to distort in its wake. Despite repeated blows, the barrier remained intact. In a final gambit, the pontiff channeled the collective power of his 500 choristers, briefly elevating his combat prowess to an unprecedented level. Yet, even this proved insufficient to breach the energy barrier. Dejected, the pontiff conceded, "We must combine our efforts. Let none hold back, for without entry into the cavern, all is for naught." The others nodded in agreement. "We Americans have developed a state-of-the-art energy converter capable of unleashing a cataclysmic strike when fueled by our collective energies," boasted the American representative. His countenance radiated, though in truth, few of America's recent technological endeavors had proven truly worthwhile, particularly in an era dominated by the exploration of human potential. This particular device was undeniably of considerable utility. "We Britons possessed the combined combat techniques of King Arthur and the 12 knights of the Round Table from ages past," declared Arthur, not to be outdone. Legend had it that King Arthur's power stemmed from the ancient elven queen, whom Lin Tian speculated might have been a unique race of antiquity, possessing formidable powers and abilities akin to those of ancient ascetics. Indeed, they might well have been an unorthodox form of ascetics, given the diverse array of practices in ancient times, far removed from the cultivation methods employed by Lin Tian and the Soul Emperor. "We Chinese, too, possess a combined formation," Lin Tian stated nonchalantly. As China's guard, the Soul Emperor had painstakingly unearthed a fragmented ancient text containing instructions for various formations, though most were far too intricate for his current capabilities. However, among the dross, he had discovered a suitable formation, which Lin Tian now commanded, a simplified version gleaned from the ancient text. Though diluted in power, its potency remained unmatched in the present era. "The Dark Covenant and the Vampire Clan shall join forces to invoke our Dark Edict," announced the head of the Dark Covenant. The Dark Covenant, a motley assemblage, possessed a remarkable artifact in the Dark Edict, a relic of immense power surpassing even the legend held that a Light Edict existed in opposition. But it was shattered centuries ago by the Dark Edict during a fierce duel between the then leaders of the Dark Covenant and the papacy. The reigning pontiff had subsequently reforged the Light Edict into the Sword of Judgment at the cost of his own life, albeit with diminished power, underscoring the Dark Edict's formidable nature. Crucially, the Dark Edict could be wielded, unlike Lin Tian's Kunlun Mirror, whose cataclysmic power remained inaccessible. "Very well," Let us combine our strength. Agreed. With a wave of his hand, the pontiff summoned 500 bishops, who materialized in the sky, chanting scriptures. Each syllable transformed into a flowing into the pontiff and the three sacred artifacts. This was the pontiff's 500-strong choir. Lin Tian swallowed hard, awestruck by the sight of 500 bishops, each possessing S-class combat prowess. While their individual strength might seem paltry to those present, their collective energy was staggering, justifying the pontiff's reputation as the world's power of the masses, ultimate judgment. The pontiff bellowed, channeling all energies into the sword of judgment, a colossal beam of light, thousands of feet in length and as thick as a millstone, materialized in the sky. Under the pontiff's control, it gradually diminished in size, becoming increasingly concentrated. Observing this, the others acted swiftly. Energy convergence. The American contingent channeled their energies into a massive crystal conduit, akin to an ancient cannon, but of immeasurably greater power. A destructive energy brewed within, its aperture directed at the multicolored barrier. Notably, the Japanese delegation, lacking any contribution of their own, attached themselves to the American effort, eliciting a disdainful grimace from Lin Tian. A fervent patriot, Lin Tian harbored deep-seated resentment towards Japan for its invasion of China centuries ago, a historical injustice that never failed to ignite his fury. Source formation, take your positions. Lin Tian roared, invoking a technique devised by his mentor, similar in principle to the American device, but emphasizing the harnessing of natural energies, simpler in execution, requiring fewer materials, and ultimately more potent. The formations of ascetics drew upon the power of heaven and earth, surpassing the capabilities of American technology. Souls of the abyss, echoes of resentment, I intoned softly. The power of death, summoned by darkness, ultimate judgment. The Dark Covenant and the Vampire Clan unleashed their power. Hearing these chilling words, uttered by the wizened, cadaverous head of the Dark Covenant, Lin Tian shuddered involuntarily. Stone sword, heaven-rending strike. King Arthur and the 12 knights of the Round Table combined their power, unleashing a decisive blow. The stone sword, once drawn, emitted an eerie blue glow, exuding a chilling aura. As an ill-omened blade, it thirsted for blood. Fortunately, Arthur and his knights possessed both light attributes and formidable strength, preventing them from succumbing to its malevolent influence. The combined assault of apocalyptic beams struck the multicolored barrier almost simultaneously, followed by a relentless barrage of energy. Cracks appeared on the barrier's surface, rapidly spreading across its entirety. The vibrant barrier shattered, and a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, injuring Lin Tian and his companions, leaving them with a tumultuous rush of blood that refused to subside. Gradually, a misty white vapor emanated from within the cave, invigorating everyone present and offering a subtle enhancement to their powers. This was spiritual energy. Lin Tian was astounded. Such a dense concentration of spiritual energy could only be the remnants of a cultivator's abode, undoubtedly containing their cultivation techniques, and perhaps even spiritual. The mere thought ignited a fervent desire within him. Spiritual stones, he had only encountered a minuscule fragment when the Soul Emperor had presented it to him during his breakthrough into the condensation realm, carefully wrapped in layers to signify its immense value. Later, he learned from ancient texts that these stones were vital resources for cultivation, functioning as currency in the realm of practitioners, universally accepted wherever one might go. If this cave indeed harbored spiritual stones, then perhaps the old man would not have had to perish. This thought further fueled his eagerness, as the issue of the Soul Emperor's lifespan had long weighed heavily on his mind. Charge! Someone shouted, and nations rushed into the cave with fervor. Kill! The demonic youth effortlessly tore apart an ancient warrior from India, blood splattering everywhere. The Japanese demon child resembled a harbinger of death, dispatching foes with ruthless efficiency, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. His face was adorned with a wicked, bloodthirsty grin that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The Pope unleashed his wrath, showcasing his formidable prowess with indiscriminate attacks that cleaved several adversaries in two. Lin Tian was shocked to witness their true ferocity. Under Lin Tian's signal, the Chinese contingent withdrew, leaving only him, Jianshan, and Long Kong Lin. The Pope's choir of 500 sought to retreat, fearing potential reprisals as the assembled forces, at their weakest, boasted SS-level combat capabilities, rendering the Pope's choir of S-grade members utterly inadequate. As they attempted to escape, Lin Tian seized the opportunity. Embracing the yin with his left hand and the yang with his right, he formed a Taiji diagram that enveloped the Pope and Apo's choir. The Taiji crushed all in its path, resulting in over 400 casualties. One individual attempted to intervene but fell victim to the onslaught, suffering grave injuries. The Pope, in a fit of rage, managed to utter a word in broken Mandarin before the crowd surged toward him. Realizing that the Pope had disrupted the balance of power and that only his death would restore their peace. This sentiment resonated across nations, including Japan, America, and Russia. The Pope found himself ensnared, while Lin Tian efficiently decimated his choir. However, Lin Tian's actions also incited trepidation among the nations. His ability to annihilate the Pope and Apos, Esquire in a single maneuver marked him as a formidable force. With the already formidable Long Kong Lin, who was rumored to have escaped the Pope's grasp, the emergence of the younger, more lethal Lin Tian was a substantial cause for concern. The chaos escalated into a full-blown melee, with all factions vying to eliminate every opponent. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian launched a decisive strike at the unsuspecting Yamada no Orochi. Aiming for its head, the serpent, sensing the imminent threat, evaded the lethal blow, but Lin Tian succeeded in shattering one of its arms and several ribs. "You will pay for this," roared Yamada no Orochi, suddenly transforming into 8 colossal heads, each adorned with. This ancient creature bore an uncanny resemblance to China's legendary dragon. However, upon hearing the derisive term pig, Lin Tian's expression turned icy, his anger igniting. "Pig? I shall make you pay dearly. Destruction of the Overlord." This technique, once wielded by the famed Xiang Yu of the Western, transformed from a mere martial skill into a devastating assault in Lin Tian's hands. He closed the distance, striking down one of the serpent's heads, causing a torrent of icy blood to spill forth. "You have enraged me," bellowed Yamada no Orochi, its gaping maw lunging toward. The serpent was filled with fury and a hint of fear, recognizing Lin Tian as a significant threat to Japan's existence. In a swift motion, Lin Tian evaded the enraged attack. Within the confines of the cave, the larger the creature, the more cumbersome its movements became. Yamada no Orochi, in its ignorance, failed to recognize its folly. "You have also angered me, and I shall slay you," Lin Tian declared boldly, charging forth with his spear. The chaos continued unabated as all sides unleashed their full might, resulting in mounting casualties. Within a brief span, over 100 individuals had perished, marking the demise of numerous elite forces in the supernatural realm, plunging the world into an era of decline. Meanwhile, beyond the island, other lesser-known battles raged fiercely. On the path to the western Kunlun, an elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly awaiting someone. After an indeterminate time, 3 streaks of light descended, heading toward the floating western Kunlun above the Pacific Ocean. Almost simultaneously, 2 more streaks of light appeared from America and Europe. The elder's expression hardened as he sensed the presence of these figures, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the air around him. "Jade, John, and the 3 immortals from overseas. Humph. You seek to partake in this feast as well?" The elder stated without reservation, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy to obstruct their advance. The names of these 5 individuals would undoubtedly shock the world. Jade, the former Pope's mentor and a figure of immense power, was beyond the detection of modern instruments. John, an SS-level psychic who had perfectly integrated the bloodline of an ancient dragon into himself, had undergone further enhancements to become a near-perfect hybrid, embodying the pinnacle of human evolution. As for the 3 immortals from overseas, Peng Lai, Feng Zhong, and Ing Zhou, were revered as deities in the eyes of mortals. A guardian of China and a legendary figure known as the Soul Emperor, was also Lin Tian's mentor. "Soul Emperor, do you intend to obstruct my path?" questioned the master of Peng Lai, an elderly man with white hair and rosy cheeks, clearly unsettled by the Soul Emperor's presence. Had anyone else dared to block his way, they would have been swiftly dealt with. Baccarat, along with John and the others, wore grim expressions, as if poised for a confrontation. However, the Soul Emperor's aura was overwhelmingly potent, dwarfing their combined might, instilling trepidation in their hearts. "This domain is not for you to encroach upon. I shall say this only once: depart or face demise," the Soul Emperor declared icily, his imposing presence fixated upon Baccarat and his cohort, making it abundantly clear that he held them in utter contempt. This served as ample proof that this individual, widely regarded as China and Apos, as premier warrior and the guardian of its realm, possessed truly extraordinary capabilities, far exceeding the circulated tales. Exchanging glances, Baccarat and his companions nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. "Arrogant fool, we have yet to settle the score for your clandestine appropriation of skills from our overseas 3 immortal mountains," retorted the master of Ingzhou, a wizened elder with a sparse goatee, his gaze icy. It seemed that old grievances were now compounded by new ones. As the sole emperor and the overseas 3 immortal islands were indeed entangled in a considerable web of karma. In response to the master of Yingzhou's provocation, the sole emperor merely chuckled. Once, he had accompanied his master to the 3 immortal mountains as a guest. However, the disciples of the mountains, each brimming with arrogance, had subjected him to relentless torment. He had then cleverly set a trap, engaging them in a contest, resulting in their utter defeat. In response, the 3 island masters had each presented their island's treasured techniques for the sole emperor to study for a month. The sole emperor, blessed with unparalleled talent, had memorized all 3 techniques within that time, before departing with his master. Later, after the sole emperor's master had passed away, the 3 island masters had repeatedly attempted to intercept and assassinate him, seeking to prevent the dissemination of their island's exclusive skills. Yet, each time, the sole emperor had managed to elude them. Subsequently, the sole emperor had synthesized a myriad of techniques, combining his master's divine skills with those of the 3 immortal mountains, and had created his own purple firmament divine skill. Upon its completion, he had battled the then masters of the 3 mountains to a standstill, bringing the matter to a close. Now, the master of the 3 immortal islands was dredging up old history, which the sole emperor found rather amusing. Is it that you haven't sought retribution, or that you dare not? The sole emperor taunted, his gaze fixed on the master of Yingzhou. You, prepare to meet your end. Enraged, the master of Yingzhou brandished his immortal sword and launched an attack. Seeing this, the masters of Fangzhong and Penglai joined the fray. After all, although the man before them was only a few years their senior, his strength was comparable to that of their fathers. Baccarat and John also joined the assault, knowing that unless this old man was vanquished, they would never ascend to the western Kunlun Mountains. Undaunted, the sole emperor caught the master of Yingzhou and Appos' sword barehanded and sent the masters of Fangzhong and Penglai flying with a kick. Baccarat unleashed a ray of which the sole emperor shattered with a mere gesture. John, in turn, unleashed a punch, which the sole emperor met with a palm strike. Explosions reverberated through the skies above the Pacific Ocean. The sole emperor frowned, exchanging a blow with John that caused him to furrow his brow. This John was indeed worthy of being called the man closest to God by the Americans. His genes were nearly perfect, his physical functions far surpassing those of ordinary people, and each of his attacks carried a mental assault. Had the sole emperor not possessed formidable strength, that single blow would have been fatal. The 3 of you remain as unimproved as ever, at the 5th level of chi condensation. You truly shame your fathers. The sole emperor, he was a true cultivation prodigy who, in an era of near-depleted spiritual energy, had surpassed his master and even the previous generation of masters of the 3 overseas islands. Reaching a realm akin to divinity, his cultivation had broken through the peak of the chi condensation realm, with 1 foot already stepping into the divine power realm. Such a realm, in the eyes of mortals, was one of flight, earth-shattering power, and the ability to move mountains and overturn. In the era of the ancient heavenly court, one could have been listed among the immortals and granted a position as a righteous god. Upon hearing these words, the masters of the 3 mountains were consumed by anger and shame. Their fathers had all been at the peak of the chi condensation realm, but they had steadily declined. Of course, this was not to say that their talents were inferior to those of their fathers, but rather that the current earth was simply not conducive to cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have been willing to offend the sole emperor in their search for this opportunity. Baccarat, I find you increasingly perplexing. At over 700 years of age, why have you not yet perished? The sole emperor remarked bluntly, his tone laced with sarcasm and a hint of envy. Western paladins were, in fact, a type of cultivator. But while the sole emperor and Lin Tian cultivated using the spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth, Baccarat and other Westerners used something derived from all living beings, which Westerners called the power of faith. The glory of the Lord is with me, Baccarat choked out, able to utter only these words in the face of the sole emperor's insolence. Powerful Eastern warrior, why must you obstruct us? Would it not be better to explore this place together? John inquired, enunciating each word of his halting Chinese. He was deeply apprehensive of the old man and Appos' formidable strength. Others might not know, but John was keenly aware of the immense power of his earlier punch. He himself was unsure if he could withstand such a blow. Yet the old man before him had casually repelled him with a single palm strike, while fending off the attacks of 4 powerful adversaries. He truly did not wish to offend such a man. After so many years, the Americans have finally achieved something. You are indeed remarkable. However, I have stated that no one shall cross this boundary. Those who violate this shall face death. The sole emperor's tone remained unyielding, brooking no compromise. If that is the case, then we have no choice but to kill you. If that is the case, then we have no choice but to kill you. The master of Fangzhong exuded a murderous aura, a stark contrast to his usual benevolent appearance. The Soul Emperor remained silent, plunging into the midst of the five. A tiger entering a pack of wolves. He wore a black glove on his hand, using it to catch the three talents sword formation of the masters of the three mountains. This glove, called the Dark Trial Armor, was the Soul Emperor's, no weaker than the Western Sword of Judgment. Moreover, as it had been personally crafted by the Soul Emperor, it was more attuned to his mind, making its power all the more formidable. The Soul Emperor, his fingers forming claws, tore off one of John's arms, sending blood spraying across the sky, forming a bloody rain. Superhuman beings possessed vigorous blood and energy, dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary people. When injured, they bled copiously. Seeing this, Baccarat conjured a holy light sword and slashed out, a meteor streaking towards the Soul Emperor. With the five now joining forces against him, the Soul Emperor was still able to cope with ease. If the Soul Emperor were to eliminate one of them, death would await the others. Thus, John and Baccarat had no choice but to intervene. Three swords as one, cleaving the firmament. Go. The masters of the three mountains formed hand seals, merging their swords into a single, heaven-shattering beam aimed directly at the Soul Emperor. This was a combined attack technique. In the past, the Soul Emperor's master, the Taoist Lisan, had been of comparable strength to the masters of the three mountains. In a one-on-one battle, none of them had been a match for him. However, upon the unleashing of this combined attack technique, the Taoist Lisan had been defeated in fewer than 3 moves, demonstrating its formidable power. Unfortunately, the current masters of the three mountains possessed limited cultivation, making it difficult to replicate the splendor of their predecessors. Even so, its power was not to be underestimated. Undaunted, the Soul Emperor unleashed a punch that seemed capable of shattering the void and piercing through the 33 heavens. A punch of domineering and fierce power. A punch of unstoppable momentum, a punch that shattered the combined attack of the masters of the three mountains. Now, with his cultivation at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, and even 1 foot into the next realm, his battle prowess was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of the 3 overseas mountains, which had left him with no way to ascend to heaven or descend to earth, and the severe Dao injuries he had sustained in his battles with the older generation of masters of the three mountains, he would have broken through to the next realm long ago. Similarly, it was the injuries sustained back then that significantly reduced the Soul Emperor's lifespan. Although the Soul Emperor and the current Lord of the Three Mountains belong to the same generation, the latter still has over a century of life ahead of him, while the Soul Emperor may not even endure for another 10 years. With a powerful and fierce punch, the Soul Emperor struck the Lord of the Three Mountains, causing him to cough up blood repeatedly. John's arm had been expertly reattached, leaving no visible scars, which astonished the Soul Emperor. Were it not for John and Appo's pale complexion, the Soul Emperor would have never guessed that he had suffered severe injuries. Technology is indeed a miraculous thing. Perhaps in the future, it will supplant both cultivators and ancient martial artists. The Soul Emperor could not help but marvel at John, a product of technological advancement, whose extraordinary abilities left him in awe. Although the Soul Emperor could also perform miraculous feats such as reattaching severed limbs, he could not achieve the perfection that John exhibited. The battle raged on without a hint of hesitation, with Baijia, John, and the Lord of the Three Mountains launching a simultaneous assault on the Soul Emperor. The clash of 6 individuals created a tumultuous scene, darkening the already oppressive sky with an air of slaughter. Above the Pacific Ocean, the West Kunlun hovered, where Lin Tian engaged in a fierce battle with the 8-headed serpent, completely absorbed in the conflict. With a swift thrust of his overlord's spear, Lin Tian severed one of the serpent's heads. Blood splattered across the ground as the severed head rolled away before coming to a halt. However, Lin Tian showed no. He unleashed a forceful finger strike toward the head, shattering it like a watermelon, blood spraying everywhere. Fourth, Lin Tian remarked indifferently, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. The 8-headed serpent transformed into human form, a cold expression etched on his face as he gazed at Lin Tian. Having long abandoned his previous arrogance, witnessing the destruction of his head, the serpent refrained from uttering a word, understanding that words would change nothing. His muscles tensed as he searched for Lin Tian's weakness, preparing for a decisive strike. Yet, Lin Tian would not grant him such an opportunity. He charged forward with his spear, delivering a powerful downward slash, intent on cleaving the 8-headed serpent in 2. The serpent, unyielding, evaded the lethal blow with a gust of wind at his feet. Eight-teeth slash. The eight-headed serpent roared in fury, wielding a slender katana as he charged at Lin Tian. Eight-teeth slash? Even if you wielded nine-teeth slash today, you would still meet your demise. Lin Tian, embodying the might of a reborn overlord, exuded an overwhelming aura of killing intent as he thrust his spear toward the serpent. The serpent hastily defended himself, attempting to block Lin Tian and Appo's long spear. Can you truly block it? Tyrannosaurus drill. Lin Tian and Appo's right hand twitched, and the overlord's spear spun rapidly. The eight-headed serpent put forth great effort to parry, but the spear struck the katana, sending sparks flying in all directions. Shatter. Lin Tian bellowed, exerting tremendous force on the spear. The eight-headed serpent felt an unstoppable surge of power surge through him. Boom. The katana shattered under the pressure. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he cast the overlord's spear, pinning the eight-headed serpent against the cave wall. Blood. With a violent shake, the serpent's body was torn apart, his eyes filled with unwilling rage as he met his demise. Eight-headed. The demon ninja princess cried out, while the demon boy beside her stared wide-eyed, emotions of anger, astonishment, and fear swirling within him. He could not fathom that Lin Tian could slay the eight-headed serpent, and he dared not imagine that he might be the next target. Kid, let us join forces. The Pope conveyed telepathically to Lin Tian, who found himself in a precarious position. As the most powerful individual present, he was also the most targeted. If all went according to plan, he would be the first to perish. After all, it is often said that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Had it been in the past, Lin Tian would have surely mocked him, yet now he genuinely needed to ally with the Pope. After all, having slain the eight-headed serpent, he would inevitably face the combined onslaught of the United States, Japan, Britain, and France. Without hesitation, Lin Tian replied, agreed. At Lin Tian's signal, the forces of China, Russia, and the Vatican united. The other factions had been decimated in the recent chaos, leaving only the 8 nations of China, Russia, the Vatican, the United States, Japan, Britain, France, and Germany. Fortunately, Lin Tian had the foresight to relocate the Chinese forces before the chaos erupted, leaving only Long Konglin, Jianchen, and himself among the 3. Aside from Jianchen suffering minor injuries, Lin Tian and the space god Long Konglin emerged unscathed. In contrast, others were not so fortunate. The Japanese side was left with only the demon ninja princess and the demon boy. The Americans had been reduced to Superman, Spider-Man, the biochemical man, and Thor. Spain had withdrawn after losing a number of fighters, unwilling to re-enter the fray. Germany had suffered the loss of 5 of its 13 princes, leaving only the vampire emperor and the 3 mightiest princes. France was left with only the leader of the Dark Association and 2 vice presidents, while the British side had Arthur and 2 round dance knights, and Russia was left with only the Wolf King and the Bear King. The Vatican had only the Pope and 2 cardinal red bishops remaining. The atmosphere on the battlefield had clearly divided into 2 factions, one comprising China, Russia, and the Vatican, and the other comprising the United States, Japan, Britain, Germany, and France. However, soon others began to withdraw. Britain, France, and Germany each sent away a few individuals, leaving only their strongest fighters. Superman from the United States expressed his displeasure. In a peak confrontation, those who did not reach SSS-level strength were merely cannon fodder. It was wiser to preserve their living forces. The Vampire Emperor and King Arthur surprisingly shared the same sentiment, as they had much to lose, and it was only natural to consider their circumstances. Recognizing the validity of their concerns, Superman chose not to voice any further objections, acknowledging that those few individuals would be of little use, at best serving as cannon fodder. 8 against 9 is not an overwhelming disparity, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. His eyes glimmered with determination, filled with the spirit of battle. Despite being the youngest among them, he possessed the most cunning, and the recent scene of impending the 8-headed serpent left a profound impression on all present. Once the fighting commenced, he would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. The Pope was also satisfied with this arrangement. I will handle 2. Each of you take one, he declared, summoning both Superman and the leader of the Dark Association into his arena of combat. Lin Tian and the others were not to be outdone, each selecting their opponents. As the second strongest in the team, Lin Tian naturally chose the second strongest in the opposing team, King Arthur, the 4th-ranked individual on the world superpower rankings. While the rankings might not hold much weight, being in the top 5 was significant in itself. Mysterious Eastern one, accept my challenge, King Arthur proclaimed with an air of righteousness. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, finding nothing more loathsome than a pretentious gentleman. I shall strike you down. Without hesitation. Lin Tian declared, causing a pallor to wash over King Arthur's face. He had met a formidable opponent and would not dare to utter another word. Drawing the sword from the stone, King Arthur assumed a defensive stance, and Lin Tian too wore a solemn expression, fully aware that he must not underestimate a legendary figure. With a surge of momentum, Lin Tian unleashed a ferocious assault, the overlord's spear piercing through the air with unstoppable force. In the duel between masters, simplicity often reigns supreme. The more one strives for the perfect killing blow, the more vital it becomes to distill complexity into simplicity. A peak confrontation is not merely about flash. True masters prioritize the harmonious fusion of speed and strength. As Panga once opened the heavens, so too does sheer force affirm one's path. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible, and the combination of these two elements is truly a match made in heaven. Yet King Arthur did not falter. With a swift strike, he successfully deflected Lin Tian's blow. King Arthur hesitated no longer, swiftly unleashing a sword strike aimed directly at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian deftly performed a sideways somersault, narrowly evading the blow. Undeterred, King Arthur thrust again. Lin Tian raised his guard, but was still pushed back several steps. In his heart, Lin Tian reflected on the vast differences between Western and Eastern swordsmanship. Eastern techniques emphasize finesse, leveraging minimal effort for maximum effect, followed by elegance, ultimately simplifying complexity. In contrast, Western swordplay is characterized by directness, with straightforward and brutal techniques. Each strike is executed with raw power, and King Arthur, having one foot firmly planted in the SS tier, epitomizes the pinnacle of Western swordsmanship. As they exchanged blows, Lin Tian gradually acclimated to the Western style. To Lin Tian's astonishment, King Arthur was equally surprised. Despite his opponent's youth, Lin Tian exhibited a combat prowess that nearly matched his own. This left King Arthur in awe, for he understood that the enigmatic Eastern martial arts often enhance strength with age. He pondered, if a century or two passed, would anyone in this world stand a chance against this young warrior? Lost in thought, King Arthur inadvertently allowed Lin Tian to pierce his left arm with a spear, staining half of his garment red with blood. Sword in the stone, kill. King Arthur roared in fury. As a man of his renown could hardly bear being wounded by a mere youth whose age was but a fraction of his own. Such indignation is common. As one ages, pride can grow more fragile, especially when facing humiliation. The sword in the stone, a weapon of legendary allure, instilled fear in Lin Tian as well. It was said to be a gift from the Elven Queen to the first King Arthur, a blade only destined individuals could wield, lest they face dire consequences. Though Lin Tian dismissed much of the lore as fanciful, he recognized that the sword required a specific technique to harness its power. Any who dared misuse it would suffer a backlash, and he sensed a faint curse emanating from it, a sinister magic long lost to the ages, feared even by the sole emperor. In disbelief, Lin Tian widened his eyes. Despite his evasion, the sword in the stone had still managed to wound him. This revelation sent chills down his spine. Yet, he remained undeterred, channeling his energy into the Overlord's spear. The malevolent aura surged forth. For the Overlord's spear was a formidable artifact, rivaling even the sole emperor's signature weapon, and surpassing the 3 divine artifacts of the Pope in both rank and quality. The Overlord's spear radiated an intimidating presence, and the sword in the stone seemed to respond, its own aura swelling. King Arthur's expression darkened. The blade was siphoning his energy. An agonizing and overwhelming process. Supreme Overlord. Lin Tian bellowed, pushing his strength to its peak and executing his most powerful move, Supreme Overlord. In that moment, he truly embodied the spirit of the Overlord. According to the sole emperor, though Xiangyu, the Overlord of the Western Shu, was immortal, he possessed innate divine strength. This final technique of the Overlord's spear transcended mere skill, resembling divine power, making it an exceedingly rare artifact. In a fierce exchange, King Arthur was not to be outdone. Seizing the moment of the sword and the stone's heightened power, he unleashed his strongest strike, revealing the blade's deadly nature in response to Lin Tian and the Overlord's spear's challenge. Boom! The air erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds as Lin Tian and King Arthur clashed violently, each unleashing a barrage of attacks. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed. The sword and the stone shattered. This supreme relic, bestowed by the Elven Queen from ancient times, had broken without warning. Lin Tian was momentarily dazed, while King Arthur, too, appeared bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. You are finished, Arthur. Lin Tian laughed maniacally after a brief pause. Almost instantaneously, he regained his composure. Raising the Overlord's spear skyward, his long hair billowing without wind, and launched a lethal strike at King Arthur. The explosion was deafening as King Arthur fell into a pool of blood, his body fractured, a gaping hole in his chest. As the sword lives, so shall I. With its demise, I too shall perish. Catherine, I should never have come. In a fleeting moment of clarity, King Arthur uttered a perplexing phrase before succumbing to death. A once great hero had fallen. In a crimson-hued hall in England, a golden-haired, blue-eyed matron prayed fervently, only to suddenly open her eyes, tears streaming down her face. No, Cale, you should not have gone. This was Catherine, King Arthur's wife, a princess of the royal lineage. Catherine was not only a royal but also a renowned astrologer, whose prophecies were unfailingly accurate. Before Arthur and Athos' campaign, she had foreseen, indicating that he was destined to face the risk of a broken sword. The legacy of King Arthur was intertwined with his sword, its destruction foretold his demise. Catherine had implored him to reconsider, but ultimately, the battle raged on. Lin Tian's victory had granted him the upper hand. After a brief respite, he disregarded his injuries and rejoined the fray, aiding Jian Shun against Spider-Man. Among their ranks, Jian Shun was undoubtedly the weakest link. His combat abilities were already modest, and after sustaining injuries in the earlier melee, Lin Tian prioritized his support. With Lin Tian's assistance, Spider-Man found himself overwhelmed, and after a quarter of he fell to Jian Shin's blade, though Jian Shin barely managed to remain standing. Meanwhile, Superman showcased his formidable prowess in his confrontation with the Pope. In terms of speed, strength, defense, and agility, Superman excelled in all aspects. While he may not have been the absolute strongest, his well-rounded capabilities rendered him nearly invulnerable. The Pope, though undeniably powerful, found himself struggling against Superman. Fortunately, he managed to execute a decisive ultimate judgment, eliminating the leader of the Dark Association. Otherwise, facing a 2-on-1 scenario would have been untenable. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave, a cardinal declared, sacrificing himself alongside the Vampire King in a mutual explosion. Your Majesty, I too must depart, another cardinal echoed, taking the life of the demon boy with him. No, Garfield Linton, the Pope thundered in anguish, realizing that all 5 cardinal leaders had perished, none remained. His closest friends, Garfield and Linton, were lost as well. Was it worth it for such an intangible fate? He questioned himself. Yet, in that moment, there was no room for hesitation. Today, all of you shall perish. Go forth and seek redemption in the eyes of the Lord. The Pope, consumed by madness, ignited the 3 divine artifacts, unleashing a devastating attack that would indiscriminately wreak havoc. Lin Tian and his allies quickly fortified their defenses, fearing for their safety, while Superman, at the epicenter of the chaos, faced unimaginable peril. Boom. The world shook with a series of cataclysmic explosions. As the dust settled, Lin Tian found himself battered and bloodied, suffering multiple fractures. Jian Shin, lying on the ground, appeared relatively unscathed, and upon seeing Jian Shin's safety, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment, he had absorbed most of the impact for Jian Shin, who, due to his robust physique, endured the onslaught far better than most would have. As the celestial radiance faded, the superhuman figure departed in silence, leaving Lin Tian to surmise that even if alive, the hero likely clung to a mere fraction of his former vitality. The Ursine monarch had fallen, and the Lupin King solemnly carried away his fallen comrade. The deity of space, too, absconded with Jian Shin, whose martial prowess was utterly depleted, rendering his continued presence a fatal liability. With both the Thunder God and the Bewitching grievously wounded, Lin Tian and the Pontiff seized the opportune moment, swiftly adding 2 more headless corpses to the macabre tableau. Of the nearly 200 combatants initially present, only Lin Tian and the Pontiff remained, the others having either perished, sustained injuries, or fled. Despite the disparity in martial caliber, one teetering on the precipice of SSSS-grade mastery, the other verging on the unattainable heights of SSSS, the outcome of their impending clash remained shrouded in uncertainty. Though wounded, Lin Tian and Athos' combat effectiveness remained largely such was the way of the cultivator, capable of sustaining peak performance until the very last drop of blood, albeit a relative peak. The Pontiff, however, presented a stark having just sacrificed 3 lifebound artifacts and sustained considerable injuries, a confluence of misfortune that ignited a spark of opportunity within Lin Tian and Athos' mind. Why linger? The Pontiff rasped, his hair disheveled, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Since you remain, how could I depart? Thus, I have resolved to expedite your own departure. With these words, Lin Tian hurled forth the Overlord's spear, then, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a relentless assault upon the pontiff. The pontiff, taken aback by Lin Tian's unwavering resolve and ferocity, narrowly evaded the spear, only to be met with the full force of Lin Tian's devastating punch to the face. Ack! The pontiff's face became a crimson mask, his nose collapsing, his eye sockets fractured, his vision obscured by a torrent of blood. Yet, rather than rage, a flicker of trepidation danced within his eyes. Indeed, a glint of triumph flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The pontiff's strength had waned considerably. Now standing on roughly equal footing with him, perhaps even slightly inferior, the prospect of felling the world's preeminent figure ignited a fervent excitement within Lin Tian's heart, tempered by a palpable tension. "I shall end you," the pontiff roared, unleashing a torrent of energy with each desperate punch aimed at Lin Tian. A reckless abandon that stirred a primal ferocity within the younger warrior. "Old codger, you wish to play rough? Then prepare to meet your end," Lin Tian retorted, his attacks a frenzied barrage of flesh-rending blows, his defenses and close-quarters combat skills rivaling the most formidable ancient martial artists. He supplemented his onslaught with subtle cultivator techniques, further overwhelming the beleaguered pontiff. Perish! The pontiff's mounting injuries left him increasingly vulnerable. Seizing an opening, Lin Tian summoned the overlord's spear and with a swift thrust, pierced the pontiff's brow. "Then join me in oblivion. Detonate." The pontiff, a man of ruthless resolve, unleashed the full extent of his inner madness. Lin Tian was forced to concede the pontiff's undeniable ruthlessness. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, engulfing the area in chaos, a maelstrom of flying debris and swirling dust. After an agonizing eternity, tranquility and clarity finally returned. The pontiff had detonated, seeking to drag Lin Tian into the abyss. Lin Tian despaired, for he had not foreseen this turn of events, though neither had the pontiff anticipated Lin Tian's survival. In the instant of the pontiff's self-destruction, the Kunlun mirror within Lin Tian and Apos' embrace had awakened, preserving his life, an eventuality unforeseen by both combatants. Though shielded by the Kunlun mirror, Lin Tian still sustained, clinging precariously to life. "Every cloud has a silver lining," he mused, seeking solace in the face of near-death. Before any could arrive, Lin Tian hastily retreated into the cavern. The pontiff's self-immolation had exacerbated his wounds, leaving him vulnerable even against ordinary soldiers. He pressed onward, venturing deep into a journey that seemed to stretch into an endless expanse. Something is amiss, Lin Tian realized with a start. The ground bore his bloodstains, marking a path he had already traversed. Uncertain, he continued for a time, his suspicions growing with each step. Within the cavern, Lin Tian crawled, his posture stooped, his gait faltering, each movement a testament to his suffering, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. A labyrinth. The word flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed. What maze consisted of a single path? Yet, how could a single path lead back to where he had begun? Lin Tian was perplexed. Had he stumbled upon the legendary ghost wall? A chill ran down his spine. "It's so hot," Lin Tian exclaimed, feeling a searing heat emanating from his chest. He reached into his tunic. The mirror, the Kunlun mirror, one of the 10 great artifacts of China. He retrieved the mirror, examining it closely. Its surface was riddled with cracks, conveying a sense of fragility. Its overall hue was a dark, unassuming black, exuding an aura of ancient simplicity. Yet now, it radiated intense heat, the cracks emitting a faint, crimson glow. Lin Tian moved away, and the glow and heat subsided. Returning to his original position, the mirror flared anew. He repeated the experiment several times, with the same result. "A divine artifact guiding my way?" Lin Tian pondered, his eyes darting about. Then, with a determined glint, he followed the mirror and Apos' guidance. As if in response, the mirror and Apos' crimson glow intensified. Lin Tian followed the mirror and Apos' guidance, his arm dripping with blood, leaving a trail of crimson, a gruesome testament to his ordeal. He reached a dead end, a massive stone wall blocking his path, leaving him bewildered. An illusionary array, Lin Tian suddenly realized. He recalled his master and Apos' words about cultivators capable of manipulating reality, creating illusion. He reached out to touch the wall, and his hand vanished. He retracted his hand, his face alight with joy. An illusionary array, indeed, with the mirror as his guide. His confidence surged. He stepped through the wall and disappeared. Beyond the wall lay a forest of natural stone pillars, untouched by human hands. The cavern was bathed in soft, multicolored light, illuminating the dark stone walls. Reaching the end of the cavern, Lin Tian was stunned. He didn't even notice the Kunlun mirror growing larger. Before him stood a gate, adorned with fist-sized pearls, with the words Tomb of the Gods inscribed above in ancient characters, exuding an aura of primordial power. Staggering backward. Overwhelmed by the imposing aura, Lin Tian recalled his master's tales of ancient cultivators possessing extraordinary abilities, revered as gods by the unenlightened. He had dismissed them as mere myths. Yet now he stood before irrefutable evidence. This was indeed a cultivator's tomb. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Tian. He suppressed his elation and pushed open the gate. With a resounding boom, the gate swung open. Lin Tian strode into the tomb, entering another realm, where the air was thick with ethereal energy, invigorating his senses and easing his injuries. This is the tomb of Yang Jian, the divine enforcer. Lin Tian read aloud the inscription on the tombstone. These were figures of legend, revered as gods, their power beyond mortal comprehension. There's more, Lin Tian noted with surprise. He had expected a single ancient cultivator's tomb. But this was a necropolis for a pantheon of cultivators. Lin Tian continued his journey forward. The tombs of the great king Li Tianwang, Li Jing, the third Prince Neza, and the god of literature. As he ventured deeper, Lin Tian stumbled upon a grand mausoleum, significantly larger than the others he had encountered, inscribed with the words the tomb of the celestial emperor Zhang Byron. Beside it, a line of small text read, "All gods have perished, only Ear remains alive." Ear. Filled with shame, Lin Tian fell into contemplation. Could it be Taoist Master Lier? Doubt clouded his mind. At the far end of the cave, a door appeared. After a brief hesitation, Lin Tian pushed the door open. Inside was a chamber that seemed to have been inhabited, featuring an ancient circular stone table and a book bound with golden threads. As Lin Tian opened the book and perused its contents, he found a few tens of thousands of words that outlined the origins and structure of the ancient tomb, with a crucial mention of 10 teleportation arrays. What are these teleportation arrays? Lin Tian pondered. Nonetheless, from the name alone, it was evident they served as a means of exit. As he passed through the stone wall, he realized there was no turning back. Thus, he surmised that the teleportation arrays must be the key to his escape. This mausoleum, crafted by Laozi, was intended to house the gods. The term gods here was merely a title, not an indication of true divinity. The text further revealed that Laozi could have achieved sanctity. But in this age of decline, attaining such a state on earth could lead to the further depletion of spiritual energy, obstructing future generations' paths to cultivation, and potentially resulting in widespread calamity. With a heart full of compassion for all life, Laozi chose not to attain sanctity. Yet the gods could not bear to see him suffer. Ultimately, they discovered this cave dwelling, and through the teleportation arrays, Laozi departed from Earth, venturing into the cosmos. However, in opening the passage, nearly all the gods perished. Leaving Earth, Lin Tian struggled to fathom this. The teleportation arrays were indeed designed for departure from Earth. And this cave was not constructed by Laozi. According to the book, the path into the cave was extraordinarily treacherous. Reading further, Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, the spiritual energy on Earth was nearly non-existent, rendering the cave's formations almost entirely ineffective. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the consequences. As Lin Tian continued to read, he discovered that the 10 legendary artifacts of Huaxiao were the keys to activating these 10 teleportation arrays. He gently caressed the Kunlun mirror nestled within his robes. "So, my master knew all along, yet he gave me everything, entrusted it all to me." Filled with sorrow and resignation, Lin Tian recognized there was no turning back. On the other side of the cosmos lay the sacred realm for cultivators. His master had sacrificed everything for him, and he must fulfill his master's aspirations. After some time, he steadied his emotions and approached the teleportation array. It appeared he was not the only one who had utilized the teleportation arrays. Lin Tian noted that 5 of the arrays had already been activated, each inscribed with the names of those who had departed. A smile crept upon his face. Indeed, the tradition of leaving one's name has long been cherished among the people of Huaxia, extending back thousands of years. Gongsun Xianyuan, fortunate to possess the Xianyuan sword, traversed the guardian formations, embarking on the journey through the cosmos. This was left by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Lin Tian felt overwhelmed. He was to be inscribed alongside such a legendary figure, and a twinge of joy lightened his heart, momentarily dispelling his sadness. Qiyu, wielding the elixir refining pot, journeyed through the teleportation array towards the cosmos. Qiyu, the ancestor of the Jiuli tribe and a formidable adversary of the Yellow Emperor, surpassed him in strength. Who would have thought he had also embarked on the journey? Xing Tian, brandishing the Pangu axe, ventured into the cosmos. A warrior of unmatched prowess. A descendant of the ancient shaman, he battled the Yellow Emperor for 3 days and nights without defeat, a true legend. Lin Tian felt numbed by the sheer magnitude of these tales. Li Er, with the divine farmer's cauldron, took to the stars. Laozi, a figure of profound virtue and compassion, chose a life devoid of sanctity for the sake of the world as populace, ensuring his legacy would endure through the ages. Zhuangzhou, with the Fuxi Qin, transformed in the world, his spirit soaring through the cosmos. Following Laozi, Lin Tian realized he was not the sole traveler to embark on the celestial path. Perhaps only Zhuangzi possessed such extraordinary abilities, Lin Tian mused. Taking a step forward, Lin Tian inscribed his name upon the teleportation array with the indentation for the Kunlun mirror. Lin Tian, with the Kunlun mirror, traverses the teleportation array, aspiring to tread the path of the strong. One day, I shall return to my mother star. The 10 ancient artifacts are as follows: the bell, sword, axe, pot, tower, qin, cauldron, seal, mirror, and stone. The Eastern Emperor's bell, the gate to the celestial realm, remains shrouded in mystery, its power unknown. It is often spoken of as the gateway to the heavens. Yet ancient inscriptions from the stone caves of Tian Shan during the Age of the Gods proclaim, the Eastern Emperor and Apos' bell is the foremost of the 10 artifacts, capable of annihilating the earth and devouring the heavens. The Fuxi Qin, a tool to manipulate the mind, crafted by Fuxi from jade and heavenly silk, emits a gentle white glow, its music instilling tranquility and harmony in the heart. It is said to possess mysterious powers over the hearts of all beings. The Xianyuan sword, the epitome of strength, is a golden ancient sword of a millennium, believed to be a divine weapon bestowed upon the Yellow Emperor by the gods to vanquish Qiyu. It harbors boundless power, serving as a sword to slay demons and vanquish evil. The divine farmer's cauldron, a vessel for refining elixirs, was once known as the creation cauldron. In ancient times, the divine farmer tasted countless herbs for the sake of humanity, laying the foundation for medicine. The ancient cauldron, which once distilled myriad medicines, is said to possess the power to produce unparalleled elixirs, even beyond the reach of the celestial deities, while concealing other mysterious abilities. The Pangu axe, a tool to traverse the void, is said to have been wielded by Pangu at the dawn of creation, when he awoke from slumber to find the world shrouded in chaos. With a mighty swing of his colossal axe, he cleaved the heavens from the earth, thus giving birth to our world. This axe possesses the power to cleave the sky and part the earth, rivaling the Xianyuan's sword in might. The Kongtong, a source of agelessness, is a protective artifact of the immortal dragon clan of Kongtong, adorned with carvings of the 5 celestial emperors and entwined with jade dragons. It is said that whoever possesses it will rule the world, and some legends claim it can bestow eternal life. Throughout history, countless practitioners have sought this seal, yet most have vanished without a trace. The elixir refining pot, an artifact of creation, was known as the Jioli pot, one of the treasures of ancient times. It possesses incredible power, said to be capable of manifesting all things, as well as possessing formidable destructive abilities. Its interior harbors a peculiar space, vast enough to contain the universe. The Kunlun mirror, a device for time travel, is said to reside in the Kunlun Heavenly Palace, the homeland of immortals. Legends speak of a divine mirror that grants the power to traverse time. However, during a grand assembly of immortals, the mirror was stolen and has since remained missing. The Haoyan Tower, a celestial artifact, possesses unparalleled might, rumored to have the ability to subdue all demons and malevolent forces, and even celestial beings when necessary. Yet, it has since vanished under unknown circumstances, leaving no trace behind. The Nuwa stone, a symbol of resurrection and rebirth, belongs to Nuwa, the mother of humanity, who molded humans from clay and repaired the sky, subduing numerous demons for the sake of Huma. Without further ado, Lin Tian faced the direction of China and kowtowed 3 times deeply. This act of reverence was dedicated to his master, sole emperor, to his motherland, and to his home planet. This farewell might be an eternal adieu, with no prospect of reunion. Rumble. As Lin Tian was lost in thought, a sudden upheaval occurred. West Kunlun seemed on the verge of collapse. Alarmed, Lin Tian disregarded his injuries and, enduring the pain, placed the Kunlun mirror in the hexagonal depression at the center of the formation. Instantly, the teleportation array emitted intense light, and his figure vanished. He mused ironically about how difficult it had been to travel abroad, always under the watchful eye of his mentor. Now, he was departing from Earth altogether. A few crystalline tears welled in his eyes as he bid farewell. Outside, Sole Emperor, witnessing the collapse of the Kunlun Mountains, slowly flew back towards China, a smile gracing his aged face. In contrast, the 5 individuals opposite him wore expressions of livid dismay, as if bereaved. Gradually, the 9 stars dispersed, and the crimson sky regained its clarity. The upheaval seemed to dissipate like smoke. Perhaps, in the years to come, people would forget the bizarre events of those days. Perhaps, apart from the few who knew the truth, no one would ever know that a young man named Lin Tian had vanished into the celestial sphere. After a burst of intense light, Lin Tian and Apos' figure disappeared. On Bri Moonstar, in the divine martial kingdom, deep within the mountains east of an ordinary town. These mountains were devoid of valuable resources. Aside from the timber that could be felled and sold for a pittance, there was nothing to covet. Moreover, fierce wild beasts frequently roamed the mountains, making it perilous to venture deep without a large, well-armed group. The mountains were tranquil, save for the roars of beasts and the rustling of leaves in the wind. However, within an inconspicuous mountain cave, an extraordinary event transpired. A scream accompanied by a thunderous crash echoed as a youth materialized from the void, plummeting into a pool of water. The severity of his injuries, compounded by the impact, rendered him unconscious. Ripples spread across the pool, which contained more than mere water. The liquid was milky white, infused with subtle luminescence. As the pool water flowed over the youth's arms, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Indeed, this youth was none other than Lin Tian, who had traveled from Earth via the teleportation array. The array, it seemed, was a random, non-directional one, having deposited Lin Tian on this cultivation planet. Although it was a cultivation planet, the spiritual power of its cultivators was not particularly profound. It was a minor cultivation star. Yet even these cultivators possessed power that Lin Tian could only dream of. Even a minor cultivation planet such as this rivaled the ancient era of flourishing cultivation that was once rumored on Earth. The teleportation of Lin Tian to this place could be considered serendipitous, as this small planet was sufficient for him to dominate. Suddenly, the tranquil mountain cave was disturbed by an unusual commotion. The pool water churned violently, as if boiling or as if something was stirring beneath. The shallow pool nearly submerged Lin Tian. An ethereal voice, seemingly from time immemorial, resonated. Grand formation activated. A miracle occurs. At that moment, the cave was filled with extraordinary phenomena. Multicolored lights and wisps of ethereal spiritual energy permeated the space. 9 blood-red lotuses emerged from the pool, encircling Lin Tian, while a massive golden lotus surfaced beneath him. Abruptly, the lotus petals closed, enveloping him in a golden cocoon. The 9 blood-red lotuses converged, merging into the cocoon and forming a blood-red egg adorned with golden patterns. The egg slowly sank to the bottom of the pool, while the water became increasingly turbulent, transforming into a white vortex that channeled energy into the egg. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had passed. Suddenly, with a ding, the pool water returned to the milky hue had faded, replaced by a pale azure. A massive egg floated in the water. With a pop, a crack appeared on the egg's surface, soon spreading across its entirety. Crack, crack, crack. The egg shattered, revealing a figure within. Lin Tian. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. The battles of 3 months prior had left him severely injured. Injuries that would have required at least 1.5 years of recuperation to heal, potentially leaving lasting effects. He emerged from the pool, stretching his limb. His joints cracked and popped as if firecrackers, and he felt invigorated, as if reborn. Something was amiss. Lin Tian extended his hand, only to discover that it was half its original size. He was aghast. What followed was even more shocking. His cultivation base had vanished entirely. Had he transmigrated? Lin Tian touched his face and peered at his reflection in the pool. He was stunned. It was indeed him, but a younger version. He had not returned to his 20s, but to his childhood at the age of 10. A sense of bewilderment washed over Lin Tian. Fortunately, having once stood among the elite on Earth, he possessed extraordinary willpower and resilience. He quickly regained his composure and began to assess the situation. His injuries had completely healed, and he felt energetic, bursting with untapped strength. The only downside was the loss of his cultivation base, and his transformation. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained to be seen. Had the teleportation array caused this transformation, or was there another reason? Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings, noting that he was in a rudimentary cave containing only a pool of pale azure water. His weapon, the Overlord's spear, lay silently at the bottom of the pool. Suddenly, Lin Tian noticed inscriptions on the stone wall. He swiftly approached and examined them. To the descendant, I am the carefree Saint Monarch. I was betrayed by a treacherous villain, leading to my demise. Unwilling to accept my fate, a wisp of my remnant soul escaped here, leaving behind a legacy. The inscriptions were written in ancient Chinese, leading Lin Tian to believe they were left by an earthly ancestor. The carefree Saint Monarch had lived a life of freedom and ease, only to be assassinated by a villain. With a wisp of his soul, he left behind a legacy. As for the legacy itself, even the carefree Saint Monarch did not know its true nature. He only knew that it was a fragment of an incomplete grand formation from the age of gods, capable of rejuvenating one's body and allowing one to start anew. The carefree Saint Monarch had infused his life's wealth into the formation, hoping to bestow a legacy upon a future inheritor. The inscriptions exuded a spirit of great courage. The carefree Saint Monarch never mentioned seeking revenge or even revealing the name of his enemy. Lin Tian felt a deep respect for such a noble figure. Young Lin Tian, I am deeply indebted to your benevolence and can only erect a monument in your honor. Lin Tian found a large stone inside the cave and used the Overlord's spear to inscribe tomb of my benefactor, the carefree Saint Monarch. He then kowtowed 3 times to the tomb. A teacher imparts knowledge, teaches skills, and resolves doubts. A teacher is one who bestows abilities, grants opportunities, and answers questions. Although the carefree Saint Monarch was deceased, he had given Lin Tian a legacy, helping him to rebuild his foundation and start anew in a new cultivation world. He was a true teacher. After completing this task, Lin Tian did not leave the cave but instead sat in meditation. The loss of his cultivation base was frustrating, but he was also secretly pleased. His rejuvenated body was now incredibly strong, not inferior to when he had first entered the Qi condensation realm. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense, many times greater than on Earth. Given this opportunity, Lin Tian was confident that he could surpass his master, Soul Emperor. Within 2 years, Lin Tian began to circulate Soul Emperor's cultivation technique, the Violet Firmament Divine Art, tempering his body and continuously absorbing spiritual energy to refine his physical form. He pondered that the pool within this cave represented a culmination of a sage's lifetime wealth, undoubtedly rich in spiritual essence. Lin Tian leaped into the pool, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. Indeed, the results were remarkably evident. Fortunately, the ancient formation had neutralized the treasures imbued with spiritual energy over countless years, allowing the energy to dissipate significantly, reducing its potency to less than 1/10,000th of its original state. This enabled him to absorb it. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have perished instantly. For an entire day, Lin Tian diligently cultivated until he had completely consumed the spiritual essence from the pool. The heavens and earth resonated with spiritual energy, and in just one day, he broke through to the first level of the spiritual body realm. Previously, it had taken him 3 months on Earth to achieve the same. Now, in this realm of abundant spiritual energy, coupled with his past experiences and transformative encounters, he estimated that within half a month, he would certainly surpass the first level of the spiritual body realm. To his astonishment, with the pool's assistance, he had compressed this timeline by an impressive 14 days. Such an accomplishment would surely astound many. Emerging from the cave, Lin Tian stretched his limbs and sensed his newfound strength, realizing that his current power equated to more than 10 times that of his peers on Earth. This realization startled him. It implied that at the first level of the spiritual body realm, he was akin to someone at the 6th level on Earth. I shall be invincible, Lin Tian proclaimed within, repeatedly striking the towering trees outside the cave into splinters. However, he remained cautious, aware that this was a realm for cultivators, filled with beings far surpassing him, even those exceeding his master, the Soul Emperor. To embody humility in demeanor, yet Lin Tian aspired to be a thoughtful and powerful cultivator. Armed with the Overlord's spear and clad in tattered clothing that was several sizes too large, he stepped into this new world, vowing to forge a renewed self and to honor the expectations of the Soul Emperor. The endless mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, filled with the roars of beasts and the rustle of leaves in the wind. As he trod upon the thick carpet of leaves, an instinctive sense of danger began to creep over him. Moving cautiously, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Gradually, he traversed a considerable distance, crossing the hill to reach the back of the small mountain. Lin Tian was not wandering aimlessly. From the hill, he spotted smoke rising in the distant south, indicating the presence of human habitation, while other directions revealed no signs of civilization. Thus, he chose to venture southward. The back mountain was barren, sparsely dotted with a few scraggly trees. Before he could approach, a deafening roar echoed from afar, sending a tremor through Lin Tian and a yellow-flowered giant tiger leaped forth, blocking his path. This beast was 4 to 5 times the size of a tiger on Earth. With its immense and agile form lunging at him, Lin Tian recognized that while this creature was not as formidable as the mutated tigers of the western Kunlun, He himself was no longer the same as he had been on Earth. Now, Lin Tian's strength equated to that of an S-class combatant on Earth, and thus he could not afford to be careless in the face of this unexpected threat. Having undergone a transformation and returned to a youthful state, he had grand ambitions yet to be realized and had no intention of meeting an untimely end. Let me test my skills with you, he thought, glancing at the giant tiger. Although he held some trepidation, he felt an unexpected thrill, eager to gauge the extent of his current powers. Moreover, as a seasoned foodie, the sight of the tiger made his mouth water. This was not Earth, and surely it could be consumed. Tonight, I shall feast on roasted tiger meat. I and Appos, V never had such a delicacy. Lin Tian reveled in excitement. On Earth, tigers were protected species, and merely touching one was an unattainable dream. Now, the massive creature before him transformed in his eyes into a delectable roast. With a powerful punch, the tiger leaped aside, catching Lin Tian off guard. He had anticipated a direct confrontation. Lin Tian unleashed several more punches, causing the tiger to howl in pain. Yet he was astonished. This beast could withstand a lot. His strikes were capable of shattering stone, yet it merely yelped without injury. Unwilling to relent, he summoned his blood energy, his body glowing with a faint crimson hue. Die! He roared, slamming another punch into the tiger, which bled from its mouth and collapsed. Fearing it might not be dead, he delivered several more blows until the tiger lay lifeless. Seeing the tiger's demise, Lin Tian exhaled deeply. This creature was akin to a second-level spiritual body. Though he speculated based on Earth standards, as he had yet to fully comprehend the power dynamics in this realm. It was evident, however, that beings here were certainly stronger than their Earth counterparts. As twilight approached, Lin Tian gazed at the fallen tiger, swallowing hard. He had not eaten all day. So he swiftly retrieved his overlord's spear, skillfully dismembered the tiger, and washed the meat in a nearby stream before starting a fire to roast it. His Kili Lin Tian continued his journey forward when suddenly a demonic ape obstructed his path. With a swift strike of his spear, he severed the creature's arm, then hoisted it aloft and smashed it against the mountainside. The demon, panicked, fled, but Lin Tian did not pursue. Instead, he pressed on, staining the vast mountains with blood. Countless beasts roamed, their cries echoing through the wilderness, as the entire expanse of the mountains erupted in chaos. Lin Tian's attire was in tatters. He had donned the pelt of the giant tiger he had slain the previous day, yet it was now marred with blood, both his own and that of ferocious beasts. Thick clots of dried blood clung to him, rendering him a fearsome figure, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell, radiating an aura of malevolence that deterred others from gazing upon him. Strangely, after such a prolonged trek, he had yet to encounter any formidable beasts. Could it be that they had all been frightened away? Lin Tian murmured to himself. In this realm of cultivators, one would naturally find mystical creatures, with ferocious beasts being the most common. The yellow-flowered giant tiger he had dispatched belonged to the lowest tier of these beasts, possessing a modicum of intelligence. The next tier down encompassed ordinary wild animals, which thrived in this spiritually rich land and were notably larger and stronger than their earthly counterparts. However, these creatures were driven solely by the instinct to kill, lacking any semblance of wisdom. A few robust men could easily lay traps to hunt them. There existed another class of beings, superior to ferocious beasts, known as spirit beasts, which were born with intellect comparable to that of humans, true paragons of nature. Yet, such rare entities were not to be found in this desolate region. Not only were spirit beasts absent, but even the more intelligent and powerful ferocious beasts were scarce. After all, this barren mountain lacked heavenly treasures or cultivation sanctuaries, insufficient to attract formidable beings. Suddenly, 3 ferocious roars pierced the air. From a short distance, 3 scaled monstrosities approached, their dark, glistening armor emanating a chilling brilliance. Lin Tian's pupils constricted as he felt a flicker of trepidation. These creatures were astutely aware of his presence and had encircled him to prevent his escape. Confronted by 3 intelligent beasts, Lin Tian felt disheartened. Their unexpected appearance. Mustering his resolve, he lunged forward, thrusting his spear, which met the beast with a resounding clang of metal. Channeling his vitality, a faint crimson glow enveloped him as he struck, lifting one beast off the ground, only to be met with rapid retaliation. Their claws rained down upon him with thunderous force, sending him staggering backward. Undeterred by his injuries, Lin Tian charged towards one of the beasts, thrusting his spear with precision to pierce its defenses, and delivered a decisive blow that pierced its skull. The creature emitted a mournful wail before he struck again, ensuring its demise. Enraged by the loss of their companion, the remaining 2 beasts launched a fierce assault. One managed to bite into his arm, saturating it with blood, while the other sent Lin Tian flying. He coughed up blood, feeling as if a raging fire had ignited within his chest. Yet, he had no time to dwell on the pain, for the beasts were upon him once. Lin Tian met their charge with H. The proprietor was a portly middle-aged man. Lin Tian scrutinized him. Although he lacked any cultivation, his aura was profound, and his blood vitality was remarkable. Indeed, this was a realm where cultivators thrived, and even a pampered little boss should not be underestimated. Lin Tian's father had hunted some furs and intended to exchange them for some money with the boss. Lin Tian spoke, presenting the contents of his bundle. Naturally, he would not disclose that he was the one who hunted these beasts, for if others learned that he was responsible for so many ferocious creatures, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary trouble. Initially disinterested, the boss's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Lin Tian's offerings. Trembling, he exclaimed, This is the skin of a spotted tiger, the scales of an earth armor, the feathers of a golden-winged eagle. Did your father truly hunt these? Lin Tian nodded gravely. The tailor gasped. Such items were not something ordinary folks could acquire, signaling a display of considerable strength. The tailor speculated that Lin Tian and Apos, as father, might be a powerful cultivator. These items are quite precious. Given that both you and your father are formidable cultivators, I assume you require spirit stones as well. How about this? I'll give you 10 spirit stones along with 100 taels of gold tickets for these. The tailor seemed to be in pain as he spoke. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. To his surprise, even an ordinary person possessed spirit stones. He marveled at the abundance of cultivation resources in this place, reflecting that on Earth, one might scour entire mountains without finding even a few spirit stones. After selecting several suitable outfits at the tailor's shop, Lin Tian accepted the spirit stones and gold tickets before leisurely stepping out, intending to find an inn for a meal and accommodation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead as a group of ruffians barged through, forcing many to give way and disrupting the town's order, much to the frustration of the onlookers. However, few dared to voice their displeasure, suggesting that such behavior had become commonplace. Lin Tian regarded these individuals coldly, choosing silence as he walked behind them. Wherever there are people, there exist hierarchies, oppression, and resistance. Back on Earth, the law deterred many from acting out, yet in this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Old man, it's time to repay your debts. If you don't pay today, I'll demolish your tavern. A burly man with a thick beard growled. This man was no ordinary individual. He was a cultivator at the first level of the spirit body realm, accompanied by others who were just common folk. Gradually, Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the opposite side where an elderly man, aged around 70 or 80, clutched a 4 or 5-year-old girl in his arms. Fear was evident in their eyes as they faced the thugs. Did you hear that, you old fool? The bearded man roared, striking the elder with a powerful slap. The force sent the old man flying, half of his face swelling from the blow, as the thug prepared for another strike. The little girl clung desperately to the man's clothing, refusing to let go. Don't hit my grandpa. Don't hit my grandpa, she cried, though her frail frame was overshadowed by a fierce determination in her eyes. Get lost, you little brat. The thug kicked the girl, sending her crashing to the ground. Several ribs broken, blood trickling, the heavily bearded man coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, but Lin Tian pressed his advantage relentlessly. Seeing the precarious situation, the bearded man attempted to flee, but Lin Tian, brandishing his overlord's spear, impaled him to the ground with a single thrust. The remaining thugs, witnessing this, scrambled away in disarray. Lin Tian disregarded these petty henchmen. Subsequently, Lin Tian cast an indifferent glance upon the surrounding onlookers, who quickly dispersed, avoiding his gaze. Young man, you should flee quickly. You have slain the 3rd chieftain of Blackwind Mountain. They will not let this pass, cautioned a kindly old woman before hastily departing with the crowd, fearing involvement. Blackwind Mountain, I shall personally pay a visit, Lin Tian murmured to himself. Lin Tian escorted the elderly man and the little girl into the tavern, summoning a physician to tend to their wounds. Furthermore, Lin Tian produced a spirit stone, channeling its spiritual energy to revitalize the old man and the little girl. Child, you must be famished. This old man has nothing to offer in gratitude, save for a humble meal. The old man, now awake, began busying himself, despite Lin Tian's attempts to dissuade him. Lin Tian understood the old man's sentiments. Preventing him from doing something would only cause him greater unease. Uncle Li, I shall be out for a moment. Having spent half a day together, Lin Tian had gleaned some details about the old man. The old man's name was Li Dekai, and his son, Li Ming, was an inner disciple of the Seven Veins sect. As for his little granddaughter, Li, it was said that the old man found her on a rainy day, chasing after several exquisite butterflies, her graceful form resembling a fairy in the rain. "Child, do not go. It is not worth risking yourself for an old wreck like me," Li implored. Although Lin Tian did not disclose his intentions, Li, having spent the past half-day with Lin Tian, surmised that he intended to confront Black Wind Mountain. While the bearded man was a wrongdoer, Black Wind Mountain was the fundamental evil. Unless the root of the evil was eradicated, it could not be considered true justice. "I shall not act rashly. If matters prove unfavorable, I shall return," Lin Tian said with a faint smile as he strode out of the tavern, Overlord's spear in hand. Black Wind Mountain, situated on the southwestern frontier of Qifeng Town, possessed a strategic terrain, easily defended and difficult to attack. Given Qifeng Town's location on the periphery of the Divine Martial Kingdom, far from the reach of the Imperial Court, Black Wind Mountain operated with impunity, subjecting Qifeng Town to relentless plunder and oppression. The chief of Black Wind Mountain was a cultivator at the second level of the spirit body realm. The second chieftain, the deceased third chieftain, and the fourth chieftain were all at the first level of the spirit body realm. These constituted the core strength of Black Wind Mountain, supplemented by over 100 burly thugs, mere mortals. "Who goes there?" a gatekeeper bellowed at Lin Tian. Thwack. The response was a spear thrust, piercing the gatekeeper's brow. The gatekeeper collapsed. To avoid alerting the target, Lin Tian opted for swift and decisive elimination, leaving no survivors. Lin Tian stealthily advanced up the mountain, eliminating 3 concealed sentry posts and 2 open guard posts, dispatching over a dozen individuals. Approaching the summit, Lin Tian detected the sounds of women screaming and moaning, along with shrill cries of agony, the clinking of glasses as men caroused, and the clatter of dice and dominoes. The air was thick with a putrid miasma, inducing revulsion. Lin Tian cautiously ascended the mountain, observing several burly men engaged in the gang rape of a woman. Several other women lay dead, while the remaining few cowered in the corner, trembling, uncertain of their impending fate. His gaze shifted, and Lin Tian witnessed someone carving flesh from a small child, preparing to roast it over a fire. Others were gambling, using the body parts of living people as stakes. If there were no hell in this world, then this place was a veritable inferno on earth, Lin Tian mused. These individuals deserved to die. Initially, before ascending the mountain, Lin Tian had intended to only execute the ringleaders and spare the ordinary members. However, it was now evident that such a course of action was impossible. Releasing a single evildoer would be tantamount to harming countless innocents. Thwack, thwack. Lin Tian struck with swift and decisive force, bisecting one of the brutes in the act of raping a woman. The brute, not immediately deceased, writhed in agony, his entrails spilling onto the ground, before finally succumbing. The surrounding individuals were aghast, never expecting that someone would dare to cause trouble at Black Wind Mountain. Was this not courting death? "You are courting death," the Black Wind Mountain members roared. Lin Tian's actions were a blatant affront, which, if word spread, would undoubtedly diminish Black Wind Mountain's prestige in Qifeng Town. Lin Tian remained silent, responding with a spear thrust that claimed another bloodied head. He struck with ruthless efficiency, each blow proving fatal. To the Black Wind Mountain members' clamor, he responded with lethal thrusts, advancing with each kill, leaving a trail of blood, a veritable river of gore. A wholesale slaughter ensued. Lin Tian was taciturn, intent solely on killing. The Black Wind Mountain members, a band of vicious and desperate outlaws, understood that Lin Tian would show no mercy. Their only chance of survival lay in killing Lin Tian. Thwack, 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 thwack. For more heads fell. Lin Tian's relentless slaughter had instilled fear in the remaining members. This was the distinction between cultivators and ordinary people. No matter how powerful ordinary people were, they remained mere mortals, while cultivators were akin to gods among men. The disparity between man and god was immeasurable, as was the difference between these ordinary bandits and Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, countless Black Wind Mountain bandits had fallen by Lin Tian's hand, each dispatched with a single spear thrust. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Black Wind Mountain?" A furious roar echoed as 2 figures emerged. Lin Tian distinctly sensed that these 2 were the second and fourth chieftains of Black Wind Mountain, both cultivators at the first level of the spirit body realm. To Lin Tian's surprise, the chief of Black Wind Mountain had yet to appear, a situation that caused him to frown. The arrival of the second and fourth chieftains elicited visible elation among the members, as if they had seized a lifeline. Lin Tian remained unimpressed. Based on his encounter with the third chieftain of Black Wind Mountain, he surmised that these 2 possessed limited combat prowess, far from being a match for him. What concerned him was the true strength of the chief of Black Wind Mountain. The second and fourth chieftains, witnessing the near-total annihilation of Black Wind Mountain, were enraged. Brandishing their broadswords, they charged at Lin Tian with reckless abandon. Lin Tian responded, wielding his overlord spear, channeling his full blood chi, and unleashing a powerful downward strike, repelling the two. The two were startled and exchanged a look, before desperately charging at Lin Tian. Lin Tian scoffed. These two possessed only brute strength and cultivation, lacking the knowledge of how to properly utilize their power. Even if they joined forces, they would pose no threat to him. Boom, boom, boom. The three engaged in a fierce melee, their brute force scattering rocks and raising clouds of dust. Lin Tian sidestepped, delivering a sweeping kick, followed by 3 heavy punches, forcing the second chieftain to retreat. He then delivered a hand-blade strike towards the fourth chieftain, simultaneously kicking the second chieftain, causing him to spew blood. Without allowing the two any respite, Lin Tian executed a dragon ascending from the sea technique, impaling the fourth chieftain against the wall. With a flick of his spear, the fourth chieftain's body was torn asunder. Seeing this, the second chieftain, no longer daring to linger, attempted to flee. Lin Tian would not permit this. Gripping his overlord's spear, he hurled it with all his might. The second chieftain, seeing the incoming spear, attempted to evade, but was struck in the left arm. Choosing to sever his limb, the second chieftain severed his own arm and continued to flee. Lin Tian gave chase, moving with incredible speed. He then grabbed a knife and hurled it. This time, the second chieftain was not so fortunate. The blade pierced his heart, causing him to collapse. The remaining dozen or so members were terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy. Gazing at them, Lin Tian turned his gaze to the innocent people they had victimized, and slowly shook his head. He would not spare them this day, for karma demanded retribution. Slaughter. Lin Tian plunged into the throng, a tiger amidst wolves, his strikes merciless and lethal. Soon, none remained alive on Black Wind Mountain. Yet, this was not the end, for the mastermind behind Black Wind Mountain posed the greatest threat. Lin Tian escorted the surviving victims back to their homes, compensating them generously with a portion of the wealth seized from Black Wind Mountain, thereby returning ill-gotten gains to the people. However, Lin Tian found it peculiar that the amount of wealth discovered did not align with the extent of their plunder, and notably, no spirit stones were found, a fact that greatly puzzled him. He suspected the existence of another hidden treasury belonging to Black Wind Mountain. After thoroughly scouring Black Wind Mountain, Lin Tian set it ablaze and waited, confident that the demise of Black Wind Mountain would not go unnoticed by its leader. Patience is the virtue of a hunter, and Lin Tian possessed ample reserves. Time slipped by unnoticed. As midnight approached, Lin Tian spotted several figures ascending the mountain, their pace erratic. A knowing smile graced Lin Tian's lips, for his patience had been rewarded. Without concealment, he strode purposefully towards them. The leader of Black Wind Mountain was no ordinary man. The unusual tranquility of the day had stirred a sense of unease within him, a premonition honed by years of vigilance. The rustling of leaves amplified his apprehension. Spotting a figure ahead, his unease intensified. As Lin Tian drew nearer, the tension mounted. Halting his advance, Lin Tian beheld a bald man clad in black robes, a scar adorning his face. More importantly, he exuded an aura of formidable power. A sense of foreboding washed over him, despite being unable to discern the man's true strength. Lin Tian and Appos' intuition warned him that the leader of Black Wind Mountain was far more potent than a mere spirit manifestation realm level 2. They're all dead. The leader of Black Wind Mountain inquired, his eyes narrowed, sensing the palpable intent to kill emanating from Lin Tian. Awaiting your arrival, Lin Tian responded. The leader's countenance darkened as he unsheathed a long sword and lunged towards Lin Tian. It is you who will join them. The sword of the Black Wind Mountain leader broke the sound barrier. The blade became a fleeting glimmer. It was moving towards Lin Tian with great speed. The sword light resonated with the spiritual energy between the sky and the earth. Caught off guard, Lin Tian hastily drew his spear and parried the blow. Staggering backward, Lin Tian and Appos' heart sank. Contrary to rumors, a spirit manifestation realm level 3 bandit had emerged in this remote region, a circumstance such a cultivator would never stoop to banditry for survival. Regardless, the disparity in their cultivation levels was undeniable. A battle between spirit manifestation realm level 1 and level 3 was certain to be a sanguinary affair. I must fight with my life, Lin Tian resolved. Aware of his disadvantage and strength, he would rely on his extensive combat experience and reckless abandon to swiftly conclude the battle. The long sword of the Black Wind Mountain leader pierced Lin Tian and Appos' left arm. Lin Tian retaliated with a spear thrust, impaling the leader and Appo's arm. Undeterred, the leader swung his sword, sending Lin Tian flying once more. Dazed and spitting blood, Lin Tian charged again, focusing solely on offense. This relentless assault infuriated the Black Wind Mountain leader. After hundreds of exchanges, both combatants were drenched in blood. I cannot let this continue, or we will both perish. I must take a gamble, Lin Tian mused. Wielding his spear with abandon, Lin Tian left himself exposed. The Black Wind Mountain leader, growing desperate, lunged with his sword, regardless of any potential trap. You have fallen into my trap, Lin Tian exclaimed, evading the fatal blow and delivering a punch to the leader's chest. The Black Wind Mountain leader coughed up blood, while Lin Tian sustained severe injuries. Summoning his remaining strength, he pressed his assault, seizing the opportunity presented by the leader's graver wounds. The leader's eyes widened as Lin Tian approached, and he braced himself for the onslaught. Perish! Lin Tian roared, thrusting his spear into the leader's chest, ending his life. The Qin family will not let you get away with this. I am a member of the Qin family. These were the Black Wind Mountain leader's final words. However, Lin Tian, being an outsider to this world, was unfamiliar with the Qin family and dismissed the dying threat. Lin Tian turned his attention to the leader's companions, all of whom were culpable of heinous crimes. He would not allow them to escape justice. The men, unnerved by Lin Tian and Appo's gaze, exchanged glances and attacked him with their blades. In their minds, Lin Tian was either dead or barely alive, and their survival depended on eliminating him. Insignificant sparks dare to challenge the sun? Die. Despite his injuries, Lin Tian dispatched the men with ease, leaving no survivors. He exhaled deeply and collapsed to the ground. Lin Tian had narrowly escaped death in this battle. Fortunately, the Black Wind Mountain leader, despite his cultivation level, lacked proper training and combat skills, giving Lin Tian an advantage. Moreover, Lin Tian's past as a Qi condensation realm cultivator granted him superior combat experience. Although he was facing an opponent of a higher level, his transformation had elevated his combat prowess to rival Spirit Manifestation Realm Level 2 cultivators. Combined with his combat skills, he was able to contend with a Spirit Manifestation Realm Level 3 adversary. Lin Tian recovered over a dozen spiritual stones from the Black Wind Mountain leader, adding to the ones he had exchanged at the tailor shop, bringing the total to over 20. He used the stones to mend his injuries. As expected, spiritual stones were an indispensable commodity for cultivators. Overnight, Lin Tian's injuries healed completely, and his fatigue vanished. He rose, stretched, and sensed that he had reached the peak of Spirit Manifestation Realm Level 1, a cause for celebration. Combat, it seemed, was a catalyst for growth, especially for cultivators. Qin family, Lin Tian muttered. The Black Wind Mountain leader's dying words suggested a connection to the Qin family, who likely controlled the resources of Black Wind Mountain. It seemed the Qin family was an influential clan of cultivators. Lin Tian sighed, lamenting that his attempt to eliminate evil had inadvertently offended a clan of cultivators. He mused that his knack for attracting trouble remained undiminished. Unlike his past life on Earth, where his master, the Soul Emperor, would clean up his messes, he now had to fend for himself. Resigning himself to fate, Lin Tian resolved to focus on enhancing his strength. Although the Qin family may possess considerable strength, it is evident that instructing cultivators to engage in banditry and exploit the meager spirit stones held by ordinary folk diminishes their true power. Speaking of spirit stones, Lin Tian could not help but smile bitterly upon seeing the 20 or so lifeless stones scattered on the ground. Ever since his remarkable transformation, his body had become a bottomless pit. Previously, on Earth, he had advanced to the Qi condensation stage with a single spirit stone, yet now, even with over 20 stones, he had not managed to break through to the first level of the spirit body stage. This realization filled him with despair. At this rate, how many resources would he require to surpass the Qi condensation stage? Spirit stones. Lin Tian sighed softly. One cannot truly comprehend the value of necessities until one is in charge of providing for them, and one cannot grasp the scarcity of resources without engaging in cultivation. After finishing his grim task, Lin Tian hurried back to the small town, knowing that his absence would have worried Li Bo and the little girl Yu Dai. Child, you are safe. How wonderful. You have become a hero in the town, Li Bo exclaimed upon Lin Tian's return, his face alight with excitement rather than the worry Lin Tian had anticipated. It dawned on him that the villagers he had spared must have shared tales of his exploits in Black Wind Mountain. Big brother, you are so amazing. No one will bully me or grandpa anymore. Yu Dai beamed with joy. Lin Tian pinched her cheek, Glancing at her tattered clothing, his heart ached for her. She was still so young. It seemed unjust for her to endure such hardships. "Children, come to eat," Li Bo called. "Let us go," Lin Tian replied, noticing the delectable meal Li Bo had prepared. However, after taking a few bites, he realized Li Bo and Yu Dai were absent. Frowning, he peered toward the door and saw Yu Dai staring longingly at the food on the table. In that instant, it struck him that both Li Bo and Yu Dai were hungry. He hadn't imagined that Li Bo had been driven to such depths by those bandits. Lin Tian had initially thought Li Bo small and would provide some income, but it appeared the situation was far worse than he had imagined. "Yu Dai, come here." Lin Tian beckoned. "I'm full. You can have these." Yu Dai swallowed, her eyes brimming with desire for the food, yet she shook her head, unwilling to. "It's all right here." Lin Tian's 3 days hence, the day of selection for Qingzhou Academy was upon them, and a flicker of brilliance sparkled in Lin Tian's eyes. This was an opportunity, a chance to step into the realm of cultivators. He must seize it, considering all that his master had sacrificed for him. Lin Tian silently vowed to himself to achieve the Great Dao. In the future, perhaps he might even return to Earth. The day arrived swiftly. The town mayor came forth, introducing Lin Tian to a young man who appeared to be in his early 30s. Before departing, Lin Tian entrusted all his belongings to embarking on the path of cultivation, rendering worldly possessions of little significance to him now. "Years ago, your elder brother left for the cultivation path and never returned. Child, you are still young. If things do not go as planned, you may return here. This place will always be your home." The old man's voice trembled with emotion, filled with unspoken words that lingered on his lips. He understood that Lin Tian was destined for greatness. Hence he refrained from imploring him to stay. Beside them, the young girl, Yu Dai, was on the verge of tears. Lin Tian wiped her tears away. Glancing at the vibrant little dress he had bought for her, smiling gently and encouraging her to practice diligently, for there might still be a day when they would meet again. Words fell silent between them. The road of cultivation was destined to be a solitary journey, one that required unwavering perseverance. The young man, witnessing their farewell, waved his sleeve and soared into the sky with Lin Tian. Lin Tian was taken aback. This was a cultivator of the condensation realm, someone who had traveled far along their path, far more powerful than he had ever been in his prime. The ability to fly marked the greatest distinction between the spiritual body realm and the condensation realm. If the former was merely a toe dipped into the waters of cultivation, the latter signified a firm step onto that path. Those in the spiritual body realm were but ordinary individuals with extraordinary strength, whereas those in the condensation realm could wield Dao techniques and traverse the skies, thus distinguishing themselves from the masses. It was astonishing that a man so young could already possess such a level of power. Lin Tian surmised that this individual held a lowly position at Qingzhou Academy, likely relegated to menial tasks. Otherwise, he would not be dispatched to a remote town like Qifeng to fetch candidates for the examination. The young man remained silent during their flight, and Lin Tian understood that a beginner in the condensation realm could not speak while airborne. Otherwise, they risked to fall. He recalled his own recklessness during his first flight on Earth, nearly becoming the first to plummet from the sky. The young man regarded Lin Tian with admiration. It was rare for a child of Lin Tian's age, without a renowned master, to have reached the second layer of the spiritual body realm. His fearlessness and excitement during his inaugural flight astonished the young man, who believed Lin Tian had a chance of being selected during this evaluation. Qingzhou Academy's selection process had always been stringent. Across Qingzhou's myriad cities and countless towns, each city was allotted dozens, if not hundreds, of spots, while each town received a handful to several slots depending on its strength. Qifeng Town, being small and weak, had but a single spot, at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Some towns harbored formidable cultivators of the fourth and fifth layers of the spiritual body realm. Years ago, Uncle Li's son, Li Ming, was also remarkable. He had received cultivation methods from a powerful figure and reached the fourth layer of the spiritual body realm by the age of 9, after which that master vanished without a trace, altering Li Ming's life trajectory forever. Fortunately, Qingzhou Academy mandated that participants must be under 10 years old. Exceptions for outstanding talent might allow for special admission, but even then, they would not compete alongside those under 10. Lin Tian speculated that no extraordinary talents would emerge. Yet, Lin Tian pondered his own age. Would his true age be discerned? He harbored doubts, but since he had arrived, he resolved to give it a try. The young man and Oppo's speed was astonishing. They reached a city within half a day. This city was a border town among the many in Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy mandated that preliminary selections occur within each respective city, drawing candidates based on a predetermined ratio, followed by further assessments. Those who participated in the secondary evaluations, even if they did not succeed, still had opportunities with other academies, for Qingzhou boasted more than just Qingzhou Academy. Several other institutions and sects had affiliations, some slightly less prestigious, and countless lesser academies existed. However, these matters held little concern for Lin Tian. His sights were firmly set on Qizhou Academy. Although a border town, it was significantly larger than a town in China. Initially, Lin Tian found it hard to believe that a single city could surpass the size of Earth-esque China. How vast was Qizhou, and how immense was this planet? Lin Tian felt a wave of disorientation. This was indeed the world of cultivators. On that day, the border town teemed with people, all present for Qizhou Academy's preliminary selection. The main city had 40 slots available, and with over 400 towns under its jurisdiction. Approximately 1,500 candidates were vying for a place, a remarkable figure. As a mere border town of the Xinwu Kingdom, with fewer towns and a smaller population, the selection was not fiercely competitive. In larger cities, previous selections had drawn immense crowds, necessitating early preliminary rounds. The border town's preliminary candidates totaled less than 1,600. An elderly man with snow-white hair presided over the selection, yet none dared to underestimate him, for he was an outer elder of Qingzhou Academy, possessing formidable strength. Rumored to be on the verge of stepping into the divine realm, Lin Tian's heart raced at this revelation. An ordinary outer elder wielded strength that surpassed the Soul Emperor. He swallowed hard, calming his emotions. The first assessment was age, and Lin Tian felt a surge of anxiety. The method was straightforward. A testing gate would reveal one's age. Thousands of candidates proceeded in an orderly fashion, and only a few were eliminated. Gradually, Lin Tian noticed that the line before him grew shorter, heightening his tension. At last, it was his turn. Taking a deep breath, he strode through the testing gate. 8 years old, the elder stated flatly. Yet, to Lin Tian and Apos' ears, this sounded like celestial music. He had not anticipated regaining the vitality of his youth. Reverting from 18 back to 8. The second assessment involved a bone examination, also known as a talent test. This round had a larger circle of eliminations, with 80% failing. Fortunately, the elder indeed had remarkable insight, declaring Lin Tian to possess exceptional bone qualities, which caused quite a stir. This outcome was within Lin Tian's expectations. Back on Earth, the Soul Emperor had proclaimed him a prodigy among millions. After arriving on Mingyu's star, Lin Tian had undergone a transformative experience within a mysterious formation, significantly enhancing his talents. If such potential and foundation were deemed insufficient, Lin Tian could scarcely conceive how Qizhou Academy could attract students. The third assessment tested strength. This evaluation was straightforward. No combat or lifting of heavy stones was required. The elder, with his profound realm, could ascertain the strength of all present with a mere glance. Subsequently, the elder selected over a dozen individuals. Among them was Lin Tian. Each of the remaining participants received a banknote worth 100,000, which was sent back home, causing Lin Tian to marvel at the financial prowess of the Qingzhou Academy. In truth, what he witnessed was merely a drop in the ocean. There remained a fourth assessment, a special test. The results were inconsequential. Yet it was customary to conduct this evaluation during each selection, and the elder displayed little enthusiasm for testing individuals hailing from remote small towns, as such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Thus, the elder did not linger and promptly led the group away from the border town to Qizhou. Before departing, he bestowed riches and treasures upon the families of the selected participants, thereby severing worldly ties and ensuring that their lives would remain unconnected henceforth. For the upcoming evaluations could easily result in death. Ultimately, those who could successfully navigate the assessments would be fewer than 10,000 across 1,000 cities in Qizhou, which translates to less than 10 individuals per city. Historically, Qingqing alone would account for a tenth or even more of the selections, indicating that some cities might not have any representatives at all. This signifies that the majority of those selected from some cities perished, with a fortunate few being taken by other academies. The spirit path was the final destination for Lin Tian and his companions. The elder scattered the 10 individuals across different locations. Although Lin Tian felt he was not far from the others, locating them would prove to be a challenge. The first task of the Qizhou Academy's grand selection was traversing the spirit path. This unique route could only be traversed by those in the spirit body realm. Legend has it that ancient sages constructed this path to select disciples, and similar sites exist across various states, all controlled by major factions for the trials of their disciples. The spirit path of Qingzhou possesses something extraordinary, potentially a legendary weapon or the inheritance of a technique, but alas, it remains undiscovered to this day. Due to the restrictions of the Great Way, only those in the spirit body realm could enter, leaving the major factions in a state of anxious anticipation, fervently advocating for the selection of disciples to commence here, hoping that among them, someone might unearth the treasures hidden within the spirit path. The spirit path is fraught with peril, requiring both fortune and strength. Generally speaking, the more formidable one's power, the greater the likelihood of success. It is often said that opportunity and danger coexist, and this does not imply that the spirit path is solely perilous. Had that been the case, the Qingzhou Academy would not exert such effort to safeguard this route. The resources for cultivation along the spirit path far surpass those found elsewhere. With a rich concentration of spiritual energy and an abundance of rare materials that enhance one's abilities. Indeed, one year, a pinnacle spirit body disciple emerged from the path with a half-saint herb, astonishing the major factions. It is said that this miraculous herb still thrives in the Qingzhou Academy's medicinal garden, and due to his exceptional achievements, this disciple was taken as an apprentice by the Academy and Apos, as president, later being recommended to a sacred place for further training. The elder provided each of Lin Tian and his companions with a map, albeit a rather vague and chaotic one. It vaguely indicated that they were situated not far from the entrance of the spirit path. Upon examining the map, Lin Tian estimated that the path spanned approximately 10,000 miles in width and 40,000 miles in length, a total area of 40,000 square miles. Is this even a path? Lin Tian felt somewhat breathless. Completing a journey of 40,000 miles within 6 months, without veering off course, seemed almost impossible. Perhaps it would be best to locate the entrance first, he mused to himself. The journey of cultivation is arduous and fraught with challenges. How could it be so simple? Moreover, with so many cultivation resources awaiting his discovery, Lin Tian certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Following the dubious map, Lin Tian navigated forward. And after half a day, he finally located the entrance to the spirit path. The vast expanse of the spirit path was not as he had imagined. Shrouded in mist and infused with ethereal energy, instead, it was desolate, with scorched earth and a blazing sky, barren of any vegetation. This was the entrance to the spirit path. Lin Tian stared in disbelief. Upon closer inspection of the map, he found himself wanting to laugh. The map depicted what appeared to be a small forest. Yet he stood in a desert. How outdated could the cartographic skills of this world be? In truth, possessing such a map was already commendable, as there had been no reference maps when the spirit path was first utilized for selection. This map was the result of countless generations of students forging their paths through the spirit path. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of other individuals. He thought, with so many selected disciples from Qingzhou, this spirit path felt remarkably empty. Swiftly glancing at the map, he chose a direction and hastened deeper into the spirit path. Time was of the essence. He needed to adapt quickly to the environment. Fully aware that with his spirit body realm's second-level strength, he could hardly make a significant impact on the path. It was imperative to seize opportunities and rapidly enhance his power. That was the true path to success. As he journeyed, Lin Tian did not remain idle. Having entered the second level of the spirit body realm, his physical strength had further increased, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy from the gemstones gifted by Elderly. He sensed that the energy within these stones was ample enough to support his breakthrough to the fifth level of the spirit body realm. Traversing the seemingly endless desert, he walked for 3 days. Fortunately, the gemstones provided continuous energy replenishment. Although he encountered many desert creatures, most were at the first level of the spirit body realm and posed no real threat to Lin Tian. However, there was one instance where he nearly lost his life due to a swarm of desert man-eating ants, a mass that resembled a roiling cloud, sending shivers down his spine. Thankfully, Lin Tian was clever. He found a desert lizard and covered himself in its scent, successfully evading this perilous situation. Exhaling deeply as he gazed upon the expansive primal forest, Lin Tian finally felt he had officially stepped onto the spirit path. After ensuring there were no immediate dangers, he climbed a large tree to sit and rest. After some time, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of determination sparkling within them. This place was indeed a purgatory, an excellent arena for honing oneself. Remarkably, in just 3 days, he felt his strength surge once more, perhaps within a few more days. He would break through to the third level of the spirit body realm. However, upon inspecting the significantly diminished gemstones in his possession, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He had truly underestimated himself. He was now a true consumer of energy. It was clear he needed to expedite his search for opportunities and gather more resources for cultivation. Given the right circumstances, he could potentially achieve multiple breakthroughs within the 6 months on the spirit path, as there were accounts of individuals reaching 7 minor levels of advancement in just half a year, ultimately hitting the path's limits. This individual was the disciple who had acquired the half-saint herb, known as Zhang Tianyi, a name that exuded an extraordinary elegance. As Lin Tian navigated through the primal forest, he encountered a few ill-fated beasts that fell to his weapon. While glancing at the map, he gradually began to discern certain patterns. Although the spirit path was vast, there were several notably narrow areas marked with numerous spiritual herbs and stones, indicating these locations were historically contested by various factions. Lin Tian noticed that in the area he occupied, there was a small spiritual treasure zone, and his eyes shone with excitement. Although it was uncommon to encounter individuals along the spirit path, this region was likely to attract gatherings of others, inevitably leading to conflict. Lin Tian examined the route map and made his way towards the spiritual treasure zone. After a swift half-day's journey, Lin Tian finally arrived at the documented spiritual treasure region, the flame sungrass area. The flame sungrass, a potent spiritual herb, is a low-level medicinal plant used for refining one and Apos, essence. The legendary flame sungrass king is an extremely valuable herb for physical cultivation, allowing those in the spirit body realm to establish a solid foundation. However, it has been decades since the flame sungrass king has been seen along the spirit path. Each time the flame sungrass king emerges, the probability of competitors encountering peril is exceedingly high, often resulting in the demise of nearly every participant in the vicinity. All for the ascendance of a single sovereign who claims the flame sungrass king. In this modest region, the hope for the appearance of the flame sungrass king is rather diminished, given its limited expanse, compounded by the existence of numerous flame sungrass territories along the spiritual path. The area that Lin Tian ventured into is considered below average among those rich in flame sungrass. As Lin Tian slowly entered this domain, he observed clusters of individuals, numbering no fewer than 100 from a distance. He mused to himself, no wonder there were no signs of life along the way. It seems everyone is congregated in these treasure zones. Greetings, my friend. I am Li Yang from the border town. May I inquire your name? A youth, seemingly of similar age to Lin Tian, approached him with an exaggerated demeanor. Lin Tian, suppressing a chuckle at his comical antics, opted for a friendly response. Lin Tian, from the border city. He then turned away, feeling discomfort in mingling with a group of immature children. Humph, what a pompous brat from a backwater town. Sneered a chubby boy beside Li Yang, his eyes gleaming with malice. What did you say? Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, locking onto the chubby boy. The latter felt a chill run down his spine. The aura of menace emanating from Lin Tian was palpable. Although Lin Tian had reverted to the physique of an 8-year-old, the ferocity within him remained intact. Having battled countless foes and bathed in their blood, he could easily overwhelm an inexperienced youth with sheer presence. Brother Lin, he spoke. Please forgive him. Li Yang hastily interjected, attempting to placate the situation. Lin Tian regarded Li Yang with suspicion, discerning his duplicitous nature. Such a conniving individual at such a young age could prove troublesome in the future. Disregarding Li Yang and Apos, as plea for civility, Lin Tian drew his weapon and decisively severed the chubby boy and Apos' arm with a single strike. Ah! The boy shrieked in agony. Despite his cultivation at the second level of the spirit body realm, he never anticipated Lin Tian would strike so viciously. You, Li Yang and Apos' expression. He was taken aback by Lin Tian's unyielding demeanor. This shall not be forgotten. Lin Tian, devoid of expression, turned to leave. The true danger lies not in the overt villainy of a rogue, but in the treachery of a hypocrite, and he had no desire to converse further with Li Yang. Such individuals would cling to you like a parasite, seeking to exploit you for their gain, only to turn against you once their purpose was served. Lin Tian had no intention of engaging with such characters. He preferred to cultivate enmity instead. Throughout his travels on Earth, accompanied by the Soul Emperor, Lin Tian had encountered all manner of individuals. The ability to discern intentions and read emotions is the most fundamental skill a practitioner must possess. Choosing friends carelessly is tantamount to courting disaster, as exemplified by the downfall of the revered and powerful immortal sovereign, who fell victim to betrayal from those he trusted. Faced with Lin Tian's provocation, Li Yang's countenance darkened as he clenched his fists. However, ultimately, he chose not to confront Lin Tian. Children often shy away when confronted with life-or-death situations. Alone in his exploration, Lin Tian suddenly spotted a vibrant scarlet sprout atop a cliff, undoubtedly the flame sungrass. He deftly scaled the rocks and plucked the plant. Observers nearby gazed at the flame sungrass in his possession, their faces reflecting unbridled greed. Yet none dared to seize it, as the chubby boy lay unconscious nearby. "Kid, hand over the flame sungrass." A larger, dark-skinned boy approached Lin Tian. Lin Tian could sense the immense energy concealed within this boy. He was likely on the cusp of reaching the 4th level of the spirit body realm. Lin Tian sighed softly, recognizing the reality of the practitioner world where a child, not yet 10, could attain such prowess, surpassing even his own current capabilities. He was aware that he was not among the strongest. Previous participants had included individuals at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit body realm, though they were few in number. "Come and take it if you can," Lin Tian replied sternly, brandishing his weapon, a spear that towered over the dark-skinned youth. "I, Wangchen, shall make you submit," the boy declared, brandishing a broadsword and striking towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian swiftly evaded the blade, thrusting his spear directly at Wang Chen's forehead. Wang Chen blocked the attack with the back of his sword, yet was forced back a step. Both combatants readied themselves, channeling their energies for another strike. Their fierce exchange continued, each landing blows upon the other, drawing a growing crowd of onlookers. "Wang Chen, look! Someone is matching him blow for blow. Who is this stranger? He seems formidable. Had I not hesitated, I would have intervened. But now that he has offended me, I shall make him regret it." As the crowd swelled, Wang Chen suddenly ceased his assault. "Enough of this. It's lost its thrill. The flame sungrass is yours." "I am Wang Chen," he conceded. Lin Tian. With Wang Chen's concession, Lin Tian too wished to avoid further entanglement. While he was slightly weaker in raw power, Wang Chen and Appo's combat experience was not as refined, leading to a relatively balanced bout. Continuing further would yield no advantage for either party. "Shall we explore?" Lin Tian paused at this invitation, contemplating before agreeing. Amidst the mountainous terrain, the two youths traversed the landscape with agility, akin to agile primates scaling the cliffs. Through their brief companionship, Lin Tian discovered that Wang Chen hailed from the prestigious Wang family of Wang City, a lineage of practitioners with the clan's strongest elder having attained the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. The Wang family controlled a city, wielding considerable influence in the mundane world, and Wang Chen was among the most promising of the new generation. With a roar, a massive spotted tiger fell into a pool of blood, dispatched by Wang Chen with a single, crushing blow to its skull. 14 of these, they are yours." Wang Chen handed one of the flame sungrass plants to Lin Tian, who accepted it with a smile, stowing it in his pack. After nearly a day's exploration, they had made significant progress, yet it remained insufficient. According to their estimates, to undergo the purification of the flame sungrass, they needed to gather at least 100 specimens, and thus far, they had only acquired 14, merely 7 each. Wang Chen had fared better, having arrived early and amassed some stock, while Lin Tian had yet to reach 10. "Alas, we did not encounter the flame sungrass king. Had we obtained even 2, we would not have wasted our time and energy," Wang Chen lamented, clearly dissatisfied with their current haul. "Such treasures are rarely found. Wang brother, do not dwell on it." Lin Tian reassured him, patting Wang Chen on the shoulder before heading toward another location. As Lin Tian's words faded, a roar from an extraordinary beast echoed in the distance. Though far away, Lin Tian could still sense the surge of its blood energy, indicating it was a creature of the 5th level spirit body realm and beyond. Such beings transcended mere beasts. They possessed considerable intelligence and the ability to cultivate, truly deserving the title of ferocious beasts. Lin Tian gazed towards the place where the fierce beast roared, witnessing a scene of sanguine energy surging into the sky, where hot air currents ascended like flames. To his astonishment, a shadow of a herb loomed above, and the inhabitants of the area were hastily making their way there, clearly indicating the manifestation of a treasure. Various signs suggested that this treasure was none other than the illustrious Flame Sungrass King. Indeed, the Flame Sungrass King had emerged. Wang Chen swallowed hard, exchanging a glance with Lin Tian, and they both burst into laughter. Without further delay, they hastened towards the location. For the appearance of such a priceless treasure demanded immediate action. Time waited for no one. As Lin Tian and Wang Chen sped along, they were not far from the site of the Flame Sungrass King's emergence, thus their chances of obtaining it were considerable, which explained their fervor. Before them stood a towering peak, and based on prior experience, the Flame Sungrass typically thrived on sunlit slopes halfway up the mountain. Such lofty summits were rarely visited, making the presence of the flame Sungrass King here rather extraordinary. Yet, there was no time for speculation, as all eyes were drawn to the resplendent flame Sungrass King blooming behind a scaled beast. Its vivid crimson branches bore radiant blossoms, each emitting a glow akin to miniature suns. The beast snarled menacingly, baring its massive jaws and preparing to pounce upon any intruders. The crowd paled at the sight, especially those closer to the creature, who could keenly sense the thunderous rush of its blood and the storm-like rhythm of its breath. The true strength of this beast was at the 6th level of the spirit realm. The onlookers hesitated, for none among them had even reached the 4th level of the spirit realm. How could they possibly contend with such a formidable opponent? Their hearts were heavy with reluctance. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Someone, unwilling to relent, attempted to sneak behind the beast to steal the flame's Sungrass King, only to be cleaved in two by the beast's sweeping tail, sending shivers down the spines of the spectators. Lin Tian and Wang Chen exchanged solemn glances, realizing that obtaining the flame Sungrass King would not be an easy feat. As time slipped away, anxiety grew among the crowd. Although the extraordinary aura of the flame Sungrass King had dissipated, the scent of this century-old medicinal marvel spread further, attracting more people. The longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of acquiring it became. Make way for the flame Sungrass King. Let me seize it. Indeed, within half a day, a young man at the 5th level of the spirit realm arrived. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an extraordinary presence, donned in white and wielding a 7-foot-long sword. He approached with an air of grace, clearly a remarkable talent. It is the young master of the Qin family, whispered some onlookers. The Qin family was a prestigious clan of cultivators, far superior in strength to Wang Chun and Appo's Wang family, a formidable force in Qingzhou, governing numerous cities. Moreover, the ancestral figure of the Qin family was said to be on the verge of reaching the divine realm, wielding significant influence in the mundane world, though they paled in comparison to the colossal Qingzhou Academy. In the kingdom of Shenwu, the mightiest entities were not the states themselves, but the cultivation sections. Often, a major sect could dominate several marquisates or kingdoms, while the legendary sanctuaries exerted control over even more. This world was characterized by a plethora of sects. Yet the ultimate authority lay with them. The land was vast, stretching beyond imagination, and only through relentless pursuit could one behold its splendor. Amidst the silence, the white-clad youth had begun to engage the beast, sword in hand, and naturally, the others were unwilling to lag behind. It was important to note that there was not only the flame Sungrass King present, but also dozens of flame sungrasses. Even if they could not acquire the king, securing the accompanying herbs would still be advantageous, as those growing alongside the king would undoubtedly possess superior efficacy. Lin Tian and Wang Chun exchanged knowing glances, initiating their own contest for the prize. A fine treasure. I, Wang Sheng, shall claim it as well, haha. Another young man arrived, bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Chun. Brother, Wang Chun exclaimed with delight, for it was indeed his elder brother. Wang Xing was the strongest among the Wang family in this spiritual journey. With his participation, the fate of the flame Sungrass King was uncertain, as he too was at the 5th level of the spirit realm, and on the brink of advancing to the 6th. Qin Di, let us join forces to vanquish this beast and share the flame Sungrass King, Wang Xing proposed, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Agreed, Chen Nan replied after a moment's consideration. The beast was overwhelmingly powerful, and Chen Nan had sustained numerous injuries. Joining forces with Wang Xing would allow them to eliminate the beast and acquire the flame Sungrass King while ensuring mutual protection from any underhanded tactics. It was a mutually beneficial alliance. Upon hearing Chen Nan's response, Wang Xing's face broke into a smile. United, they swiftly gained the upper hand. A beast is simply a beast, devoid of human wisdom. Despite its formidable strength, it could not unleash its full potential. With a roar, Chen Nan severed the creature's tail, eliciting a pained howl. Its body was riddled with wounds, blood pooling around it. Faced with the relentless onslaught from both Wang Sheng and Chen Nan, masters of the 5th tier of the spirit body realm, the beast appeared to be nearing its demise. The creature's cries were far from over. One wave of anguished roars followed another. Although the sound seemed chaotic and intermingled with cries of suffering, upon closer inspection, they bore a peculiar rhythm. This is bad. It's summoning its companions, Wang Xing suddenly exclaimed. Chen Nan's pupils constricted in alarm, tightening his grip on the sword. Wang Sheng, determined, struck at the beast, hoping to end its life before its allies arrived. The others around them displayed visible fear. If one beast proved challenging, another would be catastrophic. At last, after a fierce battle, The creature fell to the ground, lifeless. Phew. Chun Nan sighed deeply, exchanging a glance with Wang Sheng. Lin Tian, taken aback, recognized the murderous intent in their eyes. It seemed these two intended to conspire to eliminate witnesses, ensuring the secret of the Flame Sun Grass King remained hidden. Wang Sheng was the first to act, swiftly eliminating one individual with a single strike. He then dashed into the crowd, unleashing a mass. His strength far surpassed that of the others, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. Chun Nan, not to be outdone, stained his white robe with blood. Wielding his sword like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly reaping the souls of the fallen. Lin Tian felt a chill run. He was far from a match for either of them. Thankfully, his cunning allowed him to sense their murderous aura, and he concealed himself in an inconspicuous corner. The slaughter continued unabated. Soon, more than half of the people present lay dead. The remaining survivors, ignoring the allure of the Flame Sun Grass, fled desperately down the mountain. Another earth-shattering roar echoed, signaling the arrival of the beast and Apos, S companion, a creature covered in pale yellow scales, appearing even more comparable to a master of the seventh tier of the spirit body realm. Wang Xing and Chun Nan acted decisively, abandoning the others as they fled down the mountain, unconcerned about the potential leak of information regarding the Flame Sun Grass King. Fortunately, Wang Xing retained a shred of conscience, dragging Wang Chen along in their escape. The beast, however, was relentless, pursuing them furiously. In its frenzied attack, even more lives were lost. Despite the carnage it inflicted, the creature's primary focus remained on Wang Xing and Chun Nan, sensing the presence of its fallen comrade in them and deeming the rest mere accomplices. Once the others and the beast had departed, Lin Tian emerged from his hiding place. "Damn it, they picked this place clean, leaving not a trace behind," he muttered. Not only had Wang Xing and Chun Nan divided the Flame Sun Grass King, but several surrounding Flame Sun Grass plants had also been plucked amidst the chaos. Frustrated, Lin Tian kicked the ground where the Flame Sun Grass King had once thrived before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a blinding red light caught his eye. Following its source, he discovered a blood-red object embedded in the soil where the Flame Sun Grass King had grown. Under the sunlight, its brilliance reflected into his eyes. Lin Tian quickly unearthed it. It was an irregularly shaped stone, entirely blood-red and strikingly similar in hue to the Flame Sun Grass. Upon closer, it resembled a droplet of blood or a solidified liquid tear. From it emanated a powerful energy fluctuation, surpassing even the milky white stone given to him by Oldley. And it bore a scent reminiscent of the Flame Sun Grass. Could this object be connected to the birth of the Flame Sun Grass King? Lin Tian pondered, continuing to search the area, turning over rocks and soil, but finding no similar items. Suddenly, the roar of a beast pierced the air, prompting Lin Tian to flee with urgency. He knew the creature had returned and wondered how Wang Chen was faring. "I hope they made it out," he murmured to himself. Sitting cross-legged on a nearby peak, a sense of worry creeping in for his newfound acquaintance, Lin Tian meticulously studied the Spirit Path booklet, forming a daring hypothesis. The blood-red stone in his possession could be a drop of essence from the Flame Sun Grass. The legendary Flame Sun Grass Emperor was said to be a miraculous herb. Unlike other spiritual plants, it could evolve under exceedingly rare conditions. Initially, the Flame Sun Grass was merely an ordinary low-grade herb, not particularly precious, yet it possessed immense potential. In areas rich in spiritual energy, it could evolve into the Flame Sun Grass King, amplifying its effect several times over. Typically, out of 10,000 Flame Sun Grass plants, only one could transform into a Flame Sun Grass King. Even among 100,000 Flame Sun Grass Kings, the emergence of a single Flame Sun Grass Emperor was uncertain, highlighting its rarity. The tale spoke of the Flame Sun Grass Emperor as a sacred herb, capable of reviving the dead and restoring the living. It was a treasure that could not be sought after even in sacred cultivation grounds. However, Lin Tian did not dwell on these thoughts. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Survival in this realm demanded it. He refrained from wandering, instead consuming the harvested Flame Sun Grass to refine his abilities. As the Flame Sun Grass entered his system, Lin Tian felt a wave of warmth wash over him, his blood coursing with renewed vigor. He retrieved the gem from his pocket to absorb its spiritual energy. Not enough, he muttered to himself, contemplating a gamble. He took the blood-red stone and swallowed it whole. The stone melted instantly, transforming into a searing current that surged through his body. Suddenly, a torrent of energy erupted within him. He coughed up blood, struggling to suppress his injuries. His blood felt as if it were igniting, and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy surged exponentially. The milky white stone in his hand disintegrated at a visible rate. Lin Tian began to circulate the Zishu divine art, fervently refining his body. strangely, during his training on Earth. Each breakthrough would expel numerous impurities. However, since his transformation, each advance yielded no waste. His body had become a vessel capable of rapid cultivation. The breakthroughs continued. Lin Tian felt as though he were ablaze, the energy within him spiraling out of control, causing cracks to form in his meridians. Alarmed, he frantically guided the energy to temper his physique. This energy found an outlet, furiously honing his body, and he sensed his strength growing, approaching that of his former self during the qi condensation stage on Earth. With the enhancement of his physical prowess, Lin Tian felt confident that if he were to encounter Chen Nan again, even if he could not defeat him, he would certainly possess the strength to fight back. And he was still accumulating power, yet to undergo a true breakthrough. Once he did, he was certain he could stand against Chen Nan. As the white stone vanished completely, transforming into spiritual energy that flowed into Lin Tian, he declared, "It's time, let me break through." In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. Spirit body realm, 3rd tier. Initial stage of the 3rd tier. Peak of the 3rd tier. Yet the ascent did not cease. His aura continued to rise. Spirit body realm, 4th tier. Initial stage of the 4th tier. Lin Tian's aura surged incessantly, reaching the apex of the spirit body realm, 4th heaven, in an instant. Suddenly, as if enlightened, Lin Tian's realm began to recede, yet his aura grew increasingly solidified. Spirit body realm, 4th heaven, pinnacle. Spirit body realm, 4th heaven. Initial stage. Suppress. Lin Tian roared, desperately suppressing his realm. While others sought to elevate their cultivation, he vehemently resisted advancement. Amidst Lin Tian's frenzied breakthrough, a phrase echoed in his mind, uttered by the Soul Emperor. Accumulate profoundly, then unleash. Realm is not the key to victory, but a solid foundation is the true weapon. Lin Tian persisted in his suppression, a process enduring for half a day, leaving him drenched in perspiration. Finally, his realm stabilized at the peak of the spirit body realm. 3rd heaven. Though slightly divergent from his desired outcome, he found the result satisfactory, given the sheer magnitude of his accumulated reserves during this breakthrough. Stones of pure spiritual energy. A solidified drop of blood essence, purportedly from the Sun Yang Grass Emperor. Each item, if revealed, would incite covetousness and even murderous intent. Such treasures enabling Lin Tian to ascend a minor tier, or even subtly tread into another, was entirely plausible. It is time to depart. Lin Tian consulted the route, setting forth towards the next destination, Moon Spirit Valley. Devoid of abundant cultivation resources, this place held records of cultivation methods. Upon initially traversing the Spirit Road, Lin Tian had pondered how disciples from minor locales, lacking cultivation techniques, managed to cultivate and navigate the perilous path. Beholding Moon Spirit Valley, all became clear. Currently, Lin Tian was in dire need of cultivation techniques, for since arriving, he sensed the Soul Emperor and Apos' techniques falling short of his potential. He vaguely perceived that with more formidable methods, his power would ascend to new heights. Moon Spirit Valley, a veritable haven, housed 10 potent cultivation techniques, capable of reaching the divine power realm. Moreover, upon passing the trials, even more formidable methods could be obtained. Divine power realm techniques ignited a fervent desire within Lin Tian. The Soul Emperor's Violet Firmament Divine Art was a half-step divine power realm technique. Yet the fundamental techniques freely available for viewing in Moon Spirit Valley were of the divine power realm. Sharpening the blade does not delay the woodcutting. Lin Tian resolved to venture to Moon Spirit Valley, seeking a powerful technique suited to him. With enhanced strength, he could then seize resources without delay. Presently, strength was the critical impediment. With sufficient power, resources would naturally follow. Lacking it, he would merely serve as cannon fodder. In this world, some succeed, while others falter. Success stems from possessing strength commensurate with one and Apos' aspirations, while failure arises from harboring ambitions disproportionate to one and Apos' capabilities. Ambition versus aspiration. Achievable goals are aspirations, while unattainable ones are mere ambition. The Spirit Road teemed with peril, not only from savage beasts and remnants of ancient ruins but, more often than not, from fellow humans. For the human heart is the most inscrutable of all. Lin Tian hastened onward, witnessing countless instances of internecine strife over mere spiritual herbs and betrayal among companions. These were but children, yet they had already endured so much. Whether for good or ill remained to be seen. Amidst the turbulence, Lin Tian encountered his own tribulation. He harbored no desire to provoke conflict, but neither would he passively endure aggression. Boy, hand over your possessions. For identical figures stood before Lin Tian, indistinguishable at a glance. They were quadruplets, each possessing the peak strength of the spirit body realm, Third heaven. Children matured early in the and offspring of prominent families cultivated from a young age, resulting in physiques surpassing common folk. 12-year-olds resembled 14 or 15-year-olds on Earth. Yet, Lin Tian could not suppress a smile upon seeing these four youngsters attempting to rob him. He overlooked the fact that he himself was but 8 years old. However, upon closer inspection, the sight of over a dozen bodies lying in pools of blood behind them, coupled with the palpable bloodlust and scent of blood emanating from the quadruplets, revealed that they were no innocents. Dragons soaring from the sea. Abroad, his mother's counsel resonated. Strike first, lest you be struck down. This principle was etched into his mind. Though Lin Tian had never known his mother, the essence of her words remained vivid. In response to the quadruplets and Appo's provocation, Lin Tian retaliated with a spear. The lead youth, aghast, sidestepped the lethal blow. Miss him, the lead youth roared. The others sprang into action, assailing Lin Tian immediately after their leader's near-death experience. The four were not only identical in appearance, but also in attire, weaponry, and cultivation techniques. Lin Tian felt a headache coming on. Clearly, these four had slain many for good reason. Yet, Lin Tian was unlike other cultivators at the peak of the spirit body realm, third heaven. His true strength approached the spirit body realm, fifth heaven, a fact the four had not anticipated. These four had ambushed passers-by for days, targeting those below the spirit body realm, fourth heaven, with unfailing success. But this time, they had met their match. Lin Tian's overall strength enabled him to contend with existences at the spirit body realm, fifth heaven. These four were no match, wielding 9-eared linked sabers. The four encircled Lin Tian, seeking a vulnerable point. Lin Tian, pressed for time, opted not to dally. He channeled his blood essence, thrusting his spear towards one of them. Clang. The target blocked Lin Tian's spear with his saber. Shatter. Lin Tian roared, exerting greater force. His current strength was immense, enabling him to contend with cultivators at the spirit body realm, fifth heaven, even in direct confrontation. Moreover, Lin Tian's tyrant spear was no ordinary weapon but a potent magical artifact. Though Earth's cultivators had declined, they still possessed valuable treasures. Similarly, while Bright Moon Star boasted numerous cultivators, it also faced a scarcity of resources. The average young cultivator at the spirit body realm could not afford a superior magical artifact like Lin Tian's tyrant spear. Boom. The 9-eared linked saber shattered. Lin Tian's spear pierced the youth's brow, and with a forceful tremor, the youth's head exploded, splattering gore. Instantly, a headless corpse lay upon the ground. Second brother! Second brother! Kill! Kill! The remaining three, witnessing their kin slain yet unable to intervene, were instantly enraged. They recklessly assailed Lin Tian, their saber techniques fierce and lethal. Undaunted, Lin Tian parried with his spear, sending one flying. Another oblique strike cleaved another youth in two, spilling his entrails. The dying youth wailed in agony before expiring. A gruesome sight. Fourth brother. Of the four who had left home, only two remained. They now faced Lin Tian with a mixture of terror and dread, awed by his strength and fearful of death. Join them. Slaughter is not inherently sinful. Existence itself is the sin. The very existence of these quadruplets was a sin against those they had slain. Lin Tian swept his spear, sending one youth flying, coughing up blood. The remaining youth panicked. They were not yet 10 years old, and the prospect of death terrified them. Lin Tian would not permit his desire to be fulfilled. Employing his spear as an arrow and his arm as a bow, he forcefully hurled it, the projectile piercing the escaping youth. The spear entered through the back, emerging from the chest, leaving him with no chance of survival. No, my brother. The remaining youth lamented, now witnessing the demise of three of their quartet. With the likelihood of their own imminent demise, he vividly recalled their collective acts of murder. In one instance, a spirit body realm's second-level youth pleaded for mercy, yet they mercilessly ended his life. Another time, a maiden surrendered her treasures, but they subjected her to a cruel death. The memories unfolded like a slow-motion film before his eyes. Gradually, he closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps they had erred, gravely so. Thud. A head rolled onto the ground, the face still bearing traces of tears. He who slays shall be slain. The world, though seemingly unfair, often exhibits a profound sense of balance. What one takes from others will eventually be repaid, though the timing remains uncertain. Lin Tian retrieved their ill-gotten gains, a substantial collection of low-grade spiritual herbs, hundreds of spirit stones, and various miscellaneous items of unknown utility. Since they were deceased, these possessions were now without purpose to them, better left to those who could make use of them. As one wave subsided, another arose. Scarcely half an hour had passed when Lin Tian encountered another incident, this one of a more fortuitous nature. A treasure had emerged, a mid-grade spiritual herb. Igniting a fierce competition among the crowd, Lin Tian surveyed the scene, noting approximately 50 individuals, including 3 at the spirit body realm 4th level. The others posed little threat. To pass up an opportunity is to be a fool, Lin Tian mused. He stealthily approached their opponents, snatched the spiritual herb, and fled with haste. A successful strike, followed by a swift retreat, is the way of things. What do you think you and Oppos redoing, brat? You and Oppos, got a death wish, you thief. Expletives erupted from the crowd. The 3 spirit body realm 4th level youths pursued relentlessly, while Lin Tian sprinted with all his might. The chase persisted for the better part of the day, until 2 of the pursuers abandoned their pursuit. The remaining one, however, seemed invigorated, perhaps believing that with the competition diminished, the spiritual herb would be his. Aren't you tired after chasing for so long? Noticing that only one remained, Lin Tian halted. He did not fear a spirit body realm 4th level opponent. The worthy shall possess treasures. And worthiness, in this context, meant strength. Kill. The pursuer, his patience exhausted, lunged at Lin Tian with a spear. Lin Tian countered with his own spear, and the battle commenced. Heaven-shattering earthquaking. Lin Tian brandished his spear, leaping into the air and striking downwards with the force of gravity. He was borrowing power from the heavens and earth, for even the mightiest cultivator could not surpass nature, and nature was the Dao. The pursuer staggered, his hands bleeding and his internal energy surging. He was astonished, but quickly regained his composure and retaliated. Lin Tian was forced back a few steps. Spirit body realm 4th level peak. No wonder he dared to persist when the others had given up, unafraid of potential allies. Alas, he had miscalculated. The pursuer pressed his attack. But Lin Tian stood firm, parrying with his spear. They exchanged hundreds of blows, each sustaining numerous wounds. Suddenly, Lin Tian executed a thrust, severing his opponent and Oppos' arm. Blood gushed forth, and fear washed over his face. Lin Tian seized the opportunity, launching a relentless assault. He intended to engage in a battle of attrition, draining his opponent's strength. The longer the fight dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for the pursuer. The pursuer, of course, would not allow this. He channeled his energy, attacking with unrestrained ferocity. The blood flowed even more freely from his severed arm, but his combat prowess remained undiminished. However, even if he were to defeat Lin Tian, he would be severely weakened, forcing him to retreat from the spirit road. This path was reserved for the strong. Those facing insurmountable odds could choose to withdraw, forfeiting their chance at attending Azure Province Academy. Kill. Seeing his opponent and Oppos' desperation, his blood surging with a force that surpassed his adversaries. The pursuer was aghast, but it was too late. Lin Tian delivered a sweeping blow, disarming his opponent, followed by a cleaving strike that felled him, spilling blood across the ground. The road to cultivation is paved with blood. Success is built upon countless corpses. Perhaps he would become one of the fallen, but the path was his to choose, and he would persevere, even if it led to ruin. Lin Tian sought refuge in a secluded mountain cave, where he gathered his low-grade spiritual herbs, the mid-grade spiritual herb, and hundreds of spirit stones to begin his cultivation. He consumed the herbs one by one, his energy steadily solidifying, his strength gradually increasing. However, he noticed something peculiar. Only a fraction of the herbs and Oppos' power seemed to be enhancing his strength. The rest appeared to be consumed by his body, vanishing without a trace. How strange. It's as if my body is a sieve. I hope I haven't developed some kind of cultivation defect. Lin Tian examined himself, searching for the cause of the missing energy. Gradually, he arrived at a shocking conclusion. His blood was devouring the herb's power. This was astounding. Lin Tian recalled the time he had broken through to the spirit body realm 3rd level, when he had consumed the solidified sap of what he believed to be a sunfire grass emperor. His energy had surged, nearly causing his body to explode. But he had managed to stabilize it by tempering his body and breaking through to the next realm. Now, he realized that this was not the full story. Had he truly consumed the essence of a sacred herb, even the dregs, it would have surely killed him. The energy would have been far too much for him to handle, even in his previous state. It seemed that his blood had indeed absorbed the energy. To test his theory, Lin Tian consumed another spiritual herb, carefully monitoring the flow of its energy. As expected, the energy vanished almost entirely as it passed through his bloodstream. Incredible! Lin Tian shook his head. He conducted further research on his blood, consuming another spiritual herb and focusing all of its energy into his left thumb. Again, the energy was absorbed by his blood. As the blood devoured the herb's power, he noticed a faint red glow. He recalled that the same red glow had appeared when he had consumed the Sunfire Grass Emperor's sap, only much brighter. At the time, he had assumed that the glow was due to the fire attribute of the Sunfire Grass Emperor, but now he realized that he had been mistaken. Immediately, Lin Tian forced a few drops of his own blood to the surface for careful observation. He discovered that, in comparison to his previous blood, the current blood appeared significantly redder and radiated an unusual warmth. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. He had previously attributed it to his cultivation. However, it now seemed clear that this burning feeling was undoubtedly tied to the vast energy consumed by his blood. As for how all of this came to be, Lin Tian could only remain in the dark. Fortune and misfortune were intertwined. His exceptional innate talent necessitated greater resources than the average individual. With his blood absorbing more than 90% of the energy, it was uncertain when this would cease, implying that he required several times more cultivation resources than others. For him, these resources represented an astronomical figure. All of this constituted the drawbacks. Yet, the benefits were not non-existent. The immense energy contained within his blood enabled him to far surpass others of the same realm during battles, providing him with the capacity to challenge opponents of higher levels and granting him greater power for self-preservation on this spiritual journey. In short, the nature of this transformation remained ambiguous. Lin Tian continued to consume and refine the spiritual medicine. Time passed gradually, and before long, midnight approached. He produced the intermediate spiritual medicine, having consumed all other cultivation resources except for this one. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the intermediate spiritual medicine whole. With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Tian felt a surge of pain in his veins. The potency of this intermediate spiritual medicine was several dozen times that of a low-level spiritual medicine. Consequently, the violent energy flooded his entire being once more. As anticipated, upon reaching the limit of what he could endure, the mysterious blood intervened again, absorbing 90% of the medicine's potency. Lin Tian then adjusted to this energy and began the gradual process of refinement. Thus, a night passed in silence. Lin Tian and Amp, Oppos, as cultivation remained stable, perched at the pinnacle of the third layer of the spiritual body realm. Yet his true strength had significantly increased. He was confident that if he were to confront the youth pursuing him again, the encounter would not last nearly as long. Within 10 exchanges, the youth would undoubtedly perish. Now, Lin Tian continued to suppress his own cultivation. In truth, with his accumulated experience, he could break through to the fourth layer of the spiritual body realm at any moment, even leap to the advanced fourth layer. However, he was not content. He sought to accumulate further strength, aiming for a decisive breakthrough to the pinnacle of the fourth layer, on the verge of entering the fifth layer. As dawn broke, Lin Tian set out. The journey was relatively uneventful, and after half a day's travel, he finally arrived at his destination, Moon Spirit Valley, nestled among the mountains. Moon Spirit Valley is a broad river valley known for its picturesque scenery, earning its name from the enchanting moonlight. However, the true essence of Moon Spirit Valley transcends its beauty. Moon Spirit Valley serves as the largest repository of cultivation techniques along the spiritual path. While other locations also house numerous cultivation sites, they typically only offer techniques at the level of the divine realm, lacking the more profound methods. In contrast, Moon Spirit Valley provides exceptional techniques to those with extraordinary talent, contingent upon passing an assessment, even granting access to sacred texts, though none have yet attained such a scripture. As Lin Tian walked, he took in his surroundings. Moon Spirit Valley had its own rules. Each person could only select one cultivation technique from the 10 publicly available options. Additionally, some individuals chose to undergo trials. However, the rewards from these trials were not guaranteed to surpass the 10 available techniques, and failing the trial would result in the loss of the opportunity to select a technique. Thus, many found themselves in a state of indecision. Lin Tian, however, had already formulated his thoughts. Although the Purple Dawn divine art created by the Soul Emperor was not a half-step divine technique, it drew from numerous schools of thought and referenced many divine realm techniques. He was confident that the Purple Dawn divine art would not be inferior to those of the divine realm. Therefore, he resolved to accept the trial and press on. Approaching the stone wall of the Moon Spirit Valley, he saw inscribed 10 types of techniques, though the details were largely obscured. Only a few words describing the techniques were legible. Accepting a technique was straightforward. One merely had to touch the stone wall. However, upon choosing one technique, others would be excluded, and even learning through another's teachings would result in rejection by the chosen technique. The rules for transmitting techniques in Moon Spirit Valley were exceptionally simple and followed a strict order, impervious to disruption. To undertake the trial, one had to wait until nightfall. At night, the stone wall would open a portal illuminated by the moonlight, allowing entry for the trial. At that moment, over 100 people gathered in the valley. Engaged in the transmission of techniques, Lin Tian noticed a dozen individuals seated nearby, likely preparing for the trial. He quietly sat down to rest, awaiting the onset of darkness. Glancing up at the sky, he wondered what would happen if the night were moonless, rendering the portal inaccessible. However, Lin Tian soon dismissed this concern. Moon Spirit Valley, renowned for its lunar beauty, could hardly lack a moon. While the moon might be elusive along the spiritual path, in Moon Spirit Valley, it was visible and consistently full. As the day progressed, the sun descended, and a bright, round moon hung high in the sky, casting its luminous glow onto the stone wall. Gradually, the wall began to shimmer, ripples dancing across its surface. Suddenly, the valley shook violently as the stone wall cracked open, revealing the portal to the trial. The seated individuals expressed their delight, hastily entering the portal. Lin Tian observed them before following suit. Upon stepping through the portal, he found himself in a secluded space, suddenly bathed in golden light that illuminated him entirely. In that moment, he felt as though every secret of his was laid bare, as if every blood vessel and pore was visible. Exceptional bones. A cold, emotionless voice, reminiscent of a mechanical system, echoed in the air, reaching Lin Tian's ears. It was akin to a game system, and Lin Tian felt as though he were a player, startled by the voice's sudden intrusion. Being a cultivator, Lin Tian and Apos' mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to quickly adjust his mindset. This was Bright Moonstar, a realm far removed from Earth, where all that transpired was acceptable. To the inhabitants of Bright Moonstar, Earthlings were akin to deities, and this realm was indeed the legendary world of cultivation. In truth, Bright Moonstar was infinitely more advanced than Earth. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Lin Tian was transported to a compact, isolated space. Choose your weapon. The cold, emotionless voice resonated once more. This time, Lin Tian felt no panic. Instead, he calmly surveyed his surroundings. Before him appeared dozens, even hundreds, of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds in abundance. With a focused thought, Lin Tian reached for a spear, measuring over 8 feet in length, with a 9-inch tip. Crafted from obsidian for the shaft and purple gold for the head, weighing over 1,000 pounds, comparable to the legendary Overlord spear. The moment Lin Tian grasped the spear, 1,000 virtual warriors of the first layer of the spiritual body realm materialized in the confined space, each wielding a long spear, charging fiercely towards him. Lin Tian gazed at the mass of warriors before him, inhaling sharply. Although these warriors were only of the first layer of the spiritual body realm, the sheer number was overwhelming. Such a trial would be unbearable for most. Even a practitioner at the 5th layer of the spiritual body realm would find it challenging to maintain composure. Lin Tian steadied his breath, gripping the spear tightly as Lin Tian unleashed another furious roar, his attack cleaving through several adversaries, creating a vacuum in his wake. Kill, he bellowed, his invincible aura intensifying with each strike, cutting down 5 warriors with each step. He swiftly annihilated the legion of 10,000 spirit body realm first-level combatants in less than a quarter of an hour. The disparity in their strength rendered their numbers inconsequential. A cascade of golden light descended from the heavens, instantly dispelling Lin Tian's fatigue. Suddenly, 1,000 spirit body realm second-level warriors materialized within the confined space. Undeterred, Lin Tian resumed his onslaught, each thrust of his spear felling an opponent. The arena transformed into his personal martial arts sanctuary, where he honed rudimentary techniques into unpredictable maneuvers. Amidst the carnage, he sought enlightenment, immersing himself in the art of combat. Oblivious to his surroundings, Lin Tian and Apos' mind fixated on the endless repetition of stances and techniques. He was experiencing an epiphany. Ancient wisdom proclaims that enlightenment leads to immortality. While hyperbolic, this sentiment underscores the profound significance of such moments in a cultivator's journey. Enlightenment serves as a beacon, illuminating the path forward and preventing countless detours. After 2/4 of an hour, tranquility returned as Lin Tian's dazed gaze cleared. Lin Tian exhaled a breath of stale air. Once more, golden light bathed him, banishing his weariness. This time, he perceived that the light was akin to a reward, imbued with a vast reservoir of gentle, readily absorbable energy. Soon after Lin Tian's recovery, 100 figures materialized within the confined space. These warriors were formidable spirit body realm 3rd-level cultivators. Lin Tian and Apos' spirits sank. He had barely survived the previous trial, thanks to a stroke of profound insight. Now, he faced 100 spirit body realm 3rd-level opponents. Was this a death sentence? Although he knew the trials were simulated, he had no desire to be subjected to such torment. Before he could dwell on his predicament, the 100 warriors charged. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Tian steeled himself for battle. He cleaved through a warrior with a single blow, only to be swarmed by the rest. A sweeping attack repelled them, felling 3 in the process, but not before one managed to wound him, drawing blood from his left arm. This marked the first injury Lin Tian had sustained during the trials. Enraged, he retaliated with a backhand strike, using his spear as a bludgeon to shatter the offending warrior into pieces. He then surged into the throng. While the adage reach is strength held merit, the confined space limited its effectiveness. Lin Tian engaged the warriors in close combat, exploiting their disadvantage. He hurled his spear, impaling 5 warriors in a single thrust. Abandoning his weapon, he plunged into the melee, pulverizing a warrior and amp, Apos, skull with a punch and bisecting another with a kick. Lin Tian fought with unbridled ferocity, disregardful of his own well-being. Though the warriors and amp, Apos, strikes inflicted minor wounds, he responded with lethal precision. The battle was arduous, yet exhilarating. After an hour, the last warrior fell, his heart pierced by Lin Tian and amp, Apos' fist. Exhausted, Lin Tian collapsed to the ground. A celestial gateway seemed to rupture, inundating Lin Tian with golden light, revitalizing him. He slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. Trial participant has successfully completed the challenge. Grade: Perfect. Please select whether to proceed to the king-level trial. The impassive voice echoed through the desolate chamber. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before responding, yes. He reasoned that reaching this stage warranted continuing the journey. A successful king-level trial would undoubtedly yield greater rewards, including higher-grade techniques. Even if he failed, his perfect completion of the previous trial guaranteed a substantial reward. Suddenly, the chamber transformed, transporting him to a vast, empty hall. 10 golden-armored warriors, each wielding a different weapon, stood in wait. As soon as he arrived, they rose in unison and surrounded him. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. These emotionless figures were all peak spirit-body realm, 4th-level cultivators. He was in dire straits. Their disciplined formation suggested rigorous training, making them far more formidable than the average spirit-body realm 4th-level cultivator encountered on the outside. Clutching his spear, Lin Tian stood poised amidst them. Shua! In a sudden burst of speed, Lin Tian launched his assault, prioritizing reach. He targeted the warriors wielding swords and sabers. He deflected a sword-wielding warrior and Apos' attack and impaled a saber-wielding warrior with a thrust. Boom, boom, boom. His attacks were relentless. Each thrust aimed at the warrior's heart. Based on past experience, a fatal blow would cause them to vanish. What? Lin Tian reeled in shock, nearly dropping his spear. The saber-wielding warrior did not disappear. Instead, he retaliated with a slash that would have cost Lin Tian dearly had he not reacted swiftly. These golden-armored warriors were invulnerable? How could he possibly prevail? Lin Tian struggled to maintain his composure. He scrutinized the saber-wielding warrior and Apos' chest, noting a fist-sized hole with a wry smile. He mentally cursed the trial's architect, wishing misfortune upon their ancestors. This blatant imbalance was unacceptable. How could anyone hope to succeed under such conditions? Lin Tian retreated cautiously, realizing that his strength allowed him to contend with only 3 or 4 warriors, or perhaps 5 with luck. But now he faced 10, and they were indestructible. There must be a weakness, Lin Tian muttered. The designer wouldn't create an unsolvable puzzle. He examined every inch of the golden-armored warriors, desperate for a clue. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He noticed that each warrior wore a jade pendant, and their movements deliberately shielded the pendants from harm. Moreover, the pendants emitted a faint glow periodically, as if channeling energy into the warriors. Could this be the key? Having formulated a plan, he observed carefully before striking. He thrust his spear, and the sword-wielding warrior parried, momentarily exposing the pendant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian shattered the pendant with a kick. Instantly, the warrior vanished, transforming into golden light that merged with Lin Tian. So that and amp, Apos' it, Lin Tian exclaimed. Elated by his discovery, he systematically eliminated the remaining warriors, his body growing saturated with golden energy. Suddenly, an energetic undulation manifested in the grand hall, from which emerged a golden orb, about the size of a dragon and Apos' Before Lin Tian could react, it plunged into the center of his brow. He felt the golden energy he had absorbed converge under the orb's influence, methodically scouring his physique, augmenting his physical prowess with each passing moment. In a flash of light, a young man in pristine white robes materialized within the hall. His countenance was striking, with sword-like eyebrows and eyes that seemed to hold the cosmos, reflecting the transformations of stars, the sinking of celestial bodies, and the vicissitudes of time. He brandished a halberd, its tip aimed directly at Lin Tian's brow. This was an unparalleled youth. Lin Tian suppressed his elation at his enhanced power. The moment the youth appeared, he knew he had encountered the ultimate adversary of this trial. This young man possessed the strength of the 5th level of the spirit body realm. And not just any cultivator at that level, but a peerless prodigy. Lin Tian felt a palpable pressure emanating from him, and he tightened his grip on his spear. To have a weapon pointed at his brow was naturally infuriating. He could only interpret it as a provocation. Abruptly, he launched a fierce assault, cleaving towards the white-robed youth, who parried with his halberd. The clash resounded like thunder. Lin Tian unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each faster and more furious than the last, until all that remained was a whirlwind of motion and the cacophony of colliding weapons. Fortunately, the trial adjusted the strength of the challenger to match the participants' capabilities. In the lower the realm, the fewer techniques could be employed. Lin Tian was merely at the 3rd level of the spirit body realm, so dispatching a 5th-level prodigy was already the limit. After all, Minghui Star was just a low-ranking cultivation planet, not capable of producing many who could defy the odds. Those like Lin Tian, who could overcome opponents 2 levels higher, were exceedingly rare. His talent was among the best on Minghui Star, even surpassing some disciples from sacred ground, though he was unaware of it. With a final, explosive strike, Lin Tian forced the white-robed youth back 3 steps, but the impact numbed his own hand, cracking his grip and causing blood to trickle down the spear. Throughout the exchange, the youth had remained on the defensive. When Lin Tian paused, the youth initiated his attack, driving Lin Tian back 4 steps with a single, oblique slash, followed by a sweeping blow that nearly dislodged Lin Tian and Apos' weapon. As the youth prepared a 3rd strike, Lin Tian intervened, disrupting the attack. He knew he couldn't withstand another assault, as his opponent far surpassed him in strength, realm, and combat experience. It seemed a battle with no chance of victory. Yet, Lin Tian refused to yield. If he couldn't and Apos' overcome this trial, how could he aspire to the pinnacle of martial arts, to become invincible among the stars? He became frenzied, his strikes wild and unrestrained, abandoning all defense in a relentless offensive against the white-robed youth. They engaged in a desperate struggle, exchanging blows over 1,000 times. Both were now covered in wounds. The white-robed youth, being composed of pure energy, could regenerate his injuries with ease. But Lin Tian was flesh and blood, his wounds requiring time to heal, putting him at a disadvantage. Again, Lin Tian attacked with reckless abandon, his spear aimed at the youth. The youth sidestepped, dodging the blow, and retaliated with a strike towards Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack, then sprang up like resilient bamboo in a storm, channeling that natural momentum into a thrust that pierced the youth and Apos' arm, splattering the hall with light. Enraged, the youth retaliated, severing Lin Tian and Apos' leg with a single strike of his halberd. Lin Tian collapsed, supporting himself on one knee, barely managing to stand. Though this was a simulated reality, the pain was real, and beads of sweat streamed down his face. As the white-robed youth pressed his attack, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Tian and Apos', followed by a look of crazed resolve. He lunged towards the youth. Driven to the brink, Lin Tian had no choice but to risk everything. He collided with the youth, the impact echoing through the hall. When the din subsided, only silence remained. Both Lin Tian and the white-robed youth coughed up blood. "You have been defeated," Lin Tian declared, his gaze fixed on the youth. In the final exchange, Lin Tian had cast aside all caution, using his body to withstand the youth's strike. At the instant the halberd pierced his abdomen, Lin Tian unleashed a devastating blow, driving his spear into the youth's chest. With a final surge, Lin Tian shattered the youth into fragments, and the hall fell silent. A narrow victory. This trial was indeed challenging, requiring both strength and luck. Suddenly, the hall vanished, replaced by an elderly man with white hair and a benevolent face. His robes flowed around him, and he radiated a golden light, exuding the aura of an enlightened master, inspiring reverence. Exceptional cultivation talent, defying levels, an unawakened special bloodline, and a fearless heart for the Dao. Excellent, truly excellent. The old man praised, his admiration evident. Lin Tian was astonished, realizing that the old man was not an energy construct, but a genuine being, or rather, a fragment of consciousness, a wisp of divine thought. "I possess 2 scriptures," One is the Dan scripture of my predecessor, Dan Chenzi. The other is of immense origin, not to be spoken of lightly, though it is incomplete, containing only the spirit body and chi condensation chapters. Child, which do you choose? The old man inquired. Lin Tian was taken aback. How should he choose? The old man was powerful, and the legacy of Dan Chenzi was undoubtedly comparable to legendary holy scriptures. Yet the other scripture, which the old man hesitated to name, was incomplete. One was a complete method, the other fragmented. Senior, I aspire to walk the path of the strong. I beseech you to grant me the scripture. Lin Tian finally decided, bowing respectfully. The old man sighed, and a beam of golden light descended, imprinting a scripture in Lin Tian's mind, incomplete as it was. This was the old man's choice, suggesting that the incomplete scripture of great origin held even greater value. Lin Tian bowed to the old man, acknowledging the great kindness of imparting knowledge. The old man paused, as if making a final decision, and another beam of golden light descended, adding a complete scripture to Lin Tian and Apos' mind, the Dan scripture he had inherited. Furthermore, Lin Tian received a series of images and memories, but before he could process them, the old man vanished from that realm. Senior, this Lin Tian looked at the spot where the old man had been, filled with gratitude. The old man had initially intended to give him only one scripture, but then changed his mind and bestowed both. All that I wish to convey is now within the depths of your mind. The old man and Apos' divine will echoed in Lin Tian and Apos' ears. Before Lin Tian could react, the old man had vanished entirely. Subsequently, Lin Tian began to organize the fragmented memories and scattered images in his mind. The first image depicted 3 individuals exploring a relic, with the old man among them. This relic, situated amidst the starry cosmos, concealed immense dangers. The trio, after enduring numerous hardships, eventually uncovered something significant. Judging by the scene, it appeared the old man was investigating a tomb. In the second image, the 3 were examining a scroll when the other 2 suddenly turned on the old man. A fierce battle ensued, culminating in the old man slaying both of his assailants, committing the contents of the scroll to memory before incinerating it. The third image showed the old man returning to this planet, establishing a spiritual pathway in hopes of finding a successor. However, shortly after its completion, the old man passed away, likely a consequence of the earlier conflict that had drained his vitality. Thus concluded the visual narrative. Lin Tian meticulously reviewed the old man's memories. The elder, named Yun Hai, was initially a solitary cultivator who, through fortuitous circumstances, acquired the legacy of a formidable being and ultimately ascended to sainthood. The 2 individuals in the images were his friends, with whom he became inseparable after a chance encounter at an exchange conference, pledging brotherhood. Years later, following the remnants of a fragmented map left by the powerful being, the old man discovered a grand tomb in the cosmos. Aware of the tomb's peril, he resolved to share its secret with his brothers, leading them on a joint expedition. Finally, their relentless efforts bore fruit as they uncovered a fragmentary, earth-shattering technique. Though incomplete, it was a treasure rarely encountered. They began to study it together, only to realize that the scroll was bound by restrictions, allowing for a single reading before it vanished, and that the technique could not be passed on unless its practitioner perished. At that moment, the old man contemplated abandoning the pursuit. Although he had inherited the legacy of the Pill King, which, while not as potent as the incomplete technique, was still valuable, he pondered relinquishing the fragmentary technique. However, unbeknownst to him, his 2 brothers plotted against him. This betrayal broke the old man and Apos' heart. Despite his anguish, he was not defenseless, and he fought back, ultimately shedding tears as he killed the brothers he had cherished. A technique of immeasurable worth had incited fratricide among those once bound by brotherhood, a lamentable fate. Although the old man eliminated his comrades, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Their strengths were comparable, and he merely had the advantage due to his Pill King heritage. Soon after, sensing his impending demise, he relocated to a desolate planet lacking in martial vigor, establishing a spiritual pathway to test potential successors. By chance, Lin Tian emerged as the favored candidate. Yet, Lin Tian aspired to reach the pinnacle of cultivation, and while the old man and Apos' legacy was exceptional, it paled in comparison to the fragmentary technique from the tomb. Regrettably, the old man's imprint lingered in the world for too long. Even if Lin Tian had not come, the old man would not have endured much longer. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Tian and Apos' prodigious talent, he decided to pass his legacy in the fragmentary tech. Once Lin Tian organized his thoughts, he opened his eyes to find himself outside the stone wall, where the other 10 individuals had already emerged. Some were jubilant, while others were disheartened. A chubby individual, seemingly having acquired a commendable technique, approached Lin Tian, believing him to be yet another failure. With good intentions, he offered consolation. Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Thank you, brother. I was merely too anxious." The chubby individual and several others gradually exited the valley. Lin Tian appeared lost in thought as he followed them out. Before departing, he glanced back at the stone wall, chuckling to himself, aware that the most crucial legacy had been extracted by the little chubby man, while the others reveled in their perceived success. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt a surge of energy stirring within him, prompting an alarmed thought. This is bad. The gentle energy he had received began to stir restlessly, a result of acquiring too much. The seals within his mind were fracturing, suggesting that with the old man's complete disappearance, the seals had lost their efficacy. Lin Tian hurried to find a secluded place to enter seclusion. Although the energy was gentle, its sheer magnitude terrified him. He feared that if it fully erupted, it could be catastrophic. Even if it didn't lead to his demise, the prospect of becoming a fool was intolerable. Near the Moon Spirit Valley were numerous valleys, and Lin Tian discovered a smaller, more concealed one, where he promptly sat cross-legged to refine the energy. He began to guide and refine this energy, while simultaneously examining the fragmentary technique given by the old man. Eager to uncover what extraordinary qualities made it so revered by a saint, the creator and Apos, name shrouded in secrecy, Lin Tian focused his mind, organizing the information within. Suddenly, the words Yuan Huang Jing emerged in his consciousness, followed by many smaller characters. He read them carefully, fearing he might miss a single word. Qi is the beginning of life. Da is the passage through the universe. Lin Tian savored each phrase, pausing occasionally to ponder their meanings. The profundity of these teachings was staggering, and he had yet to reach the main text. Continuing his exploration, the cultivation methods of the spirit-body realm unfolded before him, their luminous characters elucidating the true essence of the Dao. He was captivated, and the subsequent section on Qi condensation was equally profound, offering boundless enlightenment. Harness the energies of heaven and earth for my use. Condense the spirits of heaven and earth at my sides. Soaring through the heavens, what does it matter at the periphery? Suddenly, the scripture felt abruptly truncated, leaving Lin Tian lamenting the abrupt cessation. Nevertheless, the knowledge gleaned thus far was more than sufficient for his current needs. He silently recited the scripture, activating it. And the purple dawn divine skill created by the Soul Emperor was entirely absorbed. As Lin Tian channeled the Yuan Huang Jing, the blood and energy within him resonated like a great bell, resounding powerfully as he felt his strength exponentially multiplying. Lin Tian shattered the golden energy sphere, and the tidal wave of energy surged chaotically within him. Although this energy was extraordinarily gentle and possessed restorative properties, he felt as though he might burst from the pressure. His blood, ignited by this energy, glowed vividly, and gradually he sensed an energy within him that was rightfully his, but had long been elusive. Unsurprisingly, Lin Tian's blood consumed 90% of the energy, yet he still felt on the brink of explosion, not due to his fragility, but because the energy was simply overwhelming. It's time. Grant me my breakthrough. Lin Tian roared, channeling the Yuan Huang Jing as he forcefully assaulted the barriers of cultivation. Instantly, the energy found its outlet, and Lin Tian and Apos' aura surged relentlessly, seemingly unstoppable. His previous accumulation was already substantial, having ingested a mid-tier spiritual herb. He possessed the foundation to break through to the peak of the fourth layer of the spirit-body realm. Now, with this immense influx of energy, it was evident that his breakthrough would propel him to astonishing heights. Limitless energy washed over Lin Tian, cleansing his limbs and fortifying his meridians, enhancing his physical strength and vitality while his aura continued to ascend. Fourth layer of the spirit-body realm. Initial stage of the fourth layer of the spirit-body realm. Pinnacle of the fourth layer of the spirit-body realm. Yet, this was not the end. His aura kept rising. Fifth layer of the spirit-body realm. At the pinnacle of the fifth level of the spirit-body realm, Lin Tian's aura continued to surge. Observers would be astounded by such rapid advancements, where he surmounted multiple minor stages in a single leap, while they toiled for years to achieve a mere breakthrough. Sixth level of the spirit-body realm. Soon, Lin Tian was on the cusp of breaking through to the seventh level, but in a familiar turn of events, he began to suppress his realm, causing it to recede. Lin Tian desperately restrained his own cultivation level, yet his aura grew increasingly profound. After a strenuous effort, he finally stabilized his realm at the peak of the fifth level. Exhale. Lin Tian exhaled deeply upon completing this feat. Suppressing his cultivation had been exceedingly challenging, as the golden energies were of the purest origin, proving difficult to contain. Fortunately, he possessed the heaven-defying Yuan Emperor scripture, which emphasized foundational strength, thus aiding him in suppressing his cultivation. However, Lin Tian's accumulation was exceedingly robust, and even with the Yuan Emperor scripture, he could only suppress his realm to the peak of the 5th level. This time, Lin Tian's breakthrough across 2 minor stages was considered reasonable. As the adage goes, excess is a defect. One must not overdo things, for excess can be detrimental. Lin Tian was content with this breakthrough, as it achieved his desired effect. Lin Tian's realm stood at the peak of the 5th level, but his true combat prowess far exceeded that level. Possessing exceptional talent and cultivation, he could challenge opponents beyond his level, displaying first-grade combat ability. Now, with his blood completely transformed into a scorching crimson, his blood chi was exceptionally formidable, further enhancing his first-grade combat ability. Moreover, the Yuan Emperor scripture, far surpassing even sacred texts, granted him another grade of combat prowess. In essence, Lin Tian could now contend with opponents 3 grades above his own, capable of challenging or even vanquishing those at the 8th level of the spirit body realm. Entities at the 8th level represented the pinnacle of the spirit road. Throughout the history of the spirit road trials, those reaching the 9th level were exceedingly rare, numbering fewer than 5. Those at the 8th level were also scarce, numbering only a dozen or, at most, 2 dozen. Truly, Lin Tian had risen from servitude to sing his own praises, finally experiencing a moment of triumph. Lin Tian retrieved the map and examined his progress. More than a month had elapsed since entering the spirit road, a delay he could ill afford. Thus, he hastened his journey, bypassing numerous regions with meager resources and setting his sights on one of the spirit road's 3 great wonders, the Spirit Herb Garden. The spirit road's 3 great wonders, Moon Spirit Valley, Spirit Herb Garden, and Myriad Weapon Mountain, appeared sequentially along the spirit road. Among these, the Spirit Herb Garden was arguably the most enticing. While Moon Spirit Valley offered precious techniques, each person was limited to selecting one. And even passing the trials did not guarantee obtaining a superior technique. Moreover, other locations offered technique inheritances, diminishing Moon Spirit Valley and Appos' allure. Myriad Weapon Mountain, though unique, imposed numerous restrictions. Throughout the Spirit Road and Appos' millennia of existence, few weapons had been claimed, but each emergence caused a significant, as the weapons were said to be at least at the divine power realm. One individual even obtained a halberd that even a Purple Mansion realm expert might not possess. Its grade was unknown, but the old dean of Azure Province Academy lauded it. This disciple was named Zhang Tianyi. Lin Tian, perusing the explanatory booklet, was rendered speechless. How could it be him again? He was the one who had obtained the semi-sacred herb and selflessly gifted it to Azure Province Academy. The one who had broken the record for the fastest cultivation on the spirit road, and now the one who had obtained a peerless weapon. This piqued Lin Tian's interest in Zhang Tianyi. Regrettably, he had not encountered him in Moon Spirit Valley. Perhaps because Zhang Tianyi already possessed powerful cultivation techniques and was uninterested in the so-called sacred texts. This caused Lin Tian to momentarily falter. If Zhang Tianyi were to attempt the trial gate of Moon Spirit Valley, would he receive the old man's inheritance? He pondered. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of anticipation, eager to meet the senior Zhang, who was not much older than him. In truth, Lin Tian and Appos' actual age was certainly greater than Zhang Tianyi and Appos'. The final wonder. The Spirit Herb Garden, Lin Tian's destination, was the most advantageous of the 3. It imposed fewer restrictions and was replete with low-grade spirit herbs, while mid and high-grade herbs were frequently cited. Even the semi-sacred herb obtained by Zhang Tianyi was a reward bestowed by the Spirit Herb Garden after clearing numerous trials. Most importantly, this year was unique, as the Herb Hall, which appeared once every century, had emerged within the Spirit Herb Garden. Meeting certain conditions granted one the qualification to enter the Herb Hall. The creator of the Spirit Road was not renowned for his cultivation prowess, but for his exceptional alchemic talent. The elixirs he concocted were stored within the Herb Hall. Rumor had it that some disciples who had undergone the trials within the Herb Hall claimed that the value of the sacred pills within far surpassed that of a sacred herb. A swift journey, fraught with bloodshed. The world never lacks potential, but rather discerning eyes. Similarly, the world never lacks those courting disaster, but wise individuals are scarce, mirroring the disparity in numbers between potential and discernment. Lin Tian had no desire to court trouble, but sometimes trouble seeks one out. Inexplicably, he became embroiled in several spirit herb disputes, but fortunately, his current strength was sufficient to handle such minor affairs. After a perilous yet uneventful journey, Lin Tian finally arrived at his destination, the Spirit Herb Garden. The Spirit Herb Garden was nestled within a basin surrounded by mountains. From afar, the basin's soil appeared purplish-black, with faint traces of spiritual energy emanating from it, truly a treasure trove. Even before entering the Spirit Herb Garden, he could detect a fragrant aroma of herbs. Lin Tian had not been idle during this time, having plundered dozens of treasure troves of varying sizes, acquiring 2 mid-grade spirit herbs, nearly 100 low-grade spirit herbs, and numerous spirit stones and treasures of varying sizes. Of course, some of these were obtained by Lin Tian himself, while the majority were gifts from others. Along the way, there were always those who harbored ill intentions and attempted to rob him. Meeting Lin Tian proved to be their misfortune, as they gravely underestimated his strength, a fatal error. When they were counter-robbed, Lin Tian, upon beholding their possessions, exclaimed that this occupation was an exceedingly lucrative means of amassing wealth. It was far more rewarding than tirelessly exploring one region after another. Lin Tian walked step by step, gradually approaching the Spirit Herb Garden. He greedily inhaled the air, noting a dense crowd surrounding the Spirit Herb Garden, numbering at least 1,000. In these 2 months, Lin Tian had traversed half of the Spirit Road. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would reach the exit within 4 months. The Spirit Herb Garden marked the midpoint of the Spirit Road and also housed over half of the Spirit Road and Appos' spirit herbs. The Spirit Herb Garden and Appos' rule stipulated that only 10 spirit herbs would appear each day, with their grade being random. They could be 10 low-grade herbs, 10 mid-grade herbs, or, in exceedingly fortunate circumstances, even a single high-grade herb. The Spirit Herb Garden operated on a 10-day cycle, opening once every 10 days. Those who met the conditions could enter, relying on their strength to pass the trials and claim a spirit herb. Even if they failed the trials, they could still take 10 low-grade spirit herbs for free. Merely entering the Spirit Herb Garden was proof of one's strength, and this served as a consolation prize. 5 days had passed since the last opening of the Spirit Herb Garden, meaning Lin Tian would have to remain here for another 5 days. As for when the apothecary pavilion will appear, it is entirely a matter of fortune. Nevertheless, he has made up his mind. Even if the pavilion does not manifest, he will remain here for no more than a month. Any longer, and he would miss the optimal opportunity to traverse the Spirit Road. The elders of Qingzhou Academy traditionally await at the exit of the Spirit Road, selecting promising candidates and assessing the performance of those who have passed the trials. The ranking is quite straightforward, based on 2 criteria: contribution points to the Academy and practical combat rankings. The practical combat ranking is devoid of bias. No one can assist another in that regard. However, should one manage to extract treasures from the Spirit Road and generously donate them to Qingzhou Academy, the elders will award corresponding academic credits based on the treasure's value. Within Qingzhou Academy, all expenditures hinge upon contribution points, which are notoriously difficult to earn. This ranking battle will grant trial disciples corresponding contribution points, which can also be exchanged for additional contribution points. Thus, the amount one gains from this Spirit Road trial is directly related to the quality of life one will experience at Qingzhou Academy in the future. For an extended period after entering the Academy, one typically expends contribution points without acquiring any. Over the past 3,000 years since its establishment, the highest score achieved in the Spirit Road trial was by Zhang Tianyi. His performance shattered the records of Qingzhou Academy, earning him 10,000 ranking points, which equates to 10,000 contribution points, culminating in a total of 20,000 contribution points. Such a status surpasses even that of outstanding students approaching graduation, marking him as the pinnacle of Qingzhou Academy. Currently, there are 5 days remaining until the Spirit Herb Garden reopens. Unprecedentedly, Lin Tian has devoted this time not to cultivation but to organizing the second inheritance bestowed upon him by the elder. In truth, this inheritance does not belong to the elder himself. Rather, it is a legacy from an unparalleled figure whom the elder wants. The reopening of the Spirit Herb Garden every 10 days is an immutable occurrence. Zhang Tianyi once waited 8 days to enter, so Lin Tian is not concerned about any unexpected changes. As for the fierce competition for 10 spirit herbs on that day, he chose not to participate. Instead, he is diligently contemplating the elder and Appos' inheritance. An overwhelming influx of information floods his mind, causing him a slight headache, yet he grits his teeth and gradually acclimates. This inheritance pertains to the art of alchemy, a legacy from the legendary alchemy king. Although the elder's memories do not mention the identity of the alchemy king, Lin Tian notices that the name Danquanzi is inscribed at the end of the inheritance, suggesting that perhaps the alchemy king is indeed Dan. This inheritance does not contain many cultivation techniques. Instead, it predominantly discusses the methods of herbal refinement, identification of herbs, and the intricacies of alchemy. To be precise, it is an alchemical inheritance. While it lacks invincible paths and supreme techniques, the cultivation methods outlined within are comprehensive. However, Lin Tian can clearly discern that the alchemical practices detailed therein are far inferior to the Yuan Huangjing. Nevertheless, the alchemical techniques described pique his interest. In the realm of cultivators, practitioners are commonplace, yet alchemists are exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. The primary reasons for this scarcity include the necessity of alchemical fire, which is contingent upon one's physique, the difficulty of obtaining a proper inheritance, the lack of esteemed mentors, and the innate talent required for understanding medicinal herbs. Considering these factors, becoming an alchemist is no easy feat. Currently, most individuals who harvest spiritual herbs and rare treasures consume them directly, leading to ineffective absorption of their medicinal properties. The human body struggles to fully assimilate these substances, which can accumulate toxins over time. While these toxins may not be felt in daily life, as one progresses further along the path of cultivation and ascends to higher realms, these very substances may silently claim the lives of those who consume them during breakthrough moments. All medicines possess some toxicity. While spiritual herbs are beneficial, they must be taken in moderation. However, refining spiritual herbs into elixirs according to precise formulas can significantly enhance their efficacy, making them easier to absorb and reducing toxin accumulation, thus offering numerous advantages. Furthermore, in the profession of alchemy, legendary masters are revered by those supreme beings who dominate the cosmos, often seeking their elixirs at great cost. Upon reaching this point, Lin Tian cannot help but ponder why he can fully absorb spiritual herbs. This thought leads him to consider his mysterious blood. Perhaps this is the key factor. Nevertheless, this is not a disadvantage. His blood has the ability to extract medicinal properties, effectively serving as a self-sufficient alchemical system. This realization fills Lin Tian with immense joy. What Lin Tian is unaware of is that the elder chose him as an heir precisely because he recognized the uniqueness of his blood. The elder discerned that Lin Tian's blood harbors tremendous energy and possesses a blazing sun attribute, making it exceptionally suitable for alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have selected him as a successor. Regrettably, Lin Tian and Appo's ambitions do not lie in this direction. By entrusting this inheritance to him, the elder fulfills a personal wish while still harboring hope that one day Lin Tian may reconsider and embrace the path of an alchemist. Alchemy. Lin Tian murmurs. He cannot deny that he feels a stir of interest, hoping to carry on the elder's skills, not only for the elder's sake, but also for his own. Lin Tian is acutely aware that he is currently a voracious consumer of resources. In the early stages of his cultivation, this is manageable, but as he progresses, the resources he requires will far exceed what any single faction can provide. Thus, upon discovering this inheritance, he has already devised a plan to pursue the dual mastery of martial and alchemical arts. If he can become a renowned alchemist, he will have no shortage of individuals willing to supply him with resources, making his journey along the martial path remarkably smoother. However, Lin Tian will not lose sight of the main goal. The martial path remains the true pursuit, while alchemy serves merely as an auxiliary. This alchemical inheritance encompasses every aspect of the craft, representing a comprehensive mastery of alchemy. It is said to have been created by Danquanzi, a name that may sound unfamiliar to Lin Tian, yet it could incite a significant stir in the outside world. The alchemy king, Danquanzi, is a revered figure among the powerful, often considered a deity within the realm of alchemy. The title of alchemy king is not one bestowed upon just anyone. Throughout history, only a handful have been worthy of it, fewer even than emperors, and Danquanzi is among them. No wonder the creator of the Spirit Road disregards the Yuan Huangjing. The legacy of Danquanzi alone is sufficient to occupy a lifetime of study. Although the creator of the Spirit Road is a sage, his talent in alchemy is limited, and he has barely scratched the surface of Danquanzi and Appo's. This revelation astonishes Lin Tian. Who would have thought that a mere tome could elude even the most revered sages of antiquity? This alchemical technique is titled Refining Heaven and Earth. Mastery of this technique allows one to even refine the very fabric of the cosmos. Danquanzi not only possesses unparalleled talent in alchemy, but also wields cultivation abilities that few can match. There were legends among the older generation who suggested that had Dan Qinzi not been so enamored with alchemy, he could have dominated an entire... The individual who once made this claim was one of the strongest in this star domain, and receiving such praise from him attests to Dan Qinzi's extraordinary gifts. Though Dan Qinzi devoted himself to the art of alchemy, the techniques he developed remain unmatched in the ages that followed, at least within this domain. His alchemical methods not only facilitate the creation of elixirs, but can also be wielded as formidable weapons, representing an invincible mastery of the craft. Alas, when the creator of the Spirit Road obtained Dan Qinzi's legacy, a significant portion of it was attributable to luck, supplemented by cleverness. Otherwise, how could such a remarkable inheritance have fallen into his hands? Pearls cast into darkness, Lin Tian muses, shaking his head in disbelief. If the elder were to witness Lin Tian and Apos' playful demeanor, he might feel a mix of emotions, having entrusted his life and Apos' wealth to this young man, only to be met with his teasing remarks. Truly, while uncles may endure, aunts cannot. Lin Tian silently committed the scriptures of refining the heavens and earth to memory. Regrettably, the text was exceedingly obscure, leaving him only able to retain its content without truly comprehending its essence. What remained were the elders' interpretations of refining the heavens and earth, along with various insights on alchemy and cultivation. For Lin Tian at this moment, these were of paramount importance. Additionally, there existed an indispensable element for any alchemist, the alchemical formulas. These formulations, painstakingly gathered by Dan Qinzi over his lifetime, were regrettably beyond Lin Tian and Apos' current capabilities, as he had yet to successfully concoct even a fraction of the elixirs documented within. He could not help but be astonished, pondering how many he might produce in the future. For the next 5 days, Lin Tian immersed himself in the art of alchemy, nearly becoming obsessed, with his greatest desire being to find an alchemical furnace to validate his myriad hypotheses. However, the timing was not propitious. The spiritual herb garden was on the verge of opening, and his anticipation for it was even greater, for while the garden belonged to others, the art of alchemy was uniquely his own. The treasures within the garden represented a fleeting opportunity that would not come again. Yet the practice of alchemy would afford him countless chances in the future. At last, the 5-day period elapsed, and the spiritual herb garden opened. Many rushed to enter, but a significant number were thwarted at the entrance. At that moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes. The path of alchemy was vast and profound, not something that could be mastered in a day or through mere casual efforts. Thus, it was imperative to focus on the task at hand. Lin Tian had come to the spiritual herb garden with the intention of acquiring the precious herbs within. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait for the garden to open again in 10 days, and he had no time to squander. The requirement for entry into the spiritual herb garden was a cultivation level above the 4th tier of the spiritual body realm, a condition that excluded many from entry. Fortunately, this posed no obstacle for Lin Tian. A ripple of energy surged, allowing him to pass through the energy barrier of the garden with ease, drawing the attention of the crowd. They had not anticipated that Lin Tian, who had remained silent for 5 days, would so effortlessly enter the garden, especially after witnessing a formidable youth of the 5th tier struggling to gain entry. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Could he be at the 6th tier of the spiritual body realm? Lin Tian felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy wash over him as he entered the garden, where dozens of individuals had already gathered, nodding in acknowledgement at his arrival. Observing Lin Tian and Apos' calm demeanor, the crowd began to gauge his strength and opted to refrain from confrontation. Is that you? A sharp... Lin Tian turned towards the source, recognizing the speaker with familiarity. It was Chen Nan, a figure he knew all too well. Had he not evaded in time, he might have fallen victim to Chen Nan's lethal intent. Presently, Chen Nan had ascended to the peak of the 6th tier, seemingly on the cusp of the 7th, likely having shared the spoils of the Yin-Yang Grass King with Wang Sheng. The Yin-Yang Grass King was exceedingly rare, classified as a half-spiritual herb, its practical utility far exceeding that of typical high-grade spiritual herbs. Generally, few could obtain high-grade herbs during the annual spiritual trials, and on occasions of misfortune, none at all. Yet, in a relatively modest locale, Chen Nan managed to acquire the Yin-Yang Grass King, a stroke of fortune indeed. It was worth noting that the places where the yin-yang grass thrived were numerous, and areas far larger than where Lin Tian and others ventured could be found. Yet, it was Chen Nan who reaped the rewards, indicating his fortuitous nature. However, Lin Tian felt no fear towards Chen Nan. In contrast, Chen Nan was taken aback by Lin Tian and Apos' presence, recalling the small cultivator he had previously dismissed as easily crushable. Lin Chun Nan returned with a smile before stepping aside. The thoughts of both individuals remained hidden from the prying eyes of others. Lin Tian had discerned Chun Nan and Appo's true character upon their first encounter. Alongside Wang Sheng, he was not a man of virtue. In an effort to keep the existence of the Yin-Yang Grass King a secret, they had even contemplated exterminating all within that region, a truly heinous act. At the moment Chun Nan turned away, Lin Tian caught a glimpse of the malice lurking in his eyes. Though he scorned the notion of associating with such a person, he remained vigilant. Better to offend a gentleman than a rogue, and Chun Nan was most certainly a rogue among rogues. While Lin Tian did not regard Chun Nan's strength as a threat, he understood the necessity of caution when dealing with him. In an instant, the entire spiritual herb garden radiated with a pristine white light, allowing Lin Tian and the others to clearly behold its wonders. Even with his pure intentions and strong fortitude, the breathtaking sight elicited a sharp intake of breath. The spiritual herb garden, more accurately described as an expansive plain, was densely populated with spiritual herbs. Although 99% of these were merely low-grade herbs, the visual impact was nonetheless staggering. Moreover, the sheer quantity of low-grade herbs rendered their value incalculable. Suddenly, a colossal platform materialized high above the garden, consisting of 9 ascending tiers, each one loftier than the last, connected by floating steps. This was the challenge of the spiritual herb garden, the 9-tiered platform. Each tier featured 108 steps, with rewards awaiting those who ascended. Reaching the first 3 tiers would yield a rare low-grade herb, while ascending to the 4th through 6th tiers would grant a comparatively rare mid-grade herb. Climbing to the 7th through 9th tiers would reward one with a rare high-grade herb. As for the half-holy and legendary herbs, they resided at the garden's center, accessible only to those who reached the pinnacle. Notably, rewards could be cumulative. Thus, traversing the first 3 tiers would net 3 rare low-grade herbs. The path to obtaining Zhangtiani and Appo's half-holy herb remained known solely to him. Since the opening of the spiritual road, the highest anyone had reached, apart from Zhangtiani, was the 8th tier. The test of the 9-tiered platform was not merely a matter of strength or cultivation level. It also required fortuity. During Zhangtiani and Appo's ascent, he had merely been at the peak of the 6th tier, yet after acquiring the spiritual herb and entering seclusion, he subsequently shone brilliantly, culminating in his cultivation reaching the maximum capacity of the spiritual road. Lin Tian speculated that this so-called fortuity was likely akin to innate talent. Zhang Tianyi's ability to secure the half-holy herb stemmed from his exceptional gifts. Nevertheless, Lin Tian believed that even at the peak of the 6th tier, Zhang Tianyi and Appo's combat prowess exceeded what could be encapsulated by his cultivation level. Upon entering the spiritual herb, Lin Tian discerned that among the gathered individuals were several formidable characters, including one who had nearly touched the threshold of the 9th tier. Lin Tian was certain that, even at full strength, he would only be able to flee from that individual rather than contend with him. As Lin Tian began his ascent, he immediately sensed the nature of the trial on this level, pressure. It was simply pressure. As Lin Tian ascended the first step, he felt a subtle pressure, barely noticeable. With each subsequent step, the pressure intensified, yet it posed no hindrance to him. He proceeded at a steady pace, as if strolling leisurely, drawing the attention of those around him. However, Lin Tian was acutely aware that with every step he took, the pressure increased by over 2,000 pounds, culminating in an astonishing 20,000 pounds upon reaching the 108th step. This weight was trivial for him. Although he was merely at the 5th level of the spirit body realm, his inherent strength exceeded 500,000 pounds. Ever since his transformation, each of his steps had been grounded and substantial, accumulating immense power, so that with each small elevation, his strength surged by approximately 100,000 pounds or more. If this trajectory continued, he anticipated that upon reaching the pinnacle of the spirit body realm, his power would soar to over 900,000 pounds, a strength far surpassing that of his earthly self. Comparatively, even at the 5th level of the spirit body realm, he was significantly stronger than his former self at the 1st level of the chi-gathering realm. At present, Lin Tian felt at ease, though he was not the swiftest. The fastest among them was a youth teetering on the edge of the 9th level of the spirit body realm, donned in linen garments, with long hair simply tied back with a gray cloth. Armed with a large blade, his resolute demeanor allowed him to leave all others in his wake. Unfazed by the gazes of those around him, Lin Tian continued his deliberate ascent. Within the span of half a stick of incense, he reached the 100th step. While the number of individuals trailing behind him dwindled significantly, the initial crowd had been sparse, and with many at the fourth level of the spirit body realm merely observing. Approximately 80% had been eliminated at the first challenge. Fortunately, while the Spirit Herb Garden operated as a welfare institution, it was not devoid of principles. Each person was permitted entry only once a month, implying that even for those traversing this mystical path, time was of the essence. Even the most diligent could only access the Spirit Herb Garden 6 times, though in reality, no one could achieve such efficiency. This regulation elucidated why. Despite the presence of nearly 1,000 individuals outside, only a few truly gained entry. With a sigh, Lin Tian ascended unperturbed, instantly acquiring a primary spirit herb. Noticing the distinct quality of his herb compared to those of others, he realized that passage was tiered, and his performance could only be deemed average. Dismissing the presence of those behind him, Lin Tian pressed on, stepping onto the first step of the second tier. In an instant, a flying knife whizzed past him, and he comprehended that this stage tested agility. Without hesitation, Lin Tian sprinted forth, effortlessly traversing the 108 steps of the second tier. Immediately, he acquired another primary spirit herb, this one of notably superior quality. Continuing his ascent to the third tier, Lin Tian felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. As this stage targeted mental fortitude, enduring the excruciating agony, he gritted his teeth and sped through. For the intensity of the pain was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Without exception, he gained yet another primary spirit herb. Upon reaching the fourth tier, he stepped onto the first step and felt nothing, leaving him perplexed as to what this trial entailed. Taking another step, he still sensed nothing. Confounded, Lin Tian continued his ascent until he reached the 108th step, where he noticed a slender incense stick nearly burned out. Suddenly, he understood. This trial tested one's doubts. Had he hesitated, looking around, the trial would have concluded with the incense and appos, as completion. In truth, he had hesitated slightly, which explained why he reached the 108th step just as the incense was about to extinguish. Having passed the fourth trial, Lin Tian obtained a medium-grade spirit herb. He then approached the fifth tier. Upon stepping up, a figure suddenly materialized before him, brandishing a large blade aimed at him. Lin Tian instinctively reached for his overlord spear to defend himself, only to find it had vanished. Quickly dodging, he noticed that the assailant had disappeared in an instant. An illusion. This trial was an illusionary array. Lin Tian closed his eyes, shutting off his senses, and strode boldly forward. He passed the fifth tier and secured another medium-grade spirit herb. Upon reaching the sixth tier, as he took a step forward, a barrier of energy manifested. Inscribed with a simple question, "What is 1 plus 2? Lin Tian was momentarily struck dumb. Was this a mockery of his education? Did they presume his math skills were lacking? 1 plus 2? Surely even a 3-year-old could answer that. This was a rather tedious test. Did cultivators truly struggle with mathematics? Pondering this, Lin Tian inscribed the number 3 in the air. Instantly, the barrier dissipated, and he stepped onto the second small tier, where yet another question awaited him, this time slightly more challenging. What is 2 plus 1? Faced with such trivial inquiries, Lin Tian felt compelled to chastise the creator of this spirit path. After answering over 100 similarly tedious questions, he spotted the youth from before, who was also confronted by a question. What is 10 multiplied by 15? Lin Tian swiftly completed 2 questions, catching up to the youth, who was now at the 107th step, yet seemed stumped by the inquiry. The youth sat on the ground, surrounded by scattered objects, counting meticulously. Lin Tian felt a surge of admiration. It appeared he had progressed one step at a time with great effort. At this moment, their eyes met, and the youth nodded in acknowledgement, to which Lin Tian responded with a smile. Another question appeared before Lin Tian. What is 12 multiplied by 10? He casually wrote down 120, and the barrier vanished. The linen-clad youth looked astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief and longing as he glanced at Lin Tian. However, upon realizing Lin Tian was not gazing back at him, his expression dimmed. 150, Lin Tian declared as he stepped onto the 108th step, prompting the youth to initially appear perplexed, only to break into joy as he inscribed the number onto the energy barrier, which then vanished. The youth took another step, but faced yet another conundrum. What is 100 multiplied by 10? Clearing his scattered items, he appeared overwhelmed by the task. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already answered the question. The barrier before him now completely gone. Lin Tian refrained from ascending to the top, knowing that if he did, the youth would undoubtedly fail. The youth smiled at Lin Tian once more, though this time it bore a hint of bitterness. Amused, Lin Tian mused that such questions could likely be solved by a first grader back on Earth. With a reluctant admission, He acknowledged that the cultivators' mathematical skills were not merely poor, they were shockingly inadequate. While Lin Tian's mathematics were not taught by a physical education teacher, it seemed likely that this youth and Oppos, were, and yet, one had to wonder, could a physical education teacher truly be that Lin Tian chose not to burden the youth further, instead offering him the correct answer, 1,000. As Lin Tian turned to take a step forward, preparing to ascend to the 7th tier, the youth called after him from the 6th tier, having also reached the summit, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. This favor, I shall remember," he exclaimed, not waiting for Lin Tian to respond before stepping onto the 7th tier. He was indeed a boy of genuine spirit. At the age of one can foresee the character of a 7-year-old. At 7, one can glimpse the traits of an elder. Although this saying may seem exaggerated, it generally holds true that a person's character and conduct can often be discerned in their youth. Lin Tian observed Wu Dao with a smile. Having always believed that Wu Dao should not be confined to the 6th level, his actions seemed merely whimsical. It was astounding that he could be stumped by such a simple challenge. Shaking his head, Lin Tian stepped into the 7th layer. Upon entering the 7th challenge, Lin Tian understood why, despite the countless trial seekers over the years, so few had obtained high-grade spiritual herbs. The 7th level had no discernible steps, only a path that was eerie and foreboding, strewn with sinister bones. The space was filled with vicious wind blades, and within moments, his body bore numerous wounds. Having come this far, he was resolute not to yield easily. Enduring the excruciating pain, he pressed onward. Each step accompanied by the sound of bones cracking beneath his feet, a reality he could not dismiss, as even with his eyes closed and senses dulled, the pain persisted. Initially, only the fierce wind blades marred his skin, leaving hundreds, if not thousands, of wounds, splattering blood everywhere. In an instant, he was nearly drenched in his own blood. Yet he uttered not a word, coldly gazing ahead, advancing step by step. Halfway through, fire rained from the sky, droplets of flame striking him. With each hit, he trembled, the intensity of the fire increasing, and he could even smell the sin of his own scorched flesh. He gritted his teeth and continued forward, knowing that if he did not traverse this path, he would end up as mere bones like those beneath him. How could he accept such a fate? My will in martial arts is as solid as rock. It cannot be extinguished by trifling tribulations. Lin Tian roared, as if to pierce through the heavens. The mediocre would drift with the current, becoming mere heaps of bones, while the strong would carve their own paths, creating a brilliant legacy. In that moment, Lin Tian circulated his vital energy to mend his wounds, striding forward with determination, yet the seemingly short path appeared interminable. Undeterred, Lin Tian continued, facing increasingly fierce winds and torrential fire. He felt as if he were losing sensation, moving like a marionette, advancing step by step, only the occasional furrowing of his brow indicating that he had not lost his wits. As he journeyed onward, his eyes dimmed, the flame of life flickering, his body resembling a charred piece of wood, yet hope still glimmered in his gaze. Suddenly, the environment shifted, and he found a high-grade spiritual herb in his hand. He had passed the trial. Not far away, he spotted Wu Dao, meditating and recuperating. Upon seeing Lin Tian succeed, Wu Dao approached with delight, eager to greet him. Lin Tian assessed his condition. He felt perfectly fine. Could it be that everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion? Yet it felt all too real. "Brother, congratulations on passing," Wu Dao exclaimed, grateful, knowing that without Lin Tian and Oppos' assistance, he might still be grappling with the 6th layer's challenges. On this spiritual path, Wu Dao had witnessed much deceit and treachery, many behaviors unbefitting their youth. Machinations and betrayal occurred countless times each day, and Lin Tian and Oppos' ability to aid him in overcoming the test. "Just call me Lin Tian," he replied, adjusting his demeanor. Both Lin Tian and Wu Dao refrained from rushing to the next layer, needing a moment to recuperate from such a harrowing experience. They engaged in casual conversation, discovering a remarkable affinity between them, conversing as if they were long-lost friends. Through their dialogue, Lin Tian learned that Wu Dao's family held some status in the secular world, governing a city. Moreover, Wu Dao had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, attracting the attention of a renowned mentor. This trial was merely a task set by his master. Thus, Wu Dao was familiar with the rules of the spiritual path and some techniques for passing the challenges. Lin Tian, in turn, shared some of his background, albeit sparingly, for the truth of his interstellar origins seemed too astonishing and could lead to dire consequences. He merely stated that he was an orphan, raised by his master after the loss of his parents, and that he sought to participate in the Qingzhou Academy selection to find a great teacher to guide his cultivation. Their conversation continued, with Wu Dao revealing some secrets about the spiritual path. What? Lin Tian exclaimed in shock when Wu Dao disclosed the technique for passing the 7th layer. The challenge was not merely to traverse the path of bones, but rather to endure for half a stick of incense. Wu Dao had simply stayed in the area where the wind blades were weakest, suffering minor injuries to pass. Lin Tian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After so many years, the rules of the spiritual path had become well known. Wu Dao's revelation left Lin Tian astonished. It seemed that after years of exploration, the rules had been largely uncovered, common knowledge among those with a modicum of influence. Yet, this might not be entirely negative. It was evident that the elder who established the spiritual path intended to select a successor, ensuring that no innocent would be harmed, and that each trial was ultimately beneficial for the seekers. Those aware of the rules were akin to players using cheats in a game, making it easier to pass the trials. However, they would not gain the same resilience as those who faced the challenges without knowledge of the rules. Sometimes, hardship is not a curse. Lin Tian interrupted Wu Dao, wishing to avoid further disclosures about the path's rules. Time had elapsed, and Lin Tian concluded his conversation with Wu Dao, preparing to tackle the 8th layer. Wu Dao followed closely in Lin Tian and Appo's footsteps, ready to face. The 8th challenge required combat against 108 warriors of equal strength. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Tian smiled, recalling how he had recently overcome a similar trial. Yet, the Lin Tian of now was vastly different from before. This challenge posed no threat to him. What seemed daunting to others had transformed into a canvas for his prowess. With determination, Lin Tian brandished his overlord's spear, charging into the fray, sweeping through foes with a single strike and shattering them with a kick. He harnessed the power of the Yuan Huang Jing, elevating his strength to using these warriors to test his limits. What ensued was not merely a battle, but a massacre. Lin Tian effortlessly passed, acquiring yet another high-grade spiritual herb. With resolve, he ascended the steps to the 9th layer, determined to reach the pinnacle. This was merely the beginning of his ambitions, for his sights were set beyond the 9th layer. Unconsciously, Lin Tian found himself comparing his journey to that of the legendary Zhang Tianyi, subconsciously viewing him as a rival, an unexpected realization even to himself. In the eyes of others, Zhang Tianyi may be regarded as a myth, an unparalleled figure, revered even by the elder generation. Yet, he considers Zhang Tianyi a target to surpass. During the trial at the Spirit Herb Garden, Lin Tian set his sights on the half-saint herbs, even aiming for the garden's treasured saint herb. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 8th level, Lin Tian took a brief respite before resolutely ascending to the first step of the 9th level. As he stepped onto the first stair, a transformation enveloped his surroundings. Dark clouds obscured the sky, casting a shadowy gloom around him. Instinctively, Lin Tian tensed, sensing something amiss in this trial. Navigating through an almost impenetrable darkness, he could only proceed by instinct, step by step. Despite his continuous movement, the space around him remained unchanged. Suddenly, after what felt like an eternity, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he glimpsed a flicker of light ahead, quickening his pace. He soon heard the sound of flowing water, which compelled him to hasten further. Before him lay a murky river, tainted with a blackish-yellow hue, exuding a foul stench. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the occasional appearance of pale, white bones within the water. Initially, Lin Tian suspected it to be an illusion, prompting him to toss a piece of ordinary, low-level spirit herb into the river as a test. To his astonishment, it dissolved instantly amidst a plume of white smoke. Surveying the opposite bank, he noticed vibrant red flowers blooming abundantly, creating a vivid contrast against the darkened backdrop. In this somber environment, where the yellowish river met the dim sky, the flowers stood as the sole spectacle of color. As he waded into the river, Lin Tian spotted a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "The sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore." The 8 crimson characters seemed to emanate a chilling aura, evoking a visceral reaction that threatened to tear at his very soul. The sea of suffering, Lin Tian exclaimed in shock. Could it be that this foul river was indeed the legendary sea of suffering? How could such a thing exist? Wasn't it a mere mythical tale? Moreover, wasn't this sea of suffering something from Chinese mythology? How could it possibly manifest here? Murmuring to himself about the fateful encounters of the worthy, Lin Tian noticed a small boat by the riverbank. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted. This boat? How could a bottomless paper boat carry anyone? The sight of the bones he had previously glimpsed in the river sent shivers down his spine. Yet, courage triumphed over fear, and Lin Tian steeled himself, stepping onto the bottomless paper vessel. He gambled on the notion that the architect of the spirit path, the old man, could not possess the power to transport the true sea of suffering here. He also wagered that this trial was meant to present opportunities, rather than to lead the challengers to their doom. Reflecting on his past trials, Lin Tian recalled that none had been orchestrated by the old man to ensure his demise. Most dangers had stemmed from his fellow challengers. As Lin Tian set foot on the paper boat, it began to move, gliding effortlessly across the sea of suffering. Indeed, it was a false alarm. Only when his feet touched solid ground did his racing heart finally begin to calm. Though the journey had been tranquil, the haunting imagery of the bones scattered throughout the sea of suffering lingered in his mind. The process of those lost souls met with death played like a film in his memory, and closing his eyes offered no respite. Perhaps this was yet another trial, a test of his spirit. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Tian finally beheld the vibrant flowers, which formed a winding path leading to the opposite bank of another river. The flowers of the other shore, the road to the Yellow Springs. Surely, this river must be the river of forgetfulness. There must be a bridge of oblivion as well. Though he wondered if Mengpo was present, Lin Tian connected this scene to the tales of hell from Chinese mythology. He had always believed such stories to be mere fabrications, yet now, on the other side of the starry sky, he witnessed the creator of the spirit path employing these very motifs to challenge the aspirants, raising doubts within him. Did these entities truly? If the old man had never encountered or heard of such things, how could he have conjured them? In truth, the 9-level platform was not the old man's design. With his abilities, he could not have crafted such a structure. The trials of this 9-level platform were relics unearthed from the ruins of palaces during the Age of Gods, a time shrouded in the mist of antiquity. The origins of this artifact were grand, seemingly linked to a powerful deity from that era, though the specifics remained obscured by time. Yet, these concerns were not Lin Tian and Apos' focus at present. He steadied his emotions and stepped onto the path of the Yellow Springs. A chilling wind swept past him. Though he knew this was not the true road, it still sent shivers down his spine. As he took his second step, the sound of a child's cries pierced the air. Continuing forward, he was soon engulfed by a cacophony of women and Apos' wails, old men and Apos' screams, and a myriad of other voices echoing in his mind. In silence, Lin Tian began to recite the Sutra for Crossing Souls, a Taoist classic. Though not a cultivation manual, it served to guide lost souls and cleanse the spirit. Indeed, the anguished cries around him began to diminish. Lin Tian quickly grasped the principle behind the old man's design of the Yellow Springs path. It merely exploited malevolent energy to invade the challengers' bodies, inducing visions until their spirits shattered, resulting in failure. He successfully traversed the path of the Yellow Springs, and before him flowed the river of forgetfulness. A bridge spanned its waters, which he presumed to be the bridge of oblivion. Stepping onto the bridge, he took 2 confident strides, only to be startled by the sight of figures moving ahead of him. These individuals bore vacant expressions and moved listlessly, forming a queue as they shuffled forward. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped him. He noticed not only was he trembling from the cold, but so too were the other entranced figures in line. Pushing onward, Lin Tian soon encountered an elderly woman hunched over a large cauldron, stirring a simmering broth. Each person in line received a steaming bowl from her. Strangely, after consuming the soup, they regained their vitality, laughing and conversing as they walked away together, no longer shivering. "Young man, care for a bowl?" the old woman called out to Lin Tian. He shook his head, intent on enduring the cold and continuing forward, but she barred his path. What was her intent? Lin Tian and Apos' expression darkened, his blood surging with intensity, feeling as though a ferocious dragon lurked within him, poised to break free. "To cross this bridge, you must drink this soup," the old woman declared ominously. "What if I refuse?" Lin Tian retorted, a fierce glimmer in his eye, gripping his spear tightly, his blood roaring with fervor. Although he could not discern the old woman and Apos' true power, he would not succumb quietly. A spirit willing to face death could not falter on this path. "Answer me one question, and you may pass." The old woman forced a smile, revealing a few remaining blackened teeth, a sight that unsettled Lin Tian. However, her words took a turn, piquing Lin Tian and Apos' interest. "Please enlighten me." The old woman refrained from attacking him, indicating that there was still a glimmer of hope. He gazed at her, attentively listening to the questions she posed. "What is the Tao?" the old woman inquired. Lin Tian pondered for a long moment and replied, "The unity of yin and yang is called the Tao." "Incorrect. Defying heaven and seizing life is called the Tao." "Wrong." Salvaging all sentient beings is called the Dao. Incorrect. Breaking the cosmos, disturbing the heavens, mastering creation, seizing reincarnation is called the Dao. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Lin Tian offered a dozen answers, each one dismissed by the old. His expression darkened as he silently glared at her. She shrugged helplessly, continuing to display her horrifyingly grotesque smile. At that moment, Lin Tian seemed to grasp something. He felt that this old woman was toying with him. In a fit of rage, Lin Tian swung a fist at her and kicked over the cauldron boiling mangpa soup. Damn it, this is the Dao. Suddenly, everything vanished, fearless and unyielding. That is the Dao. A voice, resonant like a grand bell, echoed in Lin Tian and Apos' ears. This was the ultimate answer. Perhaps the answer from the creator of the spiritual path. Yet, this revelation compelled him to express it through action. Practitioners must contend with heaven, earth, and humanity. To traverse this path far, one must possess a heart that knows no fear. At this moment, he seemed to awaken, stepping forward. In that instant, the winds were gentle. In the next, everything dissipated. The ninth level, the summit. A flash of golden light appeared, and Lin Tian found himself holding a premier-grade spiritual herb, feeling its potency, sufficient to elevate him to the pinnacle of the sixth level of the spiritual body realm. However, now was not the opportune moment for a breakthrough. For he wished to witness the scenery beyond the ninth level, as he had yet to achieve his goal, Zhang Tianyi. A small path led directly to the core of the spiritual herb garden, winding down to the prized treasure of the garden, the holy herb. Lin Tian hesitated not a moment, following this path, and to the designer and Apos' credit, it was straightforward, allowing him to effortlessly reach the center of the spiritual. Upon entering the heart of the garden, Lin Tian realized its true essence, an endless expanse of spiritual herbs swayed in the breeze. And at the center lay a holy herb. Though he did not approach, he could still feel a subtle pressure emanating from it. Lin Tian believed that if he were to consume this holy herb now, even with the energy absorption of his blood, he would surely explode. For the energy contained within was colossal. If unleashed entirely, it might well affect the entire spiritual path. Lin Tian approached carefully, examining the holy herb. The tongling flower, with its blood-red petals and 9 petals framing a pale yellow core, held the essence of the holy herb. Looking downward, the stem resembled fine veins, transporting energy upward through the roots. Surrounding the holy herb were 8 semi-holy herbs. There should have been 9, as Lin Tian noticed 9 pits around the holy herb, with one pit empty, likely where Zhang Tianyi had taken the semi-holy herb. An invisible layer of energy surrounded the spiritual herbs, preventing Lin Tian from plucking them. Challenger, ascend the arena. Suddenly, a grand arena slowly rose, with figures stirring atop it. Lin Tian sensed this was the final trial. He walked onto the arena, gazing at the figure opposite him. Clad in white and wielding a Fangtian Huaji, a polearm, the figure exuded an ethereal aura. Lin Tian had a strong intuition that this individual was Zhang Tianyi. No, more accurately, it was an imitation of Zhang Tianyi created by the arena and Apos' formation. However, the formation did not unfairly hinder him. It was said that Zhang Tianyi had entered the spiritual herb garden at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the spiritual body realm, but under the arena and Apos' influence. He was suppressed to the pinnacle of the 5th level, engaging Lin Tian in an equally matched battle. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi struck, launching a fierce attack towards Lin Tian. His Fangtian Huaji descending with lethal intent, aiming to cleave him in two. Lin Tian retaliated with ferocity, gripping the overlord's spear tightly, unleashing a sweeping strike imbued with overwhelming might. This battle was perilous, yet Lin Tian had longed for this confrontation since he first heard Zhang Tianyi and Apos' name. Now he finally had his wish fulfilled. However, even though it was not the real Zhang Tianyi, he dared not underestimate him. A name carries weight. A tree's shadow, under the brilliance of fame, reveals no falsehood. Since Zhang Tianyi had shattered numerous records along the spiritual path, it was evident he possessed qualities far beyond the ordinary. Boom, boom, boom. Both Lin Tian and Zhang Tianyi unleashed their full power, exchanging blows back and forth. Lin Tian felt a chilling resolve. Zhang Tianyi could rival the strength of third-tier fighters. And in their direct clashes, he showed no signs of weakness. If Lin Tian and Apos' estimations were correct, aside from his remarkable martial talent, Zhang Tianyi must also possess formidable scriptures and perhaps even share some extraordinary qualities, much like Lin Tian himself. The arena became utterly electrifying. It was undeniable that both were extraordinary figures, their talents shining brightly, and when they clashed, it was akin to a comet colliding with the earth, spiraling out of control. They roared in unison, utilizing fists, feet, and weapons, embroiled in a fierce melee, igniting genuine flames of battle. Lin Tian unleashed a powerful punch, shattering stone and gold, sending forth a beam of white light straight at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi retreated 3 steps, swinging his polearm, unleashing an overwhelming force that spread through the arena. Lin Tian, undeterred, shifted his stance, evading the onslaught, adopting a defensive posture while preparing to counterattack. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Tianyi was pierced through the arm by Lin Tian's spear, blood-staining his attire. In this battle, Lin Tian had gained a slight advantage. This did not imply that he was definitively stronger than Zhang Tianyi. On the contrary, he sensed that in this evenly matched contest, Zhang Tianyi had the upper hand, evident in their exchanges. However, in a life-or-death struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, Lin Tian was undaunted, for he felt he had vast potential yet to be uncovered, including the mysterious nature of his blood. Even now, he remained unaware of its full capabilities. Aside from allowing him to rival third-tier strength, he believed it had further uses. Thus far, apart from its ability to absorb vast quantities of energy and its enhanced vitality compared to ordinary blood, Lin Tian had yet to discover any additional functions. Nevertheless, he intended to visit the Qingzhou Academy to consult texts or inquire with esteemed seniors. It is known that even a single elder from the Qingzhou Academy would surpass the Soul Emperor by a significant margin, rendering any comparison with Lin Tian utterly impossible due to their vast disparity. Zhang Tianyi, though not the real deal, possessed fragments of his character. For a person of Zhang Tianyi and Appo's caliber, losing an evenly matched battle was unforgivable. Instantly, Zhang Tianyi, facing Lin Tian, became furious. Each strike came faster than the last, forcing Lin Tian to retreat repeatedly. Lin Tian swiftly dodged, his feet seeming to glide, instantly moving behind Zhang Tianyi to deliver another thrust, wounding his other arm. It was not that Zhang Tianyi was weak, rather, the formation could only replicate 80% of his power. Furthermore, the formation was devoid of human emotion, rendering Zhang Tianyi's movements rigid and predictable, allowing Lin Tian to exploit this gap. Boom! Lin Tian unleashed another powerful strike, forcefully pushing Zhang Tianyi back. Grasping the Overlord's spear, he thrust it forward, the spear tip piercing Zhang Tianyi's brow, marking the end of the battle. In this contest of equals, Lin Tian emerged victorious over Zhang Tianyi. The arena vanished. A cold, emotionless voice echoed, congratulating the trial participants on passing the test, allowing them to choose a half-saint herb, but only its plant, not its roots. Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Something was amiss. It was all too strange. He recalled Zhang Tianyi having unearthed a complete half-saint herb. Yet he was left with merely a plant. Was his performance in the trial inferior to Zhang Tianyi and Appo's? Although possessing the plant did not affect the herb and Appo's efficacy, having the roots could allow it to regrow under the right conditions, a temptation too great for Lin Tian to resist. He yearned for a complete half-saint herb that could enhance one's potential without increasing strength, as well as a petal from the sacred herb. What kind of challenge must he face to obtain them? The sky fell into silence. The cold voice did not return. Lin Tian and Appo's anger flared. Was he truly an orphan? I want that sacred herb. I will continue to challenge. He bellowed, seeking an answer, but was met with silence once more. Infuriated, he raised the Overlord's spear and struck the energy barrier protecting the sacred herb. Boom! Lin Tian was repelled. Yet, he remained undeterred, spinning desperately, driving the spear towards the barrier once again. Just like that previous scoundrel. The voice remained cold, but Lin Tian detected a hint of helplessness within it. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended, a petal from the sacred herb detached and floated through the energy barrier, landing gently before Lin Tian. He smiled as he grasped it in his hand. Meanwhile, the energy barrier surrounding a half-saint herb disappeared entirely. Observing this, Lin Tian bowed towards the sky and cautiously excavated the spirit herb, gently tucking it into his bosom. This half-saint herb possessed immense vitality, even separated from the soil. It could survive for over a century. Thus, Lin Tian was not concerned about its demise. After retrieving the half-saint herb, a flash of light appeared beside him, and he was promptly escorted out. The sacred herb was the core of the spirit herb garden and could not be taken by anyone. Even these half-saint herbs permitted only the trial passers to collect their plants without damaging the roots. In the many years since the establishment of the Spirit Road, only Lin Tian and Zhang Tianyi had managed to navigate through to the end. As Lin Tian observed the crowd, he walked away with an impassive expression. Though upon closer inspection, one could see his brow furrowed and a hint of displeasure on his face. coupled with his cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit body realm. It was evident to the onlookers that his gains in the spirit herb garden were perhaps not as significant. This incited glee among those unable to enter the garden. However, Lin Tian remained silent, departing alone. He glanced around, noticing the absence of Wu Dao, concluding that the fellow must have taken the spirit herbs to make a breakthrough. Not wishing to squander time, Lin Tian quickly sought out a secluded cave to prepare for his own breakthrough. Aware that consecutive breakthroughs within a few days could pose risks, he had requested a half-saint herb to solidify his foundation and enhance his potential. Settled in the cave, he took out the half-saint herb, admiring it closely. This herb glimmered in a golden hue, resembling a small insect, with short roots akin to an old man's beard. Lin Tian did not know its name, but its fragrant aroma made his mouth water. Gulp. He swallowed the golden little insect-sized half-saint herb whole. There was no violent surge of energy. The herb dissolved upon entry, leaving a delightful flavor on his lips. Unlike the discomfort typically felt when consuming spirit herbs for breakthroughs, this half-saint herb flowed smoothly through his body, invigorating every cell within him. However, this transformative energy was largely absorbed by the mysterious blood within him. Lin Tian had grown accustomed to this. A single half-saint herb and Apos' efficacy was beyond what he could fully absorb, so it was better for the mysterious blood to consume. Why let good fortune go to waste? He felt certain that this blood and Apos' energy absorption would prove useful. Eagerly anticipating, the half-saint herb initiated a profound energy movement within him, gentle yet persistent, not enhancing his combat power, but continuously refining his potential, a broadening of his capabilities. If one were to liken a practitioner and Apos' body to a cup, then each level attained would represent the water within it, and Lin Tian was not merely increasing the water, but rather enlarging the cup itself. The transformative process from the half-saint herb continued for a full day. Swish. As the day concluded, Lin Tian opened his eyes, feeling every cell within him dancing with vitality, his skin greedily absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. At this rate, even without consuming other spirit herbs, he was certain to break through within 3 days. Nevertheless, he began refining the spirit herbs one by one. Indeed, the spirit herbs obtained from the garden contained exceptional energy, each surpassing the efficacy of others of the same grade by several times over. Lin Tian gradually refined the herbs, watching their numbers dwindle rapidly from low-grade spirit herbs to mid-grade ones, until he exhausted them all. Finally, the moment for a breakthrough had arrived. He was merely a step away. At that moment, he held a high-grade spirit herb in his hand, yet hesitated to consume it, well aware of the principle that one should not take supplements when already weak. In truth, with his current strength, he could not refine mid-grade spirit herbs. However, thanks to the mysterious blood's absorption, even receiving just 10% of the energy was sufficient for him. Still, Lin Tian remained uncertain whether the turbulent energies of the high-grade spirit herb could be refined by the mysterious blood. Although the half-saint herb was of high quality, it posed minimal danger and its energy was exceedingly gentle. It was questionable whether the mysterious blood could handle the ferocity of the high-grade spirit herb. Lin Tian also pondered whether the blood and Apos' ability to refine spirit herbs was contingent upon his own strength. Yet, he dared not gamble with such a risk, aware that a careless mistake could lead to his demise. After all, the energy of a high-grade spirit herb was far more volatile than that of a half-saint herb meant for enhancing potential. Although the latter held immense energy, even if Lin Tian could not absorb it all, it could remain dormant in his body, slowly assimilated over time. After much deliberation, Lin Tian ultimately decided to swallow the high-grade spirit herb. He felt an urgent need for strength. Only with power could he navigate this world more effectively and strive for a return to Earth. Resolving his thoughts, Lin Tian consumed the high-grade spirit herb in one swift motion. Boom! Suddenly, a torrent of violent energy surged through him, threatening to tear him apart. Blood poured from his mouth, ears, eyes, and nose, and the intense pain contorted his face into a ghastly visage. Spitting OU in a moment of dire urgency, Lin Tian's blood began to stir, silently refining the violent energy of the advanced spiritual medicine. He faintly sensed a change in his mysterious blood, which had transformed from ordinary to a vibrant crimson, now tinged with a hint of orange, leaving him perplexed. Nevertheless, Lin Tian had no time to ponder. His earlier conjecture proved correct. The mysterious blood had conditions for refining medicinal power, and it could not process energy that far exceeded his level. Perhaps it was the imminent threat to his life that compelled the mysterious blood to act, devouring energy, albeit at a much slower pace than before. resulting in Lin Tian enduring considerable suffering. Fortunately, his will was unwavering, and he persevered through the ordeal. This breakthrough marked the longest and most arduous trial Lin Tian had faced in his cultivation journey. Despite this, he forcibly suppressed his cultivation, and with such immense, he barely advanced one small step, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of the spirit body realm, thus becoming one of the elite figures within the spiritual path. Suddenly, Lin Tian opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating them. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the vague apparitions of a giant dragon coiling, a fierce tiger roaring, and blood clouds swirling behind him, an indication of the potent blood energy he possessed. In the next moment, Lin Tian reigned in his blood energy, and all manifestations vanished in an instant. At that moment, he was interrupted by a discordant voice as he prepared to exit the cave. Following the light, he gazed towards the entrance and beheld a youthful figure. Although the boy appeared remarkably youthful, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Dressed in white, he wielded a 7-foot-long sword. Gliding forward with an air of distinction, this was none other than Chen Nan. Chen Nan? Lin Tian inquired tentatively. Reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of the spirit body realm, it was evident he had encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, how could he leap 4 levels in less than 3 months? Hand over what you have, and I shall spare your life, Chen Nan declared menacingly. Lin Tian grasped the situation. This boy had not stumbled upon him by chance, but rather with premeditated intent. However, Chen Nan was gravely mistaken this time. And what if I refuse? Lin Tian replied playfully. To him, Chen Nan appeared merely as a powerless monkey flailing about. Despite having some cunning, he had not yet faced significant trials. After all, he was still a child and lacked the foresight to consider many factors. You seek death, Chen Nan shouted, launching a strike at Lin Tian with his sword. Having consumed the Fire Sun Herb King, albeit a mere half, he had managed to ascend 2 small levels. Now standing at the 7th level of the spirit body realm. Although the Fire Sun Herb King was barely classified as an advanced spiritual medicine, its properties were similar to the semi-holy medicine Lin Tian had consumed, enhancing 1 and amp, Appos, as potential. Furthermore, the dual characteristics of the fire allowing for an elevation in cultivation, which made it precious, even exceeding the worth of ordinary semi-holy medicines. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Chen Nan to have advanced 2 levels in 3 months. However, in comparison to Lin Tian, he was still lacking. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Tian and Appos' 6th level cultivation, he harbored malicious thoughts, mistakenly believing Lin Tian had not achieved greater fortuity than himself. In a flash, Lin Tian made his move, swiftly striking out with his spear. The Overlord's spear, imbued with unparalleled might, crashed down upon Chen Nan. Chen Nan attempted to block with his sword. With a resounding crack, Chen Nan and Appos' sword shattered under Lin Tian and Appos' force, their weapons operating on entirely different tiers. Lin Tian then delivered a kick, sending Chen Nan tumbling back into the cave. With a cough, Chen Nan spat blood, utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated Lin Tian and Appos' overwhelming strength with a single move. He had been subdued, even with a higher cultivation level. Before Chen Nan could utter another word, Lin Tian thrust his spear and ended his life. Chen Nan collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at Lin Tian. Unable to comprehend that Lin Tian had completely disregarded his attempts at negotiation. In truth, Lin Tian knew precisely what Chen Nan would say first. Threats about the might of his associates, followed by bribes to secure his own life, and if those failed, a plea for mercy, debasing himself like a wretched dog. If all else failed, he would become a venomous snake, striking in desperation. Lin Tian and Appos' understanding of such individuals was astute, a testament to his status as a guardian of the earth, having lived longer than these younglings in the spiritual path, enriching his experience in the world. After dispatching Chen Nan, Lin Tian sensed movement and hurried to the cave's entrance, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure fleeing. You were fortunate. He disposed of Chen Nan and Appos' body and exited the cave, driven by an instinct that the elusive medicine hall was about to emerge. And he would not let this opportunity slip away. Having searched Chen Nan for some time without finding anything of substance, he discovered only a storage bag containing a few scattered spirit stones and a couple of changes of clothing. Although devoid of cultivation resources or precious medicines, the storage bag and clothes were precisely what he needed at that moment. For reasons unknown, he had grown taller within the past 3 months. While he might not yet match his height at 18, the difference was negligible. However, Chun Nan and Apos' clothing proved somewhat small, making the size less conspicuous. Due to his breakthrough, Lin Tian's own clothes were stained with blood and no longer suitable for wear. And the two sets he had brought into the spiritual path had become tattered. Thus, Chun Nan and Apos' clothing was a timely provision. After donning the attire and placing his belongings into the storage bag, he felt a sense of relief. Despite its modest 1 cubic meter size, it was far superior to his previous tattered bundle. Rather than hastening to the medicine hall's emergence site, he opted to take a bath to relax his mind. The location of the medicine hall was not far from the spiritual herb garden. From a distant vantage point, one could see the position of the medicine hall harmoniously juxtaposed with the spiritual herb garden, forming a taiji pattern. A revelation Lin Tian had only discerned upon gazing across the mountain peaks. This revelation left him in awe of the ancient sages in their grand designs. Seizing the essence of creation, the site of the medicine hall was an open expanse, with only a few dozen individuals seated in meditation. Surrounded by numerous bodies lying in pools of blood, seemingly the work of these very people. Amidst the crowd, Lin Tian spotted a familiar face, Wu Dao. To his surprise, this lad had made his way here, explaining why Lin Tian had been unable to locate him in the spiritual herb garden. At that moment, Wu Dao also caught sight of Lin Tian. "Brother Lin," Wu Dao exclaimed, his gratitude for Lin Tian evident. Had it not been for Lin Tian, he might not have surpassed the 7th level, and thus would not have attained the mid-level of the "Are you aware of your capabilities now?" Before Wu Dao could utter a word, Lin Tian spoke softly. The young man remained silent, nodded respectfully towards Lin Tian, and returned to his original position to sit cross-legged, evidently acknowledging Lin Tian and Apos' prowess. Lin Tian cast a glance around and noted, to his astonishment, that among the dozens present, the weakest was at the 7th level of the spirit body realm, with none at Lin Tian and Apos' own. It seemed the majority of the experts on the spirit path had gathered here. In this place, Lin Tian spotted a familiar face, Wang Xing. However, Wang Xing appeared oblivious to him, respectfully seated beside a youth clad in white robes, whispering a few words to him. The white-robed youth slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Tian, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Lin Tian scrutinized the white-robed youth closely. Realizing he bore a striking resemblance to Chun Nan, he returned the white-robed youth and Apos' gaze with a challenging look, but the white-robed youth seemed to closing his eyes once more. However, Wu Dao, who was beside Lin Tian, did not miss the murderous glare from the white-robed youth. Abruptly, Wu Dao stood up and exclaimed loudly, "Chen Fong, do you wish to die?" The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, creating space, as they were reluctant to attract trouble. Both individuals were formidable opponents at the pinnacle of the spirit body realm, and eliminating them would be as effortless as slaughtering a chick. "Daozi, sit down please. Don't be angry." Lin Tian hastily pulled Wu Dao back down, whispering a few words to him. Truly, Wu Dao realized, understanding that Lin Tian had indeed offended Chen Fong. When Wu Dao called out the name Chen Fong, he immediately deduced that the Chun Nan he had slain must be a relative of his, if not a brother, then at least a cousin. As Wu Dao elaborated, Lin Tian learned that Chun Nan was, in fact, Chen Fong and Apos' half-brother, their bond stronger than that of ordinary siblings. This revelation made Lin Tian ponder whether the leader of the Black Wind Mountain he had killed in Qifeng Town was also affiliated with the Chen family. A smile crept onto his face. It seemed he had long since forged enmity with the Chen family. Perhaps they were simply incompatible. "Do not worry, Lin brother. Although my strength is slightly inferior to Chen Fong and Apos', I can certainly ensure your safety. If it comes to worst, we simply shall not enter the medicine hall," Wu Dao assured. "Rest assured, I possess the ability to protect myself. Do not fret on my behalf," Lin Tian responded, offering Wu Dao a reassuring glance. This was the first time he had made a true friend in this world, apart from Li Bo and Xiao Yudi. Wang Chen did not count. As the moment his brother Wang Sheng betrayed him, any chance of friendship was extinguished. That day, it was evident that Chen Nan and Wang Sheng had ventured to the cave together. Upon witnessing Lin Tian eliminate Chen Nan with a single move, Wang Sheng had fled in fear. Subsequently, he encountered Chen Fong, inadvertently revealing the circumstances of Chun Nan's demise. Lin Tian's deductions aligned closely with the truth. However, Wang Xing had not been with Chen Nan. Given Chen Nan's personality, he was unlikely to share his gains. Wang Sheng had merely overheard Chun Nan and Apos' pursuit of fortune and had stealthily followed him. When Wang Sheng saw Chun Nan enter the cave, he had peered in, hoping to partake in the spoils. The horrifying sight of Chun Nan's tragic end had sent him fleeing. By mere chance, he had crossed paths with Qin Feng near the medicine hall and unwittingly did him a favor by relaying the news of Qin Nan's death. Wu Dao, seeing Lin Tian so composed, refrained from saying much more but secretly vowed to assist him at all costs when the moment called for it. Wu Dao had a purpose for entering the spirit path. The medicine hall was of utmost importance to him, and he had to gain entry. Half a month passed in waiting, during which Lin Tian grew increasingly anxious. Not only him, but others shared his impatience. Only Wu Dao and Qin Feng remained composed. Lin Tian understood Wu Dao and Appo's situation. He had a renowned mentor guiding him and did not care about entering Qizhou Academy. However, Lin Tian had no choice. He had to enter Qingzhou Academy. One more day, just one more day. If the medicine hall does not appear, I shall take my leave, Daozi, Lin Tian remarked. Glancing at Wu Dao nodded in agreement. Without even a full day passing, merely half a day, Lin Tian and the others felt the earth tremble violently. Fissures forming as a magnificent palace slowly ascended. The grand edifice, constructed entirely of marble, radiated a holy aura, the fragrance of herbs wafting towards them. The medicine hall opened once every century, and each time, 1 or 2 elixirs would appear in its 9 cauldrons. However, the total number of elixirs across the 9 cauldrons would never exceed 20. Each cauldron contained different medicinal properties, and each elixir was worth more than a half-saint herb. As the hall opened, the crowd surged forward. Although the number was few, each individual stood at the peak of the spirit body realm. Only a handful, like Lin Tian, were of lower cultivation. Some, self-aware, refrained from entering the hall, including Wang Sheng, who waited outside. Upon entering, a massive energy barrier confronted Lin Tian and the others. A youth at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the spirit body realm recklessly charged in, only to be repelled and crashed to the ground. Foolish, Qin Feng remarked, his words seemingly directed at the reckless youth, yet his gaze fixated on Lin Tian. Ignoring the provocation, Lin Tian unsheathed his overlord spear, thrusting it forward to shatter the energy barrier, stepping boldly inside. Is this boy even human? A junior at the initial level of the 8th spirit body realm stammered, having previously attempted to breach the barrier with all his strength, only managing to create a small opening. Clearly, he was unable to enter. Wu Dao gaped in astonishment at Lin Tian's display. He had regarded Lin Tian as capable of contending with the 8th level of the spirit body realm, yet he was now left in awe. Realizing Lin Tian was far beyond that, casting a glance at Qin Feng, Wu Dao also broke through the energy barrier and strode forward. Others, not wishing to be outdone, followed suit. Of nearly 100 individuals, fewer than 30 successfully entered the medicine hall, with even some juniors at the initial level of the 8th spirit body realm left outside. The grand hall was eerily empty, with only 9 cauldrons at its center, emanating the fragrant scent of herbs. Scattered white dust around the hall hinted at the remains of those who had perished there a century prior. Contrary to Lin Tian and Appo's expectations of a hall brimming with elixirs, there were merely 9 cauldrons containing a little over a dozen elixirs. Strengthening pill, Qi restoration pill, body refinement pill, clarity pill, longevity pill. Each cauldron bore the name of its respective elixir. Lin Tian noticed Wu Dao fixated on the cauldron containing the longevity pill, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. It appeared Wu Dao's mentor was nearing the end of their lifespan. Seeing Wu Dao in such a state, Lin Tian was suddenly reminded of his mentor back on Earth, a wave of emotion washing over him. Grab it! Someone shouted, igniting chaos within the hall. Simultaneously, Lin Tian made his way towards the cauldron containing the body refinement pill. A youth clad in black, seeing Lin Tian approach the cauldron he coveted, struck with lethal intent. Lin Tian, undeterred, drew his overlord spear, swiftly ending the life of the youth at the pinnacle of the 8th spirit body realm. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, redirected their attention towards the other cauldrons. Among the individuals who entered, aside from Qin Feng and Wu Dao, both at the 9th level of the spiritual body realm, there were 2 unfamiliar youths, a boy in gray robes and another in yellow, both also at the same level. They unleashed their vital energies, causing those around them to hastily retreat, unwilling to approach them. Each claimed a furnace of elixirs, and with Lin Tian included. A total of 5 furnaces had found their rightful owners. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew increasingly tense. Others desperately fought over the remaining 4 furnaces, while Lin Tian opened the furnace and retrieved an elixir. Although it was only a single pill, its efficacy surpassed that of the 2 pills possessed by the others. Qin Feng obtained 2 energy replenishing pills and unexpectedly launched an attack, not on Lin Tian, but rather on Wu Dao. It seemed his greatest desire was also the longevity pill. Arguably the most valuable of the 9 furnaces, yet there was only one. Even if Wu Dao wished to relinquish one, it was not feasible. Seeing this, the others who had acquired their elixirs swiftly exited the hall. Of the nearly 30 who had entered, only a dozen emerged, with the remainder destined to remain in the hall forever, perhaps to become a pile of white bones a century hence. Now, only Chen Fang, Lin Tian, and Wu Dao remained. As Chen Fang attacked Wu Dao, Lin Tian could not stand idly by and joined forces with Wu Dao to combat Lin Tian and Oppos. As suspicions were confirmed, Chen Fang was indeed fixated on the longevity pill. However, Wu Dao had seized it first, and Chen Fang feared that engaging Wu Dao would allow another to take advantage of the chaos, making it unwise to do so. Thus, he opted to secure a furnace first before attempting to seize Wu Dao's elixir. Chen Fang held absolute confidence in his strength, believing Wu Dao would not be his match. Unfortunately, Lin Tian appeared unexpectedly, yet even so, Chen Fang yearned for battle. The longevity pill held little value for Chen Fang and Wu Dao. Yet for Chen Fang's elderly ancestor, it could mean the difference between life and death, potentially allowing them to achieve a higher realm and unify the mundane world of Qingzhou. This temptation drove Chen Fang to take drastic risks against Wu Dao and Lin Tian. Indeed, Chen Fang was formidable, a peak 9th-level spiritual body practitioner, having reached the limits of what the spiritual path could contain. With time spent in seclusion, he would not be far from the condensation realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither Wu Dao nor Lin Tian could match him. However, united, they pushed Chen Fang back, especially Wu Dao, who fought with reckless abandon, as if ready to perish alongside Chen Fang, instilling fear in him and causing Chen Fang to hesitate. In truth, both Chen Fang and Wu Dao desperately needed the longevity pill. Wu Dao and Oppos' master was nearing the end of his life, and with the pill, he could extend his life by at least 30 years, a sufficient span to accomplish many things, including ensuring Wu Dao's successful growth. At that moment, Lin Tian unleashed his full potential, channeling his vital energy and wielding the Overlord's spear to attack Chen Fang relentlessly. Under the combined assault of Wu Dao and Lin Tian, Chen Fang began to falter, sustaining more wounds, while Wu Dao and Lin Tian were not faring much better, as there remained a gap in their strengths. Boom! Chen Fang erupted, attacking Lin Tian with frenzy, believing Lin Tian to be the root cause of the plan's failure. In his view, without Lin Tian, Wu Dao would have had no path to survival. Lin Tian, not one to be easily subdued, knew the ties had been irrevocably forged. Thus, he struck with deadly intent, leaving no escape for Chen Fang. Suddenly, Chen Fang leapt, escaping through the energy barrier. His intention had not been to defeat Lin Tian, but to flee. As facing both Lin Tian and Wu Dao meant he could only perish, such a course was unthinkable for someone of Chen Fang and Oppos' character. Humph. Consider yourself lucky, Wu Dao remarked coldly, following Lin Tian out of the elixir hall. Outside, a throng of predatory individuals encircled the hall. Lin Tian noticed several who had secured elixirs but had fallen victim to the crowd's onslaught. Naturally, the elixirs they possessed were seized, and the identities of the takers remained unknown. Had the crowd known who held the elixirs, they would have undoubtedly attacked without hesitation. As Lin Tian and Wu Dao emerged from the elixir hall, they were surrounded by a hostile group. Observing their injuries only intensified the greedy glints in the onlookers and Oppos' eyes. Get lost, Wu Dao bellowed, causing those nearby to stagger. He was seething, having no outlet for his frustration, and the audacity of these fools to approach him was intolerable. Though he was known for his generosity, the longevity pill was a vital remedy for his master. No one would dare to even think of claiming a share. Brother, let us divide the spoils from the elixir hall. A gaunt youth at the 8th level of the spiritual body realm threatened, his intentions clear. The mere suggestion incensed Wu Dao even further. Though both he and Lin Tian bore minor injuries, Wu Dao's realm far surpassed theirs, and they were not like Lin Tian, who could contend with the strength of a third-tier adversary. Die! Wu Dao roared, echoing the adage that a fallen tiger is preyed upon by dogs. Even before he had truly fallen, some insolent wretches dared. Fortunately, Lin Tian's strength has significantly improved, leading to an increase in his speed. If all goes well and he avoids lingering in one place, he estimates he could reach Wanbing Mountain within a month. Wanbing Mountain can be considered the final trial of the spirit path. The journey ahead should take no more than 3 to 5 days. As one of the 3 great wonders of the spirit path, Lin Tian is determined to explore it. Having already experienced the delights of Yuling Valley and the Spirit Herb Garden, with countless divine weapons concealed within Wambing Mountain, he is eager not to miss out. A month passes swiftly. During this time, Lin Tian does not encounter any grand adventures, but he does gain several minor fortuitous encounters. While these items may be treasures to others, they hold little significance for him. He consumes everything he acquires as mere snacks, despite having accumulated a wealth of experience. He refrains from attempting a breakthrough, feeling that such a move might carry risks. Therefore, throughout the month, Lin Tian focuses on solidifying his cultivation and studying alchemy. His understanding of the art of refining the heavens has also improved somewhat. However, his current realm is too low to manifest this ability. To wield the power of refining the heavens, one must at least reach the qi condensation stage, and to master it, it may take many years. Even the creator of the spirit path, an ancient sage, only glimpsed the essence of refining the heavens, yet he became a renowned alchemist thanks to his insights. Without this sage and Appos' comprehension, Lin Tian would have been incapable of deciphering this profound technique. On the 20th day of his journey, Lin Tian finally arrives at Wambing Mountain. By now, most of the trial takers have gathered here, as 4 months have already elapsed. If one fails to reach the end of the spirit path within 6 months, the path will close, leaving no survivors. Thus, for the sake of their own lives, they hasten toward this destination. Upon seeing Wambing Mountain, a glimmer of hope appears on the horizon. After a few more days of walking, they will emerge from the spirit path. Consequently, the crowd relaxes, gathering at Wambing Mountain to witness who will acquire the finest weapons. The onlookers far outnumber those seeking weapons. From a distance, Lin Tian estimates there are 400 to 500 spectators, making this the largest gathering he has seen since entering the spirit path. Standing at the foot of Wambing Mountain, Lin Tian gazes up at the mountain adorned with weapons, feeling a chilling aura that stings his face. Suddenly, he spots a bloodied youth descending the mountain, wielding a massive axe, exuding excitement. Evidently, he has found his weapon. Ascending Wambing Mountain is no easy feat. One must endure the tearing force of the chilling aura, where a moment and Appos' carelessness could lead to death. Many merely watch, few dare to seek weapons. Lin Tian observes the youth's weapon, which rivals his own overlord spear, confirming that Wambing Mountain indeed harbors treasures. Although his overlord's spear is commendable, he believes it will soon be outclassed, as he is on the verge of a breakthrough. It may not be long before he ascends to the qi condensation stage, and even sooner to the divine ability stage. Thus, the overlord's spear, while useful at his current stage, will become inadequate. Consequently, Lin Tian is fervently attracted to the weapons on Wambing Mountain. With Zhang Tianyi having previously acquired an exceptionally powerful weapon, he too is determined not to let others take the lead. Without hesitation, he steps onto Wambing Mountain. The spectators watch intently, eager to see how far he can progress, some perhaps with malicious intent, hoping to witness his downfall. Upon stepping onto the mountain, Lin Tian immediately feels the chilling aura tearing at his body. He channels his vital energy, transforming the pain into nothingness, refusing to slow his pace as he steadily ascends. Is he truly at the 6th level of the spirit body stage? Murmurs the crowd, astonished by his vigorous energy, seemingly surpassing even those at the 9th level of the spirit body stage. While Lin Tian is oblivious to the crowd and Appos' reactions, he focuses solely on combating the chilling aura. Despite his efforts, he still feels waves of pain. He glances back at the distance he has covered, shaking his head in silent contemplation. Having traversed more than half the mountain, he remains unsatisfied, yearning to explore further. The weapons surrounding him now rival the overlord's spear, but he believes there must be even better ones higher up. The record holder of Wambing Road is still Zhang Tianyi, who reportedly reached the summit but found his weapon not among the peak's treasures, but rather near the summit, a Feng Tianhua halberd. In his own words, the quality of a weapon lies not in its rank, but in its suitability. Lin Tian has already traversed a significant distance. Blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and numerous wounds mar his body. He feels a burning pain coursing through him. Despite his unwavering determination, he is drenched in sweat from the agony. Yet, he presses on, determined to reach the summit, knowing that any weapon he chooses here would likely surpass his overlord's spear. At this point, he has ventured so far that the onlookers below can no longer discern his figure, only aware that he has traveled a considerable distance beyond them. Perhaps only the legendary senior Zhang Tianyi could rival Lin Tian now. Lin Tian's face is devoid of color, his body drenched in blood, yet his steps never falter. Suddenly, it seems he reaches a moment of enlightenment, settling into a meditative position just dozens of yards from the summit, quietly circulating his foundational technique to harness his vital energy. He is utilizing the chilling aura to refine his body. It must be said that Lin Tian is extraordinarily bold. While others fear the chilling aura, he has the audacity to use it for his training, and the results are evident. Lin Tian remains in this meditative state for a considerable time, while the foot of the mountain buzzes with speculation and chatter. However, the majority assume that Lin Tian has perished. What a shame, he was too proud. Some lament. He must be dead. It and amp. Oppos. It's been 3 days and he hasn't and amp. Oppos. T come down. Others chuckle with a hint of schadenfreude. A once great talent, gone just like that. Someone sighs. Perhaps he still lives, suggests another, but even they shake their heads, doubting the conclusion, which they themselves scarcely believe. Regardless of the gossip, they still harbor a deep-seated fear of Lin Tian, for this young man is far beyond their reach, even surpassing those at the 9th level of the spirit body stage. On Wambing Mountain, others continue to ascend and descend, some finding their desired weapons, while many choose to leave, wanting to escape the brutal trials. Not far from the summit, a dusty youth sits quietly, his body resonating with the pulsations of vital energy. With each heartbeat, the dust surrounding him stirs, only to settle back down. This youth is Lin Tian, who has now been in this state for an entire month. In this past month, I have tirelessly absorbed the essence of the metallic energy day and night, refining my body until all injuries have healed and my aura has grown increasingly profound. On this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes, and a nearly tangible wave of metallic energy erupted from them, piercing through a nearby boulder. Suddenly, Lin Tian rose, letting out a long howl as his aura surged higher, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of the spirit body realm in an instant. At that moment, he restrained his cultivation, preventing any. This ascent came without the aid of any elixirs or treasures. It was entirely a natural progression. This period of training not only honed his will and cultivation but, more importantly, elevated his state of mind, which would greatly benefit his future endeavors. Now was the time to ascend the peak. Lin Tian gazed at the 3 weapons atop the mountain and stepped forward. Although the metallic energy surrounding him intensified, coming close to being corporeal near these 3 weapons, it became inconsequential to him. Channeling his blood energy, he effortlessly dissipated the metallic essence aimed at him. Lin Tian meticulously assessed the 3 weapons. The first, a long sword, entirely black, measuring 7 feet in length, as piercing as autumn waters, radiating an icy sharpness. With Lin Tian activated a surge of sword energy that sliced through his palm. Astonished, he marveled at the sword and Oppos' razor sharpness. Even an uncontrolled burst of sword energy had inflicted harm. He was aware that his physical defense rivaled that of a half-step condensed chi realm practitioner, even comparable to experts of the condensed chi realm. Yet he had still been wounded by this sword energy. Holding this sword, he felt confident he could contend with practitioners of the condensed chi realm. He placed the sword back and turned to the second weapon. It was a crimson staff that exuded a malevolent aura upon his grasp, almost overwhelming his senses. This was an extraordinary weapon, unfit for anyone lacking a resolute spirit. However, Lin Tian found its appearance unappealing and returned it to its place. Next, he examined the third weapon, a saber, 7 feet long with a 2-foot handle, shimmering silver, radiating a chilling gleam. Countless sword energy swirled around it. Lin Tian took hold of the saber and swung it towards a distant boulder, which split cleanly in 2, the surface as smooth as a mirror. The thought of it striking a human body sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, he placed it back, feeling none of the 3 weapons resonated with him. It was no wonder Zhang Tianyi had not selected a weapon here. He glanced at the spot nearby where a weapon was missing, aside from himself. Only Zhang Tianyi had been there, leading him to conclude that it must have been the place for Zhang Tianyi's Feng Tian Huaji. There is another one. Just as Lin Tian was about to retreat and choose a suitable spear, he suddenly noticed, at the very pinnacle where the 3 weapons were situated, another weapon. Though it lay at the summit, it was obscured by long grass. If not for a gust of wind revealing a corner, Lin Tian might have overlooked it. It seemed Zhang Tianyi had not discovered this weapon either. Approaching slowly, Lin Tian parted the grass. It was a pill furnace, its grade unknown. But the furnace itself was a creamy white, smooth and warm to the touch, resembling jade. However, when he asked him honestly, Lin Tian was reluctant to relinquish any of his possessions, yet the ominous Wanbing Mountain would not allow him to breach its rules. After exhausting all possible strategies, he finally conceived a viable solution. He placed the Overlord's spear in its designated spot, then implored the Dan furnace, "You must assist me." As anticipated, the Dan furnace responded, lifting its lid and absorbing the spear within. It then soared towards Lin Tian's head, showering him with a radiant light. Gratefully, Lin Tian bowed in thanks and hurried down the mountain. Despite the Overlord's spear warding off the threat of the cracking sky spear, he felt an overwhelming wave of golden energy manifesting into various weapons charging towards him. The Dan furnace, sensing the provocation, emitted beams of white light that rendered all attacks null. With a sigh of relief, Lin Tian successfully reached the foot of the mountain, only to witness the golden energy coalesce into a massive, almost tangible hand that crushed the Overlord's spear. Lin Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart aching at the loss. He had gone to great lengths to acquire that spear, and in the end, the state had reluctantly relinquished it to him. Upon descending, the Dan furnace landed on the ground, and a flash of light signaled the emergence of the cracking sky spear. The Dan furnace, however, became unresponsive, causing Lin Tian to quickly stow it in his storage pouch. Though the white jade Dan furnace lacked offensive or defensive capabilities, it had served as the head of Wambing Mountain for countless years, thus possessing an inherent restraint over it. Otherwise, obtaining the cracking sky spear would have been a Herculean task. With utmost care, Lin Tian grasped the cracking sky spear and practiced a series of maneuvers. It felt extraordinarily compatible in his hands and possessed astounding power. He was confident that wielding the cracking sky spear would allow him to dominate the spirit body realm, and even hold his own in the condensation chi realm. With this matter resolved, Lin Tian's trial on the spirit road could be deemed a resounding success. He had secured the greatest opportunities along the path, validating his journey. However, he had no intention of boasting about it. Wealth should be discreetly amassed. Lin Tian resolved to gift the root of the semi-holy herb to the Qingzhou Academy, estimating its value to be equivalent to a complete semi-holy herb possessed by Zhang Tianyi. As while many spiritual herbs enhanced strength, those that augmented potential were rare. Additionally, he decided to donate a petal from the holy herb, recognizing that a commoner bearing treasure often attracts envy, especially since he would be spending over 2 years at the academy, which could be considered a tuition fee. Lin Tian harbored another ambition, to surpass Zhang Tianyi. With Zhang Tianyi boasting a contribution score of 10,000, Lin Tian believed that with the offerings he presented, he could eclipse that score. If he secured the top rank in the upcoming competition, he would eclipse Zhang Tianyi, shattering the myth surrounding him. For Lin Tian, what would typically take 3 to 5 days was traversed in just a day and night. With only 10 days remaining before the closure of the spirit road, he finally reached its exit, the pinnacle of the 7th level of the spirit body realm. A solid foundation indeed, remarked an elder, his long white hair cascading down his shoulders, exuding an ethereal aura. The elder merely cast a cursory glance yet discerned Lin Tian and Appo's strength, causing Lin Tian's hair to stand on end. Just how formidable was this elder? He felt the elder's power was as boundless as the ocean, a level of strength that even the Master Soul Emperor on Earth had not possessed. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful figure on Mingwei Star, rendering him considerably more reserved. "Young man Lin Tian, I pay my respects to you, senior," Lin Tian said respectfully. "I am the Law Elder of Qingzhou Academy. You are quite impressive and may enter the inner academy," the elder replied with a smile. Following this, someone guided Lin Tian to the area designated for trial participants who had passed through the spirit road. Qingzhou Academy is divided into 3 sections: the Outer Academy, Inner Academy, and Core Academy. Generally, disciples from the Outer Academy who complete the spirit road and possess a spirit body realm level below the 6th level must study for 6 years before typically entering a small sect, with a fortunate few advancing to a mid-sized sect as outer disciples. Those at the 6th level and above may enter the Inner Academy, requiring only 3 years of study before graduation, often gaining entry into mid-sized sects as inner disciples or core disciples, with exceptional individuals qualifying for larger sects as outer disciples. Furthermore, whether in the inner or outer academy, any breakthrough to the condensation chi realm allows entry into the core academy, though age restrictions apply. Generally, core academy disciples can join larger sects as inner or core disciples, with some extraordinary talents even qualifying for training in sacred grounds. However, throughout the history of Qingzhou Academy, numerous disciples have entered sacred grounds every few decades, but one individual stands apart. He was not admitted through examination, but was directly recommended by the sacred ground itself, Zhang Tianyi. Now that Lin Tian had entered the inner academy, with his remarkable talent, it was likely he would join the core academy within a year. paving the way for a successful entry into his sacred ground. Upon entering the area for inner academy disciples, Lin Tian incited a stir among the crowd. He absent-mindedly touched his nose and thought, "Am I truly that remarkable? By heavens, how is this anomaly still alive? He has broken through again. How are we to survive this? He could probably dominate the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm." The murmurs of the crowd made Lin Tian feel somewhat embarrassed. Despite his usual low profile, he had evidently made a lasting impression. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Tian," he said, cupping his hands in salute. "Lin brother, Lin brother." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone hurriedly returned the gesture, addressing him as brother, regardless of their age. Some were even older than him. Among them were individuals unfamiliar with Lin Tian, yet witnessing the respect shown to him by the spirit-body realm and Appos. As ninth-level seniors, they dared not act disrespectfully. The middle-aged man who had escorted Lin Tian observed this scene with a smile, realizing that the young man he had just brought was no ordinary talent, causing such a reaction from the younger disciples. He had only witnessed a similar situation a decade ago with Zhang Tianyi. Reflecting on Zhang Tianyi, the middle-aged man shook his head. It was unlikely anyone could rival him, and while this young man was impressive, he was not expected to match Zhang Tianyi and Appos as caliber. As a seasoned and highly educated individual adept in winning hearts, establishing rapport was essential. The inner academy was not large, comprising only 60 to 70 disciples. Thus Lin Tian distributed 10 spirit stones to each disciple. Instantly, he garnered their favor, while 10 spirit stones were not an enormous sum. The sight of Lin Tian producing over 1,000 stones without batting an eye awed even those at the spirit-body realm's 8th level. Curiously, Lin Tian noticed the absence of Chen Feng and several others. Many of those at the spirit-body realm's 8th level were missing, suggesting that numerous individuals, like Wu Dao, had stealthily entered the spirit road in search of opportunities. Their cultivation levels were commendable, yet Lin Tian soon learned troubling news. Chen Feng has broken through, attracting the 3-9 heavenly tribulation and successfully entering the core academy, someone announced. This news was disheartening for Lin Tian. Upon reflection, it made sense. Chen Feng had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm on the spirit road, at the limit of what it could accommodate. And with the 2 chi recovery pills he had seized from the medicine hall, he possessed the perfect elixirs for breaking through to the condensation chi realm. Upon reflection, it would indeed seem unusual if Chen Feng did not break through to the condensed chi realm. Nevertheless, even if Chen Feng were to achieve such a breakthrough, Lin Tian would not fear him. With the Lin Tian spear in hand, Lin Tian felt assured of his own safety, if not able to vanquish his opponent. During these 10 days, Lin Tian engaged in quiet meditation and contemplation, occasionally sparring with others. However, after he single-handedly contended against 3 youths at the 9th level of the spirit-body realm, not only did he hold his ground, but he also dominated them, which completely extinguished their courage to confront him. Subsequently, Lin Tian devoted himself to the study of the Yuan Huang Sutra and alchemy, eagerly anticipating the day he would successfully refine a medicinal pill. Thus, 10 days elapsed, and the spirit road was irrevocably sealed. Those who failed to emerge would likely not survive. While few remained trapped within, the rules were merciless. Typically, the spirit road would open for half a year and close for another half, a regulation that no one, not even the mighty beings of the sacred land, could alter. On the day the spirit road closed, the statistics were released. Over 50,000 had entered, yet fewer than 2,000 had exited. Historically, the Qingzhou Academy only admitted 1,000 students, with the remaining hundreds snatched away by other academies in Qingzhou. This could be considered a fortunate opportunity. In this session, the external disciples of the Qingzhou Academy numbered 927, the lowest among them being at the peak of the 3rd level of the spirit-body realm, while the highest reached the pinnacle of the 5th. The internal academy comprised 72 individuals, the weakest among them at the advanced 6th level of the spirit-body realm, and the strongest at the intermediate 9th level. As for the core academy, it had but 1 disciple, Chen Feng, making him a unique presence. Historically, very few disciples broke through to the a rarity not seen even in hundreds of years, yet this session produced one, alongside a prodigy, namely, Lin Tian. The moniker prodigy was not a self-deprecating term Lin Tian adopted, but rather a title bestowed upon him by others, which was also sanctioned by the elder responsible for transmitting teachings. This elder had witnessed Lin Tian's remarkable feat of single-handedly battling 3 youths at the 9th level of the spirit-body realm and had remarked that Zhang Tianyi should not bask in all the glory alone. This reflects a lofty evaluation, placing Lin Tian and Zhang Tianyi on equal footing, thereby enhancing Lin Tian and amp, Apos, S reputation beyond that of Chen Fong. While there were indeed a few like Chen Fong in previous generations, only one Zhang Tianyi existed, and now with Lin Tian, there were merely two such exceptional individuals within the millennium history of the Qizhou Academy. A group, led by the elder responsible for transmitting teachings, marched grandly toward the Qingzhou Academy. Technically, the academy was not located directly within Qingzhou's main city, but rather in a vast suburban area not far from it. 3 days later, Lin Tian and his companions finally arrived at the Qingzhou Academy. The academy, while not as opulent as the main city, surpassed it in terms of spiritual energy concentration and renown. One might be unaware of the main city's location. Yet one could not be oblivious to the Qizhou Academy's presence. Nestled against a backdrop of mountains, a long river encircled the academy, with nature serving as its formidable guardian. The academy resembled a miniature fortress, intricately designed and splendid. Above the entrance, the words Qizhou Academy were inscribed in gilded characters. And upon closer inspection, one could discern that these characters had been inscribed by a human hand. From a distance, the sight of these characters imparted a formidable spiritual pressure, rendering onlookers hesitant to gaze directly upon them. As Lin Tian approached, he noticed smaller characters beside the grand inscription that read inscribed by Ling Yinzi, causing his heart to tremble. Ling Yinzi was none other than the founder of the Qingzhou Academy. It was said that he had transcended into a realm of extraordinary existence, becoming a formidable figure. Rumor had it that he was the youngest elder of a sacred land, but had left after a disagreement with the sacred land's master, establishing the Qingzhou Academy as a result. The specific nature of this conflict was rumored to involve a dispute over a woman, leading to the first headmaster and Apos' departure from the sacred land. However, no one could confirm this tale, and Lin Tian and his companions' curiosity burned brightly, prompting them to inquire with the elder about it. Their inquisitiveness, however, earned them a reprimand in the form of the elder's sweeping fan, which discouraged further questions. To have contended with the master of a great sacred land over a woman indicated the extraordinary strength of this founder. It was evident that had he lacked the requisite power, he would have long been suppressed, and thus, the establishment of the Qingzhou Academy, which has been celebrated by future generations, was a testament to his might. Upon entering the Qingzhou Academy, Lin Tian greedily inhaled the abundant spiritual energy, which surpassed that of the spirit road. It was clear that a grand spirit gathering formation had been meticulously arranged here. Once inside, the elder provided each of the disciples with a cultivation manual, and Lin Tian was astounded to find that the title of the manual was the Spirit Body section of the Yuan Huang Sutra. This revelation opened his mind to the realization that what was considered a sacred and elusive manual was, in fact, quite common, available to every disciple. This left him feeling exasperated. However, upon examining the contents, Lin Tian quickly relaxed. The material within the Spirit Body section was scarcely 1/10 of what he had mastered in the complete Yuan Huang Sutra. It appeared that they had only grasped a fragmented version, not the entirety of the Spirit Body section. This understanding reassured him, as he could practice the Yuan Huang Sutra without fear of revealing his secrets. For the following month, the internal and external academies did not remain separate but instead resided together, listening to the elder impart teachings about the Yuan Huang Sutra. Yet, the lone core disciple, Chen Fong, was conspicuously absent, which unsettled Lin Tian. He sensed a premonition that he and Chen Fong would inevitably face off in a battle for survival. During this period, the academy distributed a small vial of 100 spirit liquid to external disciples daily, while internal disciples received 3 vials. The efficacy of the 100 spirit liquid was remarkable, with many disciples achieving breakthroughs. Indeed, one individual ascended 3 levels in a month, rising from the 4th to the 7th level of the spirit body realm, causing quite a stir. Consequently, the elder granted him entry into the internal academy, promising that any external disciple who could reach the average level of the internal academy within 6 months would also be permitted to train there. This demonstrated the extraordinary nature of the 100 spirit liquid. From Lin Tian's observations, the 100 spirit liquid was concocted from liquefied spiritual energy and dozens of primary spiritual herbs, providing substantial benefits for cultivation. The only drawback was that even 30 vials would not suffice for his needs. Fortunately, Lin Tian had developed a rapport with the elder, who took a particular liking to him, often discreetly providing him with extra vials. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners contend with heaven, earth, and their fellow beings, defying fate in pursuit of longevity. The first step in cultivation is to temper the physical body, with the initial realm being the spirit body realm. What constitutes the spirit body? When the physical form is honed to its utmost limit, it generates spiritual energy that circulates within, transforming the body into a reservoir of spiritual energy to aid in breaking through to the next realm. The second realm is the condensed chi realm, where one condenses spiritual energy, draws it into the body, and harnesses the forces of heaven and earth for one's own use. This is where the strength of the physical body becomes apparent, as a robust physique naturally attracts more spiritual energy. The elder tirelessly addressed each of Lin Tian and Appo's inquiries, and in return, Lin Tian and his companions felt a profound respect for this venerable elder, recognizing him as a figure deserving of reverence. The elder of transmission spent a month elucidating the fundamental structure of the cultivation system, covering various realms of cultivation, essential precautions, and certain esoteric practices. His demeanor was exceptionally earnest, and Lin Tian and his companions listened with equal gravity. Lin Tian felt a deep resonance with the elder and Appo's teachings, chuckling wryly to himself. He had always believed himself to be formidable, yet in the eyes of true cultivators, he was no more significant than an ant. The elder spoke of those in the realm of divine powers, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. In comparison, Lin Tian realized how vastly distant he was from such heights. The cultivation paths consist of the realms of mortal cultivation, spiritual body, chi condensation, divine powers, purple mansion, and heavy tower. Mortal cultivation serves merely as a foundation. The spiritual body realm focuses on refining the physical form, chi condensation on refining the meridians, divine powers on honing supernatural abilities, the purple mansion on enhancing spiritual awareness, and the heavy tower on cultivating the primordial spirit. The journey of cultivation appears endless. Upon surmounting one peak, a loftier one inevitably awaits. Yet, this also ignited Lin Tian and Appo's fervor to ascend. As the month drew to a close, the elder declared that his time with them had come to an end. On this particular day, he spoke extensively, and as dusk settled, he rose and vanished into the air. Each time Qingzhou Academy recruited new students, this elder patiently imparted knowledge to them, while other elders might exhibit impatience. He had dedicated over 3 centuries to this noble endeavor. Such a person commands respect, a kind-hearted elder, and a truly admirable strong man. What constitutes true strength? It is the ability to protect the weak and uphold justice. Cultivators yearn to become immortals, as immortality symbolizes eternal existence. Yet, in this world of celestial heroes, while everyone is captivated by the notion of immortals, they often forget the companion concept of heroes, The way of the world places heroes above all. This is a profound lesson Lin Tian learned from the elder, one worthy of lifelong remembrance. The students respectfully bid farewell to their teacher, kneeling in reverence. Following the elder and Appo's departure, designated individuals ushered everyone to their respective academies. Thus, the inner and outer academies were entirely segregated, and the outer academy students understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would drift further apart from their inner academy counterparts. Upon entering the inner academy, Lin Tian and his peers were assigned individual rooms, each equipped with a small spirit-gathering array, prompting Lin Tian to marvel at Qingzhou Academy's grandiosity. However, his most pressing desire was to enter the core academy, rumored to provide each disciple with their own separate dwelling, and with spirit-gathering arrays far superior to those in the inner academy. The lack of cultivation resources posed a dilemma. The taste of the 100 spirits liquid lingered in Lin Tian's memory, reminiscent of tangy sweet yogurt from Earth, prompting him to consider exchanging items from the spirit road for contribution points. Early the next morning, Lin Tian arrived at the Merit Hall. This hall served as the venue for acquiring tasks, exchanging them for contribution points, and obtaining cultivation resources. Presenting his merit token, Lin Tian noted that, as an inner academy disciple, he was granted 50 contribution points for free, while outer academy students received only 30 points, and core academy disciples 100 points. This disparity ignited a fleeting jealousy within him, especially since one of the recipients was none other than Qin Fang. Elder, I am here to exchange for contribution points. Lin Tian respectfully addressed a half-asleep elder. Despite the elder's apparent lethargy and the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations, Lin Tian dared not underestimate him, for he had learned from the transmission elder that all elders of Qingzhou Academy were at the divine powers realm, though their strengths varied. It was unwise for students to provoke them. Oh, "You must be the little fellow named Lin Tian," the merit elder suddenly exclaimed, as if awakening from slumber, a broad smile spreading across his face. He had heard from the transmission elder about a remarkable talent in his cohort, Lin Tian. At the pinnacle of the seventh layer of the spiritual body realm, possessed a blood vitality surpassing that of an ordinary qi condensation realm cultivator. Upon seeing Lin Tian, the elder instantly recognized him as the prodigy spoken of. "Indeed, it is I," Lin Tian replied respectfully. "What can I exchange for? Show me what you have," the elder said, now fully alert. The transmission elder had spoken highly of this young man, comparing him favorably to Zhang Tanny. The merit elder, aware of his old friend and Apos' character, knew he would not speak falsely. This understanding invigorated the elder upon Lin Tian and Apos' arrival. Even without Lin Tian mentioning his spoils from the spirit road, the academy's higher-ups had already inquired about the treasures Lin Tian and his peers had acquired. This young man had traversed the spirit herb garden, braved the medicine hall, and journeyed extensively through the myriad weapon mountain. Coupled with his formidable cultivation that allowed him to traverse the spirit road with ease, the merit elder believed he must have gathered a wealth of treasures. Hearing the merit elder and Apos' remarks, Lin Tian promptly produced the root of a semi-holy herb. "Pei Yuan Jiu Bian." The merit elder gasped in astonishment. This was a rare treasure, its value comparable to that of a holy herb. Legend held that Pei Yuan Jiu Bian could undergo transformation into a holy herb itself. "Elder, how many contribution points can this be exchanged for?" Lin Tian inquired. "At least 20,000. The precise amount will require consultation with the Academy and Apos' higher-ups before I can provide an accurate figure," the merit elder replied solemnly. Lin Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a single semi-holy herb would hold such immense worth. He had initially thought that rare spiritual herbs enhancing potential would be scarce, and exchanging one for over 10,000 contribution points would be commendable, especially since he had consumed the semi-holy herb. However, the true value far exceeded his expectations. "What about this?" Lin Tian produced a petal from a spirit flower, one of the 9 petals of the communication flower. The merit elder inhaled sharply. He had not imagined Lin Tian would acquire such a rare item. Zhang Tianny had previously mentioned that the highest reward in the spirit herb garden was a semi-holy herb, devoid of roots, while Lin Tian and Apos' was obtained through unique means. The garden and Apos' treasure, the communication holy herb, was deemed unobtainable. Yet, the merit elder was left pondering how Lin Tian had come to possess such a rarity. Nevertheless, he refrained from asking, as the moment Lin Tian revealed the semi-holy herb, the merit elder had already classified him alongside Zhang Tanny. However, upon Lin Tian presenting one of the 9 petals, the merit elder considered that Lin Tian and Apos' innate talent surpassed that of Zhang Tanny. The elder had witnessed Zhang Tanny and Apos' growth in merely 10 years. Zhang Tanny had ascended to the divine powers realm, his true combat strength far exceeding his own. The elder could only speculate what heights Lin Tian might reach in the next decade. Yet one thing was certain. Lin Tian's future appeared far bright, and everyone harbored their own secrets. The merit elder would not allow his curiosity to jeopardize Lin Tian and Apos' goodwill. "At least 10,000. 10,000 contribution points," the merit elder declared. After speaking, he closed his eyes. Lin Tian understood this meant the elder was communicating telepathically with the Academy's higher-ups. Without making Lin Tian wait long, the merit elder opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Lin Tian. "After our discussions, we have collectively decided to grant you 50,000 contribution points. 50,000 contribution points." The merit elder took Lin Tian's merit token and, with a swift motion, added 50,000 points to it. Such a sum was genuinely valuable. 50,000 contribution points were exclusively beneficial to new students, intended for the rankings of new students after 5 months. Once the 5 months elapsed, these contribution points would no longer hold any significance. However, the fact that these 2 items could be exchanged for 50,000 contribution points left Lin Tian greatly astonished. In his estimation, his possessions were worth at most 40,000 contribution points, and it appeared that the elder before him had exerted considerable effort. "I am truly grateful for the elder's kindness," Lin Tian expressed with utmost respect. The merit elder nodded discreetly, appreciating the young man's charm and understanding of social nuances. Indeed, it was he and the transmission elder who had advocated on Lin Tian and Apos' behalf, considerably augmenting his contribution points. They did not seek immediate recompense, but rather hoped to foster a sense of indebtedness in Lin Tian. with 50,000 contribution points. Even if Lin Tian chose not to participate in the new student competition, his score would undoubtedly place him at the pinnacle. Young friend, have you had the chance to visit Wanzhong Mountain? The merit elder inquired further. I acquired it beside senior brother Zhang Tiany's Fatian Huaji. Lin Tian replied as he retrieved the sky-splitting spear from his storage bag. The merit elder gazed intently at the weapon, exclaiming, a peerless treasure. There are few weapons within the entire academy that can rival it, further affirming the transmission elder's words. Let us not allow Zhang Tianyi to bask in the glory alone. After a brief discussion with the merit elder, Lin Tian began to select items while the elder returned to his seat, resuming his slumber. The merit hall typically saw few visitors, allowing the elder to enjoy a leisurely routine. Selecting items from the exquisite treasure catalog entailed inputting the corresponding contribution points, after which the grand formation of the hall would deliver the selected items. With the newfound 50,000 contribution points, Lin Tian felt emboldened in his selections. While traveling, the absence of a proper suitcase was utterly unacceptable. The storage bag he had obtained from Chun Nan was woefully insufficient, making it imperative to select a suitable storage item. The best option he found was a mid-level storage ring, possessing a space equivalent to that of a room, priced at 10,000 contribution points. After a moment and oppose, as he decided to purchase it, Lin Tian also acquired a vial of 100 spirit liquid, intending to use it as a refreshing drink, spending another 500 contribution points. It seemed his contribution points were plentiful. Typically, even students who had resided in the core academy for over 3 years, without eating or drinking, would accumulate far less than he had. Some individuals, it appeared, simply started off on the right foot, and Lin Tian was undoubtedly one of them. Continuing his exploration, he purchased an array of body refining, healing, and breakthrough pills, the majority being those with immense energy, which collectively cost him another 20,000 contribution points. Lastly, he procured a substantial quantity of primary spiritual herbs for pill refinement, which, though inexpensive, still amounted to 550 contribution points. Observing Lin Tian's extravagant spending, the merit elder felt a pang of regret. However, the contribution points belonged to Lin Tian, and he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns. After bidding farewell to the merit elder, Lin Tian exited the merit hall, realizing that he had already exhausted a significant portion of his 50,000 contribution points, which pained him. Yet, he deemed it all worthwhile. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of their. Rather than returning to his quarters, Lin Tian opted to rent a practice room for cultivation, as its concentration of spiritual energy was several times greater than that in the disciples' and oppos' dormitories. Additionally, it possessed calming and invigorating, albeit at a steep price of 240 contribution points per day, equivalent to 20 contribution points per hour. Despite the financial strain, he rented the room for 10 hours to cultivate and practice alchemy. With a single Qingling herb and 3 tails of grievance powder, Lin Tian silently recited the alchemical formula in his mind, carefully adding the materials into the cauldron. Alchemy is a meticulous process. A slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous results. Boom. As expected, the cauldron erupted once more, though fortunately it was merely a minor explosion. Half of the medicinal materials Lin Tian had purchased were already consumed. And throughout the day, the practice room was anything but peaceful, with Lin Tian experiencing numerous explosions within the span of 8 hours. Thankfully, the quality of the cauldron far surpassed that of ordinary weapons, allowing it to withstand such tumult. It seems one cannot utilize the cauldron for alchemy without reaching the qi condensation stage, Lin Tian lamented. The qi condensation stage, where one forms a Dao fruit, is akin to the golden elixir spoken of in Taoist traditions on earth. Successful alchemy requires the use of the innate fire of life associated with the Dao fruit. Initially, Lin Tian believed his cauldron was exceptionally powerful and could function without the life fire, but repeated explosions made it clear that he was overly optimistic. The following day, Lin Tian visited the scripture repository, which was divided into 4 levels. The first level contained miscellaneous writings, lacking any cultivation methods, requiring 20 contribution points for entry each day, and charging for even partial days. Lin Tian cursed the exorbitant fees, yet he needed the materials within, so he begrudgingly complied. The second level housed cultivation methods for the spiritual body stage, each clearly priced, albeit they were rather mediocre. The third level offered techniques for the qi condensation stage, also with clear pricing. Such methods would be regarded as priceless treasures in the outside world, yet Lin Tian found them rather unremarkable. The fourth level contained fragmented texts and secret techniques, each astonishing in nature, accessible only to elders and significant contributors to the academy. However, Lin Tian sought material on the world itself, finding little interest in the other offerings. No matter how powerful the techniques, could they surpass the might of the sacred scriptures? No secret technique could rival the ability to refine the heavens and the earth. Lin Tian's purpose for this visit was to gain an understanding of the world, and indeed, within the repository, he discovered records pertaining to it. After a day and night spent there, Lin Tian gained a general understanding of his surroundings. This planet, known as Mingyue Star, is ruled by four great nations: Shenwu, Tianqi, Hongsheng, and Daqian. The Shenwu Empire, where Lin Tian resided, encompasses 9 regions, with Qingzhou being one of them. Within this realm, there exist transcendent holy lands and cultivation sects, which are the true rulers of this world. The Qizhou Academy to which Lin Tian belonged was established through the collaboration of a holy land and numerous sects, serving as a source of fresh talent. Each region of the Shenwu Empire has a similar academy, and it is said that the empire itself was supported by 3 holy lands. Thus, the Shenwu Empire stands as the most formidable nation. It operates under a feudal system, comprising countless vassal states, each accountable to the imperial family. Beneath these vassal states are numerous kingdoms. The border city where Lin Tian resided alone contained dozens of kingdoms, yet the political landscape of Mingyue Star appeared exceedingly chaotic, leaving Lin Tian somewhat perplexed. However, there was no need for meticulous understanding, as Mingyue Star is a planet of cultivation, where the strong reign supreme, establishing the rules that the weak must obey. This is the natural order. There are 9 great holy lands on Mingyue Star. A holy land is defined as a sect that has produced a saint, typically wielding at least one complete sacred scripture, and their influence is virtually unimaginable. Surprisingly, the Mingyue Star is almost the same size as the sun. However, this revelation is not what astonished Lin Tian the most. What truly took him aback was the realization that the Mingyue Star is merely a poor and backward celestial body, lacking in spiritual energy. A small and desolate planet on the fringes of this domain. There are countless larger planets, with cultivators there being even more formidable, possessing more powerful techniques and forces. Particularly in this narrative, it is mentioned that the largest planet is the core of this domain, the Glory Star. Regrettably, the book does not provide detailed descriptions of what that place is like. Such information seems to have been passed down from some sacred grounds, suggesting they might know more. Nonetheless, Lin Tian felt satisfied with this knowledge. At present, he had no time to ponder further. After a month of contemplation, Lin Tian thought it was time to break through. He had a plan to reach the Qi condensation realm within a year. If he were on Earth, others might think him mad, but here, anything is possible. Achieving a significant breakthrough within a year would be unparalleled, even among the sacred grounds. Yet he held confidence in himself. Furthermore, the reason Lin Tian expended 20,000 contribution points to acquire such a plethora of energy-rich spiritual herbs was also well thought out. As his blood desperately required this energy, he noticed an increase in the orange hue of his blood, and his strength was also growing. He believed that if he could activate a new color of mysterious blood, he could further enhance his combat power, potentially reaching a 4th-tier strength. In his room, he consumed various elixirs voraciously, akin to devouring beans. However, this time, he forcefully rejected the energy from these pills, allowing all of it to be absorbed by his mysterious blood. This process lasted for 10 days, and upon depleting all the elixirs, his blood transformed into a reddish-orange distribution. As Lin Tian circulated his blood energy, his strength indeed increased. He was now genuinely capable of contending with 4th-tier strength. Despite his deliberate control, he inadvertently absorbed an immense amount of energy, compelling him to undergo another breakthrough. Boom. On this day, Lin Tian broke through once more, leaping to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the spiritual body realm. This was the result of considerable suppression, and of course, his true combat power was now difficult to gauge within the confines of the spiritual body realm. Lin Tian's blood energy surged around him, and in a moment of uncontrolled force, he inadvertently blew the roof off, attracting a crowd of onlookers outside. "Lin Gu has broken through again," exclaimed a chubby boy with envy. "My goodness, in just over half a year, he has consecutively advanced 6 small levels." Some were left speechless. Yet if they were to learn that Lin Tian had actually advanced 8 small levels in that same time, their astonishment would only deepen. However, such matters were best kept discreet. One ought to remain humble. "He is a monster. Assessment complete." Some male peers shouted in envy and jealousy, while several girls gazed at him with starry eyes. Luckily, they were still young. Otherwise, they might have flocked to him in droves. Lin Tian and Apos' breakthrough also caught the attention of the elders. They were at a loss regarding this young prodigy and wished to advise him against rushing his breakthroughs to avoid an unstable foundation. However, when they scanned Lin Tian with their consciousness, they detected the profound solidity of his foundation, realizing that even a further small breakthrough would pose no issue. This left them speechless. Under the elders' guidance, Lin Tian was led to a separate courtyard. With his own room destroyed, he had no place to stay, and fortunately, there was an available courtyard within the inner sanctum. This had once belonged to an elder who had passed away, and it had remained vacant. 10 years prior, Zhang Tianyi had resided there. Initially, the academy intended to preserve it for when Zhang Tianyi returned to Qizhou Academy, a token of remembrance. However, with the emergence of Lin Tian, the academy's intentions shifted, planning instead to designate this courtyard as the abode of the first person within the inner sanctum. To be first in the inner sanctum necessitates some distinction and enhanced benefits. This courtyard, once occupied by an elder, possesses a spirit-gathering array that is as effective as a training room, which Lin Tian found to be quite economical. In truth, Lin Tian's seamless breakthroughs were due to two factors: his substantial accumulation and his rejuvenation, having undergone a transformation that rendered his body increasingly suited for cultivation. Additionally, his past experiences, having been at the Qi condensation realm on Earth, provided him with the requisite knowledge for such advancements. Thus, a legendary prodigy was forged. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had flown by, and there was less than a month remaining until the new students and Apos. These newcomers had acclimatized to life at the academy, frequently taking on tasks to earn contribution points for cultivation resources and martial techniques. It was only today that Lin Tian learned that each newcomer had a chance to obtain a divine ability from the first 3 shelves of the 4th floor for free. Had he not engaged in sparring a few days prior, where he was caught off guard by an opponent and Apos' divine ability, he would not have realized its formidable nature. Even if he learned a divine ability now, it would merely allow him to execute moves that enhance his attack power, which could only be termed martial skills. It was only upon reaching the Qi condensation realm that he could truly unleash the potential of such divine abilities, transforming them into martial. Only upon attaining the divine ability realm could one genuinely manifest the power of a divine ability. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his desire to learn. One day, Lin Tian hurriedly made his way to the scripture repository in search of his divine ability. "Young man, you're back again. What treasures have you unearthed this time?" chuckled the elderly guardian of the repository. The first floor of this repository contained a plethora of texts, and Lin Tian often perused them during his leisure. On one occasion, he stumbled upon a multitude of small yellow texts, which caught the old man's attention, leading to a lively discussion between them. There are numerous ways for men to bond women. Cars, houses, at least on Earth. However, on Minghui Star, women, cultivation methods, treasures, and elixirs serve the same purpose in deepening friendships among men. It is evident that regardless of location, women remain an eternal topic among men. Due to those small yellow texts, Lin Tian and the old man became fast friends. "Old Huang, everyone else is learning divine abilities. Why haven't you nudged me to learn as well?" Lin Tian inquired. The old man, surnamed Huang, was a mystery to Lin Tian regarding his full name. He only heard some stewards respectfully refer to him as Elder Huang, while others addressed him as Senior. Lin Tian, undeterred by formalities, cheerfully called him Old Huang, much to the elder's delight. "Oh, those trivial matters? I thought you weren't interested in learning." Old Huang replied dismissively. "I and Apos, am anxious. Old Huang, having been here for so long, could you offer me some advice?" Lin Tian implored. He had heard that the old man had been the guardian of the repository for many years. So much so that even the elders in charge of merit and teachings could not ascertain his exact age. In fact, during the youth of those elders, Old Huang was already here, and even the president of Qizhou Academy could not determine how old he was. Thus, even though the old man often remained inconspicuous, he was treated with deference by the others, acknowledging both his age and the fact that anyone who lived so long must be extraordinary. In the cultivation world, those who live long are either exceptionally powerful or remarkable individuals. The best advice is, go fetch me a few more of those small yellow texts," Old Huang said with a mischievous grin. Lin Tian frowned, observing the elder and Apos' skin, which resembled the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, and thought, "Could this old fellow still be a virgin? Old Huang, given our friendship, would you help me out if I needed it?" Lin Tian inquired. "I assure you, There's nothing of value there. If there were, he hesitated. Old Huang, of course, understood his intention. Name your price. Lin Tian replied, somewhat irritated. Old Huang grinned, holding up 5 fingers, to which Lin Tian responded with a smile, shaking his head and raising a single finger. This item is worth every bit. I guarantee it's more than what those trashy treasures offer. Old Huang declared confidently. 3 small yellow books. That's my bottom line. Lin Tian asserted, raising 3 fingers. Deal. A lewd smile returned to Old Huang and Appo's face. In no time, Lin Tian located 3 books amidst a sea of tomes. The Golden Carp is originally a creature of the pool, Part 2. The Flirtatious Life of Widow's Son, complete. And Yellow Romance, Part 2. The Golden Carp, Part 2. What a treasure! Old Huang exclaimed, snatching the 3 small yellow books from Lin Tian's hands with glee. Lin Tian looked at him, feeling helpless. There were many such books on the first floor of the scripture repository. Just by glancing at the catalog, one could easily identify these titles, but Old Huang remained oblivious. Of course, Lin Tian had no intention of enlightening him. He would surely have more transactions in the future. Where's my stuff? Lin Tian asked. Follow me. Old Huang tucked the books away and pushed open a hidden wall, leading Lin Tian inside. Lin Tian was astonished. Having visited for so long, he had never noticed the wall behind Old Huang, nor the secret chamber within. Noticing Lin Tian's confusion, Old Huang proudly declared, This cultivation chamber was excavated by yours truly. Even the headmaster of Qizhou Academy is unaware of it. Enough boasting, Old Huang. Where's my stuff? Lin Tian replied. Visibly exasperated, Old Huang instructed Lin Tian to wait in the chamber while he rummaged for a dusty stone tablet, which he handed over. Lin Tian received the tablet skeptically, observing the strange symbols etched upon it, devoid of any recognizable characters. Look with your heart's eye, Old Huang insisted earnestly. Doubtful, Lin Tian scrutinized Old Huang with skepticism, pondering, is this old fellow trying to deceive me? Why not use my eyes instead? However, seeing Old Huang's composed demeanor suggested he was fabricating tales. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian settled down, closed his eyes, and began to feel with his heart. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, the stone tablet erupted with golden light, which converged into Lin Tian's mind, causing the tablet to disintegrate rapidly into dust. It truly works. The technique inscribed on this tablet is meant only for extraordinary talents, and it has fallen into this brat's hands. Old Huang gazed at Lin Tian with wide eyes. Although he himself had no knowledge of the technique, having studied it for years without success, eventually, he had given up. Yet his years of research provided him with some insight. The tablet was spiritual, and its techniques could only be imparted to those of lower realms, specifically those with exceptional talent. He once considered having Zhang Tianyi give it a try, but due to various reasons, it never materialized. Thus, he decided to let Lin Tian attempt it, never expecting it to actually work. If Lin Tian were aware of Old Huang and Appo's current mindset, he would surely be furious. At this moment, Lin Tian was oblivious to Old Huang's comments, completely engrossed in the supreme technique before him. A passage appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Surrounded by purple light, resonating with myriad paths, leaving only this figure wielding a spear, piercing forth. The scene transformed into a void as the spear shattered the starry sky, eclipsing the sun and moon. This divine technique is named Divine Slaughter. The figure proceeded to demonstrate the technique repeatedly until, after the 10th iteration, it vanished, leaving behind a collection of text for Lin Tian to ponder. When Lin Tian awakened, he found himself back in his courtyard, surely transported there by Old Huang. Since acquiring this divine technique, his respect for Old Huang had increased manifold. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their camaraderie. Having tasted this success, Lin Tian now devoted himself to mastering divine slaughter and meditative breathing, while often engaging Old Huang in discussions about the philosophies of life. Naturally, with the ulterior motive of inquiring about cultivation matters. Time raced on, and with only 15 days remaining until the new semester, he had fully mastered the techniques of divine slaughter. Thus, he resolved to break through once again. Lin Tian produced 2 high-grade spiritual herbs and a body-refining pill obtained from the spirit path, which were the most valuable items in his possession besides his storage ring. Now was the moment to put them to use. Gulp. Lin Tian consumed the 2 high-grade herbs. Instantly, a tearing sensation coursed through him, but fortunately, his blood began to assimilate the immense potency. After some time, he had completely refined the vast medicinal power, with his blood absorbing 90% of it. The remaining 10% transformed into pure energy, replenishing Lin Tian and enabling him to break through the barrier. Boom. The barrier of the 9th level of the spiritual body realm was as fragile as paper to Lin Tian, easily pierced through. And he channeled all that immense energy to elevate his cultivation. In an instant, Lin Tian and Apos' prowess surged. From the initial stage of the 9th level of the spiritual body realm to the pinnacle of the 9th level. In a flash, Lin Tian reached the highest echelon of the spiritual body realm. However, this was not the end. Lin Tian had once unintentionally overheard old Huang mention that beyond the spiritual body realm lay an ultimate state, a realm unattainable by ordinary individuals, reserved solely for unparalleled geniuses. To comprehend this realm is simple. One must feel an urge for further advancement after breaching the pinnacle of the 9th level, which signifies the qualification to strive for ultimate power, though success hinges entirely on personal fortune. At this moment, Lin Tian certainly sensed vast potential for further growth. As if he believed there was a 10th level above the 9th, unlike others who, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level, merely sensed the barrier of the qi condensation realm. Historically, each minor elevation in the spiritual body realm entailed a colossal strength increment of 30 to 50,000 pounds at the pinnacle, which served as a measure of a cultivator's innate talent. However, geniuses surpassed this threshold. For instance, individuals like Wu Dao and Qin Feng possessed around 70,000 pounds of strength upon reaching the pinnacle. Yet, upon attaining the pinnacle of the spiritual body realm, Lin Tian distinctly sensed his physical strength nearing 99,000 pounds, almost reaching the 100,000-pound mark. Lin Tian firmly believed that upon surpassing 100,000 pounds, his physical strength would undergo a linear escalation. Lin Tian retrieved the body refining pill and consumed it. The body refining pill, a rare elixir for physical enhancement, could only be taken once. No additional consumption would yield any benefit. Moreover, one must endure the pain and remain conscious while taking it. Losing consciousness would diminish its effectiveness. The moment the body refining pill dissolved in his mouth, Lin Tian felt a surge of powerful energy integrating evenly into every inch of his skin, only to be assaulted by an intense pain. It hurts, truly hurts. Lin Tian, who had initially sat cross-legged, collapsed to the ground, cursing. This pain was beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person, as the energy from the body refining pill relentlessly tore at his flesh, reducing every fiber of his being to shreds, only to have a strange energy reinvigorate him, restoring his flesh to its original state. Following the previous pattern, he persisted relentlessly. Cycle after cycle. Hiss. Numbness had enveloped Lin Tian, leaving him devoid of even the strength to lament. His entire being was drenched in perspiration, as though he had just emerged from a body of water. After enduring a night of inhuman torment and resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness, the first rays of dawn finally graced Lin Tian and Apos' form, signaling the complete absorption of the body-tempering pill and Apos' medicinal properties. Frustratingly, his mystical blood had remained inert, failing to assimilate even a trace of the pill and Apos, rendering his suffering seemingly futile. Lin Tian circulated the Supreme Emperor scripture, stimulating his own blood essence. As expected, his strength had surpassed 1 million, hovering around 1,005,000. He sensed its continued, albeit gradual, augmentation. Without hesitation, Lin Tian dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving to transcend his limits and attain the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm. On this day, unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Tian quietly ventured into the rear mountains of Azure Province Academy, seeking a breakthrough, eschewing the consumption of any celestial treasures, as they were no longer necessary. He silently hoisted a colossal boulder, akin to a small hill, and began his ascent, employing the most ancient and effective method. He aimed to unlock his latent potential and assimilate the residual medicinal essence within his body. Only Lin Tian himself knew the extent of elixirs he had ingested in less than a year. Although his mystical blood had refined the medicinal properties, rendering them exceptionally pure and devoid of residual toxins, it was not without its imperfections. Lin Tian now sought to meticulously hone his physical form, achieving a state of absolute integration, free from any impurities. With the boulder in his grasp, Lin Tian hastened up the mountain, intending to dedicate his days to physical training and his nights to cultivating the Supreme Emperor scripture, researching the art of alchemy, and mastering the god-slaying divine power. Initially, he managed a mere 10 ascents on the first day before collapsing from exhaustion. The following day, he completed 15, and on the third, 25. By the fifth day, Lin Tian had traversed the mountain 108 times with the boulder, yet still possessed residual strength. On this day, Lin Tian abandoned the boulder and sought solace beneath a cascading waterfall at the foot of a precipitous cliff. The waterfall, soaring to a height of 1,000 fathoms, appeared to merge with the heavens. Its torrential currents had smoothed the sharp edges of the protruding rocks. Water, the epitome of gentleness, yet capable of overcoming the unyielding. With a resounding crash, Lin Tian shed his tattered garments and approached the waterfall, only to be swept away by the torrential currents just 10 feet from its base. Such formidable force, Lin Tian murmured. I must persevere. Everyone aspires to success and strength, but not all attain it. The crucial factor lies in one and Apos, s capacity to endure. Or rather, the extent of their endurance. Success is never effortless. Behind every triumph lies a chilling narrative, a tale of sacrifice. With a resounding thud, Lin Tian was once again swept away. Again, time and again, Lin Tian faltered, yet he persisted. An indomitable spirit coursed through his veins, coupled with a self-discipline that surpassed even his animosity towards his enemies. True ruthlessness, he believed, lay not in animosity towards one and Apos, s adversaries, but in unwavering self-discipline. By the end of the first day, Lin Tian was bruised and battered, yet he had made significant progress, managing to approach within 3 fathoms of the waterfall. The following days unfolded in a similar vein. After 4 more days, he could withstand the waterfall and Apos, s onslaught for half an hour. And his cultivation of the Supreme Emperor Scripture had also advanced considerably. He could now shatter a small hill with a single strike. As another day drew to a close, Lin Tian was engaged in meditative breathing beneath the waterfall when a distinct chime resonated within his body. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, automatically entering his body, purifying his physical form and expelling impurities. His physical strength had once again transcended its limits. Lin Tian and Apos' physical power surged, reaching the pinnacle of strength. A single arm could now wield a force of 1,008,000 pounds. Old Huang had once remarked that those capable of such a feat were 1 in a billion. Yet, even after surpassing the pinnacle of strength, Lin Tian sensed his physical power continuing to grow, albeit gradually. This anomaly filled him with wonder. Could there be realms beyond the pinnacle? Lin Tian remained uncertain, surmising that even old Huang had likely never encountered such a phenomenon. He resolved to continue his training, eager to ascertain the true extent of his limits. 3 days later, Lin Tian sensed that his strength had finally plateaued, as if a barrier had impeded its further augmentation. This, he surmised, was the so-called bottleneck. With a resounding crash, Lin Tian tested his physical strength once more. A single arm now wielded a force of 1,200,000 pounds, an unprecedented feat that shattered the limits of human potential. In the days that followed, Lin Tian found himself in a more relaxed state. He dedicated his time to meditative contemplation, gaining a deeper understanding of his cultivation and the spiritual energy accumulating within his dantian, poised to form 9 spiritual patterns. Through continuous cultivation of the Supreme Emperor Scripture, Lin Tian had finally mastered the spirit body and qi condensation chapters, laying the groundwork for his breakthrough into the qi condensation realm. Old Huang had mentioned that upon nearing the qi condensation realm, 9 spiritual patterns would manifest within the cultivator and Apos' dantian, serving as the catalyst for the breakthrough. Some individuals, however, chose to bide their time, accumulating power until they could transform all 9 spiritual patterns into spiritual dragons. Only when the 9 dragons coalesced around a single pearl would they form a Dao fruit and ascend to the qi condensation realm. Such individuals, upon achieving success, were often no less formidable than those who had surpassed the pinnacle of the spirit body realm. Among the 50 Great Daos, 49 were known, leaving a single thread of hope for those with the destiny to grasp it. Lin Tian, however, harbored his own aspirations. He sought to both transcend the pinnacle of the spirit body realm and condense 9 spiritual dragons. Old Huang had dismissed this notion, citing the absence of any precedent. Undeterred, Lin Tian consulted various texts, finding the concept to be plausible. After all, paths were forged by those who dared to tread them. If no one attempted, then no one would ever take that step. The strong ushered in new eras, while the mediocre merely followed the tide. Having shattered the limits of the spirit body realm, Lin Tian indeed sensed the opportunity to transform the 9 spiritual patterns into spiritual dragons. However, this required time, at least 3 months of continuous cultivation. There were no shortcuts to this gradual process. He could abandon this path and directly ascend to the Qi condensation realm, but this would be contrary to his innermost desires. With the new student Grand Assembly just a day away, Lin Tian had achieved his goals and began his return, preparing for the event. The day the 9 dragons coalesced around a single pearl would mark his ascension to the Qi condensation realm. Upon reaching his courtyard, Lin Tian bathed, donned fresh garments, and indulged in a long, restful slumber. Since arriving on Bright Moon Star, he had never enjoyed a complete night and Apos' sleep. With his affairs temporarily settled, he could finally find solace in a peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, Lin Tian awoke feeling refreshed. The new student Grand Assembly was scheduled for that day, and as a new student, he could not afford to miss this opportunity to vie for the 10,000 contribution points and a coveted spot in the 100 Spirits Small World. The 100 Spirits Small World was only accessible to cultivators below the Qi condensation realm, with death awaiting any who dared to trespass. From this perspective, it bears a resemblance to the spirit path, yet its peril is magnitudes greater, by thousands or even tens of thousands, while its rewards are unimaginably higher, surpassing the spirit path by millions. To put it plainly, the spirit path merely serves as a venue left behind by the saints for selecting disciples, characterized by minimal danger, primarily stemming from rivals of the same kind. In stark contrast, the 100 Spirits Small World possesses a profound history. It is said to be a minuscule remnant of the divine battlefield from the Age of Gods, a fragment of an era now long gone. Yet even this small piece harbors transformative energies beyond verbal description. The resplendent Age of Gods was obliterated in a great war, leaving only the fragmented remnants of the divine battlefield, which have been scattered. The piece on the bright moon star is so infinitesimal that it is negligible compared to the entirety of the divine battlefield. Its diminutive size is precisely why it has managed to endure in the relatively weak bright moon star. Otherwise, it would have long been claimed by supreme powers. Its existence heralds a boon for the various factions on Bright Moon Star, as the 100 Spirits Small World opens once every. This occasion is indeed fortuitous for Lin Tian and his peers, allowing them to seize such a grand opportunity. However, the Qizhou Academy stands as a behemoth within Qizhou, yet is insignificant on the scale of Bright Moon Star. Generally speaking, major sacred lands do not have disciples at the spirit body realm. Only a few direct descendants of prominent figures might vie for a single spot. Even so, the major sects, alongside the 9 sacred lands, claim half of the available spots. The remaining places are distributed among numerous academies and some reclusive masters' disciples. Fortunately, Qingzhou Academy is quite fortunate, possessing 10 spots. Yet the allocation of these spots has become contentious. After deliberation, 8 spots have been allocated to peak spirit body realm seniors, while the remaining 2 will go to the champions and runners-up of the new students in Apos competition. With 1,000 participants evaluated across the inner and outer academies, the process swiftly concluded. And within the inner academy where Lin Tian resided, no one dared to challenge him, despite some having reached the peak of the spirit body realm. Before Lin Tian was revealed, some harbored secret calculations, but upon witnessing Lin Tian attain the pinnacle of the spirit body realm, their enthusiasm was extinguished. In the spirit body realm's 7th level, he had already suppressed 3 at the 9th level. In this match of equals, who could stand against him? At the end of the day, the new students and Apos competition culminated without exception in Lin Tian securing first place. However, just as the elders were about to announce the new champion, a discordant voice interrupted. By rights, I too am a new student. I wonder if junior brother Lin would be willing to spar with me. The speaker was none other than Qin Fong, flanked by 3 others, who, with their ethereal presence and abundant spiritual energy, unmistakably belonged to the core academy. Should you wish to kill me, then come down and try. Lin Tian replied coolly, showing no regard for Qin Fong. You. Qin Fong and Apos' expression contorted with rage, his fists clenched, teeth grinding as he spat. Since junior brother Lin desires death, I shall grant your wish. Enough. The elder of merits interjected. While Lin Tian was undoubtedly a genius, his cultivation was still too low. And the disparity between the peak of the spirit body realm and the first level of the condensation realm, though seemingly minor, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The elder of merits had never held Qin Fong in high regard. And with Lin Tian's potential far exceeding Qin Fong and Apos', he intervened. What? Does the elder wish to protect him? Qin Fong glowered darkly. While he was impolite towards the elder, he dared not overstep, for the elder's wrath was something he could hardly withstand, even if his ancestral patriarch were present. Youthful arrogance accompanied his recent breakthrough into the condensation realm, leading him to feel invincible. Yet, the words had been spoken, leaving no room for retraction. I request the Elder's permission for a duel with Chen Fang. Lin Tian bowed respectfully to the Elder of Merits, addressing the panel of judging elders. Upon hearing Lin Tian and Amp. Appo's request, the Elder and Amp. Appo's expression soured. He had not anticipated Lin Tian and Amp. Knowing well that Chen Fang had broken through to the condensation realm, yet still daring to challenge him. Nonetheless, this was also a testament to the Elder and Amp. Appo's faith in Lin Tian. After all, youth should be accompanied by a measure of audacity. The panel of elders found themselves in a quandary. Such occurrences were rare in the new students and Appo's competition. To deny the duel would disrupt the rules. Yet allowing it would present a glaring disparity between the spirit-body realm and the condensation realm. However, the Elder of Merits and the Transmission Elder were somewhat familiar with Lin Tian, believing he would not engage in a fruitless endeavor. Moreover, since Zhang Tianyi had once been able to contend with the condensation realm while at the spirit-body realm, it was reasonable to expect Lin Tian to do the same. After deliberation, the elders ultimately decided, the duel may proceed. Chen Fang descended, awaiting Lin Tian's arrival, casting glances of clear provocation. Unperturbed, Lin Tian gripped his sky-splitting spear and approached step by step, each stride amplifying his imposing aura until it reached its zenith as he stood before Chen Fang. With a swift motion, Chen Fang unleashed a sword aura that sliced through the air, yet Lin Tian did not even draw his spear, effortlessly dispersing the attack with a single punch. Chen Fang, taken aback, charged forward, wielding his sword. Now that he had broken through to the condensation realm, his physical strength surpassed 100,000, augmented by the ability to channel spiritual energy, granting him overwhelming might over Lin Tian. Additionally, the ability to fly conferred upon Chen Fang an undeniable advantage, which was the very reason he dared to confront Lin Tian. At the peak of the spirit-body realm's 7th level, Lin Tian was only slightly weaker than Chen Fang. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm's 9th level, his true combat ability likely allowed him to stride through the ranks of the spirit-body realm with ease. Had Chen Fang not broken through, he would never have dared to challenge Lin Tian. Yet, emboldened by his advancement, he felt an unshakable confidence in facing a lower realm opponent. The clash was thunderous as the two engaged in combat, neither conceding ground. Spectators were astonished to witness Lin Tian's audacity in challenging a condensation. With a mighty thrust of his spear, Lin Tian forced Chen Fang into a defensive stance, while simultaneously, Chen Fang retaliated with a flurry of rapid kicks aimed at Lin Tian. Both combatants fought fiercely, intent on annihilating one another, leaving the onlookers breathless with anticipation. Amidst the fray, observers discerned the underlying tension. Lin Tian and Chen Fang shared a deep-seated animosity. Should Lin Tian be privy to their thoughts, he might have found humor in their misconceptions. Animosity. If only it were that simple, for he had slain Chen Fang's brother. Although Chun Nan had brought it upon himself, the act remained unforgivable. Lin Tian's collaboration with Wu Dao against Chen Fang had thwarted his plans to acquire the longevity pill, creating an irreparable rift. This was a coveted treasure for the Qin family's ancestors, now thwarted by Lin Tian, effectively incurring the wrath of the entire Qin clan. You must die, Lin Tian. Chen Fang seethed, transmitting a silent threat to Lin Tian, while simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into his already formidable sword, now rivaling Lin Tian's sky-splitting spear. Lin Tian internally seethed. Had they both been of the condensation realm, he would have cleaved him in two. With a fierce thrust, Lin Tian executed the technique Dragon Emerges from the Sea, a skill he had mastered to perfection, displaying an artful finesse that rendered it deceptively simple, compelling Chen Fang into a state of disarray. The battle raged on, a cacophony of strikes echoing through the arena. Lin Tian and Chen Fang collided violently, each staggering back 3 steps. Chen Fang raised his sword and charged forward once more. This time, he slashed from the air, utilizing the natural force of gravity, sending Lin Tian flying with a single blow. Crack! Lin Tian felt a numbing sensation in his hands, almost losing grip on his spear, a sight that left those present trembling with fear. Boom! How could Chen Fang let such an opportunity slip away? He pressed on relentlessly, each strike faster and more ferocious than the last, aiming directly for Lin Tian and Appo's head. The elders watched with growing concern, fearing for Lin Tian's safety. To them, he was another Zhang Tianyi, and such a talent could not afford to falter. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he prepared to counterattack Chen Fang. Junior brother Lin, how do you feel? Chen Fang sneered. Senior brother Chen, is this all the skill you possess at the qi condensation stage? If your abilities are limited to this, you have truly disappointed me. Lin Tian replied, his expression calm. Very well. Allow me to show you what true qi condensation looks like. It is not something a mere spirit body cultivator like you can contend with. Chen Fang roared. And sword qi swirled around him, launching towards Lin Tian. Avoiding close combat, Chen Fang unleashed his spiritual energy in a relentless assault, forcing Lin Tian to defend. With a swift motion, Chen Fang summoned the surrounding spiritual energy into a colossal sword, then swung it towards Lin Tian, the blade slicing through the air with unparalleled force. Lin Tian raised his spear, blocking the strike entirely. Then, with a sudden burst, he closed the distance, launching a proactive attack. After all, the best defense is a good offense. He could not afford to let Chen Fang maintain the upper hand any longer. He thrust forward with a sudden jab, followed by a powerful punch aimed at Chen Fang and Apos' face. Boom. The punch landed solidly, causing blood to gush from Chen Fang and Apos' face, shattering several of his teeth, transforming his once handsome visage into a mask of agony. Chen Fang howled, blood cascading down his face, a terrifying expression of rage taking over. He never expected to be wounded by someone of a significantly lower cultivation level, and to be struck directly in the face was a blatant humiliation. With a swift motion, Lin Tian was caught off guard as Chen Fang slashed at his arm with the sword, releasing spiritual energy in chaotic waves. The realm of the 100 spirits is fraught with peril, yet its opportunities are immensely coveted. Some have even discovered fragments of supreme weaponry within, which were subsequently forged into imperfect sacred arms. Such sacred arms are the very foundation upon which a great holy land stands. A holy land devoid of sacred, even if it has once birthed a saint, will quickly decline upon the saint and imp, Apos, as transcendence. In contrast, a holy land blessed with sacred arms thrives. For the existence of flawless sacred arms is the fundamental reason behind the supremacy of the 9 great holy lands. It is often said that some large sects possess apparent strengths comparable to those of holy lands. However, their lack of profound heritage renders them fearful of the latter. Sacred arms represent the quintessence of this heritage, serving as the bedrock of a great holy land and Apos' existence. This is merely one of the many opportunities that the 100 Spirits realm has to offer. Within its confines lie countless chances, and with sufficient strength and a touch of fortune, perhaps the next fortunate one could indeed be you. Numerous examples abound. One unremarkable disciple from a humble academy absorbed a wisp of primordial energy within the 100 Spirits realm and emerged to triumph over tribulations, ultimately becoming one of the most formidable rogue cultivators on the planet. Even holy lands would retreat in his presence. Another individual, amidst the ruins of a desolate area, stumbled upon a fragment of scripture, albeit a severely flawed one. Yet, this scripture rendered him invincible for 3 centuries, leading him to a holy land where he ascended to the position of Grand Elder, earning the respect of even the Holy Land and Apos as sovereign. Such instances are not uncommon. Since the inception of the 100 Spirits realm, each cycle has witnessed the emergence of 1 or 2 fortunate souls, though the magnitude of their fortunes remains uncertain. Time swiftly passes, and on this day, Lin Tian and 9 others, under the guidance of an elder, traversed countless miles to finally arrive at the entrance of the 100 Spirits realm. The entrance does not open until noon, so the Grand Elder of Qingzhou Academy led Lin Tian and the others in waiting. Many prominent figures had yet to arrive, and the entrance would only be unlocked upon their arrival. Brother Dong, is this all your academy has sent? A mere handful of children? Hardly a sight to behold, sneered an elder from the Vermilion Bird Academy, adorned in a robe embellished with a colossal vermilion bird, addressing the Grand Elder of Qizhou Academy. The Elder of Qizhou, surnamed Dong, was unfamiliar with Lin Tian and his companions, but it was evident that the elder from Vermilion Bird Academy had extensive dealings with Qingzhou Academy. This was a blatant mockery. Lin Tian was aware that Vermilion Bird Academy is one of the 9 esteemed academies within the Divine Martial Kingdom, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qizhou Academy. Although Qizhou Academy ranks among the weakest of the 9, Vermilion Bird Academy does not vastly surpass it. Yet each encounter sees the former belittled by the latter. The elder of Qingzhou Academy offered no more than a cold glance, dismissing the taunts without engagement. The elder from Vermilion Bird Academy, however, remained unfazed, subtly gesturing towards Lin Tian and his companions, implying they would ultimately perish within the Hundred Spirits realm. Traditionally, Qizhou Academy has taken such threats from Vermilion Bird Academy seriously, but the Grand Elder cast a glance at Lin Tian and felt considerably reassured. Upon entering the Hundred Spirits realm, individuals are randomly teleported to various locations. The realm, neither excessively vast nor too small, presents challenges even for the scheming Vermilion Bird Academy. Moreover, with Lin Tian present, the Grand Elder firmly believed they would deliver a substantial surprise to Vermilion Bird Academy. "Look, what is that?" a voice exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Tian lifted his gaze to the sky, where a grand spectacle was unfolding. 36 divine rainbows soared ahead, followed by 18 colossal beasts carrying formidable cultivators. At the center, 3 primeval creatures pulled a magnificent, palace-like chariot, gliding through the sky. Despite the modest number of individuals, the atmosphere felt as though an entire army was advancing. As this procession traversed the heavens, the air trembled, as if countless celestial warriors were descending. The knights in the sky moved in unison, with a single stomp. The beast roared, and clouds billowed ominously, enveloping the area in a tumultuous aura of impending violence, suffocating all who bore witness. "This is the savage Holy Land." Someone trembled in recognition. Lin Tian felt a chill run through him. Indeed, such overwhelming might could only belong to a great holy land. Soon, more distinguished, a resounding chorus of birds heralded the arrival of a colossal avian creature, its wings casting shadows that blotted out the sun. The mere presence of this creature exuded an oppressive aura, unmistakably another great holy land. One after another, prominent figures continued to arrive. The area was soon shrouded in radiant hues, with the entrance to the Hundred Spirits realm displaying various extraordinary phenomena. As notable individuals from various sects escorted their direct disciples for training. Just as calm returned to the skies, a flying vessel appeared, charging through the exuding immense pressure that elicited dissatisfaction among many, yet none dared voice their objections. "What a grand display from the holy land of the ancient battles!" A cold voice echoed from the direction of the ship, reverberating throughout the vicinity. Not far behind, 9 bronze war chariots thundered forth, their murderous in threatening to rend the heavens asunder. "What can you boast about, ancient battle holy land?" retorted a voice from the ship, causing a cacophony in the ears of the onlookers. Ultimately, the 9 holy lands established their dominion, nearly partitioning the sky, while various sects and rogue cultivators occupied the land below, waiting patiently. "The blood sacrifice can commence," proclaimed a figure of great renown from one of the holy lands, raising a hand to open a portal, a gateway of laws intricately woven with principles and innate patterns. This individual nonchalantly seized a peak beast of the condensation realm and thrust it into the portal. Upon contact, the beast erupted into a mist of blood, swiftly consumed by the portal. Lin Tian felt a shiver of dread. Such a formidable beast, nearing the threshold of the divine realm, was so easily sacrificed. It was a chilling thought. Yet, the ritual did not end there. Each of the 9 holy lands subsequently produced a beast of similar caliber to be offered to the portal. "Insufficient weight," another esteemed figure lamented, seemingly addressing those below. The various factions promptly presented their prepared offerings to the portal. In that instant, Lin Tian witnessed the Grand Elder of Qizhou Academy produce a beast of the 6th layer of the condensation realm and cast it into the portal. After a brief moment, the portal dimmed, the intricate laws disappearing. "All is ready. You may enter," declared yet another prominent figure, and immediately, the direct disciples of the 9 holy lands were ushered inside. The Grand Elder then handed each of Lin Tian's group a jade pendant, cautioning them to keep it safe before entering the Hundred Spirits realm. Just as the members of the 9 holy lands commenced their entrance, a sudden voice pierced the air. A beam of divine light shot forth from the palace-like chariot, instantly obliterating a youth attempting to enter the portal without a jade pendant. Lin Tian and his companions halted, bewildered by the commotion. However, through the telepathic communication of their elders, they soon understood the situation. The youth, lacking a jade pendant, had been discovered by a prominent figure from a holy land, who deemed his actions a slight against their authority, resulting in his execution. In this, Lin Tian and his companions hurriedly clutched their jade pendants, cautiously making their way towards the gate of regulations. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a youth met his demise, reduced to ashes by the very laws they sought to traverse. Is merely sealing one's cultivation sufficient? A derisive voice emerged from within a war chariot. Lin Tian and his companions soon realized that the unfortunate individual had already broken through to the Qi condensation realm. mistakenly believing that self-sealing his cultivation would allow him to disregard the local rules. His demise was a consequence of his own folly, a waste of an opportunity that could have been better utilized. The chance to enter the 100-spirit small world was scarce, amidst the myriad inhabitants of Mingwest Star. Only a mere 1,000 could gain entry, a number already diminished by this individual's reckless actions. This left those without opportunities feeling a profound sense of injustice. As Lin Tian and his companions pressed onward, they finally crossed the threshold of the Gate of Regulations. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Tian as he found himself in an empty expanse, devoid of any other souls. Raising his gaze, Lin Tian observed the dim sky of the 100-spirit small world, where occasional crimson clouds drifted by. The terrain around him was barren and desolate, devoid of life or companionship. As he walked cautiously forward, he was abruptly confronted by a barrier of ethereal laws that obstructed his path. Opting for a different route, he began to ascend a nearby mountain. Eventually, he spotted several figures ahead, and to his surprise, among them were 2 individuals from the Zhuke Academy. Upon seeing Lin Tian's attire from the Qingzhou Academy, the 2 students approached him. "Ah, a junior from Qingzhou Academy," remarked a tall and slender youth. However, upon realizing Lin Tian was alone, a murderous intent flickered in their eyes. The long-standing enmity between Qingzhou Academy and Zhuke Academy was well known, a rivalry rooted. Every few years, the Shenwu Kingdom held inter-academy competitions, with Qizhou and Zhuke consistently battling for the last 2 places, and invariably, Zhuke Academy would triumph over Qingzhou by a narrow margin. It is said that if one possesses 1,000 coins while another has 1,001, envy festers, leading to mutual disdain and fear of being surpassed. This complex relationship characterized the rivalry between Qingzhou and Zhuke academies. Lin Tian, however, found little worth in engaging with such insignificant figures. The 2 individuals before him were at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit body realm, boasting a physical strength of approximately 5 to 600,000 pounds. To Lin Tian, they were inconsequential. While all participants in the 100-spirit small world were of the same realm, their strengths varied significantly. Lin Tian noted that some direct disciples from prominent sects exhibited considerable prowess, with their physical strength reaching between 7 to 800,000 pounds, even surpassing individuals like Qin Fang. This disparity illustrated the formidable nature of influential sects, which stood in stark contrast to the capabilities of mere academies and families. What truly instilled trepidation in Lin Tian were the direct disciples of the 9 sacred lands. Though few in number, with only several dozen from each sacred, their presence alone exuded an overwhelming aura of vitality. The spirit body realm primarily emphasized physical prowess, and the intensity of their blood energy suggested their strength was formidable. With their noble lineage, they possessed access to superior techniques and abilities. Lin Tian was confident in his own strength, but in a genuine confrontation, he could not dismiss their potential for unexpected tactics. "You seek death," the tall, slender youth retorted, discarding any pretense of civility. He launched a fist towards Lin Tian, prompting the other Zhuke Academy student to join the assault. Lin Tian merely scoffed at the challenge, unfazed by their aggression. Hark! Lin Tian unleashed a punch, and a torrent of sanguine energy surged skyward. Crack! The lanky youth and Appo's arm snapped audibly, revealing the stark white of the bone beneath. Thud! Lin Tian delivered a sweeping kick to another youth. Panic seized the second youth, who attempted to retract his fist, but Lin Tian would have none of it. He sent the youth flying with a kick, then soared into the air, executing a scissor kick that cleaved his opponent in 2. Blood instantly stained the ground. Lin Tian, with a rapid stride, lunged toward the tall, slender youth, unleashing a barrage of heavy blows, ultimately beating the Vermilion Bird Academy disciple to death. Witnessing the scene, hastily retreated, fearful of becoming embroiled. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his hands, rifled through the storage pouches of the fallen, and departed. The Vermilion Bird Academy had consistently sought to undermine Azure Province Academy, orchestrating a trap within the 100 Spirits minor world in conjunction with rogue cultivators, resulting in the decimation of Azure Province Academy and Appo's as participants and inflicting significant losses. Moreover, in successive academy tournaments, Vermilion Bird students had displayed ruthless aggression. An Azure Province Academy team conceded defeat and withdrew from the trial, yet the Vermilion Bird Academy mercilessly slaughtered them. Conversely, in another tournament, Azure Province Academy showed leniency, refraining from a lethal strike, only for the Vermilion Bird Academy team to exploit this mercy, summoning another team that inflicted grievous casualties upon Azure Province Academy. Such instances were manifold, Lin Tian recalled the transmission elder mentioning that the Vermilion Bird Academy had once covertly extended a transfer invitation to Zhang Tianyi, which he politely declined. Such blatant poaching was considered a contemptible act within the cultivation world. However, this was not the extent of their transgressions. Subsequently, the Vermilion Bird Academy hired assassins to target Zhang Tianyi. Enraged, Zhang Tianyi, during his academy tournament, annihilated over 100 Vermilion Bird Academy students, instigating widespread panic. Fortunately, intervention by a sacred ground quelled the incident. Nevertheless, this event forged an irreconcilable enmity between Azure Province Academy and Vermilion Bird, ensuring that encounters between students invariably culminated in mortal combat. Thus, it was evident that had Lin Tian spared the lives of these two individuals, they would have undoubtedly sought to eliminate him by any means necessary. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tian proceeded onward. When he espied an unidentified flying object descending upon a weapon fragment adorned with Taoist runes. The object emitted a faint glow, and strands of golden light from the runic weapon fragment flowed into it. Crumble. Abruptly, the Taoist runes on the weapon fragment dissipated, and the fragment itself disintegrating into a pile of dust as the unidentified flying object soared away. Lin Tian was profoundly shaken. He was uncertain of the grade of the damaged weapon, but its adornment with Taoist runes was beyond their comprehension. Even a stray wisp of energy could annihilate them. Such was the formidable nature of weapons interwoven with patterns, typically found in those of the divine power realm or higher. While the material of Lin Tian's skyrending spear was exceptional, it lacked such interwoven patterns. This was a testament to the meticulous design of the Spirit Road creator. Otherwise, imbuing these weapons with patterns would have been effortless. However, with such patterns, even Foundation establishment cultivators would have to carefully assess their capabilities, let alone spirit body realm neophytes like Lin Tian. Upon sighting the unidentified flying object, Lin Tian recognized a potential opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. A gleam ignited in Lin Tian and Appo's eyes as he promptly pursued it. He chased after the object at a frenetic pace, but it moved with such velocity that he struggled to keep up, causing him to inwardly lament. Finally, the object halted, entering a cavern. Lin Tian cautiously followed. The cavern was initially narrow, barely accommodating a single person, but widened after a passage of approximately 25 meters. The surrounding temperature steadily rose. Upon reaching its depths, Lin Tian felt as if his very blood was about to ignite. However, having endured the excruciating pain of the body-tempering pill, Lin Tian persevered through the mere heat. He pressed onward. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as he was about to concede, Lin Tian discerned a glimmer of fiery red light in the darkness. Elated, he stealthily approached. The cavern culminated in an active volcano, its interior temperature undoubtedly terrifying. Yet, Lin Tian beheld the unidentified flying object, now hovering serenely above the volcanic crater, illuminated by the volcano and Appo's glow. Lin Tian finally discerned the object's form, a thumb-sized panda covered in fissures. Most remarkably, its eyes possessed a faint, 9-colored luminescence, plump and endearing. It was an utterly captivating sight. Lin Tian was astounded that this fearsome object, capable of reducing an exceptional weapon fragment to dust, was such a diminutive creature. Even more astonishingly, it was harnessing the volcano and Appo's energy to refine itself, gradually increasing in size as the fissures upon its body diminished, eventually vanishing altogether. Lin Tian observed strands of fiery red, nearly imperceptible golden filaments emanating from the volcano, converging upon the panda, causing it to continue expanding. Within its eyes, Lin Tian even detected a trace of vitality, filling him with trepidation. Could this be a deity surviving from the age of gods? No, impossible. Lin Tian refuted the notion. Countless ages had elapsed since the age of gods, and even if any beings had survived from that era, they would have long since perished, as no creature could endure for such an extended period. Nevertheless, this entity was undoubtedly extraordinary, and Lin Tian watched it with rapt attention. The surrounding temperature decreased as the volcano dimmed, and the panda gradually shrank, reverting to its thumb-sized form before gently settling beside the crater, its radiance extinguished. After a considerable interval, Lin Tian cautiously approached the crater, observing the diminutive panda lying inertly beside the rocks. He gingerly prodded it with a stone. Safe? Lin Tian tentatively touched the panda with his hand, and after confirming the absence of danger, he picked it up. He scrutinized the thumb-sized panda. Crystalline and cool to the touch, it was marred only by the faint fissures that remained, indicating that its recent restoration was incomplete. Lin Tian could not discern its composition or purpose, but he sensed its significance. Attempting to store it in his storage ring, Lin Tian discovered that the object could not be contained. Reluctantly, he retrieved a black gold chain from his storage ring, fastened it around the panda's neck, and wore it as an ornament. With this done, Lin Tian exited the cavern and resumed his exploration. With only a month remaining, time was of the essence, and it was crucial to seize the opportunity to explore the Hundred Spirits Minor World. Regrettably, each opening of the Hundred Spirits Minor World differed significantly from the last, defying predictability. Over the years, no one had been able to discern any patterns, not even the great powers of the sacred grounds. Most alarmingly, during one particular, the Taoist runes within the world surged once more, resulting in the complete annihilation of all participants. However, this was an isolated incident. The Hundred Spirits Minor World had been opened dozens of times since its discovery without such an occurrence. Nevertheless, Lin Tian remained vigilant, aware that this was not the spirit road and that the mortality rate here was exceedingly high, with some perishing without even realizing it. Lin Tian now prayed that he would find his own fortune while preserving his life. In the enchanting realm of the Hundred Spirits, peril lurked at every corner. Lin Tian had scoured this place for 10 days without discovering anything of value, and on several occasions, he had narrowly escaped death. On this fateful day, he stumbled upon a canyon, its environment markedly distinct from the surrounding landscape. Here, life flourished abundantly, and he could almost hear the gentle murmur of flowing water as he cautiously ventured within. Suddenly, upon entering the canyon, a sharp blade sliced towards Lin Tian. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, allowing him to evade this lethal strike. Glancing back, he beheld a figure nearly transparent. If not for his keen eyes, he would have missed it entirely. This was undoubtedly a being birthed from the laws of nature itself. Judging by the previous attack, this ethereal creature had reached the initial stage of the Qi condensation realm, boasting a power level comparable to that of Chen Fang. However, Lin Tian had made considerable advancements, rendering this entity and Apos' threat relatively minor. Drawing his sky-splitting spear, Lin Tian thrust it towards the being of laws. The creature, staggering back a few steps, Lin Tian seized the opportunity, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, each one more ferocious than the last. Roaring in defiance, the being of laws was pushed back further, until it bellowed, causing the anomalies in the canyon to dissipate. Its aura surged. Now reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Qi condensation realm, Lin Tian realized, to his astonishment, that the wondrous landscape he had just perceived was merely an illusion conjured by this formidable foe. Such masterful deception had gone unnoticed by him. The being's power escalated dramatically, summoning a multitude of sharp blades that swiftly slashed towards Lin Tian. Caught off guard, he sustained several cuts, blood trickling from his wounds. Thankfully, his vitality had significantly improved. Within mere moments, the bleeding ceased, and his injuries healed at an astonishing rate. Enraged, Lin Tian activated the Yuan Huang Sutra, channeling his blood essence. Crimson and orange mists manifested behind him, an eerie sight that did not hinder his combat prowess. His strength surged to unprecedented levels, decisively overpowered. Reflecting on his battle with Chen Fang, Lin Tian recognized that he had failed to exploit his advantages during their confrontation. What could compare to his physical form surpassed Chen Fang's, his techniques were superior, and most importantly, he possessed an extraordinary bloodline. If he unleashed his hidden potential in an instant, Chen Fang would surely be reduced to a mere wretch. In his clash with the being of laws, Lin Tian harnessed his blood essence, wielding the formidable power of his physique as he cleaved through the creature with a single thrust of his spear. In an instant, the being disintegrated into fragmented chains of order. Cautiously, Lin Tian picked up a piece of the law chain from the Hundred Spirits realm. Had it been a different time, this small fragment could have cost him dearly, yet now, it represented a fortuitous opportunity. Upon the demise of a being of laws, it transformed into chains of varying sizes, embodying the essence of the laws themselves. These chains contained immense energy, but once they became beings of laws, they appeared to have been refined. Upon slaying a being of laws, the resulting chains would manifest as pure law energy, suitable for refining oneself. However, these fragments could not be taken outside the Hundred Spirits realm and could only be absorbed within. Without hesitation, Lin Tian consumed a fragment the size of a fingernail. Instantly, he felt the 9 spiritual patterns in his dantian grow more robust, resembling small earthworms. This exhilarated him. With enough law chains, he could transcend to the Qi condensation realm upon exiting the Hundred Spirits realm. This would save him 2 months of time, effectively tripling his progress towards breaking through. He had tried various methods to expedite the transformation of his spiritual patterns, yet he never anticipated the miraculous properties of these law fragments. He couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the battlefield of the gods. This was merely a trivial piece of it. What immense wonders lay within the larger remnants of such a battlefield? Yet, Lin Tian had pressing matters at Ha. The ninth prince of the divine martial empire is indeed a legitimate heir of the royal family. However, merely relying on these individuals to impede his progress seems rather insufficient. A mere pack of sycophants. Boom. Lin Tian strode in unabashedly, suppressing anyone. If he was to contend for opportunity, he would inevitably confront others. It mattered not whether they hailed from the royal family of the divine martial kingdom or the sacred grounds. He was prepared to strike, kill. As more individuals rushed to his aid, armed with weapons, Lin Tian initially hesitated to take their lives, recognizing them as elites from various academies or sections. A careless act could spell disaster, possibly even endangering his standing at Qingzhou Academy. Furthermore, he discerned that they were not seeking fortune within the chasm, but rather guarding its periphery, likely for the sake of a few dozen individuals within, who were undoubtedly not ordinary. They were either disciples of the sacred grounds or significant sections. God of slaughter. Lin Tian had no intention of lingering in conflict with them. He unleashed a singular technique, sending all assailants crashing to the ground. The onlookers hesitated, refraining from aiding those he had subdued. I am one of the ninth prince's people. You, Lin Tian, uninterested in idle chatter, swiftly knocked the youth unconscious, seizing his storage pouch. He extracted several fragments of the law chain and consumed them, discarding the remainder into his storage ring. Witnessing this, the others felt a surge of dread. The outcome had been predetermined, as they too fell to Lin Tian's. He consumed the fragments of the law chain before the eyes of all present. In an instant, Lin Tian sensed a stirring within his dantian. A pearl the size of a dragon's eye materialized, marking the emergence of the 9 dragons surrounding a pearl, bringing him a mere step away from the qi condensation. At that moment, those within the pit noticed the anomaly. You want to get away with assaulting my servant, a bare-chested youth declared with an impassive expression. Yet the palpable murderous intent in his eyes sent a chill through Lin Tian. He was a disciple of the ancient battle sacred grounds, his cultivation unfathomable. You dare lay hands on my people? Come forth, and I shall execute you, proclaimed a young man clad in a golden robe adorned with 9 four-legged serpents. His gaze resolute. Evidently, he was the true heir of the divine martial kingdom's royal line. Lin Tian observed the 9th prince of the divine martial empire, whose extraordinary talent was unmistakable. The sovereign of the divine martial kingdom had numerous offspring, including 13 princes, with the 9th prince standing foremost, followed by the 3rd prince. A year prior, the 9th prince had achieved the 1st rank in trials, gaining admission to the Imperial Capital Academy, a feat that reverberated throughout the realm. Subsequently, through connections, the sovereign had facilitated the 9th prince and Apos' entry into a major sacred ground for cultivation, undoubtedly the ancient battle sacred grounds. You speak. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he brandished a blade, hurling it directly at the 9th prince. The weapon soared through the air, aimed squarely at the prince's face. Caught off guard, the 9th prince had underestimated Lin Tian and Apos' capabilities and the formidable law force surrounding them. As he neared the law tree, the pressure rendering movement nearly impossible. When he saw Lin Tian's blade approach, he assumed it would be distorted by the surrounding power, yet to his astonishment, Lin Tian's weapon cut through the force unimpeded. Swish. The 9th prince, barely managing to dodge, felt the blade graze his exquisitely handsome face, leaving a wound that, while not severe, ignited his fury. I will kill you, he bellowed. For the first time, he had been openly slapped in the face, and in front of so many witnesses. His exceptional talent had always garnered respect from sacred ground disciples. He never anticipated being humiliated by an inconspicuous figure like Lin Tian. Determined to retaliate, he attempted to withdraw, planning to eliminate Lin Tian. Your Highness, endure this moment of tranquility to seize the opportunity. Just as the 9th prince considered retreating, a disciple from the ancient battle sacred grounds grasped his arm. The prince's veins bulged, but he ultimately restrained his anger. This was a monumental chance for everyone involved, one that could grant him dominance. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. A youth clad in white chuckled softly, taking a small step toward the law tree, prompting others to pursue him fervently. Lin Tian advanced with purpose, feeling the law force intensify as he neared the tree. This challenge differed from that on the spirit path, which tested physical strength with unilateral pressure. Here, the force was omnidirectional. Upon stepping in, Lin Tian felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him from all sides, intensifying with each step forward. Initially, he moved, surpassing 2 or 3 individuals. The onlookers were astonished. It was evident that someone capable of exposing the ninth prince and Appos as shortcomings amid such formidable force was no ordinary contender. Whoosh. Continuing onward, Lin Tian was suddenly attacked by a youth wielding a sword, thrusting it at him. In such a potent force field, shorter weapons proved advantageous. Crack. However, personal strength played a crucial role. As the assailant swung his sword, Lin Tian reacted swiftly, severing the young man and Appos' sword arm. The boy cried out in agony, his breath faltering as blood gushed from his wound, quickly saturating the area around him. Yet this was not the end. His life force dwindled further under the oppressive force. Boom. The law force crushed him, reducing flesh and bone to a gruesome spectacle, some of which splattered onto nearby spectators. Provoking a wave of nausea, Lin Tian glanced around at the stunned crowd, his expression impassive as he pressed forward, his pace unwavering. One after another, he left his competitors behind. Soon, he spotted the leading 2 groups. He was currently in the 3rd wave, having fallen slightly behind due to their earlier advance. Nevertheless, his speed far surpassed theirs, and he was confident he would soon catch up. Boom. As he approached the 2nd wave, another assailant struck, delivering a mighty punch that distorted the very fabric of the law force. This opponent was exceptionally powerful. Unfazed, Lin Tian met the challenge with a punch of his own. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he found himself clashing with several members of the 2nd wave. They all targeted him, engaging him in combat. Yet neither side fought to the death, and Lin Tian refrained from showcasing his full strength, aware that a dozen others, including the 9th prince and disciples from the ancient battle-sacred grounds, were watchfully waiting. Lin Tian navigated through the onslaught of the 2nd wave, forcefully carving a path forward. Just as he prepared to take another step, a formidable kick intercepted him. This individual had refrained from attacking Lin Tian until this critical moment. Boom. Reluctantly, Lin Tian retracted his foot and unleashed a punch at the youth, who, with hands forming seals, countered each of Lin Tian and Appos' strikes with composure. Although he benefited from the power of techniques, Lin Tian could not help but admire the young man and Appos' grasp of such abilities at his age. Of course, this was also significantly influenced by Lin Tian and Appos' restraint. In the spirit-body realm, even the most potent techniques merely constituted martial arts. With techniques deployed within the spirit-body realm bore little distinction from inferior methods, contrasting starkly with their manifestation in the realm of true power. In the realm of divine, the level of comprehension and grade of such abilities plays a pivotal role when the strengths of 2 individuals are comparable. If you obstruct me further, do not blame me for being ungracious, Lin Tian declared in a grave tone. The youth, upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly yet remained undeterred, preparing for his final strike. With a thunderous roar, the youth and Appos' hand seals became increasingly rapid, culminating in a colossal imprint and Appos' phantom visible within the Lin Tian and Appos' eyes darted with urgency, and a sudden idea struck him. He retracted his fist and channeled all his energy into a powerful blow, sending the youth staggering back several steps, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. This bloodshed rendered the youth's complexion significantly pale. It was a testament to his grave injuries and a reaction to Lin Tian's overwhelming might. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian propelled himself forward, utilizing the youth and Appos' power as a catalyst to surge ahead toward the foremost group of individuals. Consider this your tuition, Lin Tian called out to the youth. Possessing a fundamentally good nature, had refrained from exploiting the chaos during Lin Tian's advance. His intent was merely to find an equal opponent to sharpen his skills and validate his learning. Thus, Lin Tian showed him no malice. The youth, now understanding Lin Tian's implication, respectfully clasped his hands from a distance before gradually retreating. He was injured and struggling against the formidable force field. Thus he made a decisive exit. Lin Tian cast a glance at the youth before turning back to press onward. Time was of the essence. The swiftest from the 1st wave was now less than a yard from the Tree of Laws, while others lagged merely 2 yards away, leaving Lin Tian with a daunting distance of at least 4 yards to cover. Moreover, the momentum gained from the previous encounter weighed heavily upon him as he contended with the force field and Appos' pressure in the youth and Appos' full force strike, resulting in some minor injuries. Though these injuries were trivial for Lin Tian, the force field and Appos' influence hindered his healing and exacerbated. A fierce battle awaited him upon reaching the Tree of Laws. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent. He discreetly consumed several healing pills to ensure he reached his peak condition before advancing. With every step, Lin Tian bore immense pressure. Observing the colorful auras emanating from those ahead as they resisted the force field, he felt a pang of sorrow. The privileged were indeed different. Undoubtedly bestowed with treasures to alleviate the force field and Appo's impact. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Regardless of the challenges, he had persevered thus far. Their treasures, for he would not falter in his resolve. Resolutely, Lin Tian took several bold strides forward. How infuriating that he remained so composed. The ninth prince and Appo's eyes glimmered with a mixture of murderous intent and astonishment. His expression darkening as he realized the audacity of the impudent youth who dared to challenge him now possessed such remarkable prowess. Others shared his sentiments. Surprised by Lin Tian's strength, they were acutely aware of the arduous journey that had brought them here, each having employed their own means to succeed. Their accomplishments were closely tied to their innate talents, yet more critically, each held formidable trump cards bestowed by their elders. However, Lin Tian had navigated this perilous path solely through his own authentic strength, inciting a sense of bitterness within them. They were all heirs of destiny. Yet now they found themselves overshadowed by an unassuming disciple devoid of any background, a reality that stung their pride. Yet, under the immense pressure of the moment, self-preservation became a challenge, and none dared act rashly against Lin Tian, knowing it would only benefit others. As they neared the Tree of Laws, the force field grew increasingly potent, distorting Lin Tian's mental acuity as if someone were tugging at his very soul. He swiftly activated his blood essence, channeling the Yuan Emperor's scripture, which alleviated much of the surrounding pressure, dispelling the soul-tugging force. As Lin Tian advanced, each second felt like an eternity for the others. Yet they had no choice but to endure. Time raced forth, with each half-hour yielding only a minuscule advance. The foremost individuals moved as though they were ants, their progress nearly negligible. At last, Lin Tian reached the forefront of the first wave, maintaining a slight edge over them throughout. The ninth prince, seemingly waiting for him, gradually fell from the front to the rear of the group. Humph! Lin Tian smirked inwardly. It appeared an inevitable confrontation loomed. With a thunderous boom, the ninth, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lin Tian's face, exuding an overwhelming air of dominance. Lin Tian met it with a punch of his own, and both figures trembled without yielding an inch. In the grip of the force field, retreating to dissipate the impact was impossible. Lin Tian then unleashed a kick toward the ninth prince's head, who, sensing the threat, crossed his arms in defense. Lin Tian, however, would not grant him such a courtesy. With a flurry of kicks, he executed a graceful spin and targeted the ninth prince and Appo's vulnerable back. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Lin Tian's ambush found its mark. Yet, the ninth prince was no pushover. He quickly neutralized the force of the blow, preventing excessive blood loss. In quick succession, the ninth prince retaliated, aiming to strike Lin Tian's eyes with his fingers. The ninth prince bent low, and Lin Tian and Appo's fingers curved downward, slashing through the fabric of the prince and Appo's garment and slicing into flesh. Blood stained the ninth prince and Appo's attire as he hastily consumed a healing pill and retrieved ointment to treat his wounds. Lin Tian pressed forward, engaging in fierce combat with the ninth prince. Enraged, the prince swung his arms in a relentless barrage against Lin Tian, who parried each attack and countered. It dawned on him that the prince's arm guards were magnificent artifacts. While the ninth prince possessed remarkable strength, he only wielded over 800,000 pounds of force. Nearing 900,000, but not quite there. Yet, the arm guards I will definitely slay you. The ninth prince stepped forward, only to find that the blood from his arm flowed more profusely, refusing to cease. Upon witnessing Lin Tian apply healing ointment from his storage ring onto his wounds, he was so enraged that he nearly fainted. Swiftly, the ninth prince retreated, sensing something amiss, and in a matter of moments, he had returned to the edge of the massive pit. Those who observed the clash between Lin Tian and the ninth prince exhibited expressions of astonishment. This battle inspired them greatly, yet their faces were marred with bitterness as they gazed at Lin Tian, contemplating how one as formidable as he could be challenged for the Tree of Laws. However, a few remained unfazed. Some gazed into the abyss with an air of while others had glimmers of determination in their eyes. Some merely wore faint smiles, offering no explanations, while others displayed disdain. And a few were ignited with the fervor for combat, clenching their fists in anticipation of a fight. Undoubtedly, these individuals were all prodigies, undefeated thus far, yearning for a battle to showcase their unparalleled prowess. Nonetheless, Lin Tian paid no heed to the opinions of others. His focus was solely on the tree of laws and the fruit it bore. With immense pressure upon him, Lin Tian advanced a few more steps, finally catching up with the foremost group of 9 individuals. These 9 were presumably the strongest among them. And Lin Tian sensed a subtle pressure and overwhelming vitality emanating from them, each one a formidable adversary. The disciples of the ancient battle Holy Land directed their murderous intent towards Lin Tian, unmistakably evident. Yet, unlike the 9th prince, who acted foolishly, this individual opted for restraint, refraining from attacking Lin Tian directly. However, Lin Tian was not deterred by this restraint. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets." Lin Tian hissed venomously, his provocations unmasked. Since he had already made an enemy, he resolved to do so thoroughly. There was no need for mercy against foes, and he believed in exploiting every opportunity to strike, even if only verbally. "You dare threaten me?" Without warning, Lin Tian unleashed a punch towards the disciple of the ancient battle Holy Land, exuding dominance and intensity. He summoned every ounce of his vitality, channeling the Yuan Emperor scripture. Delivering a punch of unparalleled might as Lin Tian contemplated plucking the second fruit of the law, the onlookers around him gazed with a mixture of concern and threats. Yet, Lin Tian paid them no heed. His strength was paramount. Regardless of their identities, he was confident that even if they sought assistance from the Qingzhou Academy, with its millennia of heritage, they would possess means to deal with any adversaries. Unfazed, he proceeded to harvest the second fruit, and without a doubt, a colossal orange dragon materialized. Upon consuming the third, a golden dragon emerged. The fourth followed suit. In a brief span, Lin Tian devoured 9 fruits of the law. Now, all 9 fruits lay within him, and within his dantian, 9 immense dragons coiled around a dragon pearl the size of an eye. This spectacle was undeniably striking. It appeared more consumption was necessary, Lin Tian mused inwardly. After consuming the 9 fruits, his dantian underwent a dramatic transformation. It expanded infinitely. Soon, the 9 dragons, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, circled above in majestic formation. The only regret was that although the 9 dragons surrounded a singular pearl, the pearl itself was rather diminutive. Lin Tian then cast his gaze upon the tree of law. The crowd, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless. Although the fruits of the law were indeed precious, overindulgence was ill-advised. Otherwise, the 3 fruits of year would not have been consumed by merely 3 individuals. Even though they had arrived simultaneously at the tree, there were always those swifter and those slower. It was conceivable that one individual could swiftly pluck 3 fruits and consume them. However, the one who first harvested a fruit felt an overwhelming limit after just one, fearing that another would lead to his demise. Thus, the second and third individuals harvested their own fruits. Yet, they never anticipated that Lin Tian would consume 9 in succession and still appear unsated. This revelation sent tremors through the crowd. When they saw him fix his gaze upon the tree of law, they were left utterly speechless. Lin Tian uprooted the towering tree, branches and leaves notwithstanding, and proceeded to devour it voraciously. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he swallowed the final remnants of the tree, licking his lips and smiling. Indeed, after the tree of law settled within him, the spirit pearl in his dantian began to transform. It expanded continuously, displaying a vibrant tapestry of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, intertwining beautifully. The 9 dragons began to dance around this magnificent 9-colored pearl, soaring and leaping. Thus, Lin Tian officially entered the pinnacle of the spirit body realm, preparing to face the tribulations ahead, poised to become a master of the Qi realm. As the tree of law vanished, so too did the powerful force field, yet the onlookers remained, silently observing Lin Tian with bittersweet expressions. Those on the periphery of the pit, unable to discern the events within due to the force field, exchanged glances and gradually departed. These individuals, cultivated by various major factions, understood the larger picture. Now that Lin Tian had achieved such prominence, any further provocation would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, his attire, emblazoned with the insignia of the Qingzhou Academy, indicated his origins. They believed that once outside, they could report the events to their elders, who would undoubtedly render their judgment. In an unexpected display of unity, they wore smiles, choosing to remain silent about the events within the force field as they led their respective groups away. Meanwhile, a contingent of dozens awaited Lin Tian outside. They were disciples of the ancient battle sacred land, along with the 9th prince and his subordinates. However, Lin Tian felt no pressure from their encirclement. Standing at the zenith of the spirit body realm, he was confident that even if he encountered Qin Feng again, he could obliterate him within 10 strikes, effortlessly overpowering him. At that moment, both the Ninth Prince and the disciples of the ancient battle-sacred land had recovered from their injuries and regarded Lin Tian with murderous intent. Without a word, they charged at him, weapons in hand. The fruits of the law, while potent, could not be absorbed rapidly by the human body. Thus the Ninth Prince and his companions harbored no concerns that Lin Tian's strength would drastically increase after consuming 9 fruits. Furthermore, most of the individuals present were at the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm, and in a battle of equals, especially with numbers on their side. The Ninth Prince doubted Lin Tian and Apos' survival. "I will make you taste regret," a dark-faced youth snarled, brandishing a pair of 9-eared linked blades as he lunged at. The blade's brilliance was staggering, akin to thunderclaps from the heavens, producing an explosive sound that reverberated with immense force. Lin Tian merely smiled, channeling his vital energy in the spirit of the heavens, unleashing a single, awe-inspiring thrust that radiated an unmatched aura. The strike pierced through the dark-faced youth and Apos' chest with devastating certainty. "Dare you!" the Ninth Prince shouted, launching a palm strike at Lin Tian. However, it was too late. Lin Tian's spear had already penetrated the youth's heart, delivering a fatal blow. "How is this possible?" Subsequently, Lin Tian launched a punch towards the Ninth Prince. The Ninth Prince, wielding a dark staff, parried the blow. A similar scene unfolded as his weapon shattered under the force of Lin Tian's fist, followed by a direct hit to the Ninth Prince's face, causing him to expel blood and teeth. Driven by desperation, the Ninth Prince and the disciples of the ancient battle-sacred ground exchanged a glance and fought with renewed vigor, knowing that defeat could mean their demise at the hands of this unrestrained individual. Among those he had slain were disciples of prominent reclusive experts, direct descendants of sect elders, and cultivators from influential secular families. The Ninth Prince and the disciples of the ancient battle-sacred ground were certain that adding their names to his list of victims would not deter him. Facing their combined assault, Lin Tian felt the mounting pressure. He frantically mobilized his blood essence, circulated the Yuan Emperor scripture, and unleashed his most potent techniques to meet the joint attack. The ensuing cataclysmic explosions sent rocks flying and dust billowing. As the dust settled, 2 more headless corpses lay upon the ground, while a green-robed youth wiped the blood from his hands. Lin Tian had emerged victorious from the battle, annihilating the Ninth Prince and his retinue from the ancient battle-sacred ground. However, this victory came with potential ramifications. Eliminating members of a sacred ground was no trivial matter. Although there were no direct witnesses, the group that had departed earlier knew that the Ninth Prince and his disciples had remained to intercept him. Their absence would undoubtedly raise suspicion. However, Lin Tian chose not to dwell on these concerns. Had he spared the Ninth Prince and his disciples, they would have undoubtedly become a recurring source of trouble. Eliminating them now provided a definitive resolution. Lin Tian's only hope lay in the intervention of the sacred ground backing Qingzhou Academy. Given his status as an affiliated disciple, for the sake of appearances, they would be compelled to assist him. With 10 days remaining until the closure of the 100 Spirits Small World, Lin Tian secluded himself in a secluded location to focus on cultivation. During this time, he elevated his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak, awaiting the opportune moment to break through to the Qi condensation realm. However, Lin Tian harbored concerns about the impending heavenly tribulation. During his time on Earth, he had not encountered such trials when breaking through to the Qi condensation realm due to the scarcity of spiritual energy. However, in this world, despite its relative weakness, the cultivation system was complete, necessitating tribulation for breakthroughs in various realms. Generally, breaking through to the Qi condensation realm required enduring the 3-9 heavenly tribulation, while the divine power realm demanded the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. In the Violet Palace realm, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, information regarding tribulations for higher realms was scarce. These accounts represented the most common scenarios. Individuals with exceptional talent might face the 6-9 or even the 9-9 heavenly tribulation upon reaching the Qi condensation. Legend had it that Zhang Tianyi encountered a unique tribulation during his ascension, one that defied comprehension. Given his circumstances, Lin Tian anticipated facing at least the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, or even a unique one, and would not rashly invite such a trial without sufficient preparation. Another enigma that puzzled him was his ability to shatter the Ninth Prince and Apos' and the ancient battle sacred ground disciple and Apos' weapon. He knew his limitations and was certain that such a feat should be impossible. The only explanation he could conceive of was the panda he wore. Secluded in a mountain cave, Lin Tian examined the panda, seeking answers. Despite his scrutiny, he found nothing peculiar about it. Undeterred, he retrieved a rare metal from his storage ring and placed it on the panda. A faint glimmer emanated from the panda, and the metal in his hand seemed to lose something. With a squeeze, the rare metal crumbled into fragments. Lin Tian suddenly understood. The panda was the key. It could absorb the Dao principles within powerful weapon fragments, making absorbing the patterns on the ancient battle sacred ground disciple and Apos' coagulated blood battle spear a trivial matter. Lin Tian finally understood why he could shatter the ancient battle sacred ground disciple and Apos' coagulated blood battle spear with a kick, with its patterns absorbed and its essence depleted. The coagulated blood battle spear was no match for his full-force kick. With newfound understanding, Lin Tian gazed at the panda with reverence and gently stroked it. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A faint colored light flashed in the panda and Apos' eyes, as if it had come to life. It swiftly bit Lin Tian and Apos', and he felt his blood rapidly flowing into the panda's mouth. He tried to pull away, but his grip was unyielding. Gradually, he felt his mind grow hazy, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. He realized that the panda he had sought was, in fact, a demon intent on his demise. I cannot die here, Lin Tian cried out in his mind, snapping his eyes open. However, he still felt weak as his blood continued to flow. As his blood drained, the panda emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the dark cave. Gradually, Lin Tian felt his blood flowing back into his body. But now it had transformed into a three-colored essence, with crimson, orange, and yellow hues pulsating as it was absorbed. Within this blood, he sensed something new, resembling runes or characters. Lin Tian realized that this was not a malevolent act but an opportunity. A bloodline inheritance potentially containing cultivation techniques and divine abilities from the age of gods. Lin Tian sat up and began to observe the runes within his blood. This process lasted for a day and a night until his blood had fully returned, with the runes now clearly visible. Contrary to his expectations, it was not a cultivation technique or a divine ability, but a comprehensive body refinement technique. 9 revolutions, dark golden body. A voice echoed from the depths of Lin Tian's soul. One of my signature techniques. Wield it wisely, avoid excessive bloodshed, and do not seek vengeance in my name. Remember this. The creator of the technique imparted these words. Lin Tian was certain that it was not a telepathic message or a mental construct but a feeling, a resonance from the depths of his soul. Lin Tian, puzzled by this phenomenon, decided to focus on examining the technique passed down by this predecessor. This was a body refinement divine ability without realm restrictions, encompassing virtually all body refinement methods, far beyond Lin Tian's current comprehension. The technique was divided into 10 levels, with even its creator having only reached the 9th. Legend had it that reaching the highest level would allow one to contend with supreme monarchs. Lin Tian did not understand the realm of supreme monarchs, but judging from the technique, the 9 revolutions dark golden body was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even Lin Tian compared it with the techniques Yuan Huang Jing, the divine ability of slaying gods, and the refinement of heaven and earth. However, he discovered that the text of 9 turns dark golden body far exceeded them, prompting a silent exclamation of fortune. Was he truly favored by the goddess of luck? How could this be? As Lin Tian gazed at the little panda still gnawing at his hand, he noted that it had lost the luster it once had when he first saw it. Now, the little panda appeared dull, covered in cracks resembling spider webs, as if it would shatter at a mere touch. In haste, Lin Tian took out all the rare metals he possessed, and indeed, the panda responded with a flicker of dark light, yet all the rare metals lost their essence, transforming into scrap. The cracks on the panda seemed to lessen slightly. Lin Tian understood that the panda's current state was closely tied to the techniques he had imparted to it, and thus felt a pang of guilt. He solemnly vowed to seek more rare metals to restore the panda once he ventured out. With a heavy heart, he carefully hung the panda around his neck and continued on his path of cultivation. With 3 days remaining until the opening of the Gate of Laws in the 100 Spirits small world, Lin Tian decided to first practice the 9 turns dark golden body. After all, confronting the heavenly tribulation required a robust foundation. A top-tier body refining technique was akin to a trump card. During these 3 days, Lin Tian entered a state of profound cultivation, transcending the self. Time swiftly passed, and at the moment the Gate of Laws opened, he awoke, emanating a faint crimson glow. He had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the 9 turns dark golden body and was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer, the orange golden body. The text mentioned that it would take 3 to 5 years to enter the door and 10 years for minor accomplishments. Yet he had achieved this realm in just 3 days, leaving him both proud and slightly skeptical. Did he practice incorrectly? Ultimately, he concluded that his physical form was inherently formidable, and the cultivation of the 9 dark golden body merely served to enhance it. Moreover, the vast array of heavenly materials he consumed was sufficient to support his ascension to the pinnacle of the first layer. He anticipated that the training for the second layer would be significantly more challenging. The 9 dark golden body truly lived up to its reputation as a technique from the age of gods. Even at the first layer, Lin Tian felt substantial progress, experiencing physical strength that could rival that of divine abilities. This bolstered his confidence in weathering the heavenly tribulation. It was time to emerge, Lin Tian murmured. He was acutely aware of the formidable storms awaiting him outside. He had taken many lives, and the ramifications of his actions were bound to be severe. He had even prepared for the worst. Nevertheless, what was destined to come would come. He never contemplated evasion, as it contradicted his path. In the 10 days of Lin Tian's seclusion, the outside world underwent tumultuous changes as the energy of laws suddenly became tumultuous. Other holy lands encountered significant opportunities. Yet many lives were lost. Of the over 1,000 who entered, more than half had perished by now. The moment the gate of laws in the 100 spirits small world opened, all beings of laws began to gather, besieging the intruders. While all cultivators who entered the 100 spirits small world congregated, resisting the beings of laws while drawing closer to the gate. Boom. The moment Lin Tian exited the cave, he unleashed a relentless onslaught, wielding the Rift Sky Spear. Be it beings of laws at the spirit body realm or those at the early stages of the Qi condensation realm, none could withstand a single strike. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Tian resembled an inexhaustible machine of slaughter, ceaselessly pushing through opponents, forcefully advancing towards the gate of laws, while a group of people fought and retreated. Also moving towards the gate. Look over there, a person. Someone shouted. The crowd turned in Lin Tian's direction, their faces filled with astonishment. What a spectacle it was, unstoppable in his advance. He seemed like a reincarnation of a deity. Lin Tian and Appo's figure gradually became clearer, coming into the view of the crowd. It's him. Some recognized Lin Tian, but after uttering those 2 words, they fell silent, including some from the Holy Lands who also remained quiet. Everyone, I will lead the charge towards the gate of laws, Lin Tian declared upon joining the throng. The crowd nodded in unison. They were truly exhausted and felt incapable of advancing a single step further. Continuing like this could spell their doom. Besides, they had witnessed Lin Tian cut through a throng of beings of laws as if in a realm devoid of threats. Thus they clung to his words like a lifeline. Several female cultivators were so moved by Lin Tian's words that they nearly shed tears. Leading the charge, Lin Tian was followed closely by 2 disciples from the Holy Lands. One was familiar to him, the one who had contended with Lin Tian for the Tree of Laws, adorned in white, while the other was unknown to him. However, Lin Tian held great respect for their strengths, with physical power exceeding 900,000 pounds, complemented by formidable weapons and secret treasures, sufficient to withstand early-stage Qi condensation cultivators. Hundreds of people, with Lin Tian and the 2 as the spearhead, surged towards the gate of laws. During this time, the disciples of the Holy Lands witnessed Lin Tian's terrifying prowess firsthand. At the peak of the spirit body realm, he effortlessly annihilated early-stage Qi condensation beings, sweeping through the ranks of spirit body beings with ease, exhibiting an aura of invincibility. This left them in awe. Where had this prodigy emerged from? Surely, he could not be from another planet. They overlooked the fact that Lin Tian wore the attire of Qizhou Academy, failing to realize that another extraordinary talent had emerged after Zhang Tianyi. As the crowd approached the gate of laws, a figure stood resolutely before them, instilling despair. It was a being of laws at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, and the crowd turned to Lin Tian, as he was their strongest hope. Lin Tian scratched the back of his head, awkwardly admitting, this is truly impossible. If it were a mid-stage Qi condensation cultivator, perhaps I could contend. But at the peak, the disparity is too vast. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the crowd and outside the gate of laws. The mighty beings sensed an unsettling atmosphere. One powerful figure from a holy land, holding a bone mirror, observed the situation within the gate. Upon seeing a group confronting a being of laws, he instantly understood. The powerful being transmitted the scene to the heavens, causing various sects to falter. Crack! Just then, a figure appeared in the sky, descending step by step. With each step, cracks formed in the sky. In an instant, he stood before the gate of laws. Gesturing with both hands, a beam of radiant light surged into the gate, instantly obliterating the peak chi condensation being into ashes. Whoosh. Following this, the 100 Spirits' small world seemed to respond to the provocation, unleashing waves of laws directed at the newcomer. The newcomer clasped his hands together, radiating a brilliance more blinding than the sun to counter the forces of law, then condensed all the light into a single point, flicking his fingers in succession. Boom. Numerous chains of laws shattered in response, restoring tranquility to the gate of loss. At this moment, the individual revealed his true visage, a square face of average stature. With a neatly trimmed tuft of beard and long, ashen hair simply tied back. Clad in a gray robe, he bore none of the imposing aura of a transcendent powerhouse. However, merely standing there evoked a profound shudder from the depths of one and Appos' soul. Behold the master of the sunlit sanctuary. Upon witnessing the arrival of this, everyone present bowed in unison, including the elders from other sacred lands hovering in the sky who gracefully descended to pay their respects. Indeed, he was none other than the master of the sunlit sanctuary, one of the 9 supreme powers of the Minghui star. The master acknowledged the crowd with a nod, then took several strides forward, vanishing from their sight. Once the master departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the crowd. Although he had not directed his attention toward anyone in particular, his mere presence imposed an unsettling discomfort, perhaps a lament of those in positions of power. Just then, Lin Tian and his companions noticed a streak of radiant light emerging from outside, obliterating the pinnacle of the chi condensation realm that barred their exit. Much to the delight of all, do not crowd. Ladies first, followed by the gentlemen, while the disciples of the sanctuary and I will bring up the rear. Following Lin Tian's instructions, order was swiftly restored as hundreds emerged in an organized fashion. Now you may leave. I can manage alone. Lin Tian called out to the disciples of the sanctuary. They clasped their fists in farewell and hastily departed. After witnessing everyone exit safely, Lin Tian unleashed his full combat prowess, executing a devastating strike that created a vast vacuum, propelling himself into the exit of the 100 Spirits' small world. At the moment he escaped, he sensed several divine presences sweeping over him, only to dissipate into the ether. Upon returning to the side of the Grand Elder of the Qizhou Academy, he observed the few youths who had entered the 100 Spirits' small world alongside him. 6 had emerged successfully, though 3 would remain forever within. The Grand Elder felt a deep satisfaction with this outcome, as Qingzhou Academy had participated in the trials of the 100 Spirits' small world 10 times, with the highest number of survivors being merely 5. To witness 7 emerge this time exceeded all expectations, particularly after grasping the treacherous nature of the 100 Spirits' small world. As Lin Tian rejoined the Grand Elder, the other 6 participants from Qizhou Academy respectfully bowed to him. The Grand Elder perceived the underlying truth. The reason these individuals had emerged intact was undoubtedly linked to Lin Tian's support. During their advance toward the Gate of Loss, Lin Tian had placed them in the most protected position, positioning the Zhuge Academy and the Imperial Academy on the flanks. Yet still, 2 had perished. Nevertheless, the Zhuge Academy suffered more grievously, with only 1 survivor from 10, while the Imperial Academy fared slightly better, with 3 out of nearly 20 emerging. Now, Lin Tian awaited the final verdict, sensing a storm brewing on the horizon. All you youngsters from Qingzhou Academy, step forward. The elder from the ancient battle sanctuary initiated the confrontation. His entire faction had been annihilated during the trial, including his beloved great-grandson. After gathering information, he advanced upon the Qingzhou Academy. A formidable pressure surged straight toward them. What is your intention, elder of the ancient battle sanctuary? The Grand Elder of Qingzhou Academy shielded Lin Tian and the others, casting a wary glance at the elder. Even if he was not a match for the elder, it was his duty to protect Lin Tian. Moreover, it was evident to all that the elder's tone was far from amicable, clearly seeking a confrontation. What intention? Return my grandson and Appos' life. A furious roar forced the Grand Elder to stagger back several steps, as the elder and Appos' gaze shifted toward Lin. Merely his roar could send the Grand Elder reeling. However, this scene filled Lin Tian with trepidation, realizing he had unwittingly entangled himself in a monumental one that Qingzhou Academy alone could scarcely navigate. It is you. The elder of the ancient battle sanctuary seized Lin Tian from behind the Grand Elder, rendering him immobilized. Save for his ability to speak, those who kill shall be killed. Faced with the overwhelming might of the elder, Lin Tian's initial fear dissipated. His gaze grew resolute, unyielding as he boldly declared this statement. Little beast. The elder of the ancient battle sanctuary struck with a sweeping motion, sending Lin Tian hurtling backward, blood staining his face. Lin Tian's eyes blazed with an almost tangible murderous intent, silently glaring at the elder. With a swift motion, the elder unleashed another strike. A radiant light descending upon Lin Tian, resulting in an unknown number of bones fracturing within him. The Grand Elder of Qizhou Academy, incensed, prepared to retaliate, but was restrained by others from the ancient battle sanctuary. Those who kill my disciples from Zhuge Academy shall be punished. At this juncture, the Elder of Zhuge Academy, having learned of the fate of his students, realized that two had been directly killed by Lin Tian, while others had met their demise indirectly due to him. Those responsible for the death of the ninth prince shall perish. The Elder of the Imperial Academy roared in fury. The repercussions of the ninth prince and Amp, Appos, death could potentially incite significant turmoil within the secular realm of an impact not lesser than the passing of the Elder's great-grandson. Soon after, several other sacred lands confronted Lin Tian, and many sects expressed their outrage over the death of their disciples, leaving Lin Tian momentarily stunned. Had he truly taken so many lives? Or had he become so desensitized to killing that he no longer kept count? The crowd glanced at Lin Tian, unable to suppress their astonishment. Just how many had this youth slain? These were not mere commoners. These were elite members of various powerful factions. The aftermath of this incident would be challenging to resolve. Indeed, it had escalated to a catastrophic level. Observing this scene, Lin Tian Kuden and Amp, Appos, helped but smirk. The phrase "when the walls collapse, everyone pushes" rang true. If one is weaker, death is to be expected. Lin Tian roared again, resolute. At this point, whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, he had nothing left to fear, while the Elder of the Ancient Battle Sanctuary appeared increasingly wrathful. Die. The Elder of the Ancient Battle Sanctuary, utterly incensed by Lin Tian, aimed a lethal strike at his head. Should his skull be crushed, Lin Tian would indeed meet his end. Just as the Elder was about to unleash his devastating blow, another intervened, blocking the fatal strike aimed at Lin Tian, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he turned to face his savior. What is your intent? Elder of the Star-Gathering Sanctuary? The Elder of the Ancient Battle Sanctuary bellowed, clearly on the brink of losing control, consumed by rage over the death of his junior. Qingzhou Academy is a subsidiary force of my Star-Gathering Sanctuary. The Elder of the Star-Gathering Sanctuary replied impassively. Qingzhou Academy does not belong solely to your Star-Gathering Sanctuary. Furthermore, he is not one of your disciples. The Elder of the Ancient Battle Sanctuary glared menacingly at the Elder of the Star-Gathering Sanctuary. Faced with this obstruction, his fury escalated, especially since the two factions had a history of animosity, making it particularly difficult for him to demand accountability from Lin Tian with the Star-Gathering Sanctuary intervening. And what if I insist on intervening? The Elder of the Star-Gathering Sanctuary stood his ground, refusing to yield. The enmity between the two sacred lands was well established, and despite Qingzhou Academy and Appos' nominal affiliation with three major sacred lands, in essence, it still belonged to the Star-Gathering Sanctuary. The president of Qingzhou Academy is a figure from the star-picking sacred land, and when Qingzhou Academy produces exceptional talents, they are prioritized for transfer to the star-picking sacred land. Thus, when troubles arise at Qingzhou Academy, the star-picking sacred land cannot afford to remain indifferent. Do those I rescued not have anything to say? Lin Tian calmly addressed the youths emerging from the Gate of Laws. His demeanor was an attempt to rally allies. Even verbal support would exert invisible pressure on the ancient battle sacred land. The crowd exhibited expressions of discomfort. Some disciples from various sects wished to step forward, but were firmly restrained by their elders. Their hesitance stemmed not from a lack of willingness to assist, but rather from the overwhelming number of formidable opponents, each one a daunting challenge, and the involvement of the sacred land further complicated matters. None of the present forces dared to easily declare their stance. In such circumstances, neutrality was the wisest choice. Lin Tian's gaze swept over the disciples of the sacred lands, only to find them all bowing their heads. Some genuinely felt powerless, while others secretly rejoiced, having informed their elders of Lin Tian's performance in the Hundred Spirits' small world. Initially, everything had been progressing smoothly, and their elders had intentions to win him over. For a genius like Lin Tian, there were only two possible paths: to be courted or to be eliminated. The intention had been to court him. But when an elder from the ancient battle sacred land struck, their resolve wavered. A genius who had not yet matured was not worth offending a sacred land for. Moreover, Lin Tian was not one of their own nurtured disciples. Once he entered a sect, it was uncertain whether he would remain loyal. Weighing the pros and cons, they chose to stand by and watch. In the face of this situation, Lin Tian and Amp, Appos, heart brimmed with resentment. He loathed their cold-heartedness and lamented his own naivety, believing that saving them would prompt their backing. Alas, he had been gravely mistaken. "We may have to engage in a few exchanges," remarked an elder from the ancient battle-sacred land, evidently confident in his strength. Only through battle. The elder from the star-picking sacred land was equally unyielding, asserting that only sheer force could dictate outcomes, as he wielded a spear and ascended into the air. Thus began a clandestine duel between the two elders, lasting a full hour. With a thunderous crash, they descended from the sky. The elder from the ancient battle-sacred land appeared tattered but bore no visible wounds, while the elder from the star-picking sacred land was marked with numerous injuries, his robe stained with blood. "How dare a mere eighth layer of the divine ability realm boast so shamelessly?" scoffed the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land, looking down upon his adversary with disdain. The elder from the star-picking sacred land, pale and breathless, spat blood in response, having already sustained significant injuries. The elder's condition worsened further under the derision of his opponent. After a lengthy pause, the elder from the star-picking sacred land regained composure and retorted, "Is it truly an honor to suppress me with a half-step purple mansion realm?" The audience felt a chill. It appeared the ancient battle-sacred land was soon to gain another esteemed elder. It was no wonder the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land exhibited his strength had evidently reached impressive heights. Disregarding the elder's words, the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land turned to approach Lin Tian. Power dictated everything. Might made defeat was defeat, and the distinctions of higher or lower realms were merely the self-deception of the weak. The elder from the star-picking sacred land cast an apologetic glance at Lin Tian, who, upon seeing him, forced a bitter smile. He understood that this elder had done all he could. "You little wretch, how do you wish to die?" approached the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land, his demeanor menacing. "Old fool, should I survive today, I will ensure your demise," Lin Tian declared, though his body was battered and unable to stand. Still, he held his head high, resolutely addressing the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land. "Unfortunately, your fate is sealed." With a sweeping gesture, the elder summoned a colossal handprint that materialized in the sky, solidifying as he grinned menacingly at Lin Tian and sent it crashing down upon him. This strike would undoubtedly reduce Lin Tian to mere pulp. Even the defenses of his divine ability realm physique would be insufficient to withstand it. As Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes, memories flooded his mind of his mentor on Earth, his companions, Uncle Li, Little Rain Butterfly, and so forth. Unable to achieve invincibility, he faced death instead, a lamentable fate. Had he foreseen this, he would have. Alas, in resignation, Lin Tian accepted the approach of death. "You dare lay a hand on my student? Begone!" At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out, reverberating in the ears of all present. The younger disciples, lacking sufficient power, felt little, but the elders of the divine ability realm sensed an overwhelming chill, causing some to falter in their composure. With a resounding slap, a giant hand struck the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land squarely across the face, sending him flying hundreds of meters until he collided with a small mountain. With a ferocious pull, that same hand yanked him back, delivering a blow that shattered every bone in his body. "Is this how you treat my student?" The owner of the colossal hand finally revealed himself. Dressed in a green robe, his gray-white hair fell casually over his shoulders, and a thick beard suggested he had not tended to himself in some time. His eyes appeared to shimmer with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Most importantly, Lin Tian recognized the emblem of Qizhou Academy on his attire. Undoubtedly, he was a venerable elder of the academy. But who was this formidable figure? And why had he come to his aid? Lin Tian scrutinized him closely, certain that he had never encountered this individual within Qizhou Academy. Yet he was left perplexed. Who was this person, and what motivated him to save Lin Tian? As far as Lin Tian knew, the president of Qingzhou Academy was indeed an elder. Yet his strength was merely at the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, arguably inferior to that of the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land. While he might be capable of protecting Lin Tian, he would certainly not possess the power to decisively defeat the elder from the ancient battle-sacred land. Even if he possessed such overwhelming strength, it was unlikely he would act so decisively. This dilemma left Lin Tian at a loss. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, the Grand Elder recognized the newcomer immediately and felt a surge of joy. With this esteemed individual present, Lin Tian's life is assured. We pay our respects to the honorary president. The Grand Elder led a group of disciples in greeting the elder. The elder waved his hand, signaling them to step aside. Lin Tian was astonished. This was indeed the legendary honorary president. He was well acquainted with this figure, though others present, including the stewards, might not share that knowledge. His background was substantial. He was the first disciple of the inaugural president of Chizhou Academy. A closed-door disciple was distinct from other disciples. A great master may have taken countless disciples throughout his life, yet all his teachings would be entrusted solely to his closed-door disciple. This also implied that the closed-door disciple and Apos' talent was undoubtedly the most exceptional among all the disciples. After accepting this disciple, he would no longer take on any others. The closed-door disciple stands as the true inheritor of a great master, holding a position in the master and Apos' heart that surpasses even that of biological offspring. The disheveled elder before us is none other than the closed-door disciple of the first president of Chizhou Academy. Ling Yinzi, the inaugural president of Chizhou Academy, was no mere pushover. In his youth, he was a paragon among the elite in the Holy Land, later rising to join the ranks of the most formidable elders, and even daring to compete with the Holy Lord for women. Lin Tian surmised that Ling Yinzi's peak strength would not be inferior to that of the Holy Lord, for it would be inconceivable for him to lead a life of such leisure after defecting from the Holy Land otherwise. However, after establishing Chizhou Academy for over a decade, Ling Yinzi departed, believing the institution had found its footing. Little did he know that this departure would last over 7 centuries. Had he remained, Chizhou Academy might not have suffered as it did in subsequent years, enduring relentless pressure from others. A century ago, an unkempt middle-aged man arrived at Chizhou carrying Ling Yinzi and Apos' spirit tablet. Upon revealing his identity, the members of Chizhou Academy realized he was Ling Yinzi and Apos. The true tale, as Lin Tian conjectured, was that the people of Chizhou Academy initially refused to acknowledge him, resulting in the elder before them soundly defeating them, thus silencing any dissent. Although the actual circumstances differed somewhat from Lin Tian's assumptions, it remained a fact nonetheless. The author could hardly document that the elders of Chizhou Academy had been flung out like refuse, and that the president had been beaten into a pulp, forced to swallow his pride and speak sweetly. Consequently, this specific incident was glossed over by the writer. After confirming his identity, the elder was appointed the sole honorary president of Chizhou Academy by the elders and the president, though his performance in this honorary role was less than satisfactory. Since the day he delivered Ling Yinzi's spirit tablet, he had not reappeared at Chizhou Academy. As a century passed, the existence of this honorary president gradually faded from memory. To everyone's astonishment, at a critical moment, this remarkable individual intervened to save Lin Tian. The ensuing scene left onlookers dumbfounded, as the elders of the star-picking Holy Land, upon encountering him, disregarded their own injuries and bowed in reverence. "Greetings, Uncle Master Hongchun." The elder waved his hand impatiently, stating, "I have already declared that the star-picking Holy Land and my Ling Yinzi lineage are no longer connected. What is the meaning of your bowing to me now?" The elder of the star-picking Holy Land displayed an awkward expression, retreating to the side and falling silent. Witnessing this, Lin Tian suddenly comprehended that the first president of Chizhou Academy was the one who had competed with the old Holy Lord of the star-picking Holy Land for women, ultimately defecting from their ranks. By lineage, this elder before him could be considered the junior disciple of the contemporary star-picking Holy Lord. No wonder he dared to disregard the ancient battle Holy Land, leaving its elders in a state of utter humiliation. The elder produced a medicinal pill, ground it into powder, and infused it into Lin Tian's body with great force. Crackling sounds echoed as Lin Tian's injuries rapidly healed, broken bones reconnected, and flesh regenerated. "Thank you, Honorable President, for your rescue." Lin Tian took a moment to adjust himself before deeply bowing to the elder. This act of kindness was monumental. It was a matter of life and death. Although he was a member of Chizhou Academy and the elder had an obligation to save him, the risks he took and the enemies he made in doing so rendered the favor somewhat unbalanced. Nevertheless, Lin Tian felt profound admiration for the elder's courage and capability in saving him. He even mused internally, "Truly, he is the closed-door disciple of Ling Yinzi, who dared to vie with the old Holy Lord of the star-picking Holy Land for women. Such audacity transforms his disheveled appearance into something considerably more imposing." "You are quite impressive, young one." The elder nodded approvingly, then turned his gaze into the distance, raising his hand to strike the void, saying, "Why do you not come out? Do you wish to remain a turtle hiding in its shell?" A ripple coursed through the nearby space, and an old figure emerged. Similarly disheveled, with his upper body bare and his lower half clad in what appeared to be primitive beast hide, resembling a wild man. He covered 1,000 meters in a single step, swiftly reaching the honorary president of Chizhou Academy. "Jing Hongchen, it has been 100 years. Who would have thought that the little child of yours has grown to such prominence? The elder chuckled. Subsequently, under Jing Hongchen and Amp, Apos, gaze, the elder casually raised his hand, summoning back the elder of the ancient battle Holy Land, and produced a medicinal pill to heal his wounds. Holy Lord. The elder of the ancient battle Holy Land took a long time to regain consciousness, seeing the elder before him, unsure of what to say. He felt humiliated. Although his strength paled in comparison to Jing Hongchen's, being treated like a mere dog left him with nowhere to hide the face he had cultivated over centuries. First, heal your wounds. Everything will be taken care of by me. Consider this misfortune a blessing. I believe you will break through to the Purple Mansion realm within half a year. At that time, you shall become the 10th Lord of the ancient battle Holy Land. The elder did not reproach the elder of the ancient battle Holy Land, demonstrating remarkable magnanimity that brought tears of gratitude to the elder and Apos. Despite the disgrace he had brought upon the ancient battle Holy Land, the Holy Lord and Apos' generosity earned him the respect of the disciples and elders alike. Lin Tian regarded the scene with disdain, thinking that such attempts to soothe the heart were rather cliché. Earthlings had mastered this art 2 millennia ago. The elder of the ancient battle Holy Land stepped back, while Lin Tian was pulled behind by the senior elder of Qingzhou Academy, leaving only the ancient battle Holy Lord and Jing Hongchen in the forefront. Facing the ancient battle Holy Lord, Jing Hongchen did not flinch. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited in his eyes. The ancient battle Holy Lord also fixed his gaze upon him. Boom. After a brief moment, both combatants struck simultaneously, their every move exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. The clash lacked the cataclysmic force typical of battles between divine beings, even at such close proximity. The surrounding spiritual energy remained undisturbed. This was the essence of a duel among masters. Both engaged using only the most fundamental techniques, not even resorting to any divine powers. Initially, their exchanges were rapid, but as the duel progressed, the tempo slowed considerably. Yet, for those with profound strength, the terrifying nature of their confrontation became increasingly. This was a contest of principles, not individual techniques, entirely centered on their understanding of the Dao. The ancient battle Holy Land, rooted in the primal wilderness, emanated an aura reminiscent of the ancient world with each move. Its archaic and vast essence was suffocating. In contrast, Jing Hongchen's every maneuver was elusive and unpredictable, resembling a starry sky where the sun, moon, and stars shifted positions at will. Their duel transcended the superficial, delving into the very source of the Dao. Swish. Finally, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously ascended into the sky. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere surged, forming two opposing factions. The forces collided mid-air, rending the very fabric of space, and Jing Hongchen and Amp, Apos' aura surged dramatically. Lin Tian and Amp, Apos' eyes widened as he attentively observed their battle. In this moment, he sensed that the honorary president was at a disadvantage, having been the first to resort to his techniques. Responding to Jing Hongchen's escalating energy, the ancient battle Holy Lord began to channel his powers, unleashing earth-shattering divine abilities. Star picking 9 turns. Jing Hongchen struck first. His opening move was a legendary technique. The star picking 9 turns, one of the 3 supreme divine abilities of the star picking Holy Land. However, despite its might, throughout history, few have successfully mastered it. Thus, within the star picking Holy Land, only those of elder status could even witness its full potential. Though Jing Hongchen is not a resident of the star-picking sacred land, Ling Yinzi is, which makes it unsurprising that Jing Hongchen could wield the star-picking 9 transformations. What is truly astonishing, however, is that he has practiced the technique to the 8th transformation, a feat rumored to be achievable only by the ancient sages who originally created it. Subsequently, the highest practitioners of the star-picking sacred land reached only the 7th transformation. They never anticipated that Jing Hongchen could elevate the star-picking 9 transformations to the 8th level. A century ago, Jing Hongchen arrived at the star-picking sacred land, holding Ling Yinzi's ashes, intending to let him return to his roots. However, due to a misunderstanding and a fit of rage, Jing Hongchen swept through the entire Elder Council and even clashed with the star-picking Lord. The outcome remains unknown to the public, but thereafter, the star-picking Lord announced Ling Yinzi and Apos' burial in the sacred Elder Mausoleum and conferred upon Jing Hongchen the title of Honorary Elder. Following Ling Yinzi's interment, Jing Hongchen vanished without a trace. From the decisions made by the star-picking Lord, it is evident that Jing Hongchen's confrontation with him was nothing short of spectacular. Such an outcome could not have been negotiated, but rather was forged through sheer strength. As the star-picking 9 transformations were unleashed, the heavens and earth transformed, day turning abruptly into night. Jing Hongqian formed seals in the air, summoning the power of the stars, which coalesced into a colossal celestial hand. In the midst of chaos, the ancient battle lord faced such a formidable assault with utmost seriousness. A massive warhammer gradually coalesced, followed by a sharp sword, then a long spear, and soon after, knives, guns, staves, and halberds appeared one after another. This was the ancient battle sacred land's ultimate technique, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to forge countless weapons. The more weapons that materialized through this divine ability, the more potent they became. In the blink of an eye, the ancient battle lord had summoned hundreds of weapons. It was said that when an ancient sage fully unleashed this ability, thousands of weapons would emerge, compelling even other ancient sages to retreat. Lin Tian couldn't help but worry for Jing Hongqian. After all, in a certain sense, Jing Hongqian was fighting for him. The ground shook with explosive sounds, and countless fragments of space ravaged by spiritual turbulence ensued. The Grand Elder quickly erected a protective barrier, shielding Lin Tian and the others. In a fleeting moment, Lin Tian glimpsed the celestial hand wreaking havoc, dismantling the weapons conjured by the ancient battle lord. Yet he noticed the hand dimming and sustaining damage while the opposing weapons remained plentiful. The two combatants seemed evenly matched. Lin Tian was astounded. While Qingzhou Academy was not remarkable, he had not anticipated the ferocity of its honorary dean. With such a figure present, Qingzhou Academy instantly possessed strength rivaling that of a first-rate sect. With a resounding crack, Jing Hongqian engaged in close combat with the ancient battle lord, both employing endless strategies, causing the sky to dim and the space to shatter. Lin Tian could no longer see their figures, only the distant sounds of their fierce exchanges, indicating that the battle had yet to reach a conclusion. The conflict raged on, and blood occasionally fell from the sky, sizzling as it touched the earth, corroding the ground. Even 2 Qi condensation realm cultivators, who accidentally got stained by the blood, were turned into pus. Lin Tian felt a chill. This was the sheer power of a sacred lord, utterly astonishing. Enough. A stooped figure appeared, each step weaving a tapestry of Dao patterns, emanating an aura even more potent than that of the 2 combatants. Soon, someone recognized him as one of the 3 esteemed elders of the ancient battle sacred land. Zhan Wudi. Almost all of his contemporaries had perished. Who would have thought he still lived? He was a living fossil, older than the current generation of sacred lords, and his strength was unfathomable. The rivalry for the position of sacred son against the former ancient battle lord was anything but simple. Upon hearing this voice, the ancient battle lord immediately halted his assault, and without an opponent, Jing Hongqian ceased his attacks as well. This matter ends here. A voice rang out decisively, not from Zhan Wudi, but echoing from a distant place. Upon hearing it, Zhan Wudi's figure trembled, and he nodded slowly. Tracing the source of this voice, they found it emanated from the star-picking sacred land. An elder, clad in a starry Dao robe, crowned with a purple gold diadem, and donning cloud-stepping, gazed into the distance before retracting his gaze. This was the star-picking lord. The youth is formidable. Zhan Wudi of the ancient battle sacred land sighed lightly, leading his entourage away. Other factions began to depart as well. You may return. I shall take this young lad with me. Leaving him with you would be akin to casting a pearl before swine, Jing Hongqian declared, pointing at Lin Tian, evidently intent on taking him as a disciple. The Grand Elder of Qizhou Academy could not protest, and with a wave of his hand, Jing Hongqian dispersed the members of Qingzhou Academy before approaching the Elder of Zhuke Academy. With a sharp crack, 2 resounding slaps rendered the Elder of Zhuke Academy, while the members of Zhuke Academy dared not utter a word, hastily carrying their elder away. Jing Hongqian then approached the representatives of the Imperial Capital Academy. This time, he did not strike but rather delivered a kick, sending the Elder of the Imperial Capital Academy flying. The Elder instantly suffered multiple broken bones, and similarly, the members of the Imperial Capital Academy remained silent, swiftly taking their elder away. Competing with peers is acceptable, even if my student is slain before me. I shall not intervene. However, those who dare to act against my student will face my wrath, regardless of the heavens or earth. The honorary dean of Qingzhou Academy, Jing Hongqian, erupted in fury, and none present dared to challenge his might, holding their breath while casting furtive glances at Lin Tian. With such a formidable protector, it seemed unlikely that anyone from the older generation would dare to trouble Lin Tian again. Yet, in the future, disciples from various sacred lands would undoubtedly emerge into the world for trials, leading to inevitable clashes among the young talents. 3 days later, The controversies surrounding the entrance to the Hundred Spirits small world continued to spread across Mingwestar, while Lin Tian, seemingly unperturbed, sat quietly on a picturesque mountaintop. Jing Hongqian stood vigil beside him, ready to provide protection, for today marked Lin Tian's breakthrough into the Qi condensation realm. Seated atop the grand mountain, Lin Tian relaxed, his body and mind at ease. Though his injuries from a few days prior appeared severe, they had not inflicted irreversible damage. Primarily due to his training in the 9 transformations of the refining body technique and his solid foundation. Even the elders of the ancient battle's sacred land likely did not anticipate that after delivering such a heavy blow, nearly shattering Lin Tian and Appo's bones, he would appear completely unscathed. It is time for the Qi condensation. After 3 days of recuperation, Lin Tian had adjusted his body to its optimal state. He silently recited the Yuan Huang scroll, channeling the Yuan Huang Sutra as the spiritual energy surged wildly. Within him, 9 colored spiritual dragons intertwined, spiraling rapidly around a dragon orb the size of a planet. This represented Lin Tian's achievement of the second record in the spiritual body realm. The first record was a single arm strength of 1.2 million pounds, surpassing the limits of corporeal power. The second record was the 9 dragons encircling 1 pearl. Furthermore, Lin Tian and Appo's 9 dragons encircling 1 pearl involved 9 colossal dragons eclipsing the sky, encircling an orb resembling a planet. This was an extraordinary accomplishment, marking the completion of the spiritual body realm's grand perfection record. Never had anyone achieved both records simultaneously to such perfection. At least since the inception of practitioners on Mingwestar, no one had even approached one of these records. Yet now, Lin Tian had achieved both. This transcends the concept of the ultimate spiritual body, reaching an unprecedented new realm. Now, Lin Tian has made all necessary preparations. The time has come for him to break through to the Qi condensation realm. The spiritual body realm nurtures spirit within, while breaking through to Qi condensation gathers vital energy in the Dantian, forming the Dao fruit, opening the body's meridians, and channeling the cosmic spiritual energy for personal use. In the Qi condensation realm, one can soar with the wind, traverse the skies, burrow into the earth, and dive into the seas. Truly, nothing. It can be said that entering the Qi condensation realm signifies the true beginning of one's cultivation journey. Lin Tian concentrated the vital energy throughout his body into the Dantian, fiercely colliding with 9 spiritual dragons. Gradually, the dragons merged with the dragon pearl, slowly forming a 9-colored inner elixir. Subsequently, the colorful inner elixir nourished his entire being, unblocking all meridians. Lin Tian felt an unprecedented surge of strength. The Qi condensation realm was far more potent than the spiritual body realm, easily tenfold. However, while ordinary individuals form a white Dao fruit, Lin Tian and Appo's was 9-colored, perhaps linked to his unique bloodline. Before long, thunder roared, and dark clouds enveloped the entire mountain range. Lin Tian understood that his tribulation was upon him, slightly dampening the joy of his breakthrough. He was unsure how others experienced their Qi condensation breakthroughs, but he knew his tribulation cloud would be grander than most. Perhaps only Zhang Tianyi's tribulation could rival his own. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down towards Lin Tian, leaving him momentarily dazed. Had the tribulation begun already? He was caught off guard. Child, this is the tribulation cloud, your own calamity. Resist with all your might. If you endure, your strength will grow. If you cannot withstand it, you will perish beneath the thunder. At that moment, Jing Hongqian reminded him as another bolt of lightning, exponentially more powerful than the first, struck. Lin Tian's garments turned to ash, revealing his well-defined physique. The tribulation cloud thickened, showing no signs of abating. Silver and purple lightning flickered in a dazzling display, while a torrent of thunder crashed down, shattering everything in its path, illuminating the sky with intertwining arcs of silver and purple. The thunder roared deafeningly, as if it could shatter one's very soul. The vast mountains and countless ferocious beasts lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. None dared to challenge this celestial might. The void was shattered by the thunder, becoming desolate and filled with scorching, blinding lightning that illuminated the entire starry sky. Boom, boom. The thunder struck the world. The purple lightning surged like a tide, creating a realm of lightning that could obliterate all, causing everything to tremble with dread. Amidst this chaos, one defiant figure remained, sitting resolutely within the storm, his body radiating a golden hue, long hair billowing like ink, adorned with flickering arcs of lightning above his head. Lin Tian existed within the sea of silver and purple, his flesh torn and scorched, enduring unimaginable pain. His blood revealed a dim, colorful hue, despite his severe injuries. He felt an overwhelming surge of vitality, undeterred by despair. He sensed that this was a transformation. If Lin Tian, undaunted, charged forward with a fierce punch, dispersing waves of thunder. The four sacred beasts, enveloped in boundless lightning and radiant divine light, surged towards him, dazzling like an inferno consuming the void. The azure dragon coiled, the vermilion birdsword. The black tortoise traversed the seas, and the white tiger crashed in, tightly encircling Lin Tian. He met their assault with lethal punches, each strike shattering a portion of the lightning. While the strength of the sacred beast waned, Lin Tian's power surged with each confrontation. In this fierce battle against the four sacred beasts, the earth trembled and the skies shattered, his blood essence erupting like a savage dragon emerging from the ocean. He relentlessly pushed the four beasts from one edge of the Thunder Sea to the other. The expanse of the Thunder Sea gradually diminished, and the powers of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise continued to decline until Lin Tian completely shattered their forms. Deep within the Thunder Sea, a vibrant essence was gestating. Thunder, the embodiment of unyielding yang, harbored infinite destructive forces, yet, as all things reached their zenith, they inevitably turned toward their opposite. At the very depths of this Thunder Sea lay a droplet of life essence, no larger than an infant Endopos, as fist. Lin Tian endured excruciation, fully accepting the baptism of thunder, inching closer to the liquid formed from this vital essence. Step by step, as he approached the life essence, the surrounding destructive thunder energy became increasingly violent. Lin Tian summoned his blood essence, activating the 9 turns dark gold body, which offered him a sliver of resistance against the onslaught of the thunder. This was an opportunity that might never come again until he broke through to the chi condensation realm, or perhaps it would never appear at all. After a grueling struggle, Lin Tian finally retrieved the life essence, and upon consuming it, he felt his entire life force ascend. At that moment, as Lin Tian took the life essence, the endless thunder became chaotic, the calamity clouds began to dissipate, and within mere breaths, those clouds shrank immensely. With a resounding boom, and the skies began to clear, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. The vast expanse of calamity clouds, which once stretched for thousands, vanished in an instant. The tribulation had passed. Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. However, something was amiss. The ninefold heavenly calamity only manifested 8 layers. Was the tribulation so formidable that even the heavens were shielding this youth? Or did the chi condensation stage only incur 8 layers of calamity, with the heavens reluctant to strike him down? Jing Hongqian mused, her expression filled with confusion. Crash! The heavens erupted with a thunderous roar, deafening and overwhelming. It was the final calamity, a baptism by the ninefold chaotic thunder. Jing Hongqian was astounded. What kind of monster was this youth? A miniature version of the ninefold saint calamity, the Thunder Sea baptism, and the 5 elements thunderlight were one thing, but now the final calamity unveiled the chaotic thunder. 9 bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, each infused with a hint of chaotic essence, reminiscent of the primordial breath of creation. Just a trace of chaotic thunder was terrifying beyond measure. Legends say that before forging weapons, the gods would bathe their materials in endless chaotic thunder. One could only imagine the horror of such power. Yet, the chaotic thunder Lin Tian faced was merely ordinary thunder tainted with a hint of chaotic energy. Even so, it was not to be underestimated, for Lin Tian was still merely at the initial stage of chi condensation. Boom! The first bolt of thunder struck, nearly obliterating Lin Tian's physical form, its chaotic aura unstoppable and overwhelmingly terrifying. Blood poured from him, bones creaked, and his body, battered and bruised, teetered on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, Lin Tian's will was as unyielding as iron. He embraced the chaotic essence, absorbing and refining it. The heavens seemed provoked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bolts of thunder struck simultaneously, almost turning Lin Tian into a pulp. He was on the verge of disintegration, his bones exposed. Yet the vibrant hues of his blood shone brighter than ever. Lin Tian focused his spirit, sta, in the realm of extraordinary talents. Perhaps Jing Hongqian is not invincible. Yet he can certainly provide Lin Tian with guidance in his cultivation and a fair platform for competition against disciples from various powerful factions. At the very least, the incidents in the 100 spirits small world shall not recur. Good, good, good. Jing Hongqian exclaimed in excitement upon hearing Lin Tian's request to become his disciple. Repeating the word thrice, it was evident that he felt immense joy in having such a gifted student. There was no elaborate initiation ceremony, nor any celebrations. Their master-disciple bond was established almost as a formality. In the ensuing days, Lin Tian resided in a vast cave deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, a place where Jing Hongqian had once cultivated alongside the first dean of Qingzhou Academy, Ling Yinzi. While the surroundings remained, the person had long departed. And now it was Lin Tian and Jing Hongqian who called this place home. During this time, Jing Hongqian conducted a comprehensive assessment of Lin Tian, formulating a rigorous 2-year training plan focused on solidifying his foundation while also facilitating advancement. This plan emphasized the importance of a firm foundation, as any future breakthroughs would hinge upon it. Lin Tian underwent relentless and, at times, brutal training. Initially, he endured physical beatings, although his foundation was remarkably solid. It lacked a certain smoothness. While this might not be apparent now, it could pose a risk during future breakthroughs. Upon learning that Lin Tian had ascended 12 minor realms and transitioned from the spiritual body realm to the Qi condensation realm in just over a year, Jing Hongqian was left speechless, astonished by such a prodigy. This only reinforced his resolve to continue the rigorous training regimen. In the world of martial arts, exceptional talent does not guarantee ease of progress. Lin Tian's journey was one of self-discovery and cultivation, and he bore no blame for his struggles. However, those monstrous prodigies from beyond the realms might not lack Lin Tian's innate abilities, yet they typically underwent rigorous training in the spiritual body realm for 7 to 8 years. This foundational stage is akin to the bedrock of a skyscraper. Only by solidifying the foundation can one ascend smoothly in the future. Now that Lin Tian had reached this crucial step, he needed to find ways to compensate for any deficiencies. Thankfully, his foundation was solid, leaving the subsequent steps relatively straightforward. During his time with Jing Hongqian, Lin Tian found himself subjected to beatings every few days. Nevertheless, these countless blows were not in vain. After each encounter, he felt a tingling warmth in the area struck, and the flow of spiritual energy became increasingly smooth and rounded. Moreover, Lin Tian often faced inhumane treatment, such as rigorous physical conditioning involving venomous snakes and scorpions, aimed at awakening his latent potential or utilizing miasma to sharpen his spiritual awareness. Anything that Jing Hongqian could conceive, or that was written in ancient texts, he would strive to procure for Lin Tian. In that moment, Lin Tian felt akin to a laboratory mouse, enduring endless experiments. Yet, the benefits were unmistakable. Upon his initial breakthrough to the Qi condensation realm, Lin Tian felt as though he could navigate this stage with ease, albeit somewhat exaggerating his confidence. Recently, Jing Hongqian proclaimed that Lin Tian was entirely unafraid of any challenges from the younger generation below the divine realm on the Lin Tian found satisfaction in this assessment, knowing that this old man never made empty boasts. If he said it, it was undoubtedly true. However, the following statement left him in dismay, except for Zhang Tianyi in the Qi condensation realm. Alarmed, Lin Tian hastily inquired about Zhang Tianyi. Jing Hongqian, not possessing extensive knowledge about Zhang Tianyi, revealed that their meeting was facilitated by Zhang Tianyi being recommended to the prestigious Zhaixing Sanctum. 3 years prior, Zhang Tianyi had broken through to the divine realm, and Jing Hongqian had been implored by the Zhaixing Saint Lord to serve as Zhang Tianyi and Apos' guardian during. It was then that Jing Hongqian witnessed Zhang Tianyi's incredible prowess. Initially, Jing Hongqian had dismissed the Zhaixing Saint Lord's grand gestures, thinking that no matter how formidable, he was merely a disciple. However, witnessing Zhang Tianyi's tribulation, he completely cast aside his previous reservations. Zhang Tianyi's tribulation, though not as varied as Lin Tian's, exhibited an equally formidable power. With a halberd in hand, he swept through the challenges with an ease that made it seem almost childlike. The sight of him standing amidst the tempest of heavenly tribulation, absorbing the essence of the universe, was profoundly awe-inspiring. In the final moments of his trial, he consumed the remaining bolts of lightning, a spectacle that left the elders of Zhaixing Sanctum in cold sweat. Hearing Jing Hongqian's description, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. Indeed, Zhang Tianyi was the formidable target he aspired to surpass. Throughout, Lin Tian never underestimated this yet unmet senior brother. Despite having bested a clone of Zhang Tianyi during the Spirit Road trial, he understood that no imitation could rival the original. The trial was merely that, a trial, and the formations in the medicinal garden were insufficient to replicate Zhang Tianyi perfectly. Thus, Lin Tian felt no pride in defeating the simulated Zhang Tianyi. Rather, he grew increasingly aware of Zhang Tianyi and Apos' exceptional nature. You are not inferior to him at the same level, Jing Hongqian remarked, though he soon regretted boasting about another in front of his disciple. Yet, there was no embellishment in his words. Jing Hongqian believed Lin Tian would not fall short against Zhang Tianyi in their respective realms. Tomorrow, we double the training, Lin Tian declared softly before departing. Jing Hongqian couldn't help but smile ruefully at Lin Tian's stubbornness. This fellow was relentless, striving to catch up even to those who matched him in strength. Thus, Lin Tian resumed his arduous training, acutely aware of his vitality and spirit enhancing with each passing moment. During this period, his 9 turns dark golden body successfully advanced to the mid-phase of the orange gold body, further augmenting his physical strength. Typically, after entering the qi condensation realm, few focus on enhancing their physical prowess, as spiritual energy continuously cleanses and strengthens the body. However, according to the records of the 9 turns dark golden body, this was not the case. A stronger physique made tribulations easier to navigate, providing a distinct advantage in battles of the same level. Additionally, some individuals pursued the path of physical sanctification, honing their bodies exclusively, ultimately achieving remarkable prowess that surpassed their peers. However, the text indicated that while the path of physical sanctification was powerful, it was not invincible. Lin Tian resolved to cultivate both his spiritual energy and physicality in tandem. Historically, the cultivation of spirit, energy, and body has emphasized energy as the primary focus, commonly referred to as cultivators. Body cultivators are rare, and those dedicated to refining their spirit are nearly non-existent. Yet among the 3 paths, those who cultivate their spirit are the most potent, far surpassing their counterparts. Throughout Lin Tian's training, he also diligently sought rare metals and refining materials for the panda to consume. Strangely, since Lin Tian overcame the lightning tribulation, the panda's injuries had notably healed. This revelation astonished him. Evidently, the panda could absorb energy from the thunderous sea to mend itself. Over the span of a year, with Lin Tian's aid, the panda's wounds had nearly entirely healed, resembling its state when he first encountered it. During its recovery, it awakened twice, upon seeing Lin Tian. It conveyed a thought, simply stating, "Not bad," before lapsing into silence once more. Not long ago, the panda once again transmitted its mystical thoughts, accompanied by a single diagram of human cultivation, simply stating, "Practice according to this, do not neglect." For the past few days, Lin Tian had been studying this diagram. He had inadvertently mentioned certain aspects of it to Jing Hongqian, but Jing Hongqian was equally perplexed by its contents. Resigned, he could only ponder in silence. Lin Tian never suspected that the panda would bring him harm. After all, it had bestowed upon him the formidable 9 turns dark golden body technique, nearly shattering his form in the process. Now, it presented him with this diagram, and without hesitation, Lin Tian commenced his cultivation. However, the method recorded in this diagram was exceedingly rigorous. It was likely that some individuals might never accomplish it in their lifetime. The first step, 1 yuan communication. It required the strength to be as delicate as silk, the body to be pure and untainted, to unlock the golden ratio, with heaven above and earth below, laying the foundation for the next step. Upon reviewing this step, he felt he had already achieved it. Suddenly enlightened, he realized why the panda had provided him with this material. He had unconsciously completed the first step of the cultivation diagram. Although he had not followed the diagram's methodology precisely, his approach was in perfect harmony with it. Thus, with slight modifications, Lin Tian immediately attained the first step as described. The second step, yin-yang harmony, required the opening of the yin-yang sha veins. To accomplish this, one must find a place of extreme yin and yang, absorbing the energies therein, and unblocking the ren and du meridians. This posed a significant challenge for Lin Tian, as the objects of extreme yin and extreme yang were already difficult to locate, let alone a place where they coexisted. This was merely the second step. The third step involved unlocking the 3 talents of heaven and earth. This required a vast amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cleanse and unblock the 3 major acupoints of the human body. The resources needed for this were staggering. Lin Tian doubted whether he could complete such a monumental undertaking even with all the resources from a sacred land at his disposal. As for the fourth step, unlocking the 4 spirit pillars, it was even more suffocating. It simply stated the need to gather a drop of blood from each of the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, and dissolve it into the 4 extremes. This left Lin Tian utterly dazed. The 4 sacred beasts, beings at the pinnacle of the ancient hierarchy, fed upon the blood of saints, would he be risking his life for such a feat? The subsequent steps, from the 5th to the 9th, remained beyond his comprehension for now. Considering the formidable challenges posed by the first 4 steps, he could only imagine that the following ones would be even more perilous. Lin Tian silently continued his practice, temporarily setting aside the daunting contents of the cultivation diagram. This task seemed nearly insurmountable, at least for Lin Tian in his current state. Such achievements could only await the right opportunity. In the ensuing days, he successfully completed the first step of the diagram, cultivating strength as delicate as silk, pure and untainted, unlocking the golden ratio with heaven above and earth below. In truth, he had reached this point long ago, but lacked a systematic method for cultivation. Now that he possessed the diagram, Lin Tian felt that the missing part within him had finally been restored. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this time, Lin Tian made no breakthroughs, yet the last remnants of discomfort in his body had been smoothed out by Jing Hongqian. Now, he was truly invincible, achieving perfection to the utmost degree. Having been in this world for over 3 years, Lin Tian had transformed from an 8-year-old child into an 11-year-old boy. However, due to his cultivation, his height and physique now closely resembled that of an 18-year-old, fully transitioning from boyhood into manhood. In this world, cultivators developed rapidly. For instance, during his journey on the spirit path at the age of 8, he was already comparable to 14 or 15-year-olds on Earth, and others were in similar situations. On this particular day, Lin Tian received a message from Jing Hongqian. The Academy trials of the Divine Martial Empire were about to commence. The trials would test the core disciples through competitions, with participation from several medium to small sections. Why would sect members come to partake in this? The reason lay in the chosen location for the trials. A secret realm that only allowed cultivators of the Qi condensation realm and below to enter. It was rumored to be the resting place of a saint. The thought of an ancient saint's resting place was enough to make anyone envious. This secret realm had only recently been discovered and was jointly developed by 3 major sacred lands. The decision to host the Academy trials there was also laced with ulterior motives. After all academies were controlled by these 3 powers. Regardless of which academy students obtained the treasures within, ultimately, they would fall into the hands of these forces, as the saying goes. The fat water does not flow to outsiders and oppos, fields. As for the medium and small sects, they were essentially subsidiary powers of the 3 major forces. Initially, Jing Hongqian planned to send Lin Tian to another mysterious space for trials, but a few days ago, the head of Qizhou Academy reported that this academy trials was extraordinary. Having one more person would mean one more source of strength, and considering Lin Tian and oppos as capabilities, he could significantly contribute to their success. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian had no choice but to allow Lin Tian to attend the academy trials at the Saint and Amp, oppos' resting place. After all, it was, and moreover, Lin Tian was the honorary dean of Qizhou Academy, making it difficult to refuse. Lin Tian, however, cared little for such matters. He simply wished to distance himself from that eccentric old man as quickly as possible. Now a cultivator of the Qi condensation realm, Lin Tian soared through the skies, reaching the destination of the Academy trials, Spirit Beast Mountain, in less than half a day. Spirit Beast Mountain was situated at the intersection of 3 states, not belonging to any single power. About a month ago, a disciple from the ancient battle sacred land stumbled upon this secret realm during his travels and reported it to his elders. However, because it lay at the junction of 3 states, it attracted complications. The star-picking sacred land, ancient battle sacred land, and the vessel sailing sacred land each held jurisdiction over 1 state. Thus the secret realm had to be jointly controlled and developed by the 3 major sacred lands. The ancient battle sacred land proposed that the Academy trials be held at this secret realm, and the other major forces did not oppose the idea. Hence, the Academy trials were set to take place at the secret realm within Spirit Beast Mountain. The 9 major sacred lands, Daylight Sacred Land, Star-Picking Sacred Land, Ancient Battle Sacred Land, Vessel Sailing Sacred Land, Cloud Luo Sacred Land, Phoenix Dance Sacred Land, Wild Barbarian Sacred Land, Purple Capital Sacred Land, and Extreme Gates Sacred Land, oversaw all matters concerning the Mingyue Star. Each of the 4 great nations on the Mingyue Star was under their governance. The Divine Martial Empire, where Lin Tian resided, was jointly ruled by the Ancient Battle Sacred Land, Vessel Sailing Sacred Land, and Star-Picking Sacred Land. The other 3 nations were similarly governed by 2 sacred lands, maintaining a balance of power, which ensured stability for the Mingyue Star. Moreover, as the major sacred lands were roughly equal in strength, none dared to invade another sacred land, allowing the overall situation of the Mingyue Star to remain unchanged for thousands of years. Lin Tian, you have arrived. The Grand Elder, upon seeing Lin Tian approach through the skies, revealed a joyous expression. Following him were 19 cultivators of the Qi condensation realm, likely the core disciples of Qizhou Academy, among whom Chen Fang was conspicuously present. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, fixated on Chen Fang, who glared at him with a visage of murderous intent. Chen Fang dared to confront Lin Tian so boldly because they were utterly unaware of the events that transpired in the 100 Spirits small world that day. Nor did they know of Jing Hongqian and Apos' existence. The news of that day had been tightly sealed, their authority was and even the elders of Qizhou Academy might not be privy to what had occurred. It was akin to an ant never comprehending the skies of a dragon. However, Lin Tian was astonished to see that Chen Fang had actually broken through to the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. In just 3 years, he had advanced 5 small stages, a truly astonishing pace, considering Chen Fang was not Lin Tian. Beholding Lin Tian and Apos' perplexity, the Grand Elder of Azure Province Academy chuckled. Chen Fang secured a considerable boon during the Academy's relic exploration a year prior. Subsequently, his cultivation ascended rapidly, making his strength unfathomable. Chen Fang, emboldened by the Grand Elder and Apos' words, puffed out his chest with renewed vigor. Lin Tian, casting a glance his way, impassively walked off. Such a negligible figure held no allure for him. I wondered whom the Grand Elder was extolling. To think he possesses the means to alter the cosmos, a veritable panacea. With merely the 3rd level of Qi condensation? Chen Fang sneered at the Grand Elder of Azure Province Academy. The Grand Elder and Apos' countenance betrayed a hint. He had not anticipated that Lin Tian and Apos' progress under that individual and Apos' tutelage would be so meager after more than 2 years, a circumstance that puzzled him. The Grand Elder had personally witnessed Lin Tian's formidable prowess, a fact that could not be denied. Even though Lin Tian was 2 minor stages below Chen Fang, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious in a genuine confrontation. Smack! Upon hearing Chen Fang and Apos' remark, Lin Tian whirled around and delivered a swift slap. Chen Fang was sent hurtling dozens of meters, utterly bewildered by the blow. Others, including the Grand Elder, were equally stunned. You little beast, I and Apos'. Chen Fang arose, channeling his full spiritual power, and launched a punch towards Lin Tian. Instantly, spiritual energy surged, and a tempestuous wind arose. Lin Tian retorted with another backhand slap, sending Chen Fang flying once more for dozens of meters. Chen Fang descended into utter frenzy. Yet the Grand Elder discerned a pattern. If the initial strike was a surreptitious attack, catching Chen Fang off guard, then this subsequent blow, delivered with Chen Fang's full might, signified a deeper issue. Lin Tian's strength far surpassed that of Chen Fang. The Grand Elder had personally witnessed Chen Fang's formidable strength. Since receiving the inheritance of a distinguished figure, Chen Fang had surged forward relentlessly, ascending 3 minor stages in a single year. With his 5th level of Qi condensation cultivation, he could withstand the attacks of a 6th level Qi condensation cultivator without faltering, earning him a predetermined spot as an inner disciple of a major power. However, the Grand Elder had never imagined that Lin Tian could contend against a 5th level Qi condensation cultivator while only at the 3rd level, leaving Chen Fang defenseless. Thus, Lin Tian's true combat prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of suppressing Chen Fang, who was at the peak of the 5th level of Qi condensation. His actual combat strength was at least at the 8th level of Qi condensation, or even higher. Smack! Smack! Lin Tian seemed to relish the act of striking, delivering slap after slap. Chen Fang, like an indomitable cockroach, charged at Lin Tian repeatedly, undeterred by the blows. Before long, Chen Fang and Apos' face. Enough, fellow disciples should engage in amicable sparring, lest we become the laughingstock of outsiders. The Grand Elder forcefully separated Lin Tian and Chen Fang. Despite his astonishment at Lin Tian's remarkable strength, the Grand Elder was not Lin Tian's personal elder, but rather the Grand Elder of Azure Province Academy. While he held Lin Tian in high regard, he could not disregard Chen Fang's well-being. After all, Chen Fang's talent was considered quite exceptional within Azure Province Academy. Moreover, Chen Fang's reputation had grown over the past 2 years, bringing considerable prestige to Azure Province Academy. I had no intention of sparring with senior brother Chen. It was merely that his face inadvertently collided with my hand, and more than once at that. Lin Tian remarked with a wry smile, his words laced with sarcasm. Not only the onlookers from the Academy and Azure Province Academy, but even the Grand Elder, who had intervened, could not help but smile. This young fellow was truly mischievous. Chen Fang, enraged by Lin Tian and Apos' words, spat out a mouthful of blood and charged at him once more. Chen Fang was utterly bewildered, driven to madness by the beating. He could not comprehend why he was being relentlessly pummeled by Lin Tian, despite being 2 minor stages higher in cultivation. Seal of heaven and earth. Qinfeng roared, unleashing a divine power. Yet, Lin Tian remained unfazed, shattering the great seal Qinfeng had conjured with a single punch. Then, he stomped on Qinfeng's face. Lin Tian calmly pinned Qinfeng beneath his foot, his soul making intimate contact with Qinfeng's hand. Qinfeng and Appos, features contorted in agony, his heart overflowing with hatred. Your face has collided with my foot again. I and Appos, let you collide, let you collide. His foot continuing its relentless assault on Qinfeng and Appos' face. The animosity between Lin Tian and Qinfeng had been brewing. Lin Tian had no intention of seeking retribution against Qinfeng, as he had not suffered any losses, regardless of who was at fault. However, he had not anticipated Qinfeng and Appos' repeated provocations. Yet, one could not entirely blame, as the hatred for the murder of a sibling and the theft of medicine were not easily forgiven. Qinfeng spat out another mouthful of blood, this time onto Lin Tian's shoe sole, before finally losing consciousness. Whether it was genuine or feigned, Qinfeng could no longer endure the humiliation. In any case, Lin Tian knew that his attacks could only inflict superficial wounds on this thick-skinned fellow. Qinfeng's fainting spell was likely brought on by sheer exasperation. All right, Lin Tian, cease your assault. The Grand Elder, unable to show favoritism, stepped forward to mediate, escorting Qinfeng to the side to administer healing. After all, this was a domestic matter, and they could not allow outsiders to ridicule them. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian realized that the entertainment had come to an end. He vigorously rubbed the blood-stained sole of his shoe against Qinfeng's pristine white robes before finding a spot to commence his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, and the secret realm was officially opened. The duration of this opening was 7749 days, with each academy dispatching 20 chi condensation cultivators. The criteria for academy rankings were twofold: the number of surviving students and the value of the natural treasures acquired. Upon entering the secret realm, students from each academy would be randomly separated. All academies were permitted to engage in mutual slaughter, with no restrictions. Over 30 academies and 30-odd small and medium-sized sects participated in this academy competition, totaling more than 1,000 individuals. However, it remained uncertain how many would survive after 49 days. As soon as everyone was prepared, the 3 great sacred grounds joined forces to open a spatial portal. Upon witnessing this, the crowd eagerly surged forward, entering the secret realm. What greeted them was an endless expanse of black soil, teeming with birds, and soaring spiritual energy, a veritable paradise. However, danger and opportunity coexisted. In the distant mountains, a towering humanoid creature with dense, light yellow fur pounded its chest. It was a colossal ape, taller than a small hill. The sound of its chest pounding reverberated like muffled thunder, and its howl shattered gold and cracked stones. The surrounding peaks were riddled with fissures, attesting to its immense power. Suddenly, the giant ape lunged towards a distant mountain range, which was, in fact, a massive poisonous centipede, spewing venomous mist that obscured its depths. The centipede's immense size and formidable aura were no less imposing than the ape's. Its colossal body resembled a mountain range if not carefully observed, instilling a sense of bone-chilling dread. The giant ape pounced upon it, engaging in a battle that shook the heavens and earth, causing mountains to crumble and the ground to split. The onlookers were dumbfounded, seized by fear and terror. Some of the weaker individuals immediately retreated towards the spatial portal. However, just as they were about to pass through, the heavens and earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation. A golden chain of order descended with the force of 10,000 bolts of lightning, mercilessly obliterating the fleeing individuals. This, everyone gasped in unison, realizing that there was no turning back once the arrow had been released. Under no circumstances could they leave this secret realm before the expiration of the 7749 days, lest they face ruthless annihilation. Forget it, I and Appos. Find a place to hide and patiently await the end of the time limit before immediately leaving the secret realm. It's simply too terrifying. A single misstep could cost one's life, some said, their faces ashen. Many others share similar sentiments, feeling that the so-called legacy of saints and the treasures of weapons are far beyond their reach. The pursuit of these items often leads to perilous outcomes. Yet, some remain undeterred, contemplating the abundance of spiritual energy and medicinal herbs in this blessed land, even without seeking the legacy. Practicing here to gather valuable herbs and secret minerals is a worthwhile endeavor. However, these individuals are generally of modest cultivation, with few attaining high levels of the chi condensation stage, most being novices, and none reaching the spiritual body stage, as their survival chances here are negligible. Most of the formidable core disciples from prestigious academies and the prodigies from smaller sects engage in fierce competition for the treasures here, resulting in intense battles. Within less than half a day, several powerful practitioners at the 4th to 5th levels of the Qi condensation stage have perished, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Amid this chaos, one individual indulges himself, stealthily gathering medicinal herbs and spiritual springs, consuming every herb he encounters without hesitation. Though appearing to be merely at the 3rd level of Qi condensation, he relishes his leisurely existence, inciting envy among others. His avoidance of direct conflict renders him largely unnoticed. This individual is none other than Lin Tian. Suddenly, a commotion erupts as a distant mountain splits apart, revealing a dazzling garden of herbs, suffused with enchanting aromas. The garden, seemingly opened by an unknown force, incites a frenzy among the crowd. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes glimmer with desire, if not now, then when? In the blink of an eye, he rushes to the scene, which has descended into utter chaos. The local beasts, drawn by the fragrance, arrive to wreak havoc, devouring precious herbs that Lin Tian cannot bear to witness, lamenting the squandering of such treasures. In a fit of rage, Lin Tian kicks aside a massive beast and seizes a medicinal herb, devouring it without a second glance. The juice splatters everywhere, shocking the onlookers at his root. Lin Tian radiates an ethereal glow. The herb he consumes is the devil grass, abundant in spiritual energy. He absorbs its potency into his very flesh, saving it for future breakthroughs to solidify his cultivation. Over the past few days, under the guidance of the Grand Elder, Lin Tian and his companions have encountered numerous prodigies from various academies and sections. Nearby, Lin Tian spots several familiar faces. The demon Yun is fiercely battling a gigantic ape for a snow lotus, his cultivation having reached the 8th level of Qi condensation. His unique techniques allow him to hold his own against the ape at the 9th level. Han Xiaotian is engaged in a contest for a He Shouwu with an unsightly monkey. As one of the 2 principal heirs of the Jin Han sect, Han has met Lin Tian through the Grand Elder's introduction, and they share a cordial rapport. Lin Tian recognizes him as a genuine person, unlike other arrogant prodigies. Additionally, Zhu Hua is battling a flying creature, while Qin Lianxing is also in pursuit of spiritual herbs. Lin Tian identifies them, and they, in turn, recognize, but they remain preoccupied with their own affairs, ignoring Lin Tian. Undeterred, he traverses the area, surrounded by the remnants of slain beasts, consuming every medicinal herb he finds. In this context, he stands out as a peculiar figure among the herb gatherers. However, given his ferocity, few dare to challenge him. After all, there are plenty of herbs, but only one life, and with Lin Tian consuming all he gathers, there is little time for others to intervene. Soon, the garden of herbs is ravaged, and suddenly the ground trembles. 10 medicinal altars emerge, each housing a rare spiritual herb. Each of these herbs is a semi-holy medicine. Ignite, and Lin Tian and Apos' heart races with anticipation. Clearly, this saint and Apos' resting place is extraordinary. It seems this saint may, explaining the presence of such spiritual beasts in this herbal garden. The revelation of 10 semi-holy medicines is astonishing. One can only imagine the wealth of this saint. In no time, hundreds gather, forming a standoff, each wary of making a move, understanding the axiom that the one who stands out is often the first to fall. A man in white robes, bloodied from recent skirmishes, speaks up. Our standoff here resolves nothing. A man in green, voice hoarse yet cold, suggests that those who desire a particular herb should claim their spot and defeat their rivals for it. The demon Yun, exuding confidence in his 8th level Qi condensation prowess, agrees. I'll take the first herb on the left, he boldly declares, showing no regard for the others. The white-robed man, without acknowledging the crowd, strides to the herb, standing with arms crossed. Few who arrive here possess good intentions, and this white-robed man is no exception. I would like to challenge you, someone unexpectedly interjects, launching a fierce attack without mercy, intent on eliminating the white-robed man. Lin Tian surmises that this person aims to establish dominance. I desire it. Who dares to stop me? The white-robed man, astute, quickly discerns the underlying motives of his challenger. However, he is taken aback to find himself targeted as a means for the other to assert power. His expression darkens, and he retaliates with a palm strike, instantly altering the atmosphere. Cold sky palm, a chilling spectacle. The white-robed man employs formidable technique, intending to crush his opponent utterly, serving as a warning to others. Yet, the challenger retaliates fiercely, unleashing a punch that reverberates with the roar of dragons. Both are at the 8th level of chi condensation, and a clash between them stirs the earth, sending rocks flying. Fortunately, the spiritual herbs are protected by formations, preventing damage. Lin Tian, eyeing the semi-holy herbs, quickly identifies his target, the 7th herb from the left. While all the herbs are similar, this one possesses immense spiritual energy, making it ideal for Lin Tian, who might leap 1 or 2 levels after consumption. This semi-holy herb, known as the spirit flower, enhances one's cultivation by 1 to 2 levels for those beneath the divine transformation stage. However, given Lin Tian's unique circumstances, he might gain. With its vast spiritual essence, the more he absorbs, the greater the elevation. Lin Tian, renowned for his voracious appetite, is certain to experience significant growth. With determination, Lin Tian strides toward the spirit flower. A mere 3rd-level chi condensation dares to challenge me? You seek death. A young genius, seeing Lin Tian's lower cultivation, approaches ominously, brandishing a massive blade that cleaves through the air with blinding speed. Lin Tian and Appo's expression hardens. Just because the tiger is silent, do not mistake me for a sickly cat. He resolves to unleash a swift and lethal counter, intending to strike fear into the onlookers. With a thunderous crash, Lin Tian delivers a punch, eschewing any embellishment, meeting the blade head-on with his bare fists. With a thunderous roar, his fist shattered the heavens, causing the very firmament to tremble as everything around him dissolved into particulate matter. The weapon wielded by his adversary paled in comparison to Lin Tian and Appo's formidable overlord. And with the successful cultivation of his 9 revolutions dark golden body, Lin Tian and Appo's physical resilience rivaled even that of low-grade treasured artifacts. Clang, disdaining the use of any weapon, Lin Tian met the oncoming blade of his opponent with his bare fist. The magnificent spectacle drew the attention of many, lending a semblance of quietude to the otherwise clamorous scene. Crack! The blade shattered upon impact, and the assailant coughed up a mouthful of blood, attempting to flee. Lin Tian, however, would not permit such an escape. With a swift, horizontal kick, he cleaved the fleeing figure into pieces, ensuring his demise. The onlookers were chilled to the bone by the ruthlessness and brutality of the act. From afar, the devil cloud observed the scene, a wry smile gracing his lips as he counted himself fortunate for not having been foolish enough to challenge this formidable star. The devil cloud had first-hand experience of Lin Tian's capabilities, having witnessed the tragic fate of Chen Fang, a peak 5th-level chi condensation cultivator. With these thoughts, the devil cloud returned to his own battle, an equally fierce engagement where several chi condensation cultivators had already perished or fled, leaving the conflict at its zenith. In stark contrast, Lin Tian's side found themselves in a more relaxed position. After Lin Tian's decisive execution of the challenger, most of those who felt inferior to the slain retreated, while a few remained, hoping to capitalize on the situation. "Junior brother," someone cried out, spotting the corpse at Lin Tian's feet. Who was responsible? The newcomer demanded, his terrifying aura spreading, sending shockwaves through the area. His formidable presence was that of a peak 8th-level chi condensation cultivator, just a step away from the 9th level. All eyes turned to Lin Tian, not so much to shift the blame, but more as an act of kicking someone when they're down, as he was indeed the one who had dealt the fatal blow. "You killed my junior brother? Prepare to pay with your life." Without further ado, the newcomer drew his blade, launching an attack identical to that of his predecessor, but with a potency amplified manifold. This individual was undoubtedly a high-level chi condensation cultivator, though the exact extent of his power was yet to be determined. Lin Tian's expression grew grave. His adversary possessed an exceptionally high cultivation level and a combat prowess equal to his own, making him a formidable opponent. He dared not underestimate him, and thus, he summoned the heaven-splitting spear, ready to meet the challenge head-on. That and Appo, someone revealed his identity. So, the deceased was his junior brother, Xueren, who was also his biological brother. No wonder he's so enraged. Another exclaimed in astonishment. "I know that his master is Taoist Zixiao, a great master with earth-shattering abilities." The crowd observed the battle, exchanging whispers about these secrets. Lin Tian couldn't and Appo's help but lament his predicament, realizing the trouble he had stumbled into. He was well aware of the Thunderblade sect, a direct subsidiary force of the Boat Journey Holy Land, a medium-sized sect on the cusp of becoming a large one. Troublesome as he was no longer a lone wolf. Standing behind him was a top-tier expert from the Bright Moon Star, who also served as a revered elder of the star-plucking Holy Land. "Today, I shall use your blood to consecrate my junior brother." Die. The blade's aura sliced through the 9 layers of the firmament, summoning peals of thunder. Xueli's Dao cut through all obstacles, drawing upon the power of the heavens to smite Lin Tian. Boom. The thunder amplified the blade's might, and the blade augmented the thunder's power. This strike was potent enough to threaten even a 9th-level chi condensation expert. Today, I shall send you to reunite with your junior brother. Since he had already stirred up such trouble, Lin Tian was not one to back down. The path of cultivation was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to an abyss. If anyone was to blame, it was Schwerin for provoking him, Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not yield. Thrusting his spear forward, cleaving through the heavens and causing a series of sonic booms. Heavens, that's the thunderous blade technique, Daoist Zixiao's signature move. Someone exclaimed in horror. Undeterred, Lin Tian unleashed the heaven-splitting spear, its every move awe-inspiring, matching Xue Li's attack in every way. He channeled his own blood essence, activating the Yuan Emperor scripture. Seeing Lin Tian's aura intensify, Xue Li abandoned all reservations, unleashing his full combat power, revealing his peak 8th-level chi condensation cultivation, slightly inferior to Lin Tian's. However, Lin Tian was utilizing a 6th-grade combat power enhancement technique, while Xue Li and Appo's cultivation was genuine. Thunderous Blade, 9 Heavens, Thunder Summoning. God-slaying Spear. One side was filled with thunder and lightning, carrying an aura of annihilation, while the other exuded an aura of slaughter, staining the endless firmament crimson. The two powerful forces collided with explosive force. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth erupted, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The sky collapsed, the earth caved in, and the light of destruction manifested, isolating the atmosphere and turning the surroundings into a vacuum. Boy, next time we meet, I will surely claim your dog life. Xue Li's resentful voice echoed, enveloped in boundless spiritual energy, as he rapidly flew into the distance. Xue Li had been defeated in this battle. Had it not been for his quick thinking, Lin Tian might have already slain him. Conversely, had he not been timid and afraid of death, had he dared to engage in a bloody battle with Lin Tian, the outcome would have been uncertain. After all, the difference between him and Lin Tian was minimal. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, the braver one wins. Unfortunately, that brave warrior was not Xue Li, but Lin Tian. Boy, next time I see you, I'll kill you with one move. Lin Tian's nonchalant voice reverberated. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that the victor had been decided. Lin Tian shattered the formation protecting the spirit communication flower with a single punch, taking the flower without any resistance. They had witnessed the previous battle clearly, and they knew that none of them could defeat Lin Tian. They dared not voice any objections, even if Lin Tian took the medicine. Having plucked the spirit communication flower, Lin Tian turned and left without lingering. Kill. As soon as he left, the crowd plunged back into the fierce battle. As for who would emerge victorious, that was no longer Lin Tian's concern. Lin Tian departed from that turbulent place, seeking a secluded spot for quiet cultivation. After all, the battle with Xue Li had made him realize that his cultivation was still somewhat lacking. Here, Xue Li was not even considered a top-tier cultivator. Once the final stage arrived, when the inheritance of the saint was contested, numerous 9th-level chi condensation experts would likely emerge. However, as he journeyed, he overheard whispers about the capture of female cultivators from the Azure Province Academy, to be used by the evil king for the cultivation of his nefarious arts. Upon hearing this, he seized the speaker and inquired about the details. It turned out that the speaker was a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect was one of the subsidiary forces of the ancient Battle Holy Land, a formidable medium-sized sect that relied on the protection of the ancient Battle Holy Land to commit countless atrocities, specializing in the cultivation of evil arts, with collecting yin to replenish yang being one of their most vile practices. Lin Tian also knew the disciple who needed to collect yin to replenish yang. His name was the Evil King, a true disciple of the Blood Demon sect with considerable cultivation. However, because they were a subsidiary force of the ancient Battle Holy Land and at odds with Lin Tian's star-plucking Holy Land, Lin Tian had not paid much attention to the Evil King. He never imagined that he would set his sights on the people of the Azure Province Academy, regardless of the conflict with the ancient Battle Holy Land, or even out of camaraderie. Lin Tian had to make a trip to rescue the female compatriots of the Azure Province Academy. No, the female students, following the directions provided by that person. Lin Tian soon found the cave, where he discovered 10 desiccated corpses. These were likely female cultivators whose essence had been drained for cultivation. He continued forward, overhearing voices in the distance. With 8 more, my divine skill will be nearly complete. By then, obtaining the inheritance and achieving the divine power realm will be just around the corner. This place is truly my lucky land. Where else could I find 18 female chi condensation cultivators to extract their primordial yin? Ha ha ha. That must be the evil king, Lin Tian mused. One of the true disciples of the blood demon sect. If an 8th level chi condensation cultivator like Shueli could contend with him, he believed that this evil king must be even more formidable. Concealing his presence, Lin Tian cautiously prepared a preemptive strike. Peering into the cave, he discerned several female cultivators lying prostrate around the malevolent entity known as the evil king. Upon closer inspection, he recognized among them women clad in the attire of Azure Province Academy. Overwhelmed by emotion upon this discovery, Lin Tian inadvertently created a slight disturbance. Huanop, the evil king bellowed. Seeing that his cover was blown, Lin Tian emerged into view with composure. After all, the disparity between his strength and that of the evil king was not insurmountable. Indeed, his hidden assets might even surpass those of his adversary. Thus, he held no fear of a direct confrontation. Who are you? The evil king inquired. One who has come to claim your life. Lin Tian retorted coolly. Brave words. The evil king sneered. As it happens, I am in a celebratory mood today, so I shall dispatch you first, before luxuriating in the company of my delectable acquisitions. He licked his dark, purplish lips lasciviously. Ignoring the evil king and Appo's bombast, Lin Tian strode purposefully out of the cavern. The confines were too cramped. He feared that any altercation would endanger the captive female cultivators. Rumble. Emerging from the cave, Lin Tian launched a fierce assault, harboring no desire for parley with this villain. He would express his indignation through action alone. Confronted with the overwhelming aura and the metallic sheen of Lin Tian's fist, the evil king's face betrayed a hint of apprehension. Who is this youth? His strength is not inferior to mine. Boom, 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 boom. Refusing to be outdone, the evil king responded in kind, unleashing a torrent of blood-tinged fists, infusing the air with a palpable sense of carnage. The evil king was not the only one taken aback. Lin was astonished to find that the evil king was his equal in raw power. This realization confirmed that the evil king possessed the battle prowess of a peak chi condensation cultivator. Bluffing art. The evil king roared, and the heavens were instantly suffused with crimson. A scarlet mist emanated from his form, capable of disrupting one and Appo's emotional state and causing the dispersal of spiritual energy. Lin Tian bellowed, his spear cleaving the firmament, dispelling the sanguine mist. The spear traversed the sky, lashing out at the evil king. Honed through rigorous training over the past 2 years, was now formidable. Moreover, he could now channel a single thrust into 10, amplifying its destructive force exponentially. Clang, 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 clang. As expected of a 9th-level chi condensation cultivator, the evil king was demonstrably more powerful than Shueli, wielding a translucent, crimson sword, its blade encrusted with viscous blood. He met Lin Tian's attack with a whirlwind counter. Bluffing sword, demonic horde. The sword slashed through the air, ethereal and surreal. As if a legion of demons were brandishing their blades, Lin Tian, unable to evade in time, was sent hurtling backward by the blow. Fortunately, his mastery of the 9-fold adamantine body technique prevented a fatal outcome. Nevertheless, the strike left his blood roiling, and he struggled to regain his equilibrium. A resplendent orange-gold light erupted from his body, the radiant beams intertwining in an eerie display. Now it's my turn. God-slaying spear, annihilation. Limitless baleful energy stained the sky crimson as Lin Tian channeled the god-laying skill through the heaven-splitting spear, amplifying its potency even further. Blood-fiend possession. The evil king and Appo's aura intensified, exuding an aura of malevolence. His features contorted into a grotesque visage, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss, as he met Lin Tian's spear. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens wept, the earth fell silent, the wind and rain shifted violently, and the stars dimmed. Their battle raged with cataclysmic intensity, leveling the surrounding mountain. Lin Tian severed one of the evil king's arms with his spear, but the evil king retaliated with a sword strike that sent him flying once more. Thwack, thwack. Stunned by the repeated blows, Lin Tian coughed up more blood. Brandishing his spear, he launched an all-out offensive, neglecting his defenses, and impaled the evil king. The evil king seized the opportunity, his sword aimed at Lin Tian. You've fallen into my trap. Lin Tian endured the blow, driving his fist into the evil king's chest. Thwack, thwack. The evil king spewed blood uncontrollably, while Lin Tian sustained grievous injuries. Summoning his remaining strength, Lin Tian pressed his assault. The evil king's injuries were more severe than his own, and he would not squander this chance. The mountains may change, the rivers may flow, But I shall avenge this day. Seeing Lin Tian and Amp, Apos, S relentless advance, the evil king and Amp, Apos, S transforming into a cloud of sanguine mist and fleeing. Lin Tian lamented his escape. With the evil king gone, he collapsed to the ground, heedless of those within the cave. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, a young woman was busily tending a fire, roasting meat. Beads of perspiration dotted her brow. Nearby lay a handsome young man, still deep in slumber. As time passed, the heat of the rising sun roused him from his sleep, and he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? The youth was none other than Lin Tian, his injuries largely healed by his restorative sleep. Junior brother Lin, you and Apos, reawake. I am Li Wan and Apos, a disciple of the core courtyard. Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Seeing Lin Tian awaken, the young woman rushed over to help him up and expressed her gratitude. It was nothing. Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. He then learned from her that after he had lost consciousness, the other female cultivators had gradually broken free of their restraints, bid farewell to Li Wan and departed, requesting that she convey their gratitude to him. They were not entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired while under the evil king and Apos' control, and knew that Lin Tian had been the one, Li Wan and Apos, or had then carried him away from the cave to this secluded valley. Subsequently, Lin Tian had foregone food and immediately entered seclusion to heal and advance his cultivation. He still lagged behind the true apex cultivators. Moreover, this realm, like the outside world, allowed for breakthroughs. This meant that those peak chi condensation experts could potentially ascend to the divine power realm, should they succeed. Even Lin Tian and Apos' extraordinary talents would be insufficient to contend with them. The prodigies from the major sects and academies that were hostile to Lin Tian's Azure Province Academy posed a dire threat if they were to advance. Lin Tian chose to seclude himself in this tranquil valley. Li Wan remained, vigilantly guarding the entrance to prevent any disturbances. Lin Tian sat in the lotus position within the valley, retrieving his cultivation resources in the spiritual flower. With a determined glint in his eyes, he swallowed the flower whole. He then consumed the other spiritual herbs, elixirs, springs, and liquids, chewing and swallowing them in large gulps. Li Wan watched in astonishment, never having witnessed anyone consume spiritual medicines in such a manner. She wondered if he feared death by explosive overload. Not bad, sweet and fragrant, Lin Tian remarked between bites. After a while, he felt the spiritual energy within his body surge and swell. Recognizing that the medicinal effects were taking hold, he circulated the Yuan Emperor scripture, guiding the energy throughout his body. He felt his injuries mending, his fractured meridians slowly healing. A powerful warmth coursed through his body, surging toward his dantian. The nine-colored Dao fruit within was growing, evolving, and solidifying, a clear sign of an impending breakthrough. Rumble. Lin Tian held nothing back, unleashing all the accumulated essence within his body, preparing to break through in one fell swoop. No one could imagine what Lin Tian had consumed over the past 2 years. Countless spiritual herbs, elixirs, and natural treasures had been devoured, all to fortify his foundation. He had nearly lost control and broken through several times, but Mirror Hongqian had personally intervened, helping him suppress his cultivation. Now, Lin Tian's body was truly without flaw, and the time was ripe for a confident breakthrough. Ting, 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 ting. Lin Tian's aura continued to escalate, as if shattering through successive barriers, emitting crisp sounds. Suddenly, the weather shifted dramatically, a harbinger of an impending tribulation. A tribulation? Lin Tian was taken aback, thinking, this Shuden and Apos, TB. After the last tribulation, he specifically sought out numerous books regarding heavenly tribulations. He had read that these tribulations varied according to an individual and Apos' aptitude, with the potency of their cultivation techniques differing from person to person. Some individuals, like Lin Tian, might undergo tribulations even at the spirit body realm, while others might not face them until they reach sainthood. Generally, the better one's aptitude, the earlier the tribulation arrives, and the more formidable its power. However, he was utterly perplexed by the current circumstances. Did he truly need to endure a tribulation just for a minor breakthrough? Such a situation was beyond Lin Tian and Apos' comprehension, and even it was indeed unprecedented. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly tribulation showed no regard for Lin Tian's thoughts. As 9 bolts of lightning, Lin Tian silently activated his 9 turns dark gold body to withstand it. He had tasted both the bitter and sweet of the tribulation previously. After undergoing the last tribulation, he had leaped 3 small stages and descended to a major realm, with his 9 turns dark gold body breaking through to its second turn. This time, He resolved to rely solely on his physical form to endure the tribulation, refining his body. As the 9 bolts of lightning struck him, they caused his body to convulse momentarily. Wait, why has the power of this tribulation diminished? Lin Tian mused. Then he pondered, since he was only attempting a minor ascent, could there possibly be a transcendent tribulation awaiting him? If that were the case, he would eventually meet his demise at the hands of the tribulation. The diminished intensity of the tribulation left Lin Tian yearning for more, feeling it had not yielded sufficient effect. He then rose and flew toward the source of the heavenly tribulation. Nearby, Li Wan and Apos gasped in astonishment. Was he out of his mind? How could he dare to dive into the tribulation? Was he courting death? Fortunately, this area was remote and sparsely populated, with few spirit beasts and precious herbs. So no one witnessed Lin Tian's reckless act. Boom, boom. The heavenly thunder enveloped Lin Tian, crackling with countless arcs of electricity dancing joyfully across his body. Lin Tian stood resolute, his aura majestic, silently harnessing the power of the tribulation to temper his flesh. Thunderous forces surged forth as Lin Tian sat cross-legged amidst the purple sea of lightning, akin to a solitary boat, sometimes submerged by the torrents of lightning, only to re-emerge moments later. As time passed, the external force of the tribulation diminished, and the sea of lightning shrank to the size of a lake. Suddenly, Lin Tian stood up, his eyes flashing with lightning, a hint of regret crossing his face, before the tribulation concluded. His 9 turns dark gold body was still a fraction short of breaking through to the second turn of the orange gold body. Lin Tian secretly circulated his vital energy, causing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to surge violently, forming a massive vortex that consumed every last remnant of the tribulation. With all the spiritual essence infused into his body, Lin Tian let out a long howl and soared downwards. This tribulation had proven immensely beneficial, allowing him to leap 3 small stages and reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer of chi condensation. At present, he was on par with an ordinary first layer of divine ability, and if he faced a peak practitioner of the chi condensation realm, such as the evil king, he could overpower them effortlessly. Lin Tian noticed that the roasted meat prepared by Li Wan and Apos had been destroyed by the tribulation, and he felt a twinge of guilt. After exchanging pleasantries with her, he swiftly departed, intending to hunt for more prey. Boom, boom. Nearby, he heard a resounding crash as he dispatched a peak beast of the 9th layer of chi condensation with a flurry of punches and kicks. Just as he had surmised, his current strength rivaled that of the 1st layer of divine ability. The flavor of the unknown beast was exquisite, and Lin Tian showcased his culinary skills. Preparing a grand feast, Li Wan and Apos feasted heartily, and the 2 shared a serene moment beneath the early sun, enjoying roasted meat and sipping from the spirituals, creating a tranquil tableau. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, sweet and comforting. However, Lin Tian held no special feelings for Li Wan, viewing her purely as an elder sister figure. 3 days later, Lin Tian prepared to depart, leaving behind a significant portion of his cultivation resources for Li Wan and Apos. He urged her to remain in the valley to cultivate, warning her of the dangers lurking outside. Given her 5th layer of chi condensation cultivation, the dense area posed considerable risks. Li Wan and Apos expressed her gratitude repeatedly, as the resources Lin Tian had provided would enable her to break through to the pinnacle of chi condensation in a short time. To her, these items were incredibly precious. However, to Lin Tian, they were of little consequence, even if he combined all the resources he possessed. They might not be sufficient to elevate his realm by a single step. After bidding farewell to Li Wan and Apos, Lin Tian resumed his journey, viewing her merely as a fleeting presence in his life while his path lay ahead. After hastening for half a day, he suddenly spotted several individuals clad in the garb of the ancient battle-sacred land, covertly mining, which aroused his suspicion. It appeared the ancient battle-sacred land had lied. They had not just discovered this place a month ago, but had known of it for some time and had secretly dispatched disciples to train while seeking treasures. What lay before him was a spirit stone mine. Lin Tian had no interest in ordinary spirit stones, as he could acquire spirit liquid at the Qingzhou Academy if he desired it. What truly piqued his interest were the Yuanling stones. With his growing experience, Lin Tian finally comprehended the significance of the milky white gem that old man Li had given him in Qingfeng ancient town. It was indeed a Yuanling stone. As the name implies, spirit stones are stones that contain spiritual energy. In the era of the end of the law, when the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was nearly non-existent, Utilizing the pure spiritual energy from spirit stones for cultivation became a consensus in this world. Locations abundant in spirit stones often birth spirit liquid, with a single drop of spirit liquid equating to the spiritual power of 100 spirit stones, and its purity surpassing that of spirit stones. Countless years of evolution are required for spirit liquid to transform into yuan, which are the solidified essence of spirit liquid, valued at hundreds of times that of spirit liquid. These stones are exceedingly rare, nearly invisible on the surface of the Mingyue star, and are primarily held by major sects and sacred lands. Moreover, even those factions possessing Yuan Ling stones are reluctant to use them for various transactions. Instead, they prefer to utilize them to cultivate outstanding success. Even Qizhou Academy possesses very few Yuan Ling stones and would never allow students to exchange contribution points for them. The presence of such a substantial spirit stone mine here ignited Lin Tian's ambitions. If there were dozens or even hundreds of Yuan Ling stones within, his journey would be worthwhile. Furthermore, since the ancient battle sacred land had violated their agreement in attempting to hoard the spirit stone mine, Lin Tian certainly would not allow them to have their way. Approaching a concealed spot beside the mine, Lin Tian vanished in an instant, penetrating the mountain and Appo's body. After it, he suddenly noticed the panda pendant around his neck glowing. Lin Tian was taken aback. There must be something extraordinary within this mountain. For the panda's discerning, I would not react to ordinary objects. Guided by the panda, Lin Tian ventured deeper into the mountain, where spirit stones and ores disintegrated into nothingness wherever he passed. However, he dared not act hastily for fear of exposing himself. After half a day of this covert journey, he finally reached his destination. Lin Tian beheld a small lake made of spirit liquid. He would not let this opportunity slip by. Converted into Yuan Lings, these resources could amount to thousands of stones, and he collected them all into his storage ring. Once he had drained the spirit liquid, several thousand Yuan Ling stones appeared, filling Lin Tian with joy as he gathered them. Surely, the ancient battle sacred land had not anticipated such a treasure trove here. These items, barring any unforeseen circumstances, were worth only slightly less than a saint's inheritance, Lin Tian mused. In the vast interstellar auction houses, even a saint's inheritance could be auctioned off, valued at merely a few thousand Yuan Ling stones. Now, with the Yuan Ling stones he possessed, Lin Tian had amassed enough for half a volume of saintly inheritance. It was no wonder the ancient battle sacred land, upon discovering this mine, believed there were few Yuan Ling stones, perhaps only a limited amount of spirit liquid. Little did they know, all of this was due to those peculiar stones. After collecting everything, a small hole appeared in the ground, revealing several stones emitting a kaleidoscope of colors lying quietly within. The panda radiated a brilliant aura, lifting small stones into the air. As the colorful stones made contact with the panda, all their essence was absorbed, turning to ash and scattering to the ground. Lin Tian gazed at the panda in disbelief, pondering whether these objects were truly stones. They emitted a fragrant aroma and he speculated, perhaps they could be edible. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. After Lin Tian took the colorful stones, the mountain began to tremble violently, signaling an impending collapse. Alarmed, Lin Tian retraced his steps. The ground quaked violently, landslides occurred, and spirit stones tumbled alongside ordinary rocks. Before long, disciples from the ancient battle sacred land sensed the disturbance and quickly relayed the situation to their superiors. After a thorough search, they located the cave where Lin Tian had been. Just as Lin Tian exited, he was besieged by the disciples of the ancient battle sacred land. Lin Tian showed no mercy, wielding the sky-splitting spear, dispatching one foe with each shot, and delivering lethal blows without hesitation. Soon, dozens of disciples lay dead. Boom. At last, two experts from the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm could no longer restrain themselves. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the stars dimmed, and a formidable pressure enveloped the scene, instilling fear in all present. As the two prepared to strike, an eerie silence descended, and a figure appeared, exuding an aura reminiscent of primordial chaos, as if to subdue the heavens and the earth. He stood tranquil in the void, his form hazy and his presence ethereal, neither proud nor angry, embodying serenity. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Tian and Appo's pupils constricted. Indeed, someone had breathed, and it was none other than an adversary from the ancient battle sacred land. Lin Tian recognized him from portraits. He was Gu Chanqi, a direct disciple of the 9th Pavilion Master of the ancient battle sacred land, his prowess ranking among the elite of the younger generation. In the past 2 years, Lin Tian had meticulously studied his foes, gathering intelligence on the extent of their talents, elders, and covert operatives within the realm of Mingyuexing. much of which was divulged by Jing Hongqian. Gu Qianqi, the sole disciple of the Ninth Pavilion Master, possessed unfathomable strength and had recently attained the realm of divine abilities, instilling a sense of pressure in Lin Tian. The commotion had attracted numerous gazes, yet upon recognizing the attire of the ancient battle-sacred land, none dared to advance or question the presence of its disciples. Greetings, young master. The disciples of the ancient battle-sacred land rejoiced at the sight of him, viewing their master as a deity omnipotent. Lin Tian, however, paid him no mind and swiftly unleashed an attack, the technique Godslayer, obliterating the remaining disciples of the ancient battle-sacred land, including the two 7th-level experts. Gu Qianqi crossed several meters in an instant, arriving at the battlefield, unleashing his full combat prowess. An overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing onlookers to retreat, some unable to withstand the force, bleeding profusely. Those confronting Gu Qianqi suffered immensely under the weight of his aura, feeling their bones crack and their souls tremble, stripped of any courage to retaliate. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. A Gu Tianqi believed that such a formidable character warranted a solemn decree of annihilation from the holy land of Guzhan. He was self-assured, yet not arrogant. He recognized that, at present, he and Lin Tian appeared evenly matched in combat prowess. However, one must not forget that he stood at the pinnacle of the first layer of the divine passage realm, while Lin Tian was merely at the peak of the 6th layer of the qi condensation realm. Such strength, such potential, such a person, if turned into an adversary, must be eradicated in the cradle. Currently, Lin Tian, even at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the qi condensation realm, could contend with him. A practitioner of the first layer of the divine passage realm, if allowed to grow further, the consequences would be unimaginable. In a moment, Yinglong and Cao Tai perished together, both sides losing patience and ceasing their tentative probing, directly deciding their fates. The heaven and earth seal. Gu Tianqi formed a seal with his hands, one representing heaven and the other representing earth, bringing them together to create a formidable imprint infused with the might of the universe, which he hurled towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian swung his fists to strike the heaven and earth seal, his iron fists reducing it to nothingness. Crack! A fissure appeared, spreading across it until it shattered, exploding into fragments. Lin Tian, relying on his physical strength, had directly broken through Gu Qianqi's divine ability, causing the onlookers around to involuntarily swallow their breaths in astonishment. Swords shattering the firmament. Gu Tianqi conjured 9 sharp swords that surged towards Lin Tian, slicing through the void. Lin Tian, with a mere thought, transformed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a bell, meeting the swords head-on. Clang, clang. The bell and swords resonated, producing a melodious sound as two immense forces clashed in the sky, engaging in a fierce struggle. Swish, 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 swish. The swords danced chaotically towards Lin Tian, who transformed into a bell, then a cauldron, then a furnace, responding to the onslaught. In that, both combatants pushed their mastery of spiritual energy to its zenith, leaving the bystanders utterly dazzled. Boom, 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 boom. The heavens and earth erupted, drawing countless gazes. The spectators could not help but marvel at the immense disparity. These two were simply too powerful, akin to a battle between two masters of the divine passage realm. Thousand Leaf Palm. The sky was filled with what seemed like stars twinkling, like autumn leaves drifting down, elusive and difficult to resist, imparting an ethereal sensation. This was merely a common martial technique, recorded by various factions, yet in Gu Qianqi and Appo's hands, it radiated extraordinary brilliance. Lin Tian dared not, silently channeling the 9 revolutions' dark gold body, enveloping himself in a radiant aura, fervently circulating his spiritual energy for defense. The palm imprint struck Lin Tian, resonating with a metallic sound. Break! With a vehement shout, Lin Tian dispersed the myriad palm shadows that swirled around him into nothingness. With his formidable physique, he remained unfazed by this crowd attack technique. Although the group attack appeared dazzling, its power was diluted, and thus its destructive capacity diminished. Therefore, engaging in such tactics during their duel was not prudent. The Universe Seal. After one failed strike, Gu Qianqi unleashed another divine ability. He raised one hand towards the heavens and lowered the other towards the earth, forming the seal with an ancient and grand bearing, as if opening the universe itself. Lin Tian and Appo's expression turned grave as he maximized the potential of his 9 revolutions' dark gold body, channeling the Yuan Huang scripture, a brilliant orange, actively confronting this overwhelming cosmic force, wielding the divine slaying spear to shatter the universe seal. This universe seal was a reinforced version of the earlier heaven and earth seal, boasting even greater attack power and more transformations. The hand of the heavens, sensing the might of this technique, which approached the full force of a practitioner at the second layer of the divine passage realm. Lin Tian and Apos' eyes reflected a glimmer of apprehension as he drew a sharp breath. The hand of the heavens, bending the forces of nature to his will, caused the spiritual energy of the universe to surge violently, forming a colossal handprint resembling the palm of the heavens. It descended upon Lin Tian with the intent to crush him. With a powerful stride forward, Lin Tian roared, "One strike of the divine slaying spear, slay the divine." Employing his martial technique, he resembled a Shura emerging from the cosmos, intent on obliterating all existence. The clash between the divine slaying and the hand of the heavens erupted into chaos, shattering the very fabric of the earth, toppling trees, causing birds to cry out in despair, and beasts to flee, accompanied by a thunderous roar that altered the skies and summoned stormy winds. Boom, 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 boom. As the two clashed in the heavens, the intensity of their battle escalated, mountains crumbling in the distance, the earth trembling, birds scattering wildly, and ferocious beasts howling. Neither side sought to measure their spiritual strength any longer. Primarily, Lin Tian was unwilling to continue the contest of power, as he was currently lacking in divine abilities, while Gu Qianqi possessed an endless array of techniques, leaving Lin Tian overwhelmed and powerless to retaliate. In a moment of desperation, Lin Tian pivoted to close combat, determined to decisively defeat or even kill Gu Qianqi. "Gu Qianqi, you cannot hope to best me in close combat." Lin Tian laughed heartily, delivering a punch that forced Gu Qianqi back 3 steps. Enraged, Gu Qianqi thought to himself that the holy land of Guzhan was renowned for its physical prowess. Invincible in close quarters, now he was being mocked for his shortcomings. Would it not be evident if we were to test it? Gu Qianqi unleashed a flurry of 3 kicks, executing a horizontal slash, aiming to cleave Lin Tian in 2, but Lin Tian evaded with a sidestep, retreating then launching a right kick straight at Gu Qianqi's left ribcage. Yin-Yang Divine Fist. Gu Qianqi wielded one hand of pure yang and the other of pure yin, alternating between the two, manifesting a world of illusion. His fists imbued with the endless principles of yin and yang, laced with lethal intent, striking towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian unleashed the sky-splitting spear, thrusting it at Gu Qianqi. Upon seeing this, Gu Qianqi withdrew his fist, pulling out a formidable halberd to confront Lin Tian. This halberd was also a supreme divine weapon, perfectly matching Lin Tian's sky-splitting spear in power. With a sharp sound, Lin Tian was wounded. A deep gash sliced across his arm by Gu Qianqi's strike. Enraged, Lin Tian executed a feint with the Lin family fist, drawing Gu Qianqi's punch. But revealing an opening below, Lin Tian thrust his spear, creating a wound on Gu Qianqi and Apos' leg. Surprised and furious, Gu Qianqi unleashed all his strength. The battle halberd swept through the air, cleaving the void, shattering space, with ethereal shards racing towards Lin Tian. Undoubtedly, such immense destruction was only possible while Lin Tian surveyed the crowd, which consisted of onlookers from Zhuke Academy, Imperial Capital Academy, Blood Demon Sect, and Thunderblade Sect, all eyeing him with intent. These were indeed adversaries. Although there were a few factions friendly with Qizhou Academy present, their allegiance in the event of conflict remained uncertain. Lin Tian could only hope they would not take advantage of his plight. With swift movement, Lin Tian executed a lethal strike and then turned to leave, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. As he retreated, no one dared to obstruct him. After all, his combat prowess was well known. Despite his injuries, the severity remained a mystery to all, dissuading anyone from recklessly testing him, for they risked their lives. Gu Qianqi, witnessing this, chose not to pursue, as his own condition was far from ideal and required immediate healing. Finding a secluded forest, Lin Tian sat down to meticulously tend to his wounds. He gently circulated his spiritual energy to assess his injuries. He had sustained significant damage, 6 broken ribs, a fractured femur, dislocated organs, and numerous severed meridians. Had these injuries occurred on Earth, he would have perished, but in this realm of cultivators, the possibilities were vast. The following morning, Lin Tian opened his eyes. Radiant orange-golden light emanated from him, his aura majestic. The second transformation of the 9 turns dark gold body had reached an advanced stage, enhancing his physical strength and invigorating his vitality. As his blood surged, a mighty force roared within him, akin to a slumbering. Under the relentless purification of his vital energy, his bones reformed and his meridians restructured. What would have taken days to heal was miraculously resolved overnight. This transformation filled Lin Tian with awe. He swiftly set off in search of prey and soon hunted down a formidable 7th-tier spirit beast, a lion essence, validating his combat strength, and he was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Lin Tian dragged the sizable lion carcass to the riverbank to skin and clean it, severing its 4 legs and ribs before returning to the forest. Under his skilled hands, tantalizing aromas soon filled the air, attracting several ferocious beasts. With a flourish, he displayed the lion and Apos' hide on his spear, causing the beasts to flee in terror. This lion had been the dominant, yet now it had been slain and consumed, leaving the other beasts wary of provoking a similar fate. Lin Tian poured several cups of spiritual liquid over, enhancing its spiritual essence. This meal was utterly delectable. He devoured 2 lion legs and drank 2 large cups of spiritual liquid, saving the remainder in his storage ring for his next feast. Throughout his recent travels, he had encountered numerous treasures and consumed countless rare herbs. Yet his cultivation level had scarcely budged, though his aura had grown slightly stronger, indicating some progress. Boom. On the morning of the 49th day, a massive palace erupted from the ground, radiant with the dawn's light, as if forged from gold, dazzling and magnificent. Yet, one could only wonder how many had been stained with blood in this place. The side of the inheritance had finally emerged. Waves of individuals surged into the palace, including native beings of the land, who were no less formidable than humans. They had long awaited the chance to seize this inheritance and escape. These beings could no longer be classified as mere beasts. They were fierce creatures. Historical texts noted that ordinary fierce beasts gained wisdom comparable to humans upon reaching the divine power realm, and those at the Purple Mansion realm could even take human form. The apex of these fierce beasts possessed intellect equal to that of humans, only lacking the final push to transcend into the divine power realm and awaken their innate intelligence. However, some higher beings were born with human-like wisdom, and some even emerged in human form. Such beings were particularly fearsome and should not be trifled with. Yet on the impoverished and backward Mingwei star, such beings were unlikely to exist. With the emergence of the inheritance site, Lin Tian felt compelled to investigate, for it would be a shame to leave empty-handed after coming this far. What he did not anticipate was that the resting place of the ancient sage truly contained the sage's legacy. This was indeed peculiar. Simultaneously, the exit from the secret realm appeared at the moment the Grand Palace manifested. Countless individuals of lower realms chose to depart, recognizing that this inheritance was beyond their reach. And leaving was perhaps their wisest option. As Lin Tian approached the magnificent palace, a profound, ethereal, and ancient aura enveloped him. The sounds of chanting emanating from the grand hall entranced all who heard it, as the palace articulated the traces of the Great Dao with a primal, natural resonance. Leaving everyone in awe of this masterful creation, Lin Tian swiftly entered the hall. Inside, only a handful of individuals remained, although thousands of cultivators had come. Many had fled due to their inadequate strength. The palace was vast, and even with hundreds of people inside, they were scarcely visible. In the main hall, a massive stone tablet caught his eye, inscribed with words detailing the origin of this place. I am the ancient sage Mu Yun. This place was inadvertently discovered within a space cleaved open by a great sage. Regrettably, the inheritance has been claimed by another. I have re-established the legacy here, hoping that future generations may inherit my teachings and carry forth my path. The inscription was brief, only a few hundred words, followed by a detailed description of the palace and Apos' structure and the location of the inheritance. Most crucially, this was not the resting place of an ancient, but rather the site of a great sage's legacy, albeit one that had been claimed by someone else. The ancient sage Mu Yun had resided here for a time, leaving behind his inheritance. However, he did not perish here. Instead, he shattered the planetary membrane, traversing the void to depart from Mingwei star. Achieving sainthood and venturing into the cosmos was likely the aspiration of every cultivator from Mingwei star, as the vast, starry expanse had captivated the hearts of many. Lin Tian felt no excessive sentimentality and hastened to the weapons hall, hoping to find rare metals for the panda's restoration. Guided by the hall's map, he quickly located the armory. There were not many people present. Lin Tian surmised that most had rushed to the inheritance hall to seize the legacy, leaving only a dozen individuals behind. Everything here belongs to me. You may leave, Lin Tian declared, glancing around to find that the majority were from Zhuke Academy and Imperial Capital Academy, prompting thoughts of the phrase enemies crossing paths. Who are you? Do you seek death? Brothers, take care of him. The small group of a dozen rallied, having already eliminated scattered adversaries. Lin Tian observed the corpses strewn across the ground and could only shake his head lightly, uttering, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Not wishing to waste time, he unleashed his divine spear, bringing forth endless carnage. Where he struck, limbs were severed, and blood flowed freely. With a sweep of his spear, and with a single punch, he shattered the sun and moon. Lin Tian glanced at the weapons that had been drained of their golden light by the panda. And with a firm grip, he shattered them into fragments, rendering them mere mortal iron. Moments later, he soared to the sutra repository. Witnessing the bustling scene of hundreds of individuals scrambling for scriptures, the crowd here far surpassed that of the weapon hall, indicating that he could not dictate the situation nor eliminate everyone present. Upon examining the tomes, he realized that among 1,000, he might not find a single technique. And among 10,000, there might not be a single divine art. However, time was still on his side, allowing him to search the repository at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, he would come across intriguing books, which he would casually stow away in his storage ring. Suddenly, Lin Tian spotted a glimmer of gold peeking out from beneath a thick stack of scriptures on the top floor of the repository. If not for the sunlight reflecting off it, he might have missed the small corner of the golden paper. He leapt up to retrieve it, intending to place it in his storage ring. Clink, clink. Lin Tian discovered that this piece of gold paper could not be stored in his ring. This was the second time he had encountered such a phenomenon, aside from the panda. Could it be an extraordinary treasure? Lin Tian was taken aback, his grip on the gold paper trembling slightly. He scrutinized the bold characters inscribed upon it. Hall of Inheritance, present opportunity. HM? What could this mean? Lin Tian felt a twinge of confusion. Nearby, others were drawn to the radiant gold paper, craning their necks for a glimpse. And some were even eager to compete for it. Humph, humph. Lin Tian scoffed softly, channeling the Yuan Emperor Sutra to summon his blood energy. A formidable aura began to rise, suffocating those around him. Soon, someone recognized Lin Tian and quickly retreated, followed by another and another. With Lin Tian's prowess clearly evident, no one was willing to provoke him. The crowd hastily dispersed, and within moments, countless scriptures had been snatched away, prompting the masses to gradually exit the sutra repository. Most chose to leave, having already gathered considerable rewards. It would be unwise to risk their lives for more. Some opted to wander to other halls in search of fortune. But none dared approach the Hall of Inheritance, where the most formidable individuals resided, as no one wished to tempt fate. As Lin Tian stepped out of the sutra repository, he made his way toward the Hall of Inheritance, drawing the gaze of a group who whispered among themselves, expressing envy. To enter the Hall of Inheritance was a testament to one's personal strength. This piece of gold paper was undoubtedly significant. Initially reluctant to venture into the Hall of Inheritance, Lin Tian now felt compelled to do so. Approaching the hall, Lin Tian sensed the turbulence of battle, a surge of spiritual energy, the clashing of weapons, the sounds of divine arts colliding, and explosions reverberating endlessly. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld a chaotic melee, individuals vying for a scroll of ancient blue text. The scroll was tossed about, and amidst the chaos, Lin Tian noticed a piece of gold paper nestled within the abandoned ancient books. This was it. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had to seize the ancient scroll. At that moment, Gu Tianqi was embroiled in a fierce battle with a tiger of pure golden hue, one of the mightiest beings native to this realm. The golden tiger, as if forged from gold itself, faced Gu Tianqi, who wielded a halberd, striking its golden form and sparking flares of fire. The golden tiger's consciousness resonated, declaring, "Outsiders, leave this land. All here belongs to us." The roar of the tiger echoed, charging toward Gu Tianqi. Turning around, Lin Tian spotted another familiar face. The evil king was engaged in combat with a massive python. To his surprise, the evil king had made considerable progress, having entered the first level of divine arts, overpowering the python and forcing it to retreat. Others were also locked in their own battles, each fighting relentlessly. Boom. Lin Tian silently intervened, dispersing the crowd surrounding the ancient blue scroll, and grasped it tightly. "You dare, kid. Release the scroll, and I might spare your life." The evil king, eyes ablaze, recognized Lin Tian and appeared ready to devour him. "Today, this is a life and death battle to avenge the spirits of our sacred land," Gu Tianqi declared. "Kid, I can smell my child's sin on you. It was you who killed him." A golden-haired lion growled telepathically. Lin Tian recalled slaying a golden-haired lion in the past and even feasting upon its flesh. He now found himself confronted by the bereaved parent. "Dear brothers and sisters, why so agitated? I must take my leave," Lin Tian exclaimed, intending to flee with the ancient scroll in hand. Gu Tianxi swung down his halberd, tearing through the void. The evil king, possessed by blood magic, unleashed his power. The golden tiger and the golden-haired lion joined forces to pursue him. Others also exerted their full strength, intent on eliminating Lin Tian. He had stirred a hornet's nest. Lin Tian lamented, having endured several lethal strikes, he was forced to relinquish the ancient blue scroll. Now, he understood why so many had been tossing the scroll back and forth. To seize it came at the cost of one's life. Just as he narrowly escaped, the golden-haired lion charged again. Why are you still pursuing me when everyone else is after the scroll? Lin Tian protested. You killed my child. I shall avenge him. The golden-haired lion replied through thought. Dazed, Lin Tian brandished the god-slaying spear, enveloped in a tempest of murderous intent, ready to confront the golden-haired lion. Meanwhile, the evil king and Gu Tianxi also closed in, joining the golden-haired lion in their pursuit of Lin Tian. Why aren't you all after the inheritance? Lin Tian roared in frustration. The four formidable opponents encircled him, amplifying the pressure he faced. Although Lin Tian was unafraid, if this continued, he would be at a severe disadvantage. I shall slay you. The evil king hissed coldly. I cannot find peace without your death, Gu Tianxi added nonchalantly. May you all perish. Lin Tian bellowed. Spear shatters the heavens, 1,000 fathoms descend. Blood magic surged, amplifying his power. Gu Tianxi and the evil king, resolute in their intent to kill Lin Tian, unleashed their deadliest moves without granting him a moment's respite. Lin Tian regarded them coolly, stating, Since you seek death, do not blame me. The god-slaying spear surged forth, a single thrust aimed to obliterate them. Lin Tian focused his energy, entering a state of transcendence, channeling his utmost spirit into the most formidable strike, shattering the combined assault of the evil king and Gu Tianxi, refusing to yield. What? The outcome astonished both the evil king and Gu Tianxi, intensifying their murderous intent. They realized that Lin Tian's growth was not to be underestimated. Such an adversary was indeed formidable. They agreed it was imperative to eliminate him before he matured further. Kill. At that moment, the golden-haired lion, witnessing the fierce confrontation, hesitated and swiftly retreated. Lin Tian, Gu Tianxi, and the evil king became embroiled in another chaotic clash. Lin Tian and Apos' spear pierced the evil king and Apos' arm, blood spraying high. Gu Ti, at the instant he cast aside the ancient tome, he deftly retrieved the golden leaf concealed within and tucked it away. Their focus remained solely on the antiquated book, leaving his subtle maneuver unnoticed. Lin Tian sensed an extraordinary significance in this gold, surmising that its value might even surpass that of the Azure Book. With the golden leaf secured, he promptly departed, eager to vacate the hall. The Azure Book comprised 6 pages in total, an entirety unlikely to be claimed by a single individual. Lin Tian relinquished concern over the eventual possessors. Ascending into the firmament, Lin Tian transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. His expedition had reached a felicitous conclusion, his cultivation having ascended 3 minor plateaus. Lin Tian harbored the conviction that the acquired spirit stones and ancient texts would bestow considerable advantages upon Azure Province Academy. Outside, a throng of individuals awaited with bated breath. Successively, disciples from the academy and prodigies from various sects emerged from the secret realm. Of the 20 entrants from Azure Province Academy, 13 returned, each having reaped substantial benefits within. The Grand Elder deemed this outcome satisfactory. Upon receiving word of Lin Tian's exploits from Li Waner, the Grand Elder was elated beyond measure. After half a day, Lin Tian emerged from the inheritance ground. The Grand Elder promptly inquired about his gains, and upon receiving a glimpse of his accomplishments, bestowed upon him effusive praise. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at the survivors of the secret realm, noting the presence of Chen Fang, and inwardly marveled at the man and Apos' tenacity. As the secret realm neared its closure, the inheritance contest drew to a close, and the remaining, as Lin Tian had foreseen, the inheritance had been divided amongst several individuals. The Azure Book was partitioned into 6 segments, each claimed by Gu Tianxi, the evil king, Shueli, Golden Tiger, Golden Mane Lion, and Azure Python respectively. However, upon exiting the secret realm, Golden Tiger, Golden Mane Lion, and Azure Python, in their eagerness to depart, were ambushed and slain by members of the 3 great sacred grounds. Consequently, the sutras fell into the possession of the aforementioned factions. Subsequently, Gu Tianxi recounted the events within the secret realm. An elder from the ancient war sacred ground glared at Lin Tian with palpable animosity. A gaze that Lin Tian met with indifference, dismissing the elder and Apos' Even Gu Tianqi had resorted to donning the attire of the Imperial Capital Academy to conceal his true effect. The elder from the ancient war's sacred ground dared not openly confront Lin Tian on the matter. Having suffered the loss of numerous elite disciples, the ancient war's sacred ground was forced to swallow its grievances. Next came the Academy tournament, when Lin Tian unveiled over 100 pristine spirit stones. The faces of the ancient war's sacred ground turned ashen. Nevertheless, Azure Province Academy still fell short of surpassing the Imperial Capital Academy, ultimately securing third place among the 9 great academies. This was attributed to the comparatively lower cultivation levels of the Azure Province Academy disciples, which hindered their successful breakthrough into the divine power realm, and the fact that Gu Tianqi, representing the Imperial Capital Academy, presented a fragment of a saint's inheritance. A mere sixth, yet sufficient to eclipse Lin Tian and Apos, as 100 spirit stones. Upon attaining this ranking, the Grand Elder exclaimed with unbridled excitement that it represented the Academy's finest achievement since its inception, a statement that piqued Lin Tian's curiosity, prompting him to inquire about Zhang Tianyi's era. He later discovered that during Zhang Tianyi's time, the latter had unleashed a massacre within a trial ground, decimating the ranks of 3 academies. The sacred ground was aghast and forcibly restrained his actions, excluding him from the Academy tournament roster, bereft of Zhang Tianyi's participation. Azure Province Academy and Apos' performance was predictably dismal, languishing at the bottom of the 9 great academies. Lin Tian could only chuckle wryly at the revelation of his senior. The Academy tournament, spanning 2 months, finally concluded, signifying Lin Tian's successful graduation from Azure Province Academy. Despite his relatively brief tenure at the Academy, much of which was spent in secluded cultivation within Mirror Hanshan and Apos' Valley, Lin Tian harbored genuine gratitude for the Academy and Apos' nurturing. A month after the Academy tournament, Lin Tian received a decree from the sacred ground, formally inducting him as an inner disciple of the star-plucking sacred ground, with immediate departure. Lin Tian experienced a blend of exhilaration and reluctance. In recent days, he had paid visits to the esteemed Elder of Instruction and the Elder of Merit, both venerable figures, and bid farewell to the Dean of Azure Province Academy. Naturally, Lin Tian did not neglect the enigmatic Old Huang. Regarding Old Huang's origins, Lin Tian had inquired of both the Grand Elder and his mentor, Mirror Hanshan, but neither possessed extensive knowledge of them, though they both sensed that Old Huang was far from ordinary. However, given Old Huang's prolonged tenure as the Academy's librarian, devoid of any ulterior motive, the Grand Elder and others had adopted a laissez-faire approach, according him respectful deference as Old Huang. Finally, Lin Tian hosted a banquet, extending invitations to his companions from the spiritual path, irrespective of their cordiality, as Lin Tian had far surpassed their capabilities, rendering animosity irrelevant. As an analogy, if you possess 1 million, and I possess 2 million, you might harbor jealousy and strive to surpass me. However, if you possess 1 million, and I possess 20 billion, you would regard me with reverence and seek my favor. Such was the relationship between Lin Tian and his peers. Excluding Chen Fang, all attended. Over 70 disciples from the inner courtyard had, in the intervening 3 years, broken through to the Qi condensation realm and advanced to the core courtyard, while numerous others had ascended from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. Overall, everyone had made progress, a sight that filled Lin Tian with genuine joy. The companions from the outer courtyard were destined to remain for another 3 years, while those from the inner courtyard were gradually being recruited by various sections. As for the most legendary figure of this generation, Lin Tian, he had been accepted into the star-plucking sacred ground. Accompanying Lin Tian in this honor were 2 disciples from the core courtyard, Chen Fan and, to Lin Tian and Apos' surprise, Li Wan and Apos' Li Wan and Apos' and Apos' cultivation stood at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, a result of Lin Tian and Apos'. Owing to the exceedingly rare special bloodline within her, she had been admitted through a special exception. The mention of this special bloodline piqued Lin Tian's interest. He had concealed the alteration in his own blood from everyone, including his mentor, Mirror Hanshan. However, upon hearing of Li Wan's possession of a rare special bloodline, he could not help but speculate that his own blood might also be a special bloodline. Moreover, the quality of his bloodline was likely far superior to Li Wan and Apos. Lin Tian even suspected that Zhang Tianyi might also possess a special bloodline. However, in Bright Moon Star, Lin Tian had never encountered reports of others possessing special bloodlines. Furthermore, Lin Tian and Apos' special bloodline was visible only to himself. In combat, Any wounds would yield only crimson blood, with nary a drop of the four-colored blood. He surmised that his mysterious bloodline had yet to be fully developed. Currently exhibiting four colors, the ultimate form of his blood might mirror the colors of the Dao fruit, manifesting as nine-colored blood. At that juncture, Lin Tian could scarcely fathom the extent of his power. If that day were to arrive, nine-colored blood, inverse ninth-grade combat prowess. Lin Tian dared not imagine the heights of his strength. However, such prospects remained distant. For now, he merely desired to revel in the company of his former classmates. One remaining issue weighed upon Lin Tian and Appo's mind, the matter of cultivation techniques. His Yuan Emperor scripture was undoubtedly formidable. Yet it could only sustain his cultivation to the peak of the qi condensation realm. Lacking subsequent techniques, Lin Tian was compelled to select other cultivation methods. However, abandoning the Yuan Emperor scripture and rashly cultivating other techniques would engender significant repercussions. Conversely, discarding the Yuan Emperor scripture would be akin to excising a piece of Lin Tian's heart, an impossibility. After reaching the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm, the abandonment of the Yuan Huang Jing had little impact on Lin Tian. However, the pressing issue remained the lack of suitable martial arts. Unless he could discover an ancient scripture that could rival the Yuan Huang Jing, if not surpass it, the prospect seemed bleak. In the realm of Mingyue Star, the likelihood of finding such a scripture was nearly non-existent. Lin Tian was not exaggerating when he stated that the most formidable techniques from various sacred lands paled in comparison to the Yuan Huang Jing. His master, Jing Hongqian, had imparted to him a portion of the ancient scriptures from the star-picking sacred land, yet in comparison to the Yuan Huang Jing, the star-picking scriptures were utterly inferior. Consequently, Lin Tian simply perused the star-picking scriptures without practicing them. Currently, he yearned to traverse to the star-picking sacred land in hopes of locating a relatively complete ancient scripture of equal value to the Yuan Huang Jing. Though he was acutely aware of the slim chances of success, to Lin Tian's astonishment, Chen Feng had actually been accepted into the Yuan sect. The Yuan sect was one of the most prominent sects in the divine martial kingdom, its manifest strength rivaling that of the sacred lands. It was said that the sect leader, Yuanzi, possessed strength that surpassed even that of the leaders of the sacred lands. Were it not for the absence of legendary holy weapons, the Yuan sect's influence would exceed that of many sacred lands. Although Chen Feng and Appo's acceptance into the Yuan sect was unexpected, it was somewhat acceptable to Lin Tian, as he had already heard whispers of Chen Feng being positioned as an inner disciple of a major power. However, what transpired next left him utterly dumbfounded. The sect leader of Yuan intended to take Chen Feng as his disciple. This was beyond Lin Tian and Appo's comprehension. The sect leader could not have been in his right mind. Yet, Lin Tian sensed that the sect leader's decision to accept Chen Feng was not as simplistic as it appeared. Given Chen Feng and Appo's qualifications, it was plausible for him to be taken in by the elders, but to be accepted by the sect leader himself seemed beyond his merit. The enmity between Chen Feng and Lin Tian had deep roots, dating back to when Ling Luqian sought to kill Lin Tian, or even earlier. To the incident at Heifeng Mountain in Qifeng Town, where Lin Tian became entangled in the affairs of the Chen family. Lin Tian had an inkling that this enmity would eventually reach a conclusion, though he was uncertain how distant that day might be. 3 days later, Lin Tian and two companions were escorted by several middle-aged individuals of the divine ability realm to the star-picking sacred land. They traveled swiftly, and under the guidance of their escorts, soon arrived at their destination. The star-picking sacred land was not situated on Mingyue Star, but rather in a separate realm that was tethered to it, established by the founders as the sect and Appo's stronghold. The entrance to the star-picking sacred land lay nestled among mountains, where the verdant hues of the landscape presented a striking aesthetic: deep greens, refreshing emeralds, and vibrant young greens intertwined to form a beautifully colored tapestry. At the heart of the mountains lay a vast, serene lake, its azure waters pure and elegant, captivating those who beheld it. This tranquil lake served as the entrance. Upon entering the sacred land, out of respect, Lin Tian and his companions chose to walk. The entrance was marked by a rugged stone pathway winding upwards, flanked by towering pines and cypresses, their lush foliage casting a verdant canopy, creating a natural green passageway. Countless interwoven paths emerged within the forest, sometimes hidden, sometimes visible, tracing the valleys, weaving through the pines, meandering like a pale ribbon around the jade-like mountains. The narrow pathways twisted and turned, akin to mischievous children playing tricks, occasionally revealing glimpses of their presence before vanishing again. As they ascended the rugged stone path, Enveloped by the dense shade of the towering mountains, they encountered a stone road that traversed the ridges, undulating and elusive like a serpentine ribbon. This winding path clung to the valley, spiraling through the pine woods, ultimately leading to a breathtaking view of the star-picking sacred land, revealing fragments of palatial structures and caves scattered harmoniously throughout the landscape. From a distance, the air above the sacred land even shimmered with the shapes of dragons and tigers, swirling and suspended. Not far off, Lin Tian observed hundreds of disciples practicing in the martial arts arena, some poring over texts in the scripture pavilion, while others engaged in fierce duels. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. A sect was fundamentally different from an academy, which protected its students like children, fearing for their safety. In both sects and sacred lands, the essence remained the same. Here, strength dictated everything, and to rise to prominence, one must grow stronger. The news of Lin Tian becoming the disciple of Jing Hongshan was known only to the two involved. As Jing Hongshan had caused a stir in the star-picking sacred land, sweeping through the Elder Council, many harbored resentment toward him. And had they known Lin Tian was his disciple, he would not have fared well. Currently, Jing Hongshan was overseas in search of breakthroughs, leaving Lin Tian to seek refuge in the star-picking sacred land, aspiring to learn and grow. Although Lin Tian was Jing Hongshan's disciple, he was not yet a member of the star-picking sacred land. Thus, many of its core secrets and divine abilities remained undisclosed to him. All of this required personal effort, which Lin Tian willingly embraced. It was within arduous environments that exceptional talents were forged. The star-picking sacred land comprised 10,000 miscellaneous disciples, 1,000 inner disciples, and a mere 72 true disciples, including those taken in by the elders and the sect leader. The miscellaneous disciples boasted a minimum cultivation base of the first level of qi condensation, with the strongest reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level and some even advancing to the 7th level. The precise strength of these miscellaneous disciples was often difficult to gauge, as concealing one's true power was a common tactic among disciples of large sections. The inner disciples had a minimum cultivation level of the 7th level of qi condensation, with the most exceptional among them barely stepping into the divine ability realm, if not already there. Every one of the 72 true disciples was undoubtedly in the divine ability realm. Moreover, the star-picking sacred land was led by a sect leader and 2 vice leaders, with 2 supreme elders above the sect leader. Below the vice leaders was the Elder Council, governed by 4 elders responsible for law enforcement, transmission of teachings, guardianship, and warfare. In truth, the law enforcement elder held the reins, as the transmission elder was known for his amiability and rarely took decisive action. The guardianship elder was preoccupied with the protection of legendary holy weapons, remaining aloof, while the warfare elder, a born martial enthusiast, was solely focused on executing external conflicts. Following these elders were thousands of stewards, most at the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm, many of whom would never find an opportunity to break through, often having emerged from the outer disciples. Most elders were former inner or true disciples, while the sect leader was selected from the ranks of the sacred sons. Death occurred daily within the star-picking sacred land, with perhaps half of the miscellaneous disciples perishing each year under various circumstances, some killed in duels, others on missions, and some with unknown causes. The sect would seek justice for those with identifiable causes of death. However, many cases remained unresolved. It was not only the miscellaneous disciples who faced such peril. Nearly 30% of inner disciples met their demise annually, and occasionally, true disciples would also fall, sometimes 1 or 2 in a year. Naturally, the sect would meticulously investigate the causes of death for true disciples. As for the Holy Son, there are currently 4 Holy Sons in the star-picking sacred land, all of whom have attained the realm of divine abilities. These 4 Holy Sons are also the most formidable among the 72 true disciples. Undoubtedly, the most legendary among them is Zhang Tianyi. Although he ranks last among the 4 true disciples, his talent is universally acknowledged to be the highest. Lin Tian felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Tianyi had transcended the great tribulation of the divine abilities realm 3 years ago, and he likely experienced rapid advancement during that time, making his combat prowess even more formidable, perhaps rivaling that of ordinary elders. Lin Tian sensed the pressure. Among the inner disciples, he could not claim to be absolutely invincible. And when it came to the true disciples, he feared he might not stand a chance against any of them. Lin Tian's most urgent task was to elevate his own strength to the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm. With the power of reverse 5th rank, he could contend with those in the 4th layer of the divine abilities realm. Why did Lin Tian downgrade his power from reverse 6th rank to reverse 5th rank? It is because the disciples of the star-picking sacred land are exceptionally gifted. Even the ordinary disciples can battle above their level. Thus, Lin Tian's remarkable martial talent, which allowed him to contend at reverse first rank, would prove insufficient if he were to encounter an opponent wielding techniques of equivalent caliber to the Yuan Huang scripture. He would only be able to exert reverse fourth rank power. Hence, the only asset Lin Tian could rely on in the future would be his mysterious bloodline. Therefore, aside from enhancing his realm to the pinnacle of qi condensation, Lin Tian resolved to impose absolute restraint upon himself at that peak, aiming to drastically enhance his bloodline. He sought to fully awaken his bloodline before attempting a breakthrough. Lin Tian felt quite precarious among the inner disciples, as even the weakest among them had reached the peak of the 7th layer of the qi condensation realm, if not higher. Why were there so many highly skilled ordinary disciples who were not eager to advance to inner disciples? The reason lies in the requirement that to upgrade from an ordinary disciple to an inner disciple, one must not only complete the advancement tasks but also challenge and defeat an inner disciple. Currently, it seemed that Lin Tian was the weakest among the inner disciples in terms of realm, which meant he would soon face a deluge of challenges. Similarly, to ascend to the rank of true disciple, he needed to complete the advancement tasks and defeat a true disciple. Presently, the top 10 inner disciples all possessed the strength of the divine abilities realm, but the true extent of their power and realms was known only to themselves. It is said that each of the top 10 inner disciples possesses strength sufficient to rival even the lowest tier of true disciples. It is vital to never reveal one's entire hand. The less an opponent knows about you, the more advantageous it is for yourself. This was the final piece of advice given to Lin Tian, Chen Fan, and Li Wan and Appos, or by the Grand Elder before their entry into the sacred land. What puzzled Lin Tian the most was the strict admission process of the star-picking sacred land. Aside from special recruits, even those who entered through conventional means were required to possess at least the peak strength of the qi condensation realm. Why then were there so many ordinary disciples? The answering guides clarified Lin Tian and Appos' doubts. Some of these outer disciples were recommended by inner and true disciples, while others were relatives or direct descendants of those managing worldly affairs for the star-picking sacred land. As long as they met the criteria, they could enter the sacred land as ordinary disciples. Lin Tian learned that each inner disciple could recommend a few ordinary disciples each year, while true disciples could recommend over a dozen. Additionally, the elders and management occasionally recommended a few, thus making the existence of 10,000 ordinary disciples not a mere facade. Ahead lay the administrative center of the sect, the star-picking tower, the core of the star-picking sacred land. Though referred to as a tower, it resembled a small city, with a layout larger and more grand than any imperial city on Earth. Towering buildings surrounded many 2- and 3-story villas, presumably for higher-ranking personnel. Patrolling disciples tirelessly monitored the area, imbuing the entire star-picking tower with an air of vitality and fortune. Soon, Lin Tian was assigned to a villa. Every inner disciple of the star-picking tower is entitled to their own villa, while true disciples each possess an independent cave dwelling. As for the various elders, they were often preoccupied with their own affairs and were seldom seen. The residence of the Lord of the Sacred Land is a closely guarded secret, known to very few, even among true disciples. Each year, the Sacred Land welcomes thousands of new disciples. After a month, a competition for new disciples will commence, involving only the ordinary disciples, while inner and true disciples do not participate. However, the top 3 ordinary disciples will have the opportunity to challenge inner disciples. This year, Lin Tian and Appos' chances of being selected are quite high. Since the establishment of the star-picking sacred land, apart from the various elders and the Lord and Deputy Lord, only Zhang Tianyi has been promoted to inner disciple through exceptional means. Zhang Tianyi faced many trials in the past, trials that Lin Tian must also confront. The only difference is that Zhang Tianyi had undergone a period of training elsewhere before receiving the admission notice from the star-picking sacred land. Arriving 6 months later at the peak of the 8th layer of the qi condensation realm, facing the top 10 inner disciples with composure, Lin Tian speculated that Zhang Tianyi possessed at least reverse 4th rank power, if not higher. Even in a battle of equals, Lin Tian was not confident in defeating him, though he believed he would not be weaker either. Lin Tian had never underestimated such a talent as Zhang Tianyi. As for others, to be frank, they had merely progressed a step further along the path of cultivation. Furthermore, the Mingyue star is merely a low-tier cultivation planet. It is rare for its cultivators to challenge above their level. Achieving victory in battles of equals earns one the title of genius. However, among the truly supreme cultivation stars. There are countless prodigies whose mere presence could sweep away the younger generation of Minghui star. This is no exaggeration. As the saying goes, the higher a person's vision, the greater their future achievements will be. Currently, or rather, Lin Tian has never regarded becoming a standout among the younger generation of Minghui star as his goal. His aspirations lie in competing with the prodigies from those supreme cultivation stars, even the domain master stars, where countless talents reside. Lin Tian believes that not many share such ambitions, but Zhang Tianyi certainly does. The villa Lin Tian resided in features a massive spirit-gathering array, where spiritual energy is so dense it feels almost tangible. He devoted himself to training, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Lin Tian took out the golden paper he obtained at the ancient sage's resting place. Upon reading the words inscribed on the paper, he was momentarily dumbfounded. The first sheet read, "Hall of Inheritance, opportunity presents itself." He had seen this before, but the crucial part was the second sheet, which stated, "This is the opportunity." This revelation left Lin Tian feeling utterly exasperated, as if he had been toyed with. He muttered in disbelief, examining the golden paper thoroughly. There were indeed no other words, which drove him to the brink of madness. In a fit of rage, Lin Tian even drew his heaven-splitting spear and struck at the golden paper, but it remained, fueling his suspicions. Ultimately, he kept these two sheets of golden paper close, sensing that they were anything but ordinary, though he currently lacked the means to uncover their secrets. Before long, the competition for ordinary disciples commenced. This year's contest differed from previous ones. Traditionally, new disciples would compete against one another, but this time, all 10,000 ordinary disciples could participate in the new disciples and oppos competition, introducing many variables into the contest. This also meant that more disciples would challenge the inner disciples. 10,000 disciples began the trials. Initially, they were divided into 100 groups of 100 each to determine the top 3 in each group. The following day, these groups were randomly reassigned into new teams of 30, resulting in 10 groups, each again competing for the top 3. On the third day, individuals faced off to determine the top 10, which represented the elite of the outer disciples. On the fourth day, these top 10 engaged in ranking battles to establish the final 3, who would earn the right to challenge the inner disciples. On this day, Lin Tian was roused from his meditative state by a challenge directed at him, not from one, but from all 3 of the current top outer disciples. A smile graced Lin Tian's face. It appeared he was perceived as an easy target by others. He knew he needed to establish his authority today. As he strolled towards the arena, he was met with the gaze of 10,000 outer disciples, numerous stewards, and a handful of inner disciples and elders who had gathered to observe. In the center, 3 young men sat cross-legged, the top 3 outer disciples. Lin Tian regarded them. All 3 exuded the formidable aura of peak chi condensation, with one, the youth in black robes, seemingly on the cusp of entering the realm of divine abilities. Upon noticing Lin Tian's arrival, the trio opened their eyes in unison. Lin Tian acknowledged the elder judges with a nod as he stepped into the arena. "So it is you 3 who wish to challenge me?" he said, unfazed. Although the 3 were indeed impressive within the younger generation of Minghui star, Lin Tian had faced challengers far stronger than them, and he felt no fear. "A peak chi condensation of the 6th level? I fail to comprehend how someone like you could qualify for the inner sect," sneered a youth in gray robes, his eyes filled with contempt. Lin Tian's calm demeanor was interpreted by the challengers as weakness, boosting their confidence further. The gray-robed youth spoke, while the other 2 remained silent yet haughty, dismissing Lin Tian altogether. Observing their arrogance, Lin Tian frowned slightly. "You 3 may come at me together. Do not waste my time," he declared, arms crossed. If they wished to use him to establish their own reputations, he would not hold back. It was essential to set an example, and these 3 were merely stepping stones. Arrogant, the youth in black drew a long sword and lunged at Lin Tian. With a swift movement, Lin Tian waved the ambrosia pellet, concocted by the enshrined elders of the star-plucking sacred ground, constitutes a vital resource within the sect. Its spiritual energy far surpasses that of spiritual elixirs and is more readily absorbed by the human body. On this day, Lin Tian prepared to receive his allotted pill. As the Azure Province Academy was affiliated with the star-plucking sacred ground, Lin Tian and Oppos' remaining contribution points from the academy were converted into those of the. After the conversion, Lin Tian was left with slightly over 1,000 contribution points, which included the reward for being exceptionally accepted as an inner disciple. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile exchange, as these 1,000 contribution points were sufficient for numerous endeavors within the star-plucking sacred ground. After all, These contribution points represented a substantial sum for the vast majority of inner disciples. Lin Tian's initial contribution points upon entering the star-plucking sacred ground were equivalent to the total contribution points of an inner disciple who had been there for 4 or 5 years. Lin Tian was relatively satisfied with this outcome. Inner disciple Lin Tian, here to receive the ambrosia pellet. Lin Tian respectfully addressed an elder at the resource distribution hall. The pills have been distributed. Come back in a few days. The elder at the resource distribution hall, without even glancing at Lin Tian, spoke casually. May I ask, elder, when will the next distribution of pills take place? Under the eaves of another and Amp, Oppo's, S roof, despite the elder and Amp, Oppo's, S poor. The elder at the resource distribution hall slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Tian, uttered only 2 words, and then resumed his meditation. A surge of anger welled up within Lin Tian, but he ultimately suppressed it. Just an ambrosia pellet? This young master doesn't covet it. Since entering the qi condensation realm, Lin Tian had been attempting to organize medicinal formulas. The likes of the ambrosia pellet were simply not present in Lin Tian's inherited formulas. While there was no ambrosia pellet, there was the qi condensation pill, the most suitable cultivation pill for qi condensation realm cultivators, the preferred medicine for strengthening the foundation and improving the realm. With this thought, Lin Tian turned and headed towards the contribution hall, where he hoped to find the medicinal ingredients he needed for alchemy. Elder, I and Oppo's am here to collect this month and Oppo's S pills. Just as Lin Tian was about to exit the resource distribution hall, someone else arrived to collect the ambrosia pellet. Lin Tian paid no attention and continued walking. Just as Lin Tian stepped out of the resource distribution hall, the young man excitedly emerged, holding a bottle of pills in his hand. Lin Tian stopped the young man and asked, May I ask, senior brother, is that ambrosia pellet you're holding? Didn't you just receive yours? The young man looked at Lin Tian warily and strode away. A glint of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. It seemed someone was targeting him. Lin Tian instantly had many thoughts. He was never a fool, and it was clear that someone was behind this. As Lin Tian was new to the star-plucking sacred ground, it couldn't be said that he had any enemies. However, he had offended Gung-gu. It seemed that only Gung-gu had the ability to influence an elder in the divine power realm. After all, the elder at the resource distribution hall was only at the peak of the first level of the divine power realm and would not break through to the second level of the divine power realm without more than a decade. In terms of strength, the current Gung-gu far surpassed him. Why would he offend Gung-gu, who had unlimited potential, for the sake of a newly entered disciple? Lin Tian chose to endure. After all, even if he were to cause a scene, it shouldn't be now. If he were to be caught with a weakness now, it would be unwise. Lin Tian, come to the martial arts arena immediately. I Wu Tian challenge you. Lin Tian, come to the martial arts arena immediately. I Wu Tian challenge you. A loud voice reverberated throughout most of the star-plucking sacred ground. It was common for inner disciples to have disputes and engage in fights over disagreements. Therefore, a challenge system was established. Whether it was an elder or a disciple, the sect would not interfere with life and death battles in the martial arts arena. However, private fights would be punished, with severe cases resulting in expulsion from the sacred ground. Lin Tian, you coward, come and fight. Since Lin Tian killed Li Shan, the disciples of the star-plucking sacred ground largely knew Lin Tian and Oppo's S name. Seeing someone challenge Lin Tian at this moment, they revealed an understanding look. This was a threat from Gung-gu. A nearly palpable killing intent flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and his aura steadily rose. Even a clay figure has, if I Don and Oppo's take action. Do you really think Lin Tian is made of clay? Lin Tian soared through the air and instantly flew to the martial arts arena of the star-plucking sacred ground. There, a dark-skinned youth wielding a black gold staff was shouting wildly. Lin Tian's mind flashed through the person's information. Wu Tian entered the star-plucking sacred ground 4 years ago. He possessed innate divine strength and was exceptionally accepted as an inner disciple. After 3 years of secluded cultivation, he shone brightly in the inner disciple, leaping from the bottom of the 1,000 inner disciples to 68th place. He is currently ranked 43rd among the inner disciples. In addition to the rankings during the inner disciple competition, inner disciples can also challenge those ranked ahead of them. Victory naturally allows them to replace their opponents and advance in rank. The benefits of ranking advancement are undoubtedly enormous, including more cultivation resources and even the favor of powerful elders from the Elder Council. For example, Lin Tian, currently at the bottom of the inner disciples, receives only 30 ambrosia pellets per month. However, for every 100 places an inner disciple advances, the resources they receive increase. Those inner disciples who have entered the divine power realm can receive 3 yuan spirit stones and 10 divine power pills each month. The top 10 inner disciples receive even more, and the resources received by true disciples are almost tailored to them by the sacred ground. So, you and Appos, in an instant, Lin Tian flew to the martial arts arena and looked coldly at Wu Tian. It was clear that Lin Tian had not provoked this person. And perhaps this person had never even seen Lin Tian before. However, he was now challenging him by name. And Lin Tian knew without thinking that this was Gung Gu making things difficult for him. You turtle hiding in your shell, you and Appos, finally shown your face. Come down and die. Wu Dao cursed. Lin Tian looked at Wu Tian, who had the cultivation of the first level of the divine power. It seemed he had just entered the divine power realm not long ago, and his realm was still somewhat unstable. Lin Tian didn't take such an opponent seriously. However, what Lin Tian was concerned about was that Wu Tian, who was ranked 43rd among the inner disciples, had such cultivation. What about the inner disciples ranked higher than Wu Tian? It seemed that the strength of the disciples of the star-plucking sacred ground was very deep. Not as simple as it appeared on the surface. At least everyone was hiding their strength to some extent. It seemed that he needed to reevaluate the strength of the inner disciples. Lin Tian took 10 steps in one stride and instantly arrived in front of Wu Tian. Wu Tian and Appos' expression was solemn and a trace of apprehension. He knew that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. However, the other party and Appos' realm was much lower, and there was also a major realm gap between them, which was his greatest reliance for this trip. Moreover, Gung Gu had already given the word that Lin Tian must die. Wu Tian owed his current position to Gung Gu and Appos' support. Whether out of gratitude, Lin Tian could not survive today. Instantly, Wu Dao attacked, smashing down with his staff, a ferocious smile on his face. He seemed to see Lin Tian's head shattered into pieces under this strike, with a gruesome scene of red and white flowing everywhere. Lin Tian waved his hand and punched out, directly hitting Wu Tian's black gold staff. Buzz. Instantly, the black gold staff was repelled by Lin Tian's punch. Wu Tian's hands trembled slightly, and his eyes widened. He couldn't, and Appos, believe it, and he couldn't, that Lin Tian had caught his heavy black gold staff weighing several thousand pounds with his bare hands, and was completely You must know that his full-strength strike had at least 1,000,000 pounds of force. Not to mention Lin Tian's small body, even an iron mountain. Wu Tian was confident that he could leave a gash on the mountain. Is this still a human? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Although Lin Tian did not voice his thoughts or utter a single word, the spectators could palpably sense his overwhelming dominance. This form of dominance was unlike the traditional might that sought to oppress others. It was an intangible force that sent shivers down their spines. It resembled the authority of Saint Zhongtianyi, whose outwardly refined demeanor belied a tempestuous energy akin to a dormant volcano ready to erupt. Such dominance, perhaps, was the epitome of true power. Wu Tian was taken aback. Yet Lin Tian remained unfazed. He stepped forward and unleashed a punch, channeling all his strength. The Yuan Huang Jing was activated to its utmost potential, and the 9 turns dark gold body was fully engaged. The air around Lin Tian shimmered with a faint mist of blood essence, devoid of any techniques or supernatural powers. It was purely the might of his physical form that propelled his fist forward. With a resounding boom, Lin Tian struck again, his moves exuding an ancient elegance, untouched by the mundane trials of the world. This punch appeared ordinary, seemingly devoid of power, yet those present understood that it was a return to simplicity. Wu Tian was forced to retreat under Lin Tian's relentless assault, the ebony staff in his grasp marred by numerous imprints of Lin Tian and the weapon of a cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers now deformed. With a roar akin to a mountain collapsing, Wu Tian summoned an overwhelming surge of energy, demonstrating a divine skill that far surpassed what those in the spirit body and chi condensation realms could muster. A colossal mountain of spiritual energy descended upon Lin Tian, growing larger and pressing down with relentless force. The spectators had no doubt that this strike could flatten Lin Tian into a mere pancake. Lin Tian's eyes glimmered with intensity as he squinted, sensing the palpable murderous intent emanating from Wu Tian. It was clear that Wu Tian sought not merely to teach him a lesson but to end his life, though they were strangers. It was well known among the inner disciples that Wu Tian was a loyal dog to the ancient being, and this assault was likely sanctioned by him. The mere mention of the ancient figure stirred a sense of animosity within Lin Tian, who had never laid eyes on him yet felt provoked by his repeated challenges. Did he truly believe the inner sanctum was his personal domain? With Wu Tian harboring murder in his heart, Lin Tian fell with a thunderous roar. Lin Tian unleashed an overwhelming surge of murderous energy, instantly saturating the sky with ominous clouds. Half of the heavens transformed into a deep crimson hue as a nearly tangible spear, imbued with boundless lethal intent, coalesced in the air. Wu Tian faltered upon witnessing the spear, momentarily shaken. The aura of death had infiltrated his being, disrupting his consciousness and leading to a fleeting lapse of mental stability. Yet, that brief moment proved sufficient. Lin Tian thrust the spear forth, shattering a colossal pillar of spiritual energy, which subsequently dissipated into the ether. However, as Lin Tian sought to break free, 17 additional pillars of spiritual energy converged upon him with alarming speed. A cold smile crept across Lin Tian and Apos' face as he executed another lethal maneuver, striking at the pillars. With grand and sweeping motions, Lin Tian unleashed a flurry of attacks, resembling an unrelenting machine of slaughter. In an instant, he unleashed 18 deadly strikes, leaving onlookers in sheer astonishment. The execution of such divine techniques demanded immense physical prowess and stamina. Typically, a practitioner might manage only 3 or 4 spells. Even the most gifted among them would limit their use to no more than 10 within a single confrontation. Forcing oneself to exceed these limits could lead to irreparable harm, manifesting either immediately or resurging during future ascensions, leaving behind lingering injuries that could severely hinder one's cultivation. Yet, Lin Tian continued to unleash 18 techniques without even a hint of fatigue, an astonishing feat indeed. Wu Tian, perish. Lin Tian shattered Wu Tian's divine technique, causing him to immediately weaken and spill forth blood in torrents. Without the slightest pause, Lin Tian pressed his assault, denying Wu Tian any chance to recover. 2 inner disciples at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi condensation intervened, appearing to be ancient figures themselves. However, Lin Tian, having fully committed to his path, was undeterred by their presence. Begone! Lin Tian's furious roar resonated, and under his formidable aura, the 2 disciples involuntarily retreated a few steps, fear evident in their eyes. Wu Tian could not be allowed to perish. His death would spell disaster for them. Should the ancient powers emerge, they too would face severe consequences, even death. If Li Shan was a potential ally for the ancients, then Wu Tian had already become one of their staunch supporters, having aided them in eliminating adversaries. The ramifications of Wu Tian and Apos' demise would be catastrophic. Thus, despite their reluctance to confront Lin Tian and Apos' ferocity, "You must not," one began, but before he could finish, Lin Tian swiftly severed his head, which rolled away, eyes wide in disbelief. He could not comprehend how he had met his end before uttering his grandiose proclamation. Blood sprayed high into the air, splattering the nearby disciple. Lin Tian cast a cold gaze at the remaining disciple, who, terrified, knelt before him. In a moment of sheer panic, his resolve crumbled. "I will fight you." The effects of the elixir still coursing through him, Wu Tian, now revived, lunged at Lin Tian with a vicious snarl. In a swift motion, Lin Tian severed Wu Tian's hand, causing blood to spill profusely. Wu Tian's expression grew more grotesque as he retaliated with Lin Tian's expression darkened. Having inadvertently fallen into the trap set by the old man, the giant sword was merely a facade. The true lethal strike lay in the sword held in the old man's hand. The elder of the resource distribution hall revealed a smirk. For sometimes longevity itself is a form of capital. Although Lin Tian possessed astounding combat prowess, he still lacked a certain finesse in the art of scheming against others. Without delay, the elder unleashed a flurry of sword lights, each aimed at Lin Tian's vital points, intent on bringing about his demise. Lin Tian and Apos' eyes blazed with murderous intent as he unleashed a powerful punch, pitting his physical strength against the long sword. Channeling the power of the 9 turns dark gold body, an orange-golden hue enveloped him, significantly enhancing his defenses. He stood firm, resisting the 7-foot-long sword, while Lin Tian's fists relentlessly struck the elder's blade, causing it to crack. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 ferocious punches, a resounding crack echoed as the elder's sword shattered, fragments flying into his own body. In a swift motion, Lin Tian executed a grappling maneuver, tearing off one of the elder's arms, then followed up with a kick that sent the elder sprawling out of the hall, blood gushing uncontrollably. Lin Tian pursued, placing a foot upon the elder's head, coldly surveying the onlookers around him. The spectators, intimidated by his imposing presence, instinctively recoiled. With a